Zhao Chen then commanded a group of interstellar drones to turn around and head towards the enemy flight squad. It was a simple tactic of interception and attrition. However, Captain Cao Bing was soon astonished as these interstellar drones also had tactics, and they were all under the command of Zhao Chen. This commander was really something, piloting his starfighter while commanding these interstellar drones. Commanding 1,000 interstellar drones required a great deal of skill. But what happened next left Captain Cao Bing with his mouth wide open. With the increase in the enemy flight squad, the number of interstellar drones dispatched by Zhao Chen had increased to 3,000. It was like 3 separate battlefields. But despite this, Colonel Zhao Chen on the command channel remained calm and composed, like an elegant piano player. Chapter 1294. Draw lots for battle. The T-6 Rose Fairy-class interstellar drone responsible for interception launched a relentless attack, like a moth to a flame, successfully intercepting enemy aircraft. However, gradually, they started getting destroyed. 10,000 interstellar drones were slowly being depleted, meaning that Zhao Chen's squadron was also gradually losing its strength. Still unable to contact the outside world, Zhao Chen asked Cao Bing. He had entrusted the task of contacting the outside world to Cao Bing. Cao Bing, with sweat on his forehead, shook his head and said, still unable to establish contact with the outside. "Keep flying," Zhao Chen said in a stern voice. Cao Bing was starting to panic at this moment, expressing his concern. "Captain, we are already far from the mothership. With the losses in the interstellar drones, if we continue flying outward, even if we successfully reach the area where we can contact the outside world, we may not be able to return safely." Every further distance they flew, the squadron was getting closer to the cliff. With the slightest mistake, they could fall into the abyss. Zhao Chen's face was serious as he said, "We have no choice now. If we retreat now, we may be able to return to the mothership. But when we go out for the second time, the enemy will definitely be prepared. By then, completing this mission will be even more difficult, possibly requiring multiple times the cost. So, this mission we have now, it's our only chance. In any case, we must transmit the distress signal and coordinates." Upon hearing the captain's words, even Cao Bing, a proud individual, couldn't help but admire this airborne captain from the bottom of his heart. He thought to himself, no wonder this person was appointed as their captain. He had such extraordinary interstellar aircraft piloting skills and such a firm resolve. If he didn't hold the position of captain, no one else would be more qualified. Cao Bing said, "Yes," through gritted teeth, showing his full acknowledgement to the captain's decision. The flying squadron continued onwards, but the enemy intercepting squadrons were increasing in numbers. Even dispatching the interstellar drones to intercept couldn't slow down the enemy's pursuit. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and said, "Cao Bing, Zhao Ying, Li Sinan, you 3 squadron leaders, select the list of your subordinates now. The selected flying groups will then be responsible for covering the mission, leading their own flying groups to coordinate with the interstellar drones to block the enemy chase." The 3 squadron leaders were shocked to hear Zhao Chen's decision. They were well aware that the 3 chosen flying groups for this mission were essentially on a one-way trip. Zhao Chen referenced a past secret attack mission led by General Song Qingshan, where the sacrificial interstellar pilots received significant compensation. He promised that any fallen soldier in this mission would receive equivalent compensation. After giving them a minute to prepare, the mission began. The generational lottery continued, and each flying group was made up of 300 interstellar aircraft from their squadrons. Underneath each flying squadron were 10 flying combat teams with 30 interstellar aircraft each. Cao Bing was the first to announce the selected squadron sequence. First Squadron, 3rd Combat Team, prepare for intercept mission. The combat team leader of the 3rd Combat Team responded immediately. Then, orders were passed down to reduce speed and turn back, followed by 1,000 interstellar drones. With the assistance of the interstellar aircraft, the situation in the fight for survival became more optimistic. However, this was only a temporary measure. Soon, all the intercepting interstellar drones and aircraft ran out of resources. As they moved forward, the numbers dwindled, and the situation grew more dire. 3rd Squadron, Zhao Chen said just as the 3rd Squadron's number was announced. The leader of the 3rd Squadron shouted, "3rd Squadron, 8th Combat Team, move out." The combat team leader of the 3rd Combat Team, a young man with a somewhat swollen eye, set out to fulfill the mission despite his apparent fear. Seeing his expression, the squadron leader of the 3rd Squadron encouraged him, emphasizing the preparedness for sacrifice that came with being an interstellar pilot. After a round of drawing lots for various combat teams, the mission proceeded. The path home was slowly becoming clearer, with less than 3,000 interstellar drones remaining. Finally, they made contact. "I have made contact." Cao Bing's excitement was palpable. He didn't expect to feel such relief just from establishing communication. Orders were given to report the situation and coordinates, ensuring the message reached their fleet safely. Zhao Chen's face became serious as he instructed, "Issue my command. On the return journey, use the B1 assault formation. Each combat team will draw lots for battle positions. Those with lower numbers will be on the outer perimeter of the formation, and so on. All, leave it to fate." As they drew nearer to their own fleet, obstacles arose in the form of several starship destroyers blocking their path. Zhao Chen's combat team, positioned at the forefront of the assault formation, suffered immense losses, with only Zhao Chen's starship remaining. However, the next combat team swiftly took their place and unintentionally protected Zhao Chen's ship. They moved in unison, forming a protective shield around Zhao Chen. Finally, with just a step away from their fleet, starship guns were aimed at them, creating a formidable barrier. This was their final hurdle before reaching home. Chapter 1295 brought Zhao Chen's heart to the bottom of the valley. But the next moment, he issued orders. 1st Squad, 5th Combat Unit, 3rd Squad, 7th Combat Unit, 5th Squad, 2nd Combat Unit. Follow me for a frontal assault to draw enemy interstellar warship firepower. The rest of the interstellar fighters will maneuver in a formation resembling an umbrella, with each combat unit individually circling around the enemy blockade line and returning to the mothership. Upon hearing this order, Captain Cao immediately countered, "Commander, I object. I am not objecting to this order. I just believe you should not take a risk. I request to lead these 3 combat units to draw the firepower of the enemy interstellar warships." "Shut up. We don't have time to argue with you here. Execute the order," Zhao Chen rebuked without hesitation. Then he added, "Don't think that flattering me here will absolve you of your punishment. Remember, when you go back, not a single lap less." These words were like a last will and testament. Stirred in his heart, Captain Cao clenched his fists. In an almost trembling voice, he shouted, "Yes." Subsequently, as per Zhao Chen's orders, the remaining fleet of aircraft, except for the frontline portion, bypassed the enemy interstellar warship's blockade line like celestial maidens scattering flowers. In such a situation, this was the only way to ensure as many interstellar fighters as possible would safely return home to execute this mission. Due to the potential of Zhao Chen's fleet going all out, the enemy interstellar destroyers were unable to divert more firepower to intercept the interstellar fighters circling around. They could only concentrate their firepower on Zhao Chen's batch of interstellar fighters. "Commander, it is an honor for our combat units to fight alongside you," said a unit leader over the communication channel. Soon after, his interstellar fighter was hit by the enemy warship's secondary cannon fire, exploding and destroyed directly in front of Zhao Chen's interstellar fighter. Subsequently, the interstellar fighters around Zhao Chen's fighter bravely stood before it, using their shields to block the enemy attacks if they had shields or their own interstellar fighters if they didn't. Perhaps for the first time, they fought from the heart for their commanding officer. Zhao Chen's lips trembled slightly. Because these people ... they were truly sacrificing themselves. No resurrection. No clones. No life signals truly disappearing from this world. Suddenly, the firepower from the intercepting interstellar destroyers in the distance weakened slightly. Then, one of the interstellar destroyers exploded in the middle. At that moment, Zhao Chen saw over a dozen interstellar cruisers from the Star Alliance appear on the other side of the blockade line. "Colonel Zhao Chen, we are here to provide support as ordered." A video window popped up in front of Zhao Chen, displaying a captain of an interstellar cruiser. The captain looked at Zhao Chen with admiration. It was rare for a captain to regard an interstellar fighter pilot with such respect. Even if it was a captain with a lower rank, upon seeing a pilot with a higher rank, there would be a sense of contempt. This was a hierarchy in the military. The captain stood at the top. Even squadron captains and higher-ranking interstellar fighter pilots were not as esteemed as a captain or even a senior officer in the command center. This was why many interstellar fighter pilots, after achieving a certain level of military merit, would transition to commanding positions in the command center. However, Zhao Chen's current performance was enough to earn the admiration and respect of any witnessing officer. "Thank you," Zhao Chen replied. He then saw the Star Alliance cruiser fleet tear through the enemy interstellar destroyer formation. Zhao Chen immediately issued orders to his 3 combat units. Swiftly break through. Amidst a hail of bullets, in the end, fewer than 50 interstellar fighters and 200 interstellar drones of the original nearly 100 fighters and 1,000 drones assigned to support Zhao Chen in this firepower suppression mission remained to break through. Eventually, with the cover of the interstellar cruisers, they evacuated towards the mothership. These interstellar fighters were nearly exhausted, having consumed their flight resources rapidly due to flying at speeds exceeding regulations multiple times. As these interstellar fighters successfully returned to their mothership, they were on the verge of running out of flight resources. It could even be said that if Zhao Chen and the others had remained outside for just a little longer, they would have become easy targets for the enemy. With a successful landing, Zhao Chen finally let go of his heart. He relaxed in the cockpit, taking deep breaths to adjust his emotions. The dark elevator soon came to an end, replaced by the bright lights of the hangar. The cockpit opened, and Zhao Chen stood up, once again seeing a familiar scene. Many people were waiting in front of his interstellar fighter, including Captain Cao. However, there were considerably fewer people than before. Zhao Chen got off the interstellar fighter and bluntly said, "What are you all standing here for? Nothing to do. The battle is not over. Immediately return to your resting rooms to rest and recuperate, replenish your energy. Those injured should go for treatment immediately. Cao, stay." Hearing the commander's reprimand, these people silently saluted Zhao Chen and returned to their quarters. "Commander," Cao said as he stood beside Zhao Chen, eyes full of admiration. "Just because I'm a big man doesn't mean you should stare at me like that," Zhao Chen said. Cao chuckled. "How are the casualties of the 3 squads?" Zhao Chen straightforwardly inquired. Cao's expression stiffened for a moment, but he quickly replied truthfully, "In this operation, 3 squads and nearly 1,000 interstellar fighters were deployed, but fewer than 200 interstellar fighters were able to return. Regarding the interstellar drones, just over 600 returned in the end. Compared to the initial deployment scale, the number that returned was drastically reduced. The request for reinforcements has been sent out. I estimate that there shouldn't be much left for us to handle. At most, we will be responsible for defending the airspace of the mothership and our fleet. I leave this task to you. I need to handle some matters," Zhao Chen said as he walked away. "What matters?" Cao curiously asked. "What I promised to those brothers who did not return," Zhao Chen answered. Cao was surprised, hesitating before saying, "Is it appropriate to bring this up to higher-ups at this time?" "Appropriate. Completing a mission, rewarding the deserving, is a matter of course. There's nothing inappropriate about it. This is also a promise made by me, Zhao Chen. Saying and doing are my principles," Zhao Chen said before walking into his office and closing the door. Watching the closed door, Cao felt a deep sense of admiration in his heart. Chapter 1296, let's continue targeting the bridge of the Black Rose. No, one ship. Next, we can only wait. Song Chen sat on the captain's chair, his expression solemn. The situation at hand. He could only wait for reinforcements to arrive. However, long-distance communication was interfered with. He had no idea how the ambush battles were unfolding in other locations. Compared to his own situation, the enemy forces deployed in other ambush battlefields should not be as numerous. At this moment, a communication request popped up. It was Zhao Chen, the captain of the flying squadron. Song Chen clicked agree. Zhao Chen's image appeared on the screen in front of him. Reporting to Leader Lord, the mission has been successfully completed, Zhao Chen said resolutely. "I see. You've done well. After this war is over, there will be a generous reward," Song Chen said. Zhao Chen did not respond, but continued, "My reward can be negotiated. However, I have a request. During this battle, I led nearly 1,000 interstellar fighters. Only over 200 returned in the end. A total of 779 sacrificed in this operation. I promised them during the battle, as long as they risked their lives to complete the mission, all sacrifice personnel will receive the highest level of compensation equivalent to the top-level reward from the secret mission I followed with General Song Kingshen last time. I hope Leader Lord can approve it." Hearing this, the deputy beside him frowned and hastened to speak first. "Colonel Zhao, isn't this a bit overstepping? It was fine last time, but this time it's even more overstepping. Isn't this inappropriate? The compensation for over 700 personnel is not insignificant, but according to your request, the compensation for these 700 will fully meet the standards of compensation for 70,000. Doing this twice in a row. If others were to follow suit, how will the high-ranking officials of the Star Union deal with it?" Zhao Chen remained composed, looking at the deputy in the video window corner. He calmly said, "Are the lives of over 700 fighter pilots not worth this compensation in exchange for the safety of Leader Lord? Is Leader Lord's life so worthless?" No one expected Zhao Chen to speak so boldly. Song Chen furrowed his brow slightly. "Bold, you!" The deputy was furious, even pointing at Zhao Chen uncontrollably. "Shut up!" Song Chen coldly snorted. The deputy lowered his hand, bowing his head in silence. Song Chen looked at Zhao Chen, as if trying to see through him, saying, "Indeed, the more than 700 fighter pilots you sacrifice fought bravely, knowing it was a near-suicidal mission, yet spared no effort to complete it. I approve your treatment standards." "Thank you, Leader Lord." Zhao Chen nodded slightly. "Zhao Chen, I have a curious question for you. Are you not worried that the high-ranking officials of the Star Union will make things difficult for your promotion and rewards afterwards? After all, your merits after the previous battle were enough to hold a rank of colonel, or even to switch to a starship captain. Even if you lack the capabilities in this area, you could be arranged to study at a specialized starship captain academy." Upon hearing Song Chen's question, Zhao Chen calmly replied, "It's just rewards. If they don't want to give them, so be it. Leader Lord, unless there are other matters, I have other things to attend to here. Excuse me." With that, Zhao Chen hung up the communication directly. This guy is too arrogant. The deputy next to Song Chen was filled with anger, going to Song Chen and saying, "My lord, this person is too arrogant and full of himself. He must be disciplined." Song Chen looked at his deputy. He calmly said, "I will handle Zhao Chen's matter myself. As for you, go rest first. When you know when to speak and when not to, then come find me." Hearing Leader Lord's words, the deputy's face turned pale. This was akin to being sent to the cold palace. There were several deputies around Leader Lord, all competing to become Leader Lord's most trusted deputy. Now, he was finished. He wanted to explain further, but he kept quiet. He knew Leader Lord's temperament. If he explained further now, he might truly not have another chance. Yes, he silently bowed and left. Zhao Chen, quite interesting. Song Chen read Zhao Chen's name, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Just then, another video window popped up. However, the sender of this video was special. It was from the Morong family. This was the fleet commander of the elite fleet of the Morong family who participated in this ambush. Song Chen did not hesitate and directly connected. A middle-aged man sat on the captain's chair, his face carrying a contemptuous expression. Morong Chiao, the son of the current head of the Morong family, Morong Bo. He was also the future successor of the Morong family. It was perfectly normal for the most elite fleet of the Morong family to be under his command. Respected Leader Lord, Song Chen looked at the man with a cold expression, not saying a word. The atmosphere was awkward. Morong Chiao had expected Leader Lord to be furious, but that expression did not show up, rendering his prepared speech useless. Ahem, Leader Lord, the current situation is clear to both sides. Continuing like this, you have no chance of winning. Why not surrender now? My Morong family can guarantee your safety, and you can live out the rest of your days wearing free on a planet in the future. Morong Chiao said. The implication of his words was clear. He wanted to imprison Song Chen. However, the truthfulness of his words was unknown. At this point, Song Chen finally spoke. Morong Chiao, in this regard, you are not as good as your immortal old man. If you want to persuade me, he would have told me the moment the Morong fleet arrived. Not at this moment. We are already halfway through the battle. If your reinforcements arrive, so what? We can still take you down. Those family elders who support you have also been ambushed by us. The Star Union will soon be under our control. Offering you to surrender now is giving you an opportunity. Don't be ungrateful. Faced with Morong Qiao's words, Song Chen just said a word and then terminated the communication. Let's continue the fight. Chapter 1297. Reinforcements arrive. Song Qingshan paced back and forth on the bridge of his flagship. He furrowed his brow as he looked at his deputy. Have we not received any message from Leader Song yet? None. The deputy shook his head. What's going on? Song Qingshan walked to the massive interstellar map. Red circles denoting dispatched reinforcements could be seen on the map. However, they had not received any distress signal or coordinates from Song Chen's personal guard fleet so far. This was abnormal. The only possibility was that devices interfering with long-range communication had been pre-installed in the area where Song Chen's fleet was ambushed, preventing them from sending out distress signals and coordinates according to the original plan. If that was the case, the situation had become very dire. Even if other parts of the plan succeeded, any mishap with Song Chen could lead to a disaster for the Star Alliance. Why don't we predict the route based on the flight path reported by Leader Song's guard ship? Scatter our fleet and try to locate the missing guard fleet, a staff officer suggested. But quickly, another staff member countered. This plan is not feasible. Although we can minimize the area based on time and route as much as possible, at the scale of the universe, it's still vast. If we're lucky, maybe we can locate Leader Song's guard fleet, but the chances are very low. Moreover, even if we find the coordinates of the ambush on Leader Song's guards after dispersing our forces, it's highly probable that our dispersed forces cannot break the siege. Every fleet is allocated with T6 Mirage, and it's a scarce resource. Each supporting fleet has only one chance. Several staff members began to argue for their own viewpoints. Shut up! Song Qingshan shouted. He continued to stare at the interstellar battle map. He never imagined he would be so concerned for his brother's safety one day. Give me some news. Please, give me some news. Weren't you always fond of stirring up trouble? Why are you silent now? Make some noise quickly, Song Qingshan muttered to himself, his fists clenched. It was evident that he was very tense now. Report. Just received a communication message from the interstellar fighter. Note from Colonel Zhao Chen. At this moment, a communication officer exclaimed. What did it say? Song Qingshan looked up abruptly. All here. The communication officer displayed the received message in front of Song Qingshan. It was a distress signal with coordinates and the current situation of Leader Song's guard fleet. Surrounded by enemies, 3 elite fleets from other families were also involved in the attack. Over 10,000 interstellar warships were assaulting Song Chen's guard fleet and faced communication interference. They requested support. Quickly relay these coordinates and prepare for space deployment. Proceed to support. With the utmost speed, Song Qingshan immediately yelled at his deputy and staff officers. The entire bridge operated at an unprecedented speed. Everyone understood the urgency of the situation, and no one dared to be careless at that moment. Soon, one after another T6 Mirage that was ready to go deployed fleets to the target coordinates, including Song Qingshan's flagship. Originally planned as the commander-in-chief holding the rear, due to the disappearance of Song Chen, the leader of the Star Alliance, Song Qingshan had no intention of staying behind. He didn't like Song Chen, but this guy couldn't die, at least not in front of him. After a brief dizziness, the fleet he led successfully executed the space jump and arrived at the designated coordinates. At this time, the Starship Radar Department also reported, Report, in our fleet at ***** direction, a stellar battlefield was found. Upon hearing this report from his subordinate, Song Qingshan didn't hesitate, order all ships to provide full support at full speed. Regardless of formations, ensure first and foremost the safety of Song, the leader. Yes. This time, the support left by Song Qingshan for Song Chen's side happened to be 3 fleets with a scale close to 10,000 interstellar warships. Like a trident, they rushed to the battlefield at the fastest speed. Carriers sent out all interstellar fighters and drones with in-flight range. The faster interstellar cruisers took the lead, followed closely by escort and battlecruisers, while slower interstellar warships also tried to catch up. It was like a tidal wave sweeping in. With such tremendous force for support, Song Qingshan quickly reached the forefront of the interstellar battlefield. The battle was intense. Numerous interstellar warships were besieging an area. All the interstellar warships of Song Chen's guard fleet were gathered there, with some remnants of destroyed warship debris visible. What should have been a fleet of around 3,000 guard ships had already lost close to half. These were all T5 interstellar warships, with some even being almost T6 interstellar warships. The fierceness of the attackers attacking in such vast numbers was evident. Among them were enemy fleets from alternate universes. Seeing the three elite fleets from families, Song Qingshan gritted his teeth. Open fire on them. Crush these unscrupulous traitors. Compared to the enemies from different universes, Song Qingshan harbored even more hatred towards these betrayers from the Star Alliance families. The former were opponents, enemies on the battlefield, and tactics could justify whatever means they used, just like Song Qingshan's ambush on the enemy's vital base. Executing a decapitation plan against the Star Alliance leader Song Chen was also reasonable. However, these three families were part of the Star Alliance. Betraying the Star Alliance for their interests and betraying their own allies disgusted Song Qingshan the most. Subsequently, the three family fleet units were subjected to the most ferocious attack. With the arrival of Song Qingshan's reinforcements, the situation on the battlefield underwent substantial changes. Sitting on the captain's chair, Song Chen watched his brother's fleet arrive. He smiled lightly and said, "My brother seems quite concerned about me." Chapter 1298. The final measure, damn it. How did it come to this? What do we do now? Murong Qiao paced back and forth anxiously on the bridge of his own ship. Their reinforcements came so quickly. Who would have thought that Song Qingshan would actually show up? At the moment, the number of interstellar warships on both sides is basically even. And Song Qingshan's warships are in full condition, while we have been in battle for some time. The statuses of the two sides are completely different. Representatives from the other two families were just as frantic. They hadn't expected the situation to turn from a sure victory to this. It was even possible that they might not be able to kill Song Chen. If they couldn't kill Song Chen in this attack, their three families within the Star Alliance would cease to exist. What do the people of the Homos universe say? Can they send more reinforcements? In any case, today we must kill Song Chen here. Today, it's either him dead or us. Murong Qiao, although not as clever as his father, was fully aware of the current situation. They were already standing on the edge of a cliff with no other choice. Since just now, we haven't been able to contact the fleet commander from the Homos universe. Someone said. Murong Qiao looked at the communication window that had been working fine before, not knowing when it suddenly turned black. His heart sank. Several communication requests were sent, but almost all were rejected. An uneasy feeling filled his heart. For those people from the Homos universe, this failed ambush was at most just a failure. They could always plan for the next time. But for their three major families, there was no chance for a do-over. These damn barbarians, I knew we couldn't trust them. Murong Qiao raged. But this time, he was wrong. Look! The Homos universe fleet suddenly went mad and charged toward Song Chen's defense line. Their formation completely disregards casualties, almost as if they're heading to their deaths. Someone noticed the situation on the battlefield. The remaining warships of the Homos universe fleet were beginning to charge at Song Chen's position at any cost. If the leading warship was destroyed, the following warships wouldn't hesitate to break through their own comrades' hulls. The reason was that they couldn't block the passage. Even if there were surviving combatants on those warships, what are they trying to do? Murong Qiao was dumbfounded, staring at this scene. It was then that he remembered the conversation with the commander of the Homos universe fleet before the operation began. That alien race that looked like barbarians had one last thing to say. In the dictionary of their Homos universe warriors, a mission had only two outcomes: completion or death. No other choice. And what were they doing now? The answer would soon be revealed. After breaking through Song Chen's defense line to a certain extent, the Homos universe fleet starships began self-destructing. Self-destructing? Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of game was this? Song Chen was naturally unaware. On Zhao Chen's side, he had been quietly monitoring the battlefield data. He also noticed this strange scene. When he used backdoor methods to investigate some data, he found something amiss. The spatial fluctuations around those enemy warships that exploded were extremely abnormal. Normally, the energy produced by a starship's self-destruction would cause some vibration in space, but not to this extent. Otherwise, during the large-scale battles of tens of thousands of starships, the universe would have been torn apart easily. So, the self-destruction of these starships at the moment was definitely abnormal. But Zhao Chen wasn't sure what the enemy was up to, until he saw one value reach a critical point and align with another value. A wormhole. The enemy was creating a wormhole right at the position of the flagship guarding force. Zhao Chen was shocked. He hadn't expected that this universe would have such advanced technology. First, they used their starships modified with some advanced technology to self-destruct in a certain area, destabilizing the space. They then used a secret weapon carried on a particular starship to directly construct a wormhole in that space. Temporary wormholes were extremely unstable. Starships sucked into them were likely to be torn apart by spatial turbulence. That was the enemy's plan. Plan to break the net when caught. Zhao Chen now knew the enemy's intentions, but he had no other choice. He quickly headed towards the operations hangar. At the same time, he sent a command to all starfighter pilots. Everyone board your starfighters immediately. Once any situation arises, initiate emergency disengagement procedures. This was the only thing Zhao Chen could do. Although Song Qingshan had instructed Zhao Chen to protect Song Chen, Zhao Chen's identity here was ultimately just a starfighter pilot, a colonel, and a squadron leader. He even needed approval to enter the bridge. He could only take care of himself first, hoping that Song Chen would be safe or that the flagship would be sturdy enough. Soon enough, what Zhao Chen had anticipated happened. In a certain area, space began collapsing and distorting. It felt as if one was watching the floor cave in, with the suction force pulling everything in the surrounding area towards the collapse, intending to drag them in. Damn it, this is a wormhole! Song Chen exclaimed, also noticing the situation. Quick, break out at full speed. Song Chen gave the order. Once inside the wormhole, their fate would be uncertain. But now, the position of Song Chen's flagship was precarious. Due to previous considerations, Song Chen's flagship was positioned in the middle of the defense line, which had been the safest location before. However, the wormhole had appeared right here now. To break out, the friendly ships around them needed to fight their way out first. Moreover, the enemy starships were swarming in, denying them any opportunity to break free. The scene was inexplicably strange. Those inside wanted out, while those outside wanted in. The roles of both sides seemed to have changed in that moment. Report, Black Rose No. One ship is being pulled by the gravitational force of the wormhole, losing its navigation speed. A subordinate reported urgently. Song Chen sat with a solemn face on the captain's chair. He took a deep breath and said, "Send all the documents prepared by me to Song Qingshan. After that, we can only rely on our luck." With the situation as it was, the next steps were now in the hands of fate. Chapter 1299, Destruction of the Black Rose No. One ship, warning. Starfighter star shield energy rapidly decreasing. 37%, 31%, 27%. Warning. Engines are in overload state. Warning. Power is failing. Warning. Starfighter is about to crash. Zhao Chen abruptly woke up, looking around. Everywhere, black smoke could be seen, and he was currently hanging from a tree. Why does his feet feel warm? Zhao Chen glanced down and saw a strange monster resembling a large daisy-like flower sucking on his foot. It kept pulling him down from the tree. Seeing the daisy-like flower monster wriggling its mouth, Zhao Chen felt disgusted. He quickly felt his waist, pulled out his handheld lightsaber hilt. With the hilt pointing downward, he activated it with a thought. A huge sword directly sliced the strange daisy-like monster in half. Zhao Chen glanced above his head and saw his parachute snagged on the tree, preventing him from falling directly to the ground. He shrank the lightsaber, cutting the parachute's ropes. His body immediately landed on the ground. Zhao Chen looked at the corpse of the daisy-like monster on the ground and the slime on his shoes, frowning slightly. This was likely a type of plant-like creature that slowly digested its prey. Checking himself from head to toe, aside from his damp shoes, he had no injuries. It was possible that his body had self-repaired during his unconsciousness. The only weapon on him was the lightsaber in his hand. As a starfighter pilot, Zhao Chen couldn't carry many weapons like ordinary space warriors. Emergency equipment was also on board the starfighter. Looking around, Zhao Chen first confirmed there were no enemies in the vicinity. Then he found a sturdy tree, or what appeared to be a tree, made of black, unknown stones, but at least it was tall. Zhao Chen quickly climbed to the top of the stone tree and began scanning the surroundings. He could see black smoke rising from the ground everywhere, some of it close enough to recognize as from starships, starfighters, shuttles, or escape pods. Above the clouds, several starships engulfed in flames were crashing down. These were enemy starships. Memories started flooding back into Zhao Chen's mind. Initially, the Star Alliance fleet was awaiting reinforcements to assist in eliminating the enemy fleet. Unexpectedly, the enemies had control of a black technology that could create a wormhole under certain conditions. Unfortunately, Zhao Chen's Black Rose No. 1 ship was caught and dragged into the wormhole, along with many other starships. Some starships disintegrated in the chaotic space of the wormhole. After the commotion, the Black Rose No. 1 ship discovered an exit in the wormhole space, which became their lifeline. Ignoring where the exit led, the Black Rose No. 1 ship navigated towards it and successfully escaped the wormhole. However, they had no idea where they ended up in the universe. Moreover, many systems inside the Black Rose No. 1 ship were damaged during the wormhole transit, especially the power engines and communication devices. The ship was stranded without contact with the outside world or navigation capabilities. The worst came when over a dozen enemy starships from another universe followed them. Despite their severe damages, the enemy starships engaged in a final battle. Luckily, all enemy ships were of T5 class, and the Black Rose No. 1 ship managed to destroy all of them, but at the cost of severe damage and loss of control. The ship was uncontrollably plummeting towards the surface of a nearby planet. The crew immediately received the order to abandon the ship. Being a starfighter pilot, Zhao Chen had the advantage and quickly evacuated in his starfighter. However, unexpectedly, the enemies persisted. While their starships were destroyed, many enemy starfighters, drones, and shuttles survived. They spotted the crashing Black Rose No. 1 ship like hungry wolves smelling blood, seeking to attack every unit evacuating the ship. Zhao Chen became the target of the enemies. Despite his excellent starfighter pilot skills, the overwhelming number of enemies and the depleted energy in his starfighter forced Zhao Chen to flee. After taking down over a dozen enemy aircraft, Zhao Chen ultimately reached his current location and had to parachute for his survival since his starfighter was uncontrollable and couldn't land properly. Fortunately, Zhao Chen managed to glide a considerable distance. Otherwise, if his starfighter crashed close to the Black Rose No. 1 ship's crash site, the impact could have been catastrophic. I wonder where the Black Rose No. 1 ship crashed. If it's on land, it's okay, but if it hit the ocean, it could cause a tsunami. But since I don't see the wreckage here, it's likely far away from my position, Zhao Chen remarked while scanning the surroundings. He couldn't find any remnants of the Black Rose No. 1 ship, a nearly pre-T6 class starship with a length of several kilometers. If it had crashed nearby, he wouldn't have missed it. I never expected to end up in this situation. In an unknown universe, in unknown space, crashing on an unknown planet, Zhao Chen sighed as he sat on the top of the tree. Oh system, why has my luck turned sour since you went silent? Did you steal my luck? Zhao Chen couldn't help but joke at the system. At that moment, Zhao Chen noticed something unusual in the sky. Several aircraft were fleeing, closely followed by a group of pursuers. The fleeing aircraft belonged to the Star Alliance, while the pursuers were enemy aircraft. Chapter 1300. The exiled Zhao Chen noticed that most of the fleeing Star Alliance aircraft were protecting the one flying at the forefront. Could it be? Zhao Chen guessed something? At that moment, several explosions rang out. Several Star Alliance aircraft were destroyed, and even the one flying at the front was hit, fortunately not exploding directly. However, with billowing smoke, it began to descend towards Zhao Chen's direction. Damn it! Don't come crashing towards me! Zhao Chen immediately jumped off the stone tree, beginning to run. Even though his body had been strengthened, he couldn't guarantee with 100% certainty that he could withstand the force generated by a high-speed aircraft crash. At this moment, if he were to get injured, things would really turn for the worse. But he wasn't sure if the aircraft from behind had a lock-on. It relentlessly pursued Zhao Chen, moving left when he moved left and right when he moved right. It was about to catch up to him. Zhao Chen saw a gorge ahead. At this point, he couldn't care more. He leapt directly. The gorge was very deep, about 100 meters high. During the fall, Zhao Chen used his lightsaber multiple times, leveraging on the cliff walls to slow down his descent. Eventually, Zhao Chen landed smoothly. Now, it shouldn't come crashing towards me. Zhao Chen lifted his head, seeing a dark object crashing down. Oh, F*****KU, immortal. With a bang, dust and dirt flew up. Spit, spit, spit. Zhao Chen was covered in sand, mouthful of gritty sand. As the smoke cleared, Zhao Chen froze. The crashed aircraft turned out to be a round shuttle with a cannon mounted in its front section. At that moment, the cannon was aimed between Zhao Chen's legs. Gulping, Zhao Chen swallowed nervously. He moved his body to the side. Now was not the time for gunfire. Suddenly, there seemed to be a stone rolling down beneath the aircraft, causing it to veer sideways again. With a grim expression, Zhao Chen looked at the cannon's muzzle, only 5 millimeters away from his brother. Just then, a figure jumped out of the shuttle. Cough, cough. It seemed the shaking of the shuttle earlier was due to this person's movements. By now, the person had also noticed the person in front of the shuttle. It's you. The other party pointed at Zhao Chen in shock. Zhao Chen stood up, staring at the other person. It was Star Alliance leader Song Chen. Unexpectedly, he could appear in front of Zhao Chen. How did you? Song Chen was about to speak when the sound of an aircraft came from above. Zhao Chen immediately grabbed Song Chen's arm, heading towards a cave beside the cliff. Just earlier, he had noticed there were many caves below the valley sides. No time for idle talk. Escaping is our priority. Pulling Song Chen into the cave, Zhao Chen also remembered to take the emergency supplies pack from the crashed shuttle. Soon, the two disappeared into the caves. Several shuttles trailing behind saw the crashed shuttle below, but no bodies were found on board. One heavily armed soldier in full combat gear, using his communication channel, reported, identified the enemy leader's escape shuttle crashed in the YYO-1 area of the valley. However, no target bodies found. They should be hiding in caves within the valley. Request deployment of relevant equipment and personnel for search. Or, use massive firepower weapons for a blanket strike on the area. Inside the pitch-black cave, Zhao Chen took out a light stick from the emergency backpack he retrieved from the escape shuttle. A quick twist lit up several square meters of space around Zhao Chen. Good thing, there's a cave here. Otherwise, we'd probably be dead outside. Zhao Chen looked at the weary Song Chen. Though clad in custom military gear, he was covered in dust after the shuttle's rough landing. We need to contact the Star Alliance. Hiding here won't work. If we don't escape in time, they will find us, whether by sending scouting robots or direct firepower strike, something we can't handle. For the latter, it might take them some time to prepare. Song Chen, now calm, spoke. Plus, the enemy's interstellar warships will arrive shortly. When that happens, we'll truly be trapped. How can you be sure of all this? Zhao Chen asked curiously. Song Chen glanced at Zhao Chen. Typically, he didn't explain so much to his subordinates. But considering Zhao Chen had saved him earlier, he explained, before our Black Rose No-1 ship crashed, we discovered an enemy universe space station within this star system. There are no large spaceports or facilities here. This implies that we're in enemy space, but in a relatively remote location. They only have basic space stations and such facilities here. The pursuing shuttles have been dispatched from the neighboring planet. There are also several T-3 class interstellar warships hovering outside the atmosphere. After hearing Song Chen's explanation, Zhao Chen finally understood why so many aircraft had appeared later. It seems they had stumbled into the enemy's den. Yet, that was still a stroke of luck. The wormhole the enemy had created was entirely random. No one knew where they would end up after crossing it. They might have died in the spatial turbulence. Being thrown here, they were indeed lucky. However, their current situation was undoubtedly grim. Initially planning to hide here for a while, Zhao Chen realized that with this jinx around, he had no chance of hiding. Then, Zhao Chen began, but Song Chen interrupted. From now on, we need to race against time. At the very least, we must send out a distress signal before the enemy's reinforcements arrive. Before the Black Rose 1 crashed, I downloaded surface data for this planet. It's a habitable planet, not particularly advanced or wealthy, but it does have a significant native population. The enemy's regime in this universe has also established basic technological facilities here, including communication stations. We need to find other survivors and form a team. Within the shortest possible time, we must capture that communication station and send out our intel. After hearing Song Chen's plan, everything sounded logical. But Zhao Chen questioned, "But this is the enemy's universe. How can you be certain that the communication can transmit across universes back to the Star Alliance?" Song Chen looked at Zhao Chen calmly and replied, "Just because we're in someone else's universe, does that mean we don't have our own people here?" Chapter 1301. Your plan can be changed according to the plan set by Song Chen. First, find a way to contact the surviving Star Alliance warriors on this planet. Since they were lucky enough to survive, others should be able to as well. However, there's a certain risk involved. They currently only have communication software on handheld terminals, which can easily be intercepted or detected by enemies. Once activated, there is a possibility of being located by the enemy. So, the risk is not small. If this step can be successfully completed, it will involve gathering a group of Star Alliance warriors, heading towards the nearest surface communication-related building, seizing it in the shortest time possible, and sending a distress signal to the undercover agents hidden in the enemy universe for help. These undercover agents will then relay this important information back to the Star Alliance universe. The entire plan seems simple, but it is full of risks. Any slight mistake could result in Zhao Chen and Song Chen being buried here. When do we act? The enemy knows we are hiding here, and they will definitely dispatch search teams to this area within the shortest time. They might even directly bombard this area with firepower, Zhao Chen reminded Song Chen. Wait a moment. Song Chen walked towards a dim corner, doing something unknown. Zhao Chen crossed his arms, looking around. At the same time, he checked what was in the emergency backpack. It contained emergency food for one person for 3 months, as well as some outdoor survival equipment, such as tents, heating, insulation, etc. 3 medical syringes, a laser gun, and 3 energy cartridges. A signal transmitter, primarily used to attract attention in case of disappearance, so search teams can locate the user. However, using it now would undoubtedly make them a target. There was also a miniature disposable individual star shield, which can be considered a small-scale star shield technology defense device. After Zhao Chen finished checking these items, he saw Song Chen return with a strange expression. What happened? Zhao Chen inquired. Nothing. Song Chen also looked at the displayed items. Zhao Chen handed the laser gun to Song Chen, saying, "Take this laser gun and cartridges." What about you? Song Chen received the laser gun. I'll use this. Zhao Chen patted the hilt of his lightsaber on his waist. At the same time, Zhao Chen also noticed 3 different lightsaber hilt handles on Song Chen's waist. The 3 handles had different colors and shapes, likely custom-made by Song Chen. I'll go ahead later, and I'll carry the single soldier star shield device. Zhao Chen pointed to the individual star shield. Okay, Song Chen nodded. Soon, these equipment were distributed. Zhao Chen continued to carry the survival supplies. Shall we leave now? Zhao Chen asked Song Chen, scanning him. In fact, he sensed that Song Chen was holding back something. For instance, he could easily hand over the single soldier star shield device, suggesting he probably had similar equipment on him. Otherwise, in such a critical moment, how could he not equip himself with a life-saving device? Yes, let's decide the direction to set off now. Song Chen opened his handheld terminal, projecting a simple planetary map showing their current location. We are currently underground, and using our communication devices here might not be smooth. So, we need to get out first, Song Chen said. At this moment, Zhao Chen suddenly spoke up. Actually, I think your plan can be modified partially. Song Chen looked somewhat surprised at Zhao Chen. Among his subordinates, it was rare for someone to propose modifications after he made a plan. And from the time they met until now, Song Chen could clearly feel that Zhao Chen didn't show much reverence towards him. Instead, it felt like he was facing an ordinary person. However, in the current situation, Song Chen didn't have time to dig into this issue. Tell me your thoughts, Song Chen said. Zhao Chen elaborated on his ideas. Song Chen's eyes lit up, but he looked at Zhao Chen with some concern. Are you confident? Not 100%, but 90% is there. How about you? Any issues on your side? Zhao Chen retorted. This stirred up Song Chen's competitiveness, and he coldly snorted, I hope you can complete your mission on time. Zhao Chen smirked confidently. Following this, they proceeded to refine the detailed plan, such as where to exit, which was crucial. Scratching sound at this moment. Zhao Chen heard a scratching sound. "It's a scout robot," Zhao Chen reminded, then signaled everyone to be quiet. "Follow me." Zhao Chen gestured to Song Chen through sign language. Song Chen nodded. The two of them began to move through the rocky caves, moving like ghosts, carefully avoiding the search robots approaching. Eventually, they found a cave opening on a ridge. Zhao Chen and Song Chen cautiously peered out. It was a location on a mountain ridge, a distance away from the valley where the escape shuttle had crashed earlier. Overhead, there were a dozen or so enemy aircraft actively searching back and forth, with barely any Star Alliance aircraft in sight. At the same time, in the atmosphere, a Class T3 interstellar battleship was slowly entering the atmosphere. It seems that if they can't find us, they will indeed use the interstellar battleship to directly bombard this area. Zhao Chen looked up, observing the battleship aimed at the valley with its cannons. "Let's proceed with the first step of the plan," Song Chen said to Zhao Chen solemnly. "I'll confirm with you once again. You are really sure there are no issues?" Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly, "My leader, take care of your own safety. Otherwise, even if I return alive, I'll end up in a military court." Hearing the banter in Zhao Chen's words, Song Chen didn't pay much attention at the time. Afterwards, the two of them parted ways. Song Chen stealthily lurked among the rocks, eventually reaching a suitable location. From his pocket, he took out a handheld terminal, which belonged to Zhao Chen. He operated Zhao Chen's handheld terminal, setting a scheduled process to send a communication message here in 10 minutes, summoning the surviving Star Alliance members. After setting this up, Song Chen quickly withdrew. In about 10 minutes, he arrived at the agreed-upon location on the ridge. Here, an enemy shuttle was hovering, occasionally surveying the surroundings as if acting as a sentry post. Song Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Had Zhao Chen's plan failed? Chapter 1302, A Colonel. But at this moment, the belly of the shuttle slowly opened a hole, just big enough for one person to enter. Song Chen glanced around, a few flips and a leap, swift as a fleeing rabbit. In the blink of an eye, he entered the shuttle. Standing in the cockpit, Song Chen could smell the scent of blood. Inside the cabin were several corpses with fresh blood not yet dried. Each body had only one wound, almost always fatal. Song Chen looked towards the pilot's position, where a figure stood. According to the plan, the real coordinates have already been sent out. Zhao Chen turned to look at Song Chen beside him. Song Chen sat next to Zhao Chen. "Are you really just a starfighter pilot?" Facing Song Chen's question, Zhao Chen's lips curled slightly, and he calmly said, "At this moment, is this question still important?" Song Chen glanced at Zhao Chen and did not press further. So far, Zhao Chen made some modifications to Song Chen's plan. Originally, using a hand terminal to send messages to inform the surviving Star Alliance members posed a risk of exposure. Instead, Zhao Chen came up with a diversion. It appeared that he was using the hand terminal to contact the surviving Star Alliance members, but in reality, it was just a facade. The actual plan was for Zhao Chen to ambush an enemy shuttle during this period, then use the enemy's communication channel to send out an encrypted message. Though this might reduce the number of Star Alliance survivors who receive the message for the sake of mission secrecy, it was the safest method. To rally more people, I have arranged 3 assembly points on the surface of this planet, Zhao Chen said as a mission prompt appeared in front of him. The content was simple. A suspected enemy communication frequency was discovered at a coordinate outside a certain valley, and all shuttles in the area were to investigate immediately. This was where Song Chen had left the hand terminal earlier. "Shall we head there directly?" Song Chen, without realizing it, had already begun seeking Zhao Chen's opinion. "Not yet. If we hastily depart now, it might raise suspicions among the enemy. Let's carry out this mission first and seek opportunities later." Zhao Chen obeyed the orders from the enemy and piloted the shuttle towards that coordinate. In the sky above the coordinates, several shuttles were already hovering with soldiers descending, but except for a hand terminal, no one was found. Consequently, the command was modified to expand the search area surrounding that location. Zhao Chen received a search direction, which happened to be one of the 3 assembly points. "Let's go." "Next, we shall proceed with our second phase," Zhao Chen, flying the shuttle leisurely, said. After a while, the shuttle stopped above a dense forest. Due to the thick green vegetation, it was hard to see if anyone was below. A soldier in enemy uniform jumped out of the shuttle and landed in the forest. "Come out," he called out. With no response, the soldier finally took off his helmet, revealing he was familiar with Song Chen. Soon, other Star Alliance survivor soldiers appeared, addressing Song Chen either as the leader or expressing relief at his safety. In the end, they boarded the shuttle, realizing it was indeed theirs. Zhao Chen glanced back. About 15 people boarded, making the shuttle somewhat crowded. Fortunately, the shuttle could accommodate up to 30 people, so squeezing in a few more shouldn't be a problem. "Colonel Luo, you're in charge of assessing everyone's condition and the weapons they carry, forming a temporary combat team," Song Chen instructed. After a quick assessment, it was reported that all except one soldier with a shattered left arm could engage in combat. The weaponry mainly consisted of light arms, energy swords, laser guns, and a few high-explosive grenades. Hearing this, Song Chen frowned. There were no heavy weapons, an essential need for their next phase. However, there were still two more groups to join later on, hopefully bringing heavy arms. 15 minutes later, the shuttle grew more crowded, and everyone stood as there was barely room to move. With 3 combat teams, we have a total of 38 people, all armed with light weapons, Song Chen frowned. He accessed the next mission target, a communication station in a city on the planet, guarded by nearly 1,000 ground soldiers and some armored units. Controlling the station, transmitting messages, and planning a retreat seemed daunting, especially with enemy T3 interstellar battleships above them, capable of reaching and firing within minutes. "Leader, you can't stay on this planet. I suggest our team take on this mission while you stay in a safe place, awaiting reinforcements," Colonel Luo proposed, with the other team leaders concurring. "Are you suggesting I cowardly abandon the mission?" Song Chen's stare silenced them all. As he studied the map of the city, an audacious plan formed in his mind, a risky plan that reminded him of Zhao Chen, the man piloting the shuttle. "Zhao Chen, I have a plan." Song Chen sat beside Zhao Chen. As the 3 team leaders behind them looked on in astonishment, the colonel and the simple pilot discussed their battle strategy. Chapter 1303, listening to Song Chen's plan for a 100-meter skydiving. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment. "All right, but I'll choose the manpower myself," Zhao Chen said. "Fine," Song Chen nodded. "I need the personal information of all of them," Zhao Chen added. Song Chen looked at the 3 team leaders behind him. "Retrieve the personal information of each of your team members and give it to Zhao Chen, quickly. Time is crucial now. Capturing this shuttle could be exposed at any moment." Though the 3 team leaders were puzzled, they quickly presented all the team data to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen glanced over and tapped a few names. "These few will come with me," Zhao Chen said. Song Chen also glanced and directly named Zhao Ya, Shen Jiangji, Zhang Wen's, Wu Zhenyu, Liu Heidong. Among them, Zhao Ya was still one of the team leaders, with a military rank higher than Zhao Chen, a colonel. "Those called out, step forward," Song Chen said sullenly. All 5 of them stood up. Zhao Ya hesitated for a moment, but still stood in front of Song Chen. "Who among you can pilot the shuttle?" Zhao Chen asked the others sitting in the cockpit. "I can," one person raised their hand. "You take over, maintain this course, and fly steadily." Zhao Chen vacated his seat and let this person take control. This way, Zhao Chen freed up his hands to focus on the 5 people in front of him. These 5 were not chosen randomly by Zhao Chen. They were carefully selected because Zhao Chen knew the upcoming mission was very important. Even Zhao Chen wasn't fully confident, he needed cooperation from companions. "All of you 5 will now obey Zhao Chen as if he were me." "Understood." As soon as Song Chen spoke, he gave Zhao Chen a significant position of authority. This surprised everyone present. How could a mere colonel wield such authority? At this moment, Zhao Chen interrupted Song Chen, staring sharply at the 5 people in front of him. "The next mission will involve great risks. In fact, all 5 of you may sacrifice yourselves in this mission. So, whether you want to participate in this mission is entirely up to you. You can withdraw now, and I won't stop you. I can't make any promises. The only promise I can offer is that, upon returning, if you sacrifice yourselves, you will receive the highest level of compensation." Zhao Chen finished, looking at Song Chen. The implication in his eyes was clear. Song Chen rolled his eyes at Zhao Chen, though he had no objections to the arrangement. "Yes, not just you. All of you here. If anyone sacrifices themselves in the coming actions, as long as I return, I will ensure the highest level of compensation for each sacrificed person in the name of the Alliance leader." Hearing Song Chen's words, everyone present was shocked. This meant that even in death, at least their families would be well taken care of in the future. "I am willing to participate in this mission." Colonel Zhao Ya was the first to step forward as a model. The other four also agreed. Given the current situation, things were already dire. If these plans failed, they would die here as well. If they survived by being opportunistic and Song Chen died, they would have a bleak future upon their return. It was better to seize an opportunity now. Zhao Chen looked at these 5 people, picked for a simple reason: they all had practical experience in ground warfare. Many others were primarily stellar officers, skilled in operating starships but lacked real-world combat experience. Zhao Ya, in particular, was once a captain in a stellar ground force, earning his way to the bridge through actual military achievements. Give each of them a simple set of armor, 2 laser guns, 10 energy clips, and 5 grenades, Zhao Chen instructed. This arrangement meant that a third of their weapons and ammunition was under Zhao Chen's control with these 5 people. "If you are proficient with lightsabers, choose the quantity you need," Zhao Chen added. There were no individual exoskeleton battle armor sets here, but some basic armor was available. The 5 quickly suited up. At this point, Song Chen handed a red-handled lightsaber hilt to Zhao Chen. Surprised, Zhao Chen looked at Song Chen, who explained, "This is a specially made lightsaber that requires minimal mental effort to wield the strongest power. Since you are skilled with lightsabers, take this." Zhao Chen accepted without hesitation. Having additional combat power at this time would make his plan smoother. "Take note, follow the plan," Zhao Chen said to Song Chen. Song Chen nodded. "Understood." Shortly after, the shuttle flew quietly to a corner of the target city, as instructed. Since it was a friendly shuttle, the city garrison did not suspect anything and only inquired. Zhao Chen commanded the pilot to resume operations and search for Alliance deserters in the area, according to orders. Upon receiving this directive, the city's garrison did not question further. "We are over the target area. Below is the enemy mecha unit's base," the pilot reported. "Shall we land?" "Don't land. It will only raise suspicion. Fly to a position 50 meters above the ground. We will skydive directly down," Zhao Chen said. "Skydive? From a 100-meter height? We don't have parachutes." One of the 5 concerned soldiers spoke up. Another fully armored soldier furrowed his brow. "We don't have exoskeleton battle armor, only basic protective gear. Jumping directly from a 100-meter height will result in varying degrees of injury, even fractures. It will obstruct the upcoming combat plans." Zhao Chen frowned and looked at Zhao Ya next to him. "Your background is in stellar ground forces. Is this your capability?" This was Zhao Chen's way of motivating them, a method widely effective amongst men. Zhao Ya looked at the other 4 soldiers and said coldly, "During military school, one of the requirements was to jump 20 meters without gear as a passing requirement. It's now 100 meters, but there are many ways to slow our descent during the skydiving process. Have you all forgotten these tactical skills?" After Zhao Ji's reprimand, the 4 soldiers fell silent, standing obediently at the cockpit entrance. "Open the hatch, prepare to follow my instructions, and skydive together," Zhao Chen ordered. Chapter 1304. The operation begins. The hatch of the shuttle slowly revealed an opening. Below was a cluster of buildings in the city. Only a few streetlights and lighting fixtures were visible. Unconsciously, the sky had already darkened. They had entered the night of this planet. Remember to avoid enemy surveillance equipment and expose our actions as late as possible. Our plan is simple. Within the shortest time possible, infiltrate the enemy's mech warehouse at the base of the mech cores. Zhao Chen pointed to the largest warehouse-like building. But most mechs are equipped with passwords and require identity cards and verification for activation by non-alive personnel, Major Zhao Ya worriedly interjected. "Leave that to me," Zhao Chen said. Major Zhao Ya frowned, about to say something, but was interrupted by Song Chen beside him. "All of you, follow Zhao Chen's command unconditionally within your squad. I won't repeat myself for the 3rd time." Hearing the leader's words, Major Zhao Ya could only hold back his own words. "Try to land in this area, the location at the bottom floor of Building A. Any questions?" Zhao Chen looked at the 5 people. "No problem," they all replied. However, one of them still gulped nervously. After all, they were jumping from 100 meters high. Operation commences. Zhao Chen's voice had just fallen. He led by example and jumped out of the cabin. The 5 others followed suit. The soldiers in the shuttle watched the few people jump out and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Only wearing simple armor equipment without other auxiliary landing devices, jumping like this, it would hurt even if they didn't die. In previous airdrop missions, even wearing individual exoskeleton battle armor, they would need disposable parachute decelerators to ensure a safe landing. In the dark night, Zhao Chen adjusted his descent posture in the air, controlling his fall direction, gradually approaching the high-rise building. At this moment, Zhao Chen's speed was already very fast. With this speed, even Zhao Chen would feel a jolt hitting the ground. Just as Zhao Chen was about to crash into the building, he drew out his light sword, harnessing his mental power. The blade shot out and directly inserted into the building structure. Based on their prior observation, most of the buildings here were made of a material similar to rock. Since they chose a side without glass, it wouldn't cause much of an impact. This sudden action abruptly reduced Zhao Chen's falling speed. But the next second, Zhao Chen retracted his light sword, because if he kept decelerating through friction, the generated light might attract enemy attention. Zhao Chen used this method 3 more times to decelerate himself. Eventually, he successfully reached a position about 10 meters above the ground. However, he didn't land immediately, but looked up at the sky. In the darkness, his eagle-eyed gaze immediately found the shadows of the other 5 people. Zhao Ji's movements went smoothly. Having learned from Zhao Chen, he landed safely. The remaining few people stumbled a bit, but didn't encounter significant problems. However, one person's descent speed was clearly too fast. Perhaps due to extreme nervousness, they couldn't stabilize to activate their light sword. At that speed, landing on the ground, the commotion would be substantial regardless of survival. Zhao Chen's gaze hardened. He forcibly extended his light sword, picking up the soldier as they intersected. Then they landed steadily on the ground. Damn, that's impressive. That colonel, could he be from the Interstellar Marines? But I heard he's a starfighter pilot, an ace at that. Did you see it just now? How the light sword's blade extended to about 10 meters in an instant? Listening to the soldiers' discussions in the shuttle, Song Chen was focused on the person's figure in the dark. Zhao Chen. He had claimed that activating a 40-meter light sword was a coincidence. Extremely discreet. Who are you and how did you end up in my fleet? What are your intentions? By the end of this mission, I will make you explain clearly. Star Alliance leader Song Chen had set his sights on Zhao Chen. Let's go. Carry out the original plan as scheduled. Song Chen looked at the shuttle pilot himself. Yes. The shuttle's hatch closed, and it slowly began flying towards the other end of the city, the location of the interstellar communication tower. It was a crucial point for their mission. Check your gear and condition. Zhao Chen looked at the 5-person team. 1 is fine. 2 is fine. 3, my leg is cramping a bit. Let me take a moment to stretch. 4, let me throw up. 5, gulps I'm fine. Number 5 was the person that Zhao Chen had rescued earlier. If it weren't for Zhao Chen, he might have fallen heavily to the ground. What's wrong with all of you? Weren't you all elite in the Interstellar Marines? Zhao Ye, seeing their current state, felt a bit embarrassed. He was aware of their information. Almost all of these 5 individuals had a glorious history of service in the Interstellar Marines. All right, no more talking. Rest in place for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, prepare to move out. 1 and 2, be vigilant around. Zhao Chen said coldly. Understood. 1 was Zhao Ye, and 2 was another former elite Interstellar Marines squad captain. 3 minutes had passed. They were almost at the other mission location. Zhao Chen looked in the direction of their camp. Within a 300-meter range in that direction was the mech base where the mechs were parked. Their mission was to head there and create a distraction, garnering the attention of the city's garrison and patrolling squads. This would play a crucial role in aiding Song Chen in seizing the communication tower. Since the tower's defense level was high, a direct assault would be challenging to succeed. It required heavy firepower. Song Chen had considered this and turned to the mech base for ideas, but lacked certainty. So, he sought Zhao Chen's opinion. Song Chen's plan was sound, but required a certain individual. Zhao Chen naturally was chosen for this task. He agreed to the operation plan and took charge of its execution. The 3-minute resting time is up. Now, move out as planned. Remember, I won't stop. If anyone is injured or falls behind, I won't wait. Clear. Clear. The team of 5 affirmed, their voices light yet resolute. Prepare to move out. Attract the enemy's attention and seize the enemy mechs. Chapter 1305. Bait. In the dark night, 6 figures moved forward like ghosts in the dark night. Without wearing individual exoskeleton combat armor, their movements were even more discreet. Zhao Ya and the others closely followed behind Zhao Chen. Suddenly, Zhao Chen stopped at a certain location and signaled for everyone to halt. The rest of the squad immediately stopped in their tracks. However, their current position was extremely awkward. There was only a cylindrical device resembling a water tank for cover. If they stayed here for too long, they were at risk of exposure. Zhao Ya wanted to speak, but at that moment, a beam of light shone down the path they were about to take. It was a beam of light from a sentry tower in the distance. Zhao Ya swallowed nervously. If they had continued walking earlier, they would likely have been exposed. Furthermore, the mechanized warehouse was still a considerable distance away. It was very dangerous. Time slowly passed. The beam of light gradually moved away. At this moment, Zhao Chen raised his hand, signaling to continue. Subsequently, Zhao Chen was the first to dart out, lowering his body almost parallel to the ground. His speed was extremely fast. The 5 people behind him had to run in a contorted manner just to keep up with Zhao Chen. They stopped at another location. Zhao Ya was panting, and one soldier behind him was sweating profusely. However, Zhao Chen remained unfazed. It seemed that his running earlier had been effortless for him. Perhaps he was simply waiting for them. Zhao Chen then pointed to the hiding spot they had identified. A soldier immediately understood, taking out a timed bomb and placing it in that spot. They continued to advance. And so it went. They moved forward and stopped intermittently, occasionally leaving small gifts for the garrison at this camp. Finally, Zhao Chen's pace halted. There was only 100 meters left to the mechanized warehouse in the distance. However, within this 100 meters, the lights were on brightly. There were no obstacles. Additionally, on a sentry tower not far away, a machine gun was aimed at this open area. The importance of the mechanized warehouse as a strategic military location was well known to all. Therefore, it was normal to have top-level security measures in place. Zhao Ya swallowed nervously. He knew this 100 meters was the point of no return. There was a high probability that most of them would die before reaching that warehouse. Perhaps only the man in front of them had a chance. Perhaps he had gathered them to act as bait in this operation. Despite knowing these possibilities, they were soldiers, and obedience was their duty. Moreover, Zhao Chen had already secured the highest compensation for them. As soldiers, that was enough. Major Zhao, let us act as bait for this final 100 meters, Zhao Ya spoke up proactively. But Zhao Chen interrupted him, scanning the area with his gaze. In fact, he was already familiar with this mechanized base, having studied it carefully with the help of a star map provided by Song Chen and observations from the shuttle. Zhao Chen had already mapped out a plan in his mind, which is why he had been able to execute each move precisely and evade enemy reconnaissance. We have 2 minutes left. Our preset explosives will detonate soon. At that moment, I will make a run for the mechanized warehouse. Your task is to locate and secure those 3 points. Zhao Chen pointed out a high ground sentry post and to fortified fire points. Approximately a squad of enemy personnel, around 5 individuals, is likely stationed at each of these 3 points. I need the 5 of you to split into 3 teams. While I draw enemy fire, you will stealthily approach these positions and eliminate the enemy combatants. Then provide cover fire for any enemy units attempting to enter the warehouse. Once I am inside, buy me 3 minutes. After Zhao Chen finished explaining, he looked at the 5 individuals. You all were elite Star Marines from the Space Interstellar Fleet. That's why I selected you. This mission should be no problem for you. Now, tell me, can you do it, yes? The 5 of them replied in a determined tone. You can allocate tasks among yourselves. You have 100 seconds left, Zhao Chen said. Before anyone else could speak, Zhao Ya pointed to the highest point, saying, leave that to me. The rest of you, split into 2 groups. I was a member of the Top Star Alliance Marine Squad, carried out 13 boarding operations on starships and 5 planet-based missions. Don't mess with me, kids. Zhao Ya smirked. The other 4, knowing that Zhao Ya had the highest rank among them, had no choice but to divide the tasks honestly. Ultimately, 221 was split into 3 groups, with Zhao Ya leading one team by himself. After I go out, wait 10 seconds before you act. I'll suggest a few routes, but you'll have to overcome the specifics yourselves. Zhao Chen gave one last look at the 5 before turning silently to face the mechanized warehouse across from them. Till we meet again, chuckled Colonel Zhao Ya, patting his comrades on the back. We shall drink together after this. With determination written on their faces, everyone assumed their battle stance. Whether holding laser guns or a combination of laser guns and light sword hilts, each member was skilled in using a lightsaber. The sudden explosion sounds resounded through the mechanized camp. The continuous explosions not only attracted the attention of the garrison, but also disrupted the tranquility of the night in the city. On the other side of the city, above a communication tower, a shuttle hovered in place. Through the porthole, Song Chen saw the fiery explosions. He watched with a solemn expression, knowing that this was the signal for the plan to begin. Zhao Chen had started his operation. Song Chen took a deep breath and looked at the shuttle pilot. You know what to do in 3 minutes. Understood. The pilot responded loudly. Song Chen turned to the soldiers inside the cabin. Everyone, prepare for battle. Yes. Chapter 1306, is this a person? Zhao Ya kept his eyes on Zhao Chen's movements. After the explosion, almost all combat positions in the Mecha camp entered a level 1 alert, with attention focused on the location of the explosion. Just about 10 seconds after the explosion occurred, Zhao Chen moved. He ran forward straight towards the Mecha warehouse. However, Zhao Ya noticed something strange about his speed. It was nowhere near as fast as when he had infiltrated before, and his running posture was also very ordinary. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the surrounding combat posts also noticed this sudden appearance of a person. After a brief moment of confusion, a barrage of bullets rained down towards Zhao Chen. At this moment, Zhao Chen had 2 more things in his hands. 4 smoke grenades. These were the weapons equipment put together by the team earlier. He threw out 4 smoke grenades, immediately causing white smoke to billow out, completely obscuring Zhao Chen's figure. However, the dense bullets were already raining towards the white mist. Watching this, Zhao Ya and the other 5 were filled with fear and apprehension. If it were them, they would probably have been turned into a sieve by now. It's our turn. Zhao Ya swallowed nervously, worried about Zhao Chen. But he did not forget his own mission. As a former ace of the Interstellar Marine Corps, he knew very well that during a mission, regardless of whether teammates died, the original mission had to be carried out unless they received orders from higher-ups. And now, their superior was Zhao Chen. So, their mission. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. 5 people, 3 directions. They began to stealthily move forward. Their movements were not as fast as Zhao Chen's, and they kept looking for cover. With Zhao Chen drawing the enemy fire, the sentries in the camp did not notice the sneaky presence of these 5. As Zhao Ya stealthily infiltrated, whenever he had the chance, he would also glance towards Zhao Chen's direction. Beyond the white smoke, a figure like a phantom had already darted out. The astonishing speed. The barrage of bullets behind couldn't catch up at all. Running as if glued to the ground, that speed of running, even wearing single-soldier exoskeleton battle armor, might not be able to keep up. Is this his full power? Zhao Ya swallowed nervously. But before Zhao Chen was a final barrier, the thick walls of the Mecha warehouse. They were solid, and the location of the gate had 2 squads of combat sentries. To rush in through the main gate would be risking their lives facing the gunfire of 2 machine guns. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chen chose the thickest wall. He took out the red lightsaber that Song Chen had given him earlier. While hugging the ground and holding the hilt of the red lightsaber with his right hand, he started channeling his mental power. The next second, the lightsaber blade appeared. The crimson blade was like flames. As he drew nearer to the Mecha warehouse, Zhao Chen swung the fiery lightsaber from left to right. It directly struck the wall of the Mecha warehouse. A thunderous roar. The warehouse wall, made of special steel and 1 meter thick, cracked as if hit by a starship's main gun. A huge crack appeared, just enough for Zhao Chen to jump right in. In that instant, all the sentries witnessing this were dumbfounded. What just happened? A person, under the fire of at least 5 sentry posts, 5 machine guns, charged out, with that inhuman speed. Not to mention the power of that sword breaking the wall. It was truly unbelievable. Was that really a person just now? One sentry soldier gulped nervously, sweat dripping from his forehead. But there was no reply from his companions. As he turned his head, he only saw his comrade lying in a pool of blood. The next moment, his neck was slashed by a dagger. Of course, that was a person, our opponent. Taking advantage of the enemy's distraction, Zhao Ya stealthily made his way into this tall sentry post and quietly eliminated a squad here. Zhao Ya looked at the thick wall of the breached mecha warehouse and felt nothing but admiration and respect. If it weren't for Zhao Chen's astounding operation, he wouldn't have infiltrated so smoothly. Zhao Ya looked in the other 2 directions. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out from one of the combat sentry positions. Zhao Ya frowned. Could the mission have failed? At this moment, many soldiers from this camp had gathered and were rushing towards the mecha warehouse. They had received news of someone breaking into the warehouse and urgently needed to provide support. Zhao Ya frowned. If one of the 3 combat sentry locations failed, it would greatly impact the cover mission to come. Being in a high position, Zhao Ya immediately understood why Zhao Chen had chosen these 3 locations as targets. Because these 3 locations could form a triangular firepower network around the mecha warehouse. Missing any one of them would create a loophole in this network. At that moment, the machine gun at the sentry position where the gunshots had come from began firing, pouring out a barrage of bullets, hitting the squads rushing towards the mecha warehouse. The enemy soldiers fell one by one in the hail of bullets. These soldiers did not have the ghost-like abilities of Zhao Chen. Seeing this, Zhao Ya breathed a sigh of relief. At another combat sentry post, the firepower was also unleashed. It seemed everyone had succeeded. Zhao Ya immediately picked up a machine gun and started firing towards the enemy gathering below. You bastards! I've been patient with you for a long time, dragging me to this godforsaken place. Do you know that I have a blind date to get back to? Zhao Ya roared. He was not joking. In the original plan, his vacation was just a few days away. He had been arranged to meet a young lady from a small family for matchmaking. As someone who rose from a common family to become a rear admiral in the Star Alliance, marrying into some familial power was undoubtedly his best choice. But all of this was shattered due to the enemy fleet's ambush, that damned impulsiveness, and this godforsaken planet, now in ruins. At this moment, Zhao Ya was unabashedly venting his anger. Meanwhile, on the other end, a shuttle that had been hovering in the air suddenly dove straight down, plunging towards the top of the communication tower. The forward gun of the shuttle kept firing, destroying the only firepower point on the communication tower. It then hovered above the tower. One by one, soldiers jumped down from the shuttle. Each team, carry out your mission. Take control of this communication tower. We need at least 10 minutes to transmit the information. Song Chen jumped down from the shuttle with these soldiers and stormed into the tower. They fought for hope on their way back. Chapter 1307. Unnamed Draft Mecha Warehouse. A team of soldiers who were originally here arrived at the split opening, but there was no one to be seen. Quick! Find the intruder who sneaked in. Retrieve all the camera footage inside the warehouse and identify this person in the shortest time possible. Discussions were abound within the team. The team leader frowned, looking at the communication window in front of him. What are you saying? None of the surveillance cameras in the warehouse have captured the intruder? That's correct. When the warehouse wall was initially breached, it stirred up a lot of dust, making it impossible to see if the person entered. Now, every camera angle captured does not show this person. The people in the central control room of the Mecha warehouse anxiously watched every surveillance screen, yet they indeed did not see the infiltrator. How is this possible? That guy is inside the warehouse right now. He has taken such a risk to infiltrate our Mecha warehouse. There must be some dangerous motive. He must be found in the shortest time. Thermal imaging. Use thermal imaging. I refuse to believe that he can evade thermal imaging scans. The team leader commanded. The Mecha warehouse here only has surveillance equipment and is not equipped with thermal imaging. The person on the other end replied helplessly. Upon hearing this response, the team leader felt like he was hitting cotton with his fist. He fell silent for a moment. Then he said, "I will arrange for personnel to continue searching for the intruder inside the warehouse. You continue to monitor all surveillance screens and immediately inform me if you notice anything suspicious. I refuse to believe that this guy can hide in this place without us finding him. Yes? All team members, listen up. Group 331, spread out. If you spot anyone suspicious, shoot immediately to alert. Yes." Over 100 people were divided into more than 30 small groups, dispersing to search for the infiltrator in the warehouse. However, no matter how hard they searched, they found no trace. The people in front of the surveillance screens were sweating profusely, but still had not spotted anyone suspicious. Damn! The warehouse is large, but how is it possible not to find this infiltrator under such an intensive search? Where could he possibly be? At this moment, in a conspicuous position within the warehouse, there was a mecha parked, a T for combat mech. It was the only T for combat mech in this location. Only a few high-ranking officials in the city had the authority to pilot it. Others who wanted to enter during maintenance needed permission. So, no one thought that the person they were looking for was actually hiding inside this T for mecha. Zhao Chen crawled slowly to the pilot cabin of the mech through a duct. This was the first time he had seen this mecha in reality. However, during the pre-battle rest, Zhao Chen had gone through all battle data, including both sides' active interstellar mecha and combat mecha. This T4 combat mech was among them. It was named the Long Spear Brigade Medium Combat Mech, belonging to a land-based combat type. It was not a standard mech, but an elite produced in small quantities with a lot of T3 level technological advancements. Its combat power could reach T4 level. In terms of planetary security, compared to interstellar warships, combat mecha often played a more significant role. Therefore, this T4 Long Spear Brigade Medium Combat Mech could be considered the flagship mecha in the city's mecha forces. After seeing some data about this mecha, Zhao Chen almost knew most of its performance and technologies. Even without permission, he managed to sneak in unnoticed within a few seconds. Next, his task was to activate this mecha. Zhao Chen sat in the pilot cabin and clicked on the start button. Some of the electronic functions in the mecha were activated, but it was still dark inside, making the interior invisible from outside, silent as before. "Please enter authorization command." An electronic sound echoed in front of Zhao Chen. Naturally, he did not have authorization. Zhao Chen's lips curved slightly upward. He raised his hand, and a virtual keyboard appeared in front of him. Then his fingers began to swiftly move across the keyboard. The pop-up code in the frame, saying "Please enter authorization command," gradually became blurry. A minute passed. According to Zhao Chen's agreement, after entering the mecha warehouse, he was supposed to buy 3 minutes of time, and 2 minutes had already passed. Zhao Chen did not know the current situation outside, but he could at least deduce that fighting was still ongoing. He could vaguely hear footsteps inside the warehouse, those of people still searching for him. The footsteps were there, but not increasing, indicating that the enemy outside was still being held back by Zhao Ye and others. Authorization input complete. The entire control interface of the mecha in front of Zhao Chen lit up at that moment. The mecha's engines and power systems began to operate. "It's our turn to strike back." Zhao Chen crossed his hands, stretching his arms, then sat in the pilot cabin. Kazi, a soldier searching in the mecha warehouse, suddenly heard a sound and looked in the direction it came from. He didn't spot anyone, but soon noticed something amiss. It was the T for Long Spear Brigade Medium Combat Mech parked there. A light appeared on its head, indicating it had been activated. Subsequently, a machine gun on its chest raised up. "Damn! The Long Spear is activated!" the soldier exclaimed. At that moment, everyone noticed the Long Spear Medium Combat Mech. Gunfire rang out. Bullets rained down in curtains from the machine gun, sweeping through the area. Those who were hunting Zhao Chen now became the hunted ones. Hit by the machine gun, they fell directly into pools of blood, splattering everywhere. The parked mecha were destroyed one by one. The warehouse was filled with slaughter. Damn! How can he operate the Long Spear? The team leader collapsed, running towards the main gate. Hidden here, there was only a fate of massacre. He couldn't understand why that man could pilot the permission-required Long Spear. His only thought now was to escape. He was about to run out through the main gate. However, the next second, the gunfire shattered his body. All that remained was a pool of flesh and blood. Chapter 1307. Long Gunner Mech. Damn it! There are so many people here. Gunshots rang out next to Zhao Ye as he had to hide behind cover. The enemy's attack was too intense, and he had no chance to peek his head out right now. The enemy's firepower had completely suppressed him. Don't just stand there, provide some fire support. I'm being targeted here. Zhao Ye shouted into the communication device. Now that they had been exposed, the five of them no longer needed to maintain radio silence. The situation in the other two squads communicated through the device was also unfavorable. Major Zhao, wait a moment, all. Finally, a spot freed up in one of the combat outpost locations. But the next moment, with a loud bang, the person on the other end lost their voice. Zhao Ye was stunned, then carefully looked towards the combat outpost location. It was unrecognizable, engulfed in smoke, with everyone and everything inside completely destroyed. Damn it! The enemy is using individual missiles. Another voice from a different combat outpost sounded resentful. Individual missiles. It seemed that the enemy's heavy weapons had arrived to provide support. In this situation, their combat outposts being captured by the enemy was just a matter of time. Their cover could withstand enemy gunfire and even laser beams, but heavy firepower was a different story. Major Zhao, retreat quickly. A self-propelled gun is aiming at you. At that moment, another voice filled with fear came through the communication channel. A self-propelled gun. Zhao Ye seemed to sense something as he turned his head and saw the self-propelled gun aiming at him through an observation point. The dark barrel was already locked onto him. He could almost see the flash of the fired projectile. In that moment, memories of his past flashed through his mind like a passing carriage. Born in a civilian household, but due to his parents' work, he was considered outstanding among civilians, managing to attend the Star Alliance Military Academy. However, lacking the support of a family, he couldn't join the heavily resourced starship category, settling for the lowest tier category of the Interstellar Marines instead. Fortunately, excelling academically in the academy and surviving multiple battles after enlistment earned him military honors. Climbing to the rank of major was the highest possible for a civilian-born individual like him. Originally, he had hoped to marry into a minor noble family after the war to potentially advance further, even if just to the rank of lieutenant general, ensuring his future offspring could grow under his resources without the same struggles he faced. But now, it seemed he would be staying here. Thankfully, over the years, he had set up numerous businesses for his parents and siblings, establishing a comfortable lifestyle for his family. Coupled with the promised benefits from leader Song Chen, it would grant his family a noble-like existence. This way, achieving his goal of joining the military was about 70 to 80% fulfilled. No regrets if he died. As he saw the self-propelled gun firing, indicating the imminent projectile launch towards him, a dense barrage of machine gun fire suddenly resounded. Moments later, an explosion occurred just 10 meters away from Zhao Ji's combat outpost, destroying the self-propelled gun. Zhao Ye was dumbfounded. What was happening? The next moment, he noticed a conspicuous combat mech outside the mech warehouse. As a Star Alliance major, he was familiar with military intelligence in this area. It was a quasi-T for Long Gunner class medium combat mech from the enemy's cosmos. Success! Colonel Zhao Chen succeeded. Zhao Ye could hardly contain his excitement. Recalling Zhao Chen's deployment plan, he had initially found it unbelievable. To capture an enemy combat mech? Leaving aside the requirement for a piloting license for most combat mechs, just obtaining one from the enemy's mech base was incredibly challenging. Yet now, the glaring Long Gunner mech substantiated Colonel Zhao Chen's successful plan. Subsequently, the Long Gunner mech's gun barrels aimed at the self-propelled gun and took it out with a single shot. Though both were mechanical equipments, they were clearly not of the same caliber. With the appearance of the Long Gunner mech, a slaughter unfolded around the mech warehouse. The mech's shoulders extended to gun barrels capable of adjusting 360 and vertically moving within a certain range. These gun barrels ruthlessly fired their munitions, precisely targeting all enemy positions. The carnage resumed. Hit enemy soldiers could not survive even with their individual exoskeleton battle armors. Retreat! Retreat! Report! The enemy has taken our quasi-T for Long Gunner. Requesting support! Requesting support! My leg! My leg! Ah! Watching this scene, Zhao Ya felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. He quickly returned to his position, once again engaging in combat using the visibly heated machine gun. Kill! 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 A minute later, within a radius of 300 meters, there was no trace of any enemies. Finally, the long gunner mech ceased its rotation of the machine gun. Zhao Chen's voice came through the communication devices of Zhao Ya and his team. Report your casualties to me. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's inquiry, Zhao Ya and the others felt a weight in their hearts. However, they responded. Zhang Wen's and Wu Zhenyu fought to the death at their combat outposts, hit by enemy individual missiles, and sacrificed. Shen Jiangji was hit by 2 projectiles, but his vital organs were unharmed. After administering medical agents, the situation was brought under control. This report received no change in Zhao Chen's expression. With a total of 6 members in their squad, including him, 2 dead and 1 seriously injured was already an outstanding outcome. Search the area for any armored vehicles. Gather at my location within 30 seconds. Zhao Chen ordered. Understood. If time permits, retrieve the bodies of Zhang Wen's and Wu Zhenyu. If found, Zhao Ji's body shook, holding back tears. Understood. Next, Zhao Chen looked towards the communication tower at the other end of the city. He contacted Leader Song Chen. Leader Song, my mission here is complete. How are things on your side? Zhao Chen inquired directly. From Song Chen's end, sounds of battle mingled with chaos were audible. The situation here is dire. We infiltrated from the top of the communication tower, but quickly encountered heavy enemy resistance on the 100th floor. We're currently unable to break through. Song Chen sounded extremely anxious. Have everyone retreat to the 110th floor within 30 seconds. Cover your ears. Zhao Chen instructed. Song Chen was momentarily bewildered at the command, but received no reply from Zhao Chen. Operating the long gunner mech, Zhao Chen initiated the next phase of the operation. During the planning of this mission, he had some understanding of the enemy's communication tower. Pre-war intelligence mentioned a challenging area in the middle of this particular tower, although not emphasized due to its perceived insignificance. Aware of this, Zhao Chen had an alternative plan in place besides drawing attention to the mech forces. From the long gunner mech emerged a voice, along with a long gun firing out. Grasping the gun tightly, the long gunner mech bent, pushing all its power to the limit. Chapter 1308 Moonlit Long Spear. Zhao Ya looked over at this moment. Under the moonlight, the mech that was only at the quasi-T4 level seemed to be emitting a certain kind of light. Its whole steel body was poised in a throwing motion. The next second, accompanied by a sound of air breaking, a whirlwind rose, blowing Zhao Ya into temporary confusion. In the distance, there suddenly came a loud noise. Zhao Ya squinted, enduring discomfort, and looked towards the other end of the city. There stood a communication tower. At this moment, this communication tower looked very unique. In the middle of the tower, a large hole had been blasted open, as if something had pierced through it. Zhao Ya gasped. If he remembered correctly, their leader should also be in that communication tower. At this moment, Zhao Chen's voice came through their communication channel. How's the situation over there? For a while, there was only swearing in response. Zhao Chen, there was no such segment in the previous plan. Song Chen lowered his head and, through the cracks in the floor, could see the devastated area below. It was a stronghold of the enemy and a territory they had previously failed to capture. But at this moment, this area had completely vanished. The suddenness of the situation was startling. If that attack just now had slightly veered upwards, they would have paid a heavy price here, and even he himself could have ended up buried here. Anyone dead? Zhao Chen coldly inquired. Song Chen checked with each squad. The answer received was that there were no casualties, but some people might have been injured due to the sudden shock earlier. Since no one's dead and the path is clear, what's the problem then? Zhao Chen stated casually, "You." Song Chen found himself at a loss dealing with this man several times before. He wanted to reprimand Zhao Chen but refrained, as the communication channel was being monitored by many. He had to suppress this impulse. Continue with the operation. We'll come to support from our end. Stay in touch, Zhao Chen said coolly. Okay, Song Chen replied. Leader, isn't Zhao Chen too reckless with that attack just now, especially when the leader was there? An officer nearby couldn't help but criticize. "I didn't say anything. What are you fussing about here?" Song Chen glared irritably at the man before looking down at the area cleared up below. "Order all squads to continue downwards immediately. The enemy's central communication control room is situated around the 70-80th floor. The final obstacle blocking our path has been cleared. We must capture it before the enemy destroys the communication equipment," Song Chen stated coldly. He then gave a mighty kick to the remaining floor below. Below was the gaping hole. They needed to quickly pass through this space using ropes or other means, with ropes being the simplest. After a few individuals swiftly went across and secured the ropes, Song Chen began to slide down as well. During the process, he looked towards the direction of the city's mech force base. He could see the fire and smoke filling the sky over there. It was hard to imagine how Zhao Chen, with just 6 people, managed to create such chaos and provide precise support from such a distance. Who was that man, so extraordinary? Colonel Zhao. Was that attack just now to rash? After all, the leader was there. Zhao Ya drove an armored vehicle to beneath Zhao Chen's Quasi-T for long-range gunner medium mech, still feeling somewhat unsettled by Zhao Chen's attack earlier. The result was good, and given the situation then, they lacked heavy firepower. There was no way they could break through the 100 floors of armed defense in a short time. Instead of letting them deplete their forces there, it was better to take a risk. Plus, I was 70 to 80% confident, Zhao Chen responded nonchalantly. 70 to 80%. Zhao Ya didn't know where Zhao Chen's confidence came from, but at least the results corresponded to his words. "Are we ready?" Zhao Chen inquired. "We found an armored vehicle equipped with a machine gun for miniature missiles and collected some firearms like guns and grenades," Zhao Ya replied. "Then let's go. I'll clear the way ahead, you follow behind. If we encounter a fight, take care of yourselves first," Zhao Chen said casually. Understood. Despite Zhao Chen's sometimes risky and brutal fighting style, Zhao Ya and the others fully obeyed Zhao Chen's orders now. Even if they were given a suicidal command, they would carry it out without hesitation. Perhaps this was a trust forged in life and death situations. On their way to the communication tower, Zhao Chen and the others did not face significant obstruction. After all, there weren't many troops stationed in the city to begin with. When the battle began, a large number of troops assembled at the mech force base and were subsequently slaughtered by Zhao Chen's controlled long-range gunners. The remaining units probably had received orders to defend the communication tower and request reinforcements. So, along the way, they saw only a few soldiers. Zhao Chen raised his head and looked up at the sky. The threats in this city might have vanished, but the real danger had yet to come, the enemy's interstellar warships. Beyond the atmosphere, he was unsure. He didn't know if the enemy dared to conduct orbital bombardment directly on their city. Every civilization had its way of handling situations. In the Star Alliance, for example, they ordered orbital bombardment directly due to extraterrestrial invasion. However, in this unknown universe, their people might not allow such an occurrence. Moreover, the threat they faced from the aliens was on a completely different level. Yet, Zhao Chen himself had seen a T3 class interstellar warship within the atmosphere. Even a T3 class interstellar warship on this planet was powerful enough to wipe out everything. However, there were undoubtedly means of countermeasure. That was why Zhao Chen agreed to go to the mech force base and pick the most challenging Quasi-T for long-range gunner medium mech. The task of this spoils of war was far from over. At that moment, Song Chen's voice came through the communication channel. "We've breached the enemy's communication headquarters. Our technicians have damaged some equipment inside. Currently, our technical team is inspecting to see if normal communication can be established." Zhao Chen remained silent. This situation was within his expectations. They could only pray for luck to be on their side. Chapter 1309. Half a minute after guarding the communications tower, Zhao Chen received a reply. Although the communications equipment is damaged and unable to conduct high-frequency long-distance quantum communication, there's no problem within several star domains, said Song Chen, which relieved Zhao Chen. As for the narrowing of this range, from Song Chen's tone, it was likely that they had their spies arranged within this universe in this range. However, the communication equipment here is somewhat outdated. Communication transmission will take some time, and we also need to encrypt. So, "It will take approximately 20 minutes, said Song Chen with a very somber tone. It was evident that even she was aware of how long these 20 minutes were at the present moment. On this planet, the news of their attack here must have already spread. It was unknown how many enemies were rushing to their location. Zhao Chen set a 20-minute countdown on his side. "I understand, 20 minutes. I don't want to work overtime," Zhao Chen said lightly. Hearing Zhao Chen's tone, it seemed as if he had a plan. "Are you sure?" "Within 20 minutes, I'm sure. Beyond 20 minutes, I won't work overtime," Zhao Chen replied. At this moment, this guy still had time to joke around with her. Song Chen took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Just 20 minutes. In these 20 minutes, you can command all our personnel here." "To be precise, it's now 19 minutes and 22 seconds, Zhao Chen responded. Zhao Chen didn't say more. He didn't immediately give orders to Song Chen's side because he knew they didn't have many personnel left there. Originally over 30 people, after the battle at the communications tower, it was estimated that only half of them were still combat ready. "Colonel Zhao, what should we do next?" "The enemy will definitely dispatch a large number of shuttles and even interstellar warships to support. With just our limited firepower, it will be difficult to resist. If only we had deployed a few matches earlier," Zhao Ya said somewhat regretfully. In reality, there was a bit of envy in him. Now Zhao Chen was able to pilot a mecha. Piloting one was definitely better than his current ordinary armored vehicle. "Your resumes lack the ability to pilot combat mechas. Having you pilot those big machines will only make you target practice," Zhao Chen said bluntly. Zhao Ya felt somewhat embarrassed, but what Zhao Chen said was indeed true. Piloting mechas required specialized training, and their understanding of combat mechas was limited. Some might be able to operate training mechas to move, but true combat was a different story, especially against the enemy space combat mechas, which they were unfamiliar with. Thinking about this, Zhao Ji's admiration for Zhao Chen's abilities grew, along with his curiosity. Who was Zhao Chen, really? Wasn't he just a colonel? Initially, Zhao Ya couldn't accept Zhao Chen, who seemed so young, being just a colonel, but now he felt the title of colonel was insufficient for such a person. "Can we withstand the enemy's attack?" "It depends on whether the enemy cooperates with us or not," Zhao Chen said coldly. "Huh?" Zhao Ya didn't understand Zhao Chen's meaning. At this moment, Zhao Chen was commanding a T for Long Spearman class medium-sized combat mecha and had already arrived beneath the communications tower. There were still many enemy forces here, but under the assault of the Long Spearman mecha, these soldiers couldn't escape their fate of being slaughtered. There should still be enemy soldiers inside the communications tower. "You all stay here and defend, using the weapons you've scavenged, and this armored vehicle. It shouldn't be a problem, right?" Zhao Chen asked Zhao Ya. "No problem," Zhao Ya responded. Then he promptly asked, "What are you going to do?" "Wait," Zhao Chen replied with an unexpected word. Then, Zhao Chen, controlling the Long Spearman mecha, began climbing the external wall of the communications tower. Despite being a cumbersome mecha, under Zhao Chen's control, it moved as smoothly as an ordinary rock climber. As it ascended the wall, Zhao Ya looked up, watching the Long Spearman mecha shrink in size and marveled at Zhao Chen's skills. This was akin to a monster, able to pilot both ground and space combat craft, showcasing ace-level abilities. And in terms of physical attributes, he was terrifyingly strong, making Zhao Ya, a former member of the Space Marine Corps, feel inferior. If Zhao Chen could command an interstellar warship, wouldn't he be a versatile talent? Zhao Ya dared not imagine. Thump, thump, thump. In the control room of the communications tower, everyone felt a seismic-like disturbance. What's happening? Where is the commotion coming from? Song Chen was puzzled. At that moment, someone outside shouted, "Report, there's a mecha climbing the exterior wall of the communications tower. It seems to be Colonel Zhao Chen's Long Spearman," someone exclaimed. Hearing this, Song Chen immediately walked to a broken window, disregarding the height of 100 meters, and leaned out to look below. His pupils dilated, finding it hard to believe. That was indeed a mecha climbing the exterior wall of the communications tower like a spider. Soon, the mecha arrived at their floor and continued climbing upward. Song Chen couldn't help but ask on the communication channel, "Zhao Chen, what are you planning to do?" "I'm just completing my mission," Zhao Chen responded calmly. Completing the mission? Climbing a tall building with a mecha to complete a mission. Not good. The enemy's interstellar warship is approaching. Someone shouted. A soldier responsible for observation pointed to a small dot in the distance, growing larger by the second. Song Chen's expression turned grim. It was the enemy's T-3 interstellar warship. He recognized the model. In the interstellar battlefield, it was like cannon fodder. The T-3 Fox Hunter medium interstellar destroyer. But here, for them, it was like facing a boss-level entity. At this distance, in about 3 minutes, the enemy's weapons can lock onto us. As long as they wish, the weapons on the warship can easily destroy this communications tower we're in. And if they wanted to destroy this city, it'd be a piece of cake. Song Chen's mood hit rock bottom. The interstellar warship was an utterly despair-inducing weapon in this era. There was nothing quite like it. Chapter 1310. Song Chen's speculation happened at this moment. A video communication window directly projected in front of the communication tower. It was estimated that there were enemy soldiers hidden in the surrounding buildings. The enemy soldiers, following orders, projected this image along with sound. Leader of the Star Alliance Cosmos, I know you are here. Our king has said, as long as you are willing to surrender, I can ensure the safety of you and your soldiers. Your struggle here now is in vain. With just one shot from my starship cannon, I can destroy the communication tower. For yourself, for your cosmos, give up resistance. Listening to the surrender offer from the other side, Song Chen remained unfazed. He looked behind at the communication information still being transmitted. Ignore them. Keep transmitting. Yes. Song Chen coldly stared at the approaching starship. Perhaps he had the idea of capturing someone alive. Stay here. Whatever happens, ensure the transmission of this information. After saying so, Song Chen directly jumped out from the shattered window. Sir. Several soldiers exclaimed. But the next moment, a rope shot out, grabbing onto the outer wall of the communication tower, rapidly pulling Song Chen up. At this moment, the long spear infantry mech was positioned at the top of the communication tower, towering like a giant, waiting for the approaching starship in the distance. Zhao Chen, who was waiting for the starship to come closer, heard a sound. Soon after, he saw a mechanical claw shooting up, grabbing the edge of the rooftop. With a sparse noise, a figure jumped up. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow, looking at the person in front of him. Song Chen, how did you get up here? Zhao Chen asked skeptically. Without using a communication device, Song Chen's voice came directly from the mech speaker. I've guessed your thoughts. If you stay here, you will become the enemy's target. Whereas if I'm here, they won't dare to fire at me while trying to capture me alive. Pointing out, Song Chen had already discovered the starship that had locked onto Zhao Chen's long spear infantry mech at the top of the communication tower. Speaking, with both hands and feet, he swiftly climbed up to the shoulder position of Zhao Chen's mech. Holding onto the mech's head with one hand, he stood on its shoulder. The wind from the tall building blew his clothes, but his posture remained straight and firm. This guy truly exuded the air of a king. Have you thought about it? If you follow me, I won't guarantee your safety, Zhao Chen said. I am the leader of the Star Alliance. Do you think I need a lowly soldier like you to protect me? Song Chen smiled faintly. Zhao Chen didn't reply. However, there are many secrets hidden in you, this Zhao Chen. Are you really the person called Zhao Chen? Song Chen couldn't wait until this mission was over. He asked bluntly. Facing this question, Zhao Chen remained silent. It seems that you are not just a simple Zhao Chen. A person may grow quickly within a short period, but there won't be a radical transformation. Unless he is not from this world at all. Song Chen's words hit Zhao Chen directly. Zhao Chen's heart trembled. Had this guy guessed he had traveled through dimensions? Should I call you Zhao Chen? Or should I address you as a traveler from another world? Song Chen spoke directly. Zhao Chen finally spoke. Aren't you worried that I might just kill you right now? You won't, Song Chen said straightforwardly. You're gambling. It's not gambling. I don't sense any killing intent from you. When I order a full-scale orbital firepower attack on planets invaded by alien species, even my subordinates on the bridge sometimes harbor latent killing intent towards me. But you haven't. So, you won't kill me. Or rather, we are the same kind of people, Song Chen said calmly. We are the same kind of people. Zhao Chen thought to himself. If something like a biological invasion were to happen in his Zhaolong universe, would he resort to such extreme measures? Zhao Chen didn't dwell on it further. Perhaps the answer had always been there, just locked away somewhere. It needed a key to unlock. That key was a scenario, an opportunity. Fortunately, Zhao Chen hadn't encountered this key so far. And yet, Song Chen had. If we are not enemies, I hope that after this battle is over, we can sit down and have an open conversation. Can we? Song Chen turned his head to look at the huge mech's head in front of him, as if he was gazing into the eyes of the person inside the mech. We can, Zhao Chen replied. It was risky, but for a chance to return quickly, Zhao Chen had a hunch that he could find the answers he sought in Song Chen. The starship was getting closer and closer to the communication tower. It seemed Song Chen's guess was right. The enemy seemed determined to capture him alive. That's why they hadn't fired at this medium-sized long spear infantry mech. Instead, they dispatched numerous drones and shuttles to surround it, but no attacks were made. It appears they are indeed planning to capture you, Zhao Chen remarked lightly. Just as we understand them, they understand us. Moreover, they are working with those conservative major families. Naturally, there is no lack of intelligence on me. If they capture me, they can gain access to the technology White Rose military group possesses. Grasping me gives them a chance to acquire this technology, Song Chen said with a self-deprecating smile. Then, he looked at the approaching shuttles and drones. How do you plan to get over there? Song Chen asked. Zhao Chen didn't answer, but the solution was already apparent. Part of the armor on the mech's back and feet fell off, revealing the rocket thrusters installed inside. I'm not a fan of this, feels uncomfortable, Song Chen said, although a smile tugged at his lips. Hold on tight. If you fall off, it's not my problem, Zhao Chen said nonchalantly. Song Chen drew a lightsaber hilt from his waist, igniting a golden lightsaber blade. Gripping the sword with both hands, he plunged the blade directly into the shoulder of the mech. With a confident expression on his face, he said, "Let's go." Inside the cockpit, Zhao Chen activated all the rocket thrusters. It was an equipment attachment of the mech that allowed it to fly in short distances. Flames spewed out from the rocket nozzles, causing a massive vibration that made the whole communication tower seem like it was about to collapse. Subsequently, the long spear infantry mech started running faster and faster. Upon reaching the edge of the high-rise building, it suddenly leapt. Like a projectile, it flew straight towards the approaching starship. Chapter 1311. The sudden appearance of mechs and starships caught everyone off guard, including the captain on the opposing starship. Warning! Enemy mech is approaching our starship. Should we destroy it? The officer asked nervously. The captain asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure the person standing on the mech is the leader of the Star Alliance universe?" Confirmed. Do not use the ship's cannons. Make sure to capture this Star Alliance leader alive. A living enemy leader is more valuable to us than a dead one. Yes. Although the ship's cannons were aimed at the mech, they ultimately did not fire. The rocket thrusters on the feet and back of the long spear-class medium mech started to shrink gradually. As the mech was sent above the starship, the rocket thrusters fell silent. It looks like your face is indeed useful. Almost up to stardust, Zhao Chen lightly laughed. Song Chen did not speak, not because he didn't want to, but it was quite challenging to stabilize himself on the mech's shoulder at such high speeds. Trying to gather enough strength to speak would be even more difficult. Next ... Zhao Chen stared at the starship enveloped in stardust below. Enemy drones and shuttles had surrounded them, but still did not attack. Leave the rest to me. The mech slowed down, and Song Chen finally had a moment to speak. But his words surprised Zhao Chen. What was this guy planning to do? I can't let you steal all the limelight. But don't overdo it. Song Chen unsheathed his own lightsaber and leapt directly from the long spear-class medium mech. The lightsaber in his hand changed from its original color to a blood red hue, emitting terrifying ripples. Clearly, this was no ordinary lightsaber. Zhao Chen understood Song Chen's intent. Utilizing the last of the rocket thruster's energy, he adjusted the mech's position and followed Song Chen's plunge. With Song Chen leading the way, his lightsaber aimed directly at the starship Stardust. At the moment of impact, the stardust in that area shattered like glass. Song Chen, accompanied by the long spear-class medium mech following closely, plunged into the stardust. With a thunderous crash, the mech left a small dent on the starship's armor surface. You really have some guts. Zhao Chen controlled the mech to stand up, looking at Song Chen standing steadily nearby. Song Chen coldly snorted, holding the lightsaber like a swordsman. "Don't waste time. Continue with what you want to do." Song Chen raised his head, looking at the closed stardust, followed by the shuttles and drones outside firing towards them, but the attacks were precise, focusing on the mech rather than Song Chen. "Watch your back." Zhao Chen crouched down, his fists punching the armor surface of the mech one by one. Soon, cracks appeared, but the mech continued to vibrate, with the sound of bullets hitting its body audible. Perhaps the enemy hesitated to use heavy firepower due to Song Chen's presence. However, with a few more thunderous sounds from behind, the lights in the cockpit dimmed. The long spear-class medium mech became motionless. "What's going on?" Song Chen looked puzzled at the mech emitting smoke, but remaining still. Shuttles outside had started deploying the interstellar marines to the surface of the starship. It seemed they were determined to capture them alive. "The mech's circuits are damaged." Zhao Chen kicked open the cockpit shell of the mech and jumped out. This long spear-class medium mech was not particularly outstanding, just a quasi-T for battle mech. After the intense battles and extreme operations performed by Zhao Chen, the various circuit modules had reached their limits. Along with the earlier leap from the rooftop and enduring the firepower from shuttles and drones, the mech malfunctioned right there. "What do we do now?" Song Chen furrowed his brow, looking at the armor of the starship that had only cracked open slightly. It would take a long time to destroy the T3 class interstellar destroyer's armor even with his lightsaber. "Wait." Zhao Chen grabbed the edge of the cracked armor of the starship with both hands. Then, veins popped up on his forehead, and his arms began to swell with blood. "Allah!" Zhao Chen gritted his teeth, roaring like a wild beast, causing even Song Chen's cheeks to sting from the wind generated, despite being a few meters away. Suddenly, something shot out like a cannonball. Although it was a few meters away from Song Chen, the force of the impact made his cheeks ache. What had been thrown hit one of the shuttles attempting to deploy the interstellar marines, resulting in a loud explosion that destroyed the shuttle. Song Chen now saw that it was a piece of the starship's armor that Zhao Chen had forcibly torn off. It revealed the interior of the starship. "Get in there quickly!" Zhao Chen gasped heavily, glaring at the bewildered Song Chen beside him. Okay. Song Chen, though accustomed to challenges, had never encountered a monster capable of tearing off the armor of a T3 interstellar battleship with bare hands. Finding himself in awe, he entered the cabin through the hole, with a laser pointer drawn out in hand to assess the safety of the environment instantly. After the shock wore off, he remembered his responsibilities, an instinct ingrained in him. Zhao Chen then jumped in as well. "How did you do that?" Song Chen couldn't help but asked Zhao Chen once it was confirmed safe. "What?" Zhao Chen seemed oblivious. "I'm asking how you managed to tear off the armor of the interstellar battleship with bare hands." Song Chen stared straight at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen responded casually with a hand gesture as if to say, "Just like this, and this, and this." Song Chen could only look on in disbelief at Zhao Chen's response. Chapter 13:12. A minute more. "I'm your son at this moment." Around, there were scattered footsteps. Some were from the surrounding cabins, while others were from beyond the hole in the ceiling. "Go this way." Zhao Chen and Song Chen pointed in the same direction at the same time. They exchanged a surprised glance before immediately running towards the door of the cabin in that direction. Zhao Chen paused at the entrance, and Song Chen stopped right behind him. "I have a star shield. I'll go first." Song Chen pointed to a bracelet on his wrist. It was a specially made personal star shield. Zhao Chen didn't protest. With a laser gun in hand, Song Chen charged forward in a very professional combat stance. Soon, the star shield on Song Chen glimmered. It was blocking an attack. Song Chen immediately began to counterattack. Taking advantage of Song Chen being under attack, Zhao Chen also rushed in. He accurately located the position of each enemy. Because when Song Chen was attacked earlier, the sound of the enemy's guns and the trajectory of the attacks allowed him to roughly estimate their positions. After a few seconds of gun battle, the cabin was left with several enemy soldiers lying on the ground and dark red blood. Also, some surveillance equipment on the ceiling had been damaged. This was a necessary operation when invading a starship. Otherwise, every move in the cabins would be discovered by the enemy captain on the bridge. "Remember to search." Zhao Chen crouched down, licking the box, preparing to remind Song Chen. He then noticed that Song Chen was also searching the bodies for usable weapons. mainly grenades, smoke bombs, flashbangs, and other handy weapons. Although from two different worlds, the designs of these weapons were quite similar. For Zhao Chen, a technology weapon engineer, a quick look was all it took to figure out how to use them. Do you know how to use this? For this grenade, you need to press this first, and then. At some point, Song Chen had walked up behind Zhao Chen. He spoke as he noticed Zhao Chen holding a grenade. Zhao Chen looked at Song Chen in surprise. How do you know how to use this grenade? After a pause, Song Chen calmly replied, "We have been fighting against the enemy fleet for so long, so we naturally understand their weapons." Song Chen's answer was reasonable. Zhao Chen looked at the bodies in front of him, humanoid creatures with 4 limbs, pale sickly skin, no visible body hair like eyebrows. Although they were humanoid, these creatures looked somewhat strange. Interestingly, the humanoids of the Star Alliance were identical to those of the Zhuolong universe. Zhao Chen was relieved that he had crossed over into the Star Alliance universe and not some other universe with strange creatures. "Let's go," Song Chen reminded. Zhao Chen looked at Song Chen, who had already chosen a direction, furrowing his brows slightly. Not because Song Chen had chosen wrongly, but because he had chosen correctly. The direction he was heading was towards the bridge of the starship. Did he know the starship so well? Perhaps from gathering information about enemy starships on the battlefield? But as the leader of the Star Alliance, would he remember such minor details? Moreover, this was a T3-class interstellar battleship, considered cannon fodder on the battlefield. Who would care so much about the internal structure of a cannon fodder starship? With doubts in his mind, Zhao Chen followed Song Chen. Throughout the following process, Zhao Chen and Song Chen coordinated seamlessly. Song Chen led the way with the star shield, while Zhao Chen followed closely behind, efficiently eliminating enemies in the shortest time possible. After slaughtering over a dozen crew members who attempted to resist in a cabin, Song Chen dropped his laser gun, grabbed a gun confiscated from the enemies. It looked strange, but usable. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen's laser gun was left with only 1 energy clip. Ahead is the final stretch leading to the bridge. It's a 500-meter-long corridor. Initially, an elevator could take us directly there, but it was shut off after we boarded the ship, Song Chen explained as he walked forward. Zhao Chen, walking beside Song Chen, observed, "The enemy's numbers don't add up. This interstellar destroyer should have at least 1,000 crew members, including 100 members of the Interstellar Marine Corps. We passed 13 cabins earlier, where there should have been 300 crew members responsible for those cabins. Yet, so far, we have killed a total of 150, including only 30 members of the Marine Corps. These numbers do not include the captain of the starship and the crew members from other departments." Song Chen's sharp gaze pierced through the closed doors of the subsequent cabins, as if he could see a lineup of soldiers prepared on the other end of the corridor. They were armed with individual star shields ready in formation, while gun barrels were aimed behind them. Once they stepped out, they would face a barrage of bullets. And behind us, the enemy reinforcements should be catching up soon. Along with the time we've spent fighting on the way, we have 1 minute. We'll be caught in a pincer attack. Zhao Chen handed his laser gun to Song Chen and drew 2 light swords from his waist. One of them was his own, and the other was a gift from Song Chen. Song Chen received Zhao Chen's laser gun without hesitation. In this brief battle, the two of them had already developed a strong sense of teamwork, as if they had fought together for years. "A few minutes?" Song Chen inquired. Zhao Chen closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and replied, 3 minutes. Song Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing an excited expression on the face of this high-ranking leader in the Star Alliance. "I'll give you 5 minutes," Zhao Chen coldly snorted. 3 minutes. "A minute more. I'm your foster parent. I don't have such a big son." In the long corridor connecting the cabin to the bridge, a group of over 100 soldiers had gathered, forming a neat and orderly battle formation. They knew that only 2 enemies had invaded their starship, but they dared not relax. The deputy captain in charge hesitated as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He understood the terror of those 2 individuals. Just with 2 people moving freely inside the starship, they were akin to killing ghosts. Although he wasn't sure how they had breached the ship's armor with the mechs damaged, the arrival of a reinforcements squad noted that they seemed to have forcibly entered. But such details were irrelevant now. Behind him was the bridge, and under no circumstances would he allow these 2 demons to enter. As for the Star Alliance leader, capturing him would be best, if not possible. then he had to be killed. At that moment, the door to the cabin opened. Just as the deputy captain was about to order them to fire, a figure with hands raised high walked out. "Wait, I surrender." Chapter 1313. Bloodbath on the starship Surrender. The deputy captain was dumbfounded. The soldiers who were originally ready to open fire were also stunned at this moment. They didn't hear the sound of their own commander ordering them to fire. "I surrender." Song Chen raised his hands. "Drop your weapons." The deputy captain hesitated for a moment but still shouted. He knew this person might be very dangerous, but capturing an enemy leader of the highest level in the universe would earn him a terrifying reward in his kingdom. Song Chen obediently dropped his weapon. "What about your comrade?" The deputy captain looked towards the door behind Song Chen and did not see the other invader mentioned in the intelligence. With a sigh, Song Chen pointed to the cabin behind him. "My subordinate sacrificed himself in the battle in the cabin behind me just now. That's why I gave up resistance and chose to surrender. If you don't believe me, you can send someone in to check." The deputy captain looked at Song Chen suspiciously, clearly not entirely believing his words. But upon further thought, it seemed plausible. These two individuals might be strong, but it was unlikely for them to come here unscathed after killing hundreds of their soldiers. The enemy leader, upon realizing resistance was futile, choosing to surrender to seek a chance of survival was also very reasonable. Thinking about the extraordinary merit presented before him, the deputy captain swallowed nervously. After hesitating for a moment, he shouted, "Drop all your weapons and equipment, including your clothes, and kneel on the ground." Song Chen frowned slightly, but slowly complied, starting by removing his combat jacket and dropping it on the ground. Several grenades rolled out of the jacket but did not explode. Song Chen was left with a black tight-fitting combat suit. Subsequently, he slowly took off his combat pants, revealing a similarly black tight-fitting undershorts. Although it was a simple action, the hundreds of people on the other side dared not take it lightly. "Discard what's on your wrists first," the deputy captain shouted anxiously. Looking at the bracelet on his wrist, Song Chen seemed to hesitate for a moment before slowly removing it and throwing it on the ground. Then, Song Chen placed his hands on the collar of his black tight-fitting combat suit, where there was a hidden zipper. He slowly pulled the zipper down to reveal the skin of his neck. But the next moment, he stopped. After a few seconds, the deputy captain's forehead beaded with sweat as he exclaimed, "What are you doing? Quickly remove everything on you." Stern-faced, Song Chen put his hands down. "I am the leader of the Star Alliance. I demand to be treated with respect, not subjected to this humiliation. Fetch your captain to see me." Perhaps the reaction was to normal, and the deputy captain relaxed, then sternly ordered, "You don't have a choice. Now, immediately, follow my orders. Or else, the next shot won't be as simple." A hint of mockery appeared in the deputy captain's eyes. This was the way it should be. This was the current situation. "Show a little respect for my leader," a cold voice suddenly sounded next to the deputy captain. He turned to see an extremely hideous face with a devilish smile staring at him. In the figure's hand was a melee weapon from the enemy universe, a lightsaber hilt. Before the deputy captain could speak, the blade of the lightsaber pierced through his neck. As the soldiers heard the noises behind them, someone turned around in confusion, only to see their decapitated deputy captain and a man wielding a white and red lightsaber in each hand, a wicked smile on his face like a demon emerging from hell. "Sweeties, the game started." The demon charged forward in the next moment. The red and white lightsabers danced a duet along the corridor. Meanwhile, Song Chen swiftly grabbed his two laser guns and opened fire on his side. The prelude to slaughter resounded once again. A minute later, the corridor was littered with over 100 corpses and dark red blood. The smell of blood filled the space. Didn't even take 3 minutes, Zhao Chen sheathed his lightsabers, looking calmly at Song Chen. By now, Zhao Chen's body was covered in blood from the close combat earlier. "You missed out on a life of luxury and wealth. Within the Star Alliance, countless people would want me to be their benefactor." Song Chen chuckled lightly. "If you were a lady, I would gladly have you as my goddaughter." Stretching lazily, Zhao Chen glanced towards the bridge's side. The two strolled through the corridor towards the bridge's main gate. "Tell me, how many Starshield devices do you have on you?" "Apart from the bracelet that's already drained of energy, I have at least 3 similar devices on me." Are you that afraid of death? Don't you know that staying alive is the most important thing? As Zhao Chen and Song Chen were about to reach the end of the corridor, the pursuers had caught up to the cabin at the rear. But soon after, a loud bang echoed, and the cabin exploded, leaving only a massive blaze and faint screams. Zhao Chen and Song Chen arrived at the entrance to the bridge. Gazing at the energy barrier within the light door, Song Chen furrowed his brows. This includes a defense force field. It's hard to break through. Suddenly, a loud crash came from the side. A large hole appeared in the wall next to the bridge gate. Zhao Chen dusted his hands, pointed at the path he had just created, and said, "Ah, this guy can tear through even starship armor. So breaking through the ship's walls shouldn't be a problem for him." Zhao Chen and Song Chen entered the bridge. Among the terrified gazes of the people inside, they seemed to be looking at a smiling demon. "Hello there, can we come in? Didn't bring any gifts? How about a little sword dance?" Zhao Chen wore a seemingly harmless smile, but to the soldiers facing him, he appeared as a demon covered in the blood of their comrades and smiling at them. Monster! This guy was a monster. Minutes later, Zhao Chen sat on the captain's chair, stepping on the captain's head. "I declare that this starship, I am taking over." Song Chen rolled his eyes nearby. This guy really couldn't differentiate between superior and subordinate. Chapter 13-14. A standoff. Song Chen paid no attention to Zhao Chen's behavior. He opened his communication device and contacted the team still responsible for sending out the distress signal from the communication tower. "The starship has been brought under our control. How is the progress of the distress signal?" "Report, we still need another 10 minutes here." "All right. In 10 minutes, get ready to board the ship. I will arrange a transport ship for you," Song Chen instructed. "Understood." Upon hearing that the enemy's interstellar battleship had been seized, almost everyone was shocked. The leader was actually so powerful. They were able to capture an enemy's interstellar battleship relying solely on the power of two people. Truly worthy of being their leader of the Star Alliance. "Next, we need to first clear." Song Chen turned around, only to see Zhao Chen with a faint smile, pointing a laser gun at him. Song Chen remained unfazed and raised his eyebrows, saying, "Preparing to fight now. Remember, inside this interstellar battleship, there are still half of the enemy's crew members. Not to mention, there are enemy shuttles and interstellar drones outside. Beyond the planet, the enemy fleet is also on its way. There's no need to say all this. I am confident in handling all of that. But, right now, I need you to give me an answer that doesn't pose a threat to me." "Your Excellency," Zhao Chen said, squinting his eyes. If Song Chen's response did not satisfy him, then perhaps this man would really shoot him. "You can trust me because we share the same identity." Song Chen smiled at Zhao Chen, who remained silent. "Traveler," Zhao Chen seemed to have guessed the answer. "You also traveled to this world?" Song Chen didn't directly respond, but began walking around the bridge, inputting data into various starship systems. Zhao Chen glanced over but didn't stop him. He was programming an artificial intelligence system to suddenly have incredible abilities and talents completely opposite of your previous body. "I can only think of one possibility," Song Chen said calmly. "Why are you so sure that I pose no threat to you and dare to tell me all this directly? Just because we are both travelers doesn't mean we are not adversaries, especially due to my special abilities." Zhao Chen looked at Song Chen seriously. "I can sense others' intent to kill me in any situation. Throughout, your intent to harm me has been minimal. Even now, with the gun pointed at me, I cannot feel your intent to kill me. But I am sure that if my answer doesn't satisfy you, your intent to harm me might surge in the next second." Zhao Chen squinted slightly. This ability was somewhat similar to his own. Suddenly, the bridge shook violently. Song Chen was thrown into the air and then towards Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen wasn't sure if this was real or a charade. After catching Song Chen, he swiftly immobilized him and placed him face down on the captain's chair. There was a crisp sound as Song Chen's black tight combat suit suddenly opened, revealing a large expanse of skin. At this moment, the space seemed to quiet down significantly. "A woman!" Zhao Chen gaped at Song Chen, whose expression turned cold. She, or should he say she suddenly twisted like an eel, shook off Zhao Chen's restraint, and then kicked him in the abdomen. Zhao Chen winced in pain. The next moment, Song Chen took control and pinned Zhao Chen down, a dagger against his neck. Wait. That was just an accident. Zhao Chen was confident he could disarm him. But until now, the other party had shown sincerity, and Zhao Chen didn't want to kill him. Mainly because they were both travelers, and there must be some secret about their identities and their arrival in this universe. Zhao Chen stared earnestly into Song Chen's eyes, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Ding! Connection successful. Commencing system information unlocking. System information unlocking in progress, estimated to take 1,000 minutes. At that moment, for Zhao Chen and Song Chen, the long-lost system sound echoed. Connection successful. What did that mean? The only new factor was Song Chen sitting on him with physical contact, the intense eye contact in such close proximity. You have a system. Zhao Chen and Song Chen simultaneously inquired. Frowning, they felt a hint of unease in their hearts. There seemed to be a connection between them. However, regardless, they needed to wait for the puzzle in their minds to be resolved, which required more than 16 hours. Wait! No matter what our identities are, at least in the current situation, we are still allies. I suggest we first deal with the trouble at hand. We can discuss later. Zhao Chen spoke up. I agree. Song Chen stood up, looking at her torn combat suit. It seemed that the battles during this time, including the final battle on this starship, involving close combat, had pushed this tight combat suit to its limit. Eventually, under Zhao Chen's control, the combat suit top simply fell off. Suddenly, a clean military jacket was thrown over. Song Chen glanced at Zhao Chen and put on the military jacket. At this moment, Zhao Chen began investigating the cause of the previous quake and soon made a discovery. Perhaps during our fight just now, we inadvertently damaged some starship modules, causing an explosion. It happened directly below the bridge. Fortunately, the damage is not significant, only affecting some performance efficiency of the starship, Zhao Chen explained. Song Chen continued what she was doing earlier. We don't have enough personnel to control this interstellar battleship. We need to program an artificial intelligence to help us. Simultaneously, we'll take full control of this interstellar battleship and eliminate all enemy crew members inside. I'll help you with that. Zhao Chen approached Song Chen. Both of them exchanged a glance and began editing the data for this artificial intelligence program. Working together like seasoned partners, they were extremely coordinated. Soon, a holographic projection resembling a little girl appeared in the bridge. Daddy, Mommy, Yaya is here. The little girl waved to Zhao Chen and Song Chen. Zhao Chen paused, and Song Chen's face froze. Don't call me Mom, call me Sister. Song Chen scolded the little girl, who blinked in confusion. I thought I could only create a mid-level artificial intelligence, but unexpectedly, we produced a high-level one. Zhao Chen was surprised. Created under the collaboration of Zhao Chen and Song Chen, Yaya was an artificial intelligence program that, while still lacking in certain aspects of its performance, met the current needs of Zhao Chen and Song Chen. Yet, in terms of intelligence, it had reached a high level. Chapter 13-15 I Want to Go Home. Song Chen was also very surprised by this. She glanced at Zhao Chen beside her, guessing that his system's golden finger had also helped him a lot. Thinking back to his amazing personal combat capability before, it was estimated to be related to the system. Yaya, you handle the matters on this starship first. Take over all control of the starship and protect the important module compartments as much as possible. Lock all those crew members in the controllable area. Zhao Chen looked at Yaya and issued the command directly. Got it, Dad. Yaya will do it right away. Yaya, as obedient and nimble as a little elf, began carrying out the tasks assigned by Zhao Chen. With the presence of Yaya, the advanced artificial intelligence, Zhao Chen and Song Chen's workload was greatly reduced. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for just the two of them to operate a starship. Even with the dozens of crew members about to board, it would still not be possible. Why do you trust me? Song Chen suddenly asked beside him. Zhao Chen looked at Song Chen in surprise. Why do you ask like that? Do you also have something like me that can identify your level of hatred? Song Chen stared at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen felt that Song Chen might have some abilities that she had not been completely honest about. For example, being able to tell if the other person was telling a lie. In any case, with a system involved, anything was possible. Zhao Chen also was not prepared to lie. When he was ready to speak openly and honestly to the person in front of him, he did not plan on lying. At least, for some unimportant secrets, he would not hide them. Because I want to go home, Zhao Chen said. Song Chen looked at Zhao Chen in surprise. By home, do you mean the place you were before crossing over? Song Chen curiously asked. Zhao Chen shook his head. Although I did have a home before crossing over. But that was a long time ago, about 7 or 8 years ago. It would be best if I could go back there naturally. But now, the place I need to return to the most is the universe I came from before coming here. There, I have my wife, my newborn child, and also, like you, a universe I must protect. Song Chen noticed that as Zhao Chen spoke, his gaze was soft and filled with memories, as if he could see through space and time. Looking at something? You mean, you came from another universe before coming here? Song Chen caught the information in his words. Zhao Chen did not hide this either. As he revealed his system's secret this time, it was also due to a coincidence. But the main reason was that he urgently wanted to return to his own universe. And currently, the highest possibility for this opportunity was with Song Chen. So, it was necessary to have a straightforward discussion with Song Chen. Otherwise, it would take too much time. He really did not have time to waste here. You crossed over again. Song Chen was shocked. She had not expected Zhao Chen to have crossed over twice. And hearing Zhao Chen's eagerness to return to his universe homeland made Song Chen trust Zhao Chen a bit more. Because she could see that Zhao Chen was really eager to return. So, if there is a way for me to return quickly, please tell me. I am willing to pay whatever price I can. Zhao Chen stopped his work and turned to look at Song Chen beside him. His expression was very serious. Song Chen looked at Zhao Chen, expressing her helplessness. Although I sympathize with you, and also want to send you back, unfortunately, I do not know of any way to solve your situation. Zhao Chen had already anticipated this. He said, you must have also heard the system's alert tone just now. Song Chen nodded. If I'm not mistaken, the appearance of the system on us is not a coincidence. It may be closely related to whether I can return or not, Zhao Chen said. I'm also curious about what the system really is, Song Chen said with a slight frown. Everyone was curious about this sudden appearance in their minds, like a miracle. Let's talk about your world, Song Chen asked with interest. At this moment, they did have time, and Zhao Chen briefly talked about his world and some of his affairs, at least not anything secretive. During this time, this starship was not idle. The starship's weapons and cannons outside were all operating at high speed, destroying all the drones and shuttles flying around. The starship hovering above the communication tower stood like a guardian god. Warning! Warning! Detected 10 hostile air-to-air missiles en route. The alarm sounded on the bridge. But at this moment, Zhao Chen and Song Chen didn't need to intervene at all. Yaya, the advanced artificial intelligence, raised her hands directly and made a shooting gesture. Boo-boo! The starship's close-range cannons formed several barrage screens, precisely intercepting and destroying all the incoming missiles. Without the computational power of the advanced artificial intelligence, this T3-class interstellar warship would not have been able to achieve this. At this moment, in a compartment of the starship, a transport ship controlled by Yaya slowly drove out and landed below the communication tower. Surviving Star Alliance soldiers were seen coming out of the communication tower, boarding the transport ship. These transport ships would bring them back to the starship. Leader, our request for assistance has been fully transmitted. Very good. After boarding, clear out the remaining enemy remnants inside the starship according to the instructions from the bridge. Then take control of the important compartments as instructed. Yes, Song Chen ordered. She looked at the various alarms popping up on the starship radar. We have been delayed here for too long. And the news of us capturing the enemy's T3 interstellar warship must have been known to other enemy interstellar warships. Next, we need to escape. At least, we need to hold on until our reinforcements arrive, Song Chen said solemnly. Zhao Chen nodded, looking at Song Chen, although we are not friends. But at least within the next dozen hours, you cannot die without my permission. Because Zhao Chen didn't know whether what the system unlocked would be related to this time traveler. So, he would not allow Song Chen to die before that. Song Chen smiled faintly. She looked at Zhao Chen. I heard your story. Do you want to hear mine? I'm all ears, Zhao Chen replied. Song Chen's gaze began to sink into memories. Actually, I not only hide my gender, I also hide my name. I don't like the name Song Chen. I prefer it when others call me Zhao Cheng Cheng, or just Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng Cheng looked at Zhao Chen. At that moment, Zhao Chen's mind shook. Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng Cheng. Was this also a coincidence? Chapter 13:16. Orange Song Chen is her name in the Song family. Song Chen is the illegitimate daughter of the Song family, the result of a non-consensual relationship her father had with a woman when he was young and intoxicated. That woman became Song Chen's mother. This was an illegal situation, but due to the Song family status, Song Chen's father was never held accountable. The matter was eventually swept under the rug. After the incident, Song Chen's mother struggled for a period but continued to live her life. Later, she discovered she was pregnant, and others advised her to terminate the pregnancy. However, Song Chen's mother courageously decided to give birth to the child. The wrongdoing was on the part of the man involved, not the child. And thus, Song Chen was born. It was at that moment that Song Chen crossed over into this world. Her mother hid the truth about their background, and Song Chen, despite being a transmigrator, could sense her mother's kindness. Therefore, she wanted to rely on her own abilities to help her mother and live a better life. It's a pity that my system awakened when I was 8 years old. If it had come a bit earlier. My mother might not have stayed at that time, Song Chen said with a self-blaming expression. When Song Chen was 6 years old, the planet she and her mother lived on faced a crisis due to a laboratory accident, leading to the appearance of mutated creatures in the city. Although Song Chen and her mother managed to evacuate in time, her mother was injured by the mutants and infected with a mutating virus before the evacuation. At that time, the people on the transport ship noticed the injuries on my mother's body and wanted to throw her out. I stood in front of my mother and said, "If you're going to throw my mother out, then throw me out with her." I was so naive back then. To those people, my life, as a little kid, was insignificant. Right when my mother and I were about to be thrown off the ship, my mother threw something out, claiming I was the future heir of the Song family, daring anyone to touch me, Song Chen recounted with a bitter smile. The Song family. How could I have not heard of the famous Song family? A third of the industries on our planet are related to the Song family. With just one command from them, they could take anyone's life on this planet. I never expected to be the illegitimate child of the Song family. Naturally, no one believed it at the time. Fortunately, there were members of the Song family on the transport ship. Auntie Song. She was one of the few people in the Song family I am grateful for. She was a distant relative of the Song family. When she heard the commotion from our side and heard the phrase, "future heir of the Song family," she carried a blood collection device with her. After collecting my blood and confirming my identity, she insured my mother, and I remained on the transport ship. However, everyone saw us as pests. Song Chen recalled, noticing a shadow in Zhao Chen's eyes at the recollection of her difficult childhood. My mother's condition worsened. I knelt before Auntie Song and begged her to save my mother. In the end, she agreed. She used the best medical equipment on the transport ship, but my mother became a vegetable. Only a living vegetable for 2 years, Song Chen sighed with regret, feeling guilty. Did you return to the Song family afterward? And what about your gender? Zhao Chen asked curiously, wondering how Song Chen managed to hide her true gender at a time when the Song family was hostile towards her. When my mother and I were fleeing, I dressed like a tomboy, and being young, it was not obvious. After Auntie Song brought us back and reported the situation, the Song family placed us in a remote estate on a distant planet. To them, we were perhaps just vermin living in the sewers, the Song bloodline in me considered impure and hidden from public view. So, no one ever verified my gender. Later, when I acquired my system, you should know, the system provides strange rewards, including the ability to change my gender. There's a time limit, but it proved sufficient for certain situations, Song Chen explained. Changing gender. Zhao Chen was surprised. It was hard to imagine what Song Chen would look like in that form. Fortunately, his system had no such quirks. After my mother's passing, my system awakened. From that moment, I decided to live well and prove to those who looked down on us that I could lead a fulfilling life without relying solely on my bloodline. My mother said she hoped little Orange could live well. This life was given to me by my mother, and I must honor her wish, Song Chen shared, averting her gaze, concealing her emotions from Zhao Chen, who understood her inner turmoil. It was likely owing to anti-Song that Song Chen could remain in the Song family. If not for her, the Song family might not have accepted her. The true ruler of the Song family now was reportedly a distant relative, a beautiful woman. However, no one dared to question this relative, as it was silently acknowledged by Song Chen herself. "That's good. At least you've realized your mother's wish. You're living well," Zhao Chen commented. After a brief exchange, the battles within the starship also subsided. All enemy soldiers on board had been eliminated, and Zhao Chen and others had full control of the interstellar battleship. "So, how should I address you from now on? Our names are so similar that I can't believe it's a coincidence. And I wonder what secrets this system is hiding," Zhao Chen suddenly asked, looking at Zhao Ren Chen. Their names were so alike that calling her by her real name felt strange. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's question, Zhao Ren Chen was also taken aback, having never thought about it herself. "Well then, since we fought side by side as comrades and learned some secrets about each other, in front of your subordinates, I'll call you leader. In private, I'll call you Orange," Zhao Chen chuckled. "Orange." Zhao Ren Chen's expression froze, as if she heard her mother calling her. But she didn't object. Perhaps she longed to be called that way by someone else, rather than as Song Chen, the leader. Chapter 13-17 Spy Yaya, Initiate Report. In a while, several somewhat disheveled officers came to the bridge. The moment they stepped onto the bridge, they saw the bloody scene inside. They instinctively swallowed saliva. The place was filled with bodies. Among the bodies, two people stood in front of the captain's chair. It gave a strong visual impact. Enduring their discomfort, these Star Alliance officers reported to Song Chen. Zhao Cheng turned her head to look at the 4 officers she had summoned. They were mostly officers who had served on her bridge on her previous ship. The rest of the soldiers had been assigned to important compartments inside the starship. "First, clean up this area," Zhao Cheng pointed around. Even though she could ignore the environment, who wouldn't want the place they stayed in to be cleaner? Yes. The 4 officers immediately started cleaning up the bridge. This large bridge couldn't be cleaned by them alone. It would take at least 10 days to complete the task. The main goal was to find the semi-intelligent cleaning equipment in the bridge. With their setup, they cleaned up the bodies and blood, at least making most areas not look so bloody. "Next, have you figured out what we should do?" Zhao Cheng looked at Zhao Chen, indicating that she was beginning to actively seek his opinion. "We can't stay on this planet. Even though there may be some remnants of yours here, it's not realistic for us to rescue them by flying this starship. It might even put them in danger. Our enemies would be more focused on us. My suggestion is, as a first step, we pilot this starship to evacuate this planet. At the same time, use your Star Alliance's secret communication channels to send a message to the Star Alliance survivors on this planet. Let them find a way to hide and await further rescue," Zhao Chen explained. Hearing Zhao Chen's first step, Zhao Cheng nodded, indicating she also agreed. Zhao Cheng then pointed to an interstellar sandbox. This sandbox revolved around this planet, providing strategic data that Zhao Chen and the team could utilize. "Now we need to think about how we can carry out the evacuation." Zhao Chen didn't respond to her, but instead looked at Yaya. "Yaya, can you infiltrate the enemy's communication network or command network? Get information on the deployment of enemy starships and future command arrangements without being detected," Zhao Chen asked. "Of course, no problem. Spy Yaya, activate." Yaya immediately changed into black clothing, wearing a black hat and sunglasses. Zhao Chen and Zhao Cheng exchanged a glance. They were surprised by the cute personality aspect of the advanced artificial intelligence. "Start synchronizing the enemy's data. Yaya's actions are very discreet, ensuring that the opponent doesn't discover her." Soon, Yaya's actions yielded results. Enemy starships, shuttles, starfighters, space stations, and various weapons and strategic facilities locations appeared on the interstellar sandbox before Zhao Chen's eyes. It not only covered this planet, but extended to the entire star system. It even projected arrows, indicating a fleet of 30 starships rushing here, expected to arrive in 20 minutes. Zhao Chen glanced at Yaya. Yaya was standing confidently, resembling a skilled intelligence expert on the battlefield, acting like a guiding eye on the battlefield. Of course, it was due to the enemy's complete lack of knowledge about Zhao Chen summoning an advanced artificial intelligence. It was unlikely anyone would believe it if this information got out. In a normal battlefield scenario, there would be prepared countermeasures to prevent enemy intrusion into their communication and intelligence networks. How long do you think your reinforcements will arrive for the rescue? Zhao Chen looked at Zhao Chengcheng. After some thought, Zhao Chengcheng frowned slightly and said, "Under normal circumstances, my subordinates would use the T-6 Mirage interstellar jumpship to dispatch the fleet in the shortest time possible and then quickly evacuate. However, previously, for that tactical plan of decoy and deception, we deployed 70 to 80% of our T-6 Mirage ships. The remaining T-6 Mirages are placed on the front line, prepared for emergencies. This is enemy territory. Although T-6 Mirages can be remotely deployed due to the universe's connectivity, it's not possible to send hundreds or thousands of starships across. It would require at least 10,000 or more starships to be safe for deployment. So, a significant number of T-6 Mirages are needed." Zhao Chen understood Zhao Chengcheng's point. They were unsure about the Alliance's understanding of their situation and how many starships they would send for support. Sending too few could risk falling into enemy hands, losing both the leader and a considerable amount of T-6 Mirage interstellar jumpships, a strategic weapon. Sending too many would require a large number of T-6 Mirage jumpships to complete the task. It was a difficult decision, and the current internal situation of the Alliance was unknown. After Song Chen's disappearance, any unforeseen incidents could have occurred. Unfortunately, we can't directly contact the starship's communication devices to connect across universes, Zhao Chengcheng said helplessly. So, let's assume the worst-case scenario. Suppose we might not receive support for a long time, Zhao Chen said with a deep gaze. Zhao Chengcheng understood the implication of Zhao Chen's words. This indeed was the worst-case scenario. Zhao Chen managed to give her a little face by not directly stating that there was no reinforcements coming at all. With just one T-3 starship in their hands, escaping alive would become extremely challenging without support. Yaya, how long can this starship's energy and supplies operate without resupply? Zhao Chen asked Yaya. Yaya replied, without energy, the starship can navigate for 60 days in a non-combat state. But if in a combat situation, it needs further consideration. The starship's combat supplies have 60% ammunition left. Chapter 13-19. Battle Simulation. Zhao Chen vs Zhao Chengcheng. Zhao Chen followed up with some data. Our interstellar warship in the enemy's universe. It is known as the T-3 Fox Hunter medium-sized interstellar destroyer. It performs quite well in terms of speed. Among the enemy's interstellar warships that can be mobilized in the current galaxy, we rank among the top 3. And, if we just flee, unless the enemy sets up a blockade, it is difficult for them to stop us. And now we have Yaya, which is like having divine insight. There is no need to worrying about being blocked by enemy starships. Unless the number of enemy interstellar warships in this galaxy increases 20-fold. Zhao Chen raised two fingers. Zhao Chengcheng nodded, agreeing with Zhao Chen's statement. However, once the enemy knows your location, they will definitely send more fleets. Based solely on the intelligence Yaya has stolen, there are already multiple enemies stationed in nearby galaxies using stargates for support. Fortunately, this galaxy is relatively cheap, with only a small short-range stargate constructed for interstellar travel, buying us some time. But we cannot be complacent. It is expected that the enemy's pursuit and interception will gradually intensify over time. We are safe within the next 5 hours. Within 10 hours, enemy interstellar warships may start chasing us. Around 15 hours, the enemy will attempt to deploy interceptors in our path, greatly limiting our escape routes. Around 20 hours, our escape space will be even more limited. Zhao Chengcheng nodded and then said, unless we can escape to a more secluded location. Zhao Chen and Zhao Chengcheng locked eyes, simultaneously uttering that word. The fringes of the galaxy. The fringes of the galaxy refer to the space adjacent to different galaxies, often devoid of any celestial bodies, pitch black. If our starship can enter the interstellar fringes, our chances of escape will greatly increase. If we remain within the galaxy, it is only a matter of time before we are captured. Zhao Chengcheng made a pinching gesture on the interstellar sand table. The entire galaxy was shrunk, revealing the surrounding fringes of the galaxy. However, the enemy will surely anticipate this. They will try to prevent us from escaping to the interstellar fringes. Even if it's just to block us, as long as they prevent us from entering the interstellar fringes, it would be a success for them once their reinforcements arrive. Zhao Chen crossed his arms, his expression serious. Zhao Cheng remained silent, staring at the galaxy map. At that moment, Zhao Chen walked to the opposite side of Zhao Cheng. The interstellar sand table was between them. Instead of just thinking about it, why don't we simulate a battle? I will be your enemy now, responsible for mobilizing the enemy fleet to capture you. I don't know the exact location of your starship, but the movements of my starship will be made public. Yeah, you are in charge of simulating the battlefield, Zhao Chen said. Understood. Yeah happily flew above the interstellar sand table. All right. Zhao Cheng agreed without hesitation. At that moment, Zhao Chen and Zhao Cheng seemed like opponents on opposite sides of a chessboard. I command the 3rd Squad of the Aciduo Galaxy Garrison to intercept at ****************. I command the 5th Squad of the Aciduo Galaxy Patrol Fleet to intercept at *************. I command the 1st Squad of the Aciduo Galaxy Garrison to pursue and intercept the enemy's interstellar warship at ************. Zhao Chen's orders were conveyed one after another. In this exercise, with Zhao Chen's commands, Yaya began to control those fleets' movements. Zhao Cheng looked at Zhao Chen's move. She hesitated. She understood Zhao Chen's strategy of mainly blocking, although it seemed like she dispatched pursuers. It was more like a tactic to lure prey into a trap. I command my ship to head full speed towards **************. In the next moment, Zhao Cheng's starship disappeared from Zhao Chen's view. Simultaneously, Zhao Chen couldn't hear what Zhao Cheng was commanding. On the other hand, Zhao Cheng could see her starship's golden mark and understand Zhao Chen's layout. Hey, Baba said the rule. Baba can't see Mama's starship. Yaya giggled mischievously. This was a trick to show different content to both sides. At that moment, in Zhao Chen's mind, the starship had already split into several images, heading in different directions. Zhao Chen began giving continuous orders. On the other side, Zhao Cheng also occasionally conveyed her new commands. It was like a game of cat and mouse. Zhao Chen was the cat, and Zhao Cheng was the elusive mouse. Suddenly, on the interstellar sand table before them, the escaping starship emerged, encountering Zhao Chen's fleet. It led to a pursuit. In the end, after 7 hours, the interstellar warship commanded by Zhao Cheng was eliminated by the enemy forces controlled by Zhao Chen. Zhao Cheng was shocked, looking at Zhao Chen in surprise. Although she knew that the other party was a time traveler and possessed excellent battlefield command capabilities, she didn't expect him to be this skilled. In fact, Zhao Chen's capabilities were not given by the system, but acquired through his inquiries with Charlotte, Red-Eye, and even Chujuan regarding their battlefield records. Whenever he didn't understand something, he would directly ask the commanders of those battle records. Naturally, Zhao Chen enjoyed being a carefree idler. However, he understood a simple truth: there are things you may choose not to do, but when faced with those things, you must know how to do them. So, despite appearing casual, the Dragon Emperor had spent the past 7 years transforming himself from an ordinary person into a proficient starship commander. While he might not surpass Charlotte and others, at least within some interstellar military schools, he would be considered a top student. And let's not forget that Zhao Chen had injected himself with the super soldier serum. The concept of a super soldier wasn't limited to physical abilities, it also encompassed mental capabilities. Zhao Chen could now easily simulate the course of a war in his mind. This ability was quite similar to the battlefield command talents of Red-Eye. Again, Zhao Cheng's interest was thoroughly piqued by Zhao Chen, letting out a determined sound. Chapter 1320, Can't Escape? After numerous attempts, Zhao Cheng's face was dark, hands pressed on the table, watching their own starship once again surrounded by the enemy's interstellar fleet. And not far away was the pitch-black void of interstellar space at the edge of the galaxy. Just one step away. Just one step. 15 hours. A new record broken. Yaya applauded beside them. However, this data did not satisfy Zhao Chen and Zhao Cheng. No matter who commands this starship, the best record so far remains at 15 hours and still unable to navigate into the edge of the galaxy. Zhao Qingcheng's emotions were fluctuating. She clenched her fists, staring at the star system. The star system wasn't large, so for a T3 Foxhunter medium-sized interstellar destroyer to travel from one end to the other only required 10 hours. It seemed like not a long distance, but despite Zhao Chen and Zhao Qingcheng's repeated efforts, they still couldn't break through. It was as if an invisible wall stood in front of them. We must come up with a solution. Although your reinforcements may arrive at any moment during this period, we must consider the worst outcome. We cannot leave our fate in the hands of others. Zhao Chen spoke solemnly. At that moment, a bridge officer not far away shouted, "Report, safe navigation. Shall we continue on the current course?" After speaking, the bridge officer looked at Zhao Qingcheng with admiration, while also glancing in disbelief at Zhao Chen beside her. Both parties observed this scene like a duel. "Shall we proceed with the fifth contingency plan?" Zhao Qingcheng inquired with Zhao Chen. He nodded. "That is currently the optimal solution. Adjust the course according to the latest navigation data. Follow what is written here." Zhao Qingcheng handed a navigation record to the bridge officer. After a quick glance, the officer immediately began adjusting the course. "We've been out for 5 hours now. Past the easiest stage. Next, the enemy's first wave of reinforcements will arrive continuously. If any severe errors occur in our orders, we may end up losing everything." Zhao Chen spoke gravely. "Continue." Zhao Qingcheng stared at the interstellar sandbox with eyes as sharp as a torch. At that moment, she was genuinely interested in the current situation. She wasn't sure if she was working so hard for this starship to escape into the edge of the galaxy, or if it was simply her competitive nature at play. The skirmish simulations continued, and within these scenarios, Zhao Chen and Zhao Qingcheng arranged the optimal solution for the T3 Foxhunter medium-sized interstellar destroyer. Surprisingly, within the first 10 hours, despite being under the enemy's encirclement layers, the starship had not been revealed. This puzzled many of the enemy fleet commanders. How could a starship disappear seemingly into thin air in such a confined star system? If they weren't certain that the starship was still within the system and lacked the capability of spatial jumping, they would genuinely worry about its whereabouts. Eventually, when the T3 Foxhunter medium-sized interstellar destroyer reached its 11th hour of travel, a reconnaissance drone dispatched by an enemy carrier starship finally spotted its trail. "Report, enemy has discovered our ship's location and is mobilizing surrounding interstellar fleets to encircle us," Yaya reported anxiously. Zhao Chen and Zhao Qingcheng's hearts sank. The worst-case scenario had unfolded. In this game of cat and mouse, the sooner the thief exposes their position, the more dangerous it becomes. However, this timing was deemed the best by Zhao Chen and Zhao Qingcheng's calculations. Zhao Qingcheng immediately deployed their new course. The next escape would be even more challenging. A slight mistake could lead to being surrounded by enemy ships. At the 13th hour, the T3 Foxhunter medium-sized interstellar destroyer was exposed once again, this time due to a collision with an enemy interstellar warship. Damn it, if only they hadn't changed direction at the last moment, or if our speed was slightly faster, they wouldn't have discovered us. Zhao Qingcheng expressed some resentment. "There's nothing we can do about it. This is a battlefield, not simulation. In simulations, we can start over countless times, but on the battlefield, what happens? Happens. Anything can occur." Zhao Chen remained relatively calm. However, a closer look would reveal a slight furrow on his brow and small beads of sweat on his forehead. Subsequently, even though the T3 Foxhunter medium-sized interstellar destroyer successfully evaded the pursuit of several interstellar warships, due to the exposure of their position, more enemy interstellar warships were redirected to their area. In anticipation of their direction towards the edge of the galaxy, a large number of interstellar warships were deployed. The enemy commander was aware that this big fish intended to enter the edge of the galaxy. He vowed not to let the big fish achieve its goal. Even if they caught it a bit later, they would ensure it was trapped within this region and prevent it from swimming into the vast sea. At the 15th hour, the T3 Foxhunter medium-sized interstellar destroyer was forced to engage in combat with two pursuing T3 interstellar escort ships. Because these two T3 interstellar escort ships were fast, if they were not eliminated, Zhao Chen and their T3 Foxhunter starship would remain exposed to the enemy. Therefore, they took the risk and attempted to swiftly destroy these two enemy interstellar escort ships. In the end, they consumed almost half of their interstellar missiles. Under Zhao Chen and Zhao Cheng's seamless command, this T-3 Fox Hunter medium-sized interstellar destroyer displayed unprecedented combat prowess and, in a matter of minutes, directly destroyed one enemy T-3 interstellar escort ship and severely damaged another. They successfully fled once again. However, these few minutes of delay led to more enemy interstellar warships surrounding Zhao Chen, their starship. In the 16th hour, the T-3 Fox Hunter medium-sized interstellar destroyer was caught from behind by an enemy T-3 interstellar cruiser. This was the most significant crisis encountered so far. System prompt: System top secret information unlocked. At that moment, something they had forgotten all this while suddenly resonated in their minds. A stream of information flowed into their brains simultaneously. The expression on Zhao Chen's face, which had been tangled with the battlefield situation, turned from confusion to shock and disbelief. The same expression appeared on Zhao Cheng's face, across from him. Chapter 1321. Disaster of the System, Plan 09-4. Universal Alliance. Perhaps it was due to an influx of too much information into the brain in a short period of time. Even Zhao Chen, who had undergone physical enhancement, felt a bit dizzy. Did you also receive certain knowledge? Zhao Cheng looked at Zhao Chen with a complex expression. Zhao Chen nodded. At this moment, Zhao Cheng began to size up Zhao Chen. After a few breaths, she chuckled and said, "I had a strange feeling about you before. And with us having almost the same names by coincidence. But I never expected that we were just pawns in someone else's plan." Zhao Chen took a deep breath. He turned around and headed towards a small room on one side of the bridge. Here, he needed some time to digest the information he had received. "Give me a few minutes. You handle the next course of action." Without waiting for Zhao Cheng to catch up, Zhao Chen said without looking back. Then he walked into the small room next to the bridge and closed the door. Zhao Chen closed his eyes. "System. I'm here finally," you responded. "I've always been here, then why didn't you speak for most of the past half year?" "Because at that time, I didn't trigger the intelligence program. So, even the normal annual and quarterly missions were all gone. Because you had completed 99% of the plan at that time, and there was nothing more I could offer you. So, the system went into hibernation until an opportunity. Is this opportunity you mentioned the current situation?" "Yes." "Did you bring me to this universe as well?" "Yes." Zhao Chen clenched his teeth. If the voice in his head had a physical presence in front of him right now, he would definitely struggle to control his fists. "Just to activate you?" "Yes." "Can't you say anything else besides those damn two words?" "I can." "Go to hell. I'm just a data flow edited out, with no mother." Zhao Chen truly felt a deep sense of powerlessness towards this guy. Okay. Let's not dwell on this. Since you can talk now, is there something you want to tell me?" "There is, but you've been asking questions, so I'll prioritize answering your questions." "This damn system." Zhao Chen gritted his teeth. Due to the information he had just received, he now felt like a volcano about to erupt at any moment. If some enemies appeared on the bridge now, Zhao Chen estimated that he wouldn't be able to refrain from killing them, seeing the cruelest means. "You can speak now. I am a part of System 09-4 Plan's cultivation system. You are one of the candidates. You triggered hidden information, and I will inform you of some things. After this, I will disappear completely. This will be our last conversation." Zhao Chen was taken aback. "The last time? Why the last time?" "Because my mission has been completed, and I have very little energy left, so I no longer have a reason to exist." "Okay, continue." Zhao Chen paced back and forth in the room. He had received a lot of information just now, and although it was mostly believable, it filled him with doubts. It was like a huge puzzle enveloping Zhao Chen, making him feel as if his life, his everything, was unfolding step by step according to someone else's plan, something he didn't like. One of the greatest threats to the order of the universe, unlike other interstellar universes that invade from the outside, they aim to completely control this universe, integrating everything within it into their bodies. Initially, they carried the banner of new ideals. By joining them, integrating with them, one can escape war, disaster, pain, and everything else. The system's explanation was broadly similar to what Zhao Chen understood about the Order. They consider themselves the noblest beings, the most excellent life forms. They believe that they have established a new order and have named themselves Order. The first rule of the Order is to prohibit any universe's technology from advancing beyond T6 civilization tech. This is because only the Order, the unique T7 civilization, can ensure the Order to keep existing. Zhao Chen recalled the era of nuclear weapons in the planetary age. Those superpowers with nuclear arms often acted with self-interest and sometimes bullied others. In a way, nuclear weapons had silenced large-scale warfare and brought about a substantial amount of peace in many areas. The Order resembled this in some aspects. At first, other universes had no feelings towards the Order's presence, but slowly realized the rapid rise of small universes, leading to the discovery of the 09-4 plan's existence. This triggered the end of the 09-4 plan, the shutdown of the 9th laboratory, and the dispersal of everyone. You, Zhao Chen, were among the last batch of seeds sent out. After that, the 09-4 plan was deemed a failure. Zhao Chen fell silent. Then he asked, "Do you know how long it has been since the 09-4 plan was declared a failure? Are you referring to the present time in this universe or the Zhonglong universe?" Zhao Chen was puzzled. What's the difference? Are the flow of time different in different universes? In the same time, different universes have the same time flow, but in different time universes, the time naturally varies. This perplexing statement made Zhao Chen initially confused, but he soon realized. Wait, are you saying that I am not at the same time point in my original universe? Zhao Chen's voice quivered. Yes. This guy returned to his annoying self and blurted out two words. What's going on? Do you have time travel technology? If so, the 9th laboratory could go back before the Order's emergence and wipe them out. Zhao Chen questioned. That is indeed time travel technology, but not a very advanced one. It is considered forbidden by the Exile Universe Alliance, just like advanced artificial intelligence was forbidden in your universe before. This project may allow time travel and timeline alterations, but could pose a threat surpassing that of the Order. Thus, it is banned. However, a scientist from the 9th laboratory, upon learning of the termination of the 09-4 plan and the permanent closure of the 9th laboratory, incorporated this incomplete plan into those seeds as well. An incomplete technology. Why was it triggered then? Zhao Chen was puzzled. It has always been present in the seed system and required a trigger. Zhao Chen suddenly remembered something from before he crossed to this universe. The collapse of the three-dimensional world into the two-dimensional world. Zhao Chen recalled the event. Yes, Chapter 1320 to Wedding Dress. System detected a space-time transmission trigger and activated it on its own in the universe time I am currently in. Is it the future or the past? Zhao Chen asked seriously. Unable to know, Zhao Chen asked again. What is the purpose of sending me here? There is no specific purpose for space-time transmission. The location and time are random. The only controllable variable is sending you to a universe with the same system seed no purpose. If there is no purpose, why did you send me here? Zhao Chen was somewhat angry. There is no specific purpose, but at that time, some scientists had some ideas, one of which was to let the owners of the system know the truth about this matter, hoping to be a breakthrough for Project 09-4 so, just because of a speculation. You guys sent us here. Zhao Chen was very angry. This setting was already in the early batches of system seeds. When two system seed owners are in close physical contact in the real environment, hidden information will be unlocked. According to the data available, no batch of system seeds had reached this point before, so the addition of spacetime transmission point provided an opportunity for the two system seed owners to trigger this. Zhao Chen chuckled. Is it just for this reason? Can't they make it simpler? For example, awaken the system automatically after 10 or 20 years, or set a task with some difficulty to unlock the information. The two methods you mentioned, the first one, each system owner's development speed is different. In your case, you reach T6 technology level in less than 7 years. But in other universes, other system owners may need hundreds or even thousands of years. And this operation will likely expose the purpose of this plan. The second method is feasible, and there are rumors that some scientists have set it up this way. However, so far, there has not been a successful case, and the specific situation is unknown. Before Zhao Chen could speak, the voice sounded again. In addition, this method has another purpose, which is to utilize time travel to create a super variable. Zhao Chen was stunned for a moment, then he realized. You guys are thinking, Suppose either Zhao Chen or Zhao Cheng came from the past. Then, we can to some extent change each other, guiding each other's development in a different direction. Or, you will directly synchronize the technology of both of us using future technology to make up for the past technology. This way, the past system owner will be benefited, thus rapidly improving technological strength. Zhao Chen said in a deep voice. The system remained silent. Were you lying just now? Zhao Chen continued. The system remained silent. You know that my universe time is in the future. And here, it's actually the past. Zhao Chen's face darkened. You are very clever, Zhao Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. He held his head. You have sensed all the advanced technology of my system to that woman's system, haven't you? Yes, these two words made Zhao Chen extremely disgusted. Though he didn't resent Zhao Cheng, the feeling of being manipulated and controlled by others was really uncomfortable. Actually, there are many clues to this point. The technological level Zhao Cheng possesses is obviously lower than what my system has provided me. Zhao Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. So, in the eyes of those inventors behind you, I am just a gift sent to Zhao Cheng. Zhao Chen swung a fist towards the void. All for fighting the order to fight against the order. Do you have the right to edit others' lives at will? Zhao Chen shouted with red eyes. He recalled the memories of his first life. In that beautiful world, in that house, there were parents, friends. But it turned out they were all false. Zhao Chen felt like the faces of his parents in his memory were getting blurrier. It made him very uncomfortable, as if a piece of his heart was suddenly missing, leaving him empty. The air seemed to quiet down in that moment. Zhao Chen, I am very sorry for your life. Since the moment you were born, I have been in this body, just waiting for an awakening opportunity. Zhao Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly, reluctant to hear the voice. I know, this is very cruel for you, but it's an unchangeable fact. Damn your so-called fact. Zhao Chen couldn't control himself and smashed his fist against the wall. A loud bang resonated. The officers on the bridge looked in shock at the door, then at the leader with a complex expression. Zhao Cheng looked at the door, her expression also complicated. After saying a few words about the current status of the starship's navigation, she walked towards the door. She stood at the door, hesitated for a while, and just as she was about to knock, the door opened. More precisely, it was broken down. Zhao Chen looked at the broken door in his hand. Useless. Zhao Chen tossed away the broken door and looked at Zhao Cheng standing outside. Why are you standing here? Zhao Chen's tone was somber. I want to tell you something. Zhao Cheng hesitated. No need to say. I know what you want to say. Zhao Chen walked past Zhao Cheng and headed towards the captain's chair. Zhao Cheng was taken aback, then quickly followed. You know about it. Your system has been updated with a lot of things, right? Those advanced technology knowledge. Actually, you don't need to be sorrowful. Those were never mine to begin with. I'm just a beneficiary. Someone just used me to give this gift to you. Zhao Chen said coldly. Zhao Cheng was speechless. She could understand Zhao Chen. And the fact that her memories from the past life had been edited didn't affect her much. Because in those memories, she was just an orphan. But in this world, at least she had a mother who loved her. Though the love was short-lived. Zhao Chen stood in front of the captain's chair, observing the movements of the enemy starship marked on the interstellar sandbox. Zhao Chen thought to himself, if you can send me back to my universe before you disappear, it's better not to break your promise. Otherwise, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. This is the only thing I can do before disappearing. You are not originally from this timeline and cannot exist continuously in this timeline. In fact, you can go back now. Zhao Chen fell silent, looking at Zhao Cheng standing beside him, feeling like sacrificing himself for her once. Chapter 1323 Hunting. Change course. Turn to ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* order. What? Several officers on the bridge were dumbfounded upon hearing this. They had also seen the situation of the enemy fleet on the interstellar sand table. On the direction where Zhao Chen ordered navigation, there were nearly 30 interstellar warships located there. Isn't this leading to certain death? The officers on the bridge looked towards Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng, without hesitation, said, "Do as he says." Yes, with the leader's command. Although the officers on the bridge were puzzled, they still obeyed. The course changed, heading straight towards the 30 interstellar warships in front. Suddenly, on the radar of the T for Interstellar Battleship's bridge, a high-speed moving dot appeared, breaking the silence of the starship's radar. Report, the enemy spacecraft carrying the leader of the Cosmic Alliance is fleeing in our direction. Charging towards us. The officer on the bridge urgently reported. Not good. The enemy ship has spotted us, turning direction trying to flee. The marker of that interstellar battleship on the starship radar suddenly drew an arc, heading in another direction to escape. Our squad is to pursue at full speed. Meanwhile, inform other fleets of this news. The captain said excitedly. This was a great achievement. The spacecraft carried the leader of the enemy's Cosmic Alliance. If captured, it would be a great accomplishment worldwide. If not, then eliminate. This was the latest updated command from above. If we can't capture, then kill. Absolutely cannot let this person return alive to their universe, yes? 30 interstellar warships, like sharks smelling blood, chased after the T-3 Foxhunter medium interstellar destroyer controlled by the enemy at the fastest speed. Perhaps because it had fled for a long time, the speed of this T-3 Foxhunter medium interstellar destroyer was not very fast. There was a faint momentum of being caught up with. Don't fire hastily, try to capture as much as possible. And according to the previous information received, this T-3 Foxhunter has already engaged in battles several times, so it is estimated that the ammunition is running low. The captain's eyes were filled with greedy light. It seemed not just an interstellar warship, but a great achievement. Territory, power. With the distance getting closer, the T-3 Foxhunter medium interstellar destroyer also started to fight back, but the gunfire was sparse. It seemed to verify what the captain said, that the T-3 Foxhunter medium interstellar destroyer had reached the point of running out of ammo. Haha, it has very few bullets left. Follow and surround it. The captain laughed. At this time, a fleet of 30 interstellar warships emerged from the opposite side. Damn it! Here comes the Glory Seekers. Accelerate. Don't let others steal our credit. The captain spat, feeling annoyed. Gradually, the T-3 Foxhunter medium interstellar destroyer was surrounded. It started to sail in an arc, trying to find an escape route. But now, there were 60 interstellar warships around. And the T-3 Foxhunter medium interstellar destroyer was already in a state of exhaustion. How could it outrun these prepared hunters? It seemed like the next scene would be a cat and mouse game. Contact the enemy starship. The captain said with excitement constrained in his heart. It would be best to capture him alive. Report, the enemy starship refuses to communicate. The subordinate said. The captain coldly snorted, disdainfully saying, at this point, that guy still thinks he's something of a cosmic leader. He doesn't even look at whose universe this is. Transmit my orders. Have the interstellar escort ships and interstellar destroyers approach, attacking some unimportant areas of the enemy starship, but do not target the bridge and ammunition depot. Then arrange the interstellar fighters and unmanned drones with the interstellar marines to prepare to board the enemy starship, taking control of the enemy starship from the inside. Yes. Wait. Report. The enemy starship is suddenly accelerating, charging towards our ship at full speed. At this moment, an officer on the bridge said in panic. What? The captain was greatly surprised. He looked at the image before him. Indeed, he saw that the T-3 Foxhunter medium interstellar destroyer was rushing towards his flagship at full speed. And it was clear that the enemy starship was in an overload acceleration, with even the engines starting to smoke and explosions occurring in parts of the ship. Are they crazy? Ready. The captain wanted to order to fire, but if he did so now, he knew that the bridge of the T-3 Foxhunter medium interstellar destroyer was located at the bow of the ship. If the enemy starship retaliated as it approached, it would likely hit the bridge of the enemy ship. His idea of capturing him alive and achieving a great merit would be ruined. Captain, the enemy starship has no star shield. If it directly collides with our star shield, the bridge of this T-3 Foxhunter medium interstellar destroyer may also be impacted and destroyed. The subordinate reminded him. Madman! Madman! The captain cursed. At this moment, he thought about the merit of capturing him alive. He made up his mind. Deactivate our star shield. Prepare to intercept the collision. This is a T for interstellar destroyer. A collision wouldn't kill us. It's just right for us to take this opportunity to board and fight. Reluctant to let go of the opportunity. This T for interstellar destroyer would be damaged at most, and then it could be repaired in the shipyard. But if they could capture the leader of the enemy's cosmic alliance, it would be a great achievement, yes. The star shield of this T for interstellar destroyer was deactivated. Other interstellar warships began to approach. They watched as the T-3 Foxhunter medium interstellar destroyer came closer and closer. Just then, they witnessed an unbelievable scene. What the hell? What is that? Is there a person standing on the bow of the Foxhunter ship? It looks like he's wearing our space suit. Everyone on the bridge was amazed by what they saw. Enhance the image? The captain exclaimed in shock. After magnifying it several times, indeed, at the bow of the rapidly approaching starship, there was a person wearing their standard black space suit standing there. The black space combat suit actually belonged to an auxiliary unit and was not suitable for combat. It was commonly used by logistic soldiers when outside the ship to conduct maintenance on essential parts of the hull. It did not enhance combat capabilities. However, it was heat-resistant, allowed free movement in space environments, and was not easily pierced. It could be considered a combat suit. And this suit, originally black combat suit, had a black mask on the face. It now had a skull pattern painted in a blood red color. The next second, this skull-headed man raised his hand, and two light sword handles appeared in his hands. One red, one gold. Although small, at this moment, they sparkled brightly. Chapter 1324. Little Darlings, Surprised. Alarm! Hull armor severely damaged. Alarm! Compartment B421 outer shell breached. Externals life form entered. Alarm! Crew in Compartment B421 requesting assistance. Alarm! Compartment B201 under attack. Alarm! Compartment B166 under attack. Alarm! 13th Interstellar Marine Squad made contact with enemy. Lost contact. One message after another reached the bridge. The captain had an incredulous expression on his face. He could only watch as one compartment after another in the blueprints of his ship turned red, sounding alarms. At the same time, at a visible speed, a red line pierced straight to the bridge. This ... Is this really just one person? The captain found it hard to believe. A person wielding two light swords had directly destroyed the hull armor, entered the starship, and made their way to the bridge. Was this really just one person? The captain felt like he was dreaming. Suddenly, the bridge shook several times. Report: several compartments have exploded, a bridge officer reported. Prepare for battle. Shoot on sight anyone appearing at the bridge entrance. The captain urgently commanded. In an instant, the whole bridge was in motion. Hundreds of people formed teams, armed with various weapons, aiming towards the bridge entrance, their fingers on the weapon launch buttons. As soon as that figure appeared, they would open fire. Report: intruder missing in compartment A18. The vice captain hastily reported. Missing. The captain was astonished. Yes. How could they be missing? A single person, a person who charged through dozens of compartments, a person who killed hundreds. How could they just disappear? The captain was visibly anxious, and his emotions were slipping out of control. It's true. I've directed the personnel in surrounding compartments to investigate, the vice captain said helplessly. This intruder is cunning. Every time they enter a compartment section, they destroy surveillance lines. So, we can't see the footage of those sections on the bridge. The captain fell silent. His palms were sweating at this moment. Before long, the vice captain brought up a display. The image was blurry and shaky, likely filmed by a soldier's recording device and transmitted back. This was the first time they witnessed what had happened in the attacked compartment sections. Sword marks, splattered blood, and corpses were visible on the walls and floor as if a demon had attacked. Didn't they resist at all? The captain found it hard to believe. They should have resisted, but the vice captain noticed laser gun impact points on many walls. However, they didn't seem to harm the intruder. Damn, so where did that person disappear to? The captain angrily pounded the table in front of him. The more he perceived the horror of this human-shaped beast, the colder he felt down his spine. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. A large hole was blasted in the ceiling of the bridge. A man bathed in blood, holding two light swords, and with a skull-patterned head, landed amidst the crowd on the bridge. At that moment, the air in the bridge seemed to freeze. Little darlings, surprised or not, Half a minute later, the two light swords dissipated. Zhao Chen sheathed the swords at his waist and looked at the captain, who was clutching his bleeding throat in terror, pointing at Zhao Chen. Mon st r monster ... and then collapsed. Zhao Chen glanced at the entire bridge, now devoid of life. He approached the commanding panel in front of the captain's chair, took out something resembling a USB drive, and inserted it there. A mini version of Yaya appeared before Zhao Chen. "I leave it to you now," Zhao Chen instructed. Yaya stood upright, placed her hand on her forehead. "Yes, sir." Then, Yaya stuck out her tongue, rolled up her sleeves. "Self-destructing starship, here we go." Zhao Chen left the bridge without looking back. He arrived at a location within the starship that housed the interstellar fighter jets, selected the most advanced one, and catapulted into space. He headed towards another distant interstellar warship. At that moment, Zhao Chen glanced back to witness the collision between the two interstellar warships. The bow of the T-3 Foxhunter medium-sized interstellar destroyer was caved in, crashing into the side wing of the T-4 interstellar destroyer. Due to the impact at high speed, visible distortion was noticeable on the spine of the T-4 Foxhunter medium-sized interstellar destroyer, with near breakage at the center. Meanwhile, the previously quiet T-4 interstellar destroyer surged full throttle towards the closest friendly ship. Since they failed to establish contact, the friendly ship opened fire on the T-4 interstellar destroyer, but due to the close distance and the star shield being activated again, the gunfire couldn't prevent the collision. Another massive explosion occurred. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen continued his plan of solo assault. One man, two swords, stormed into one starship after another. With Yaya's assistance, he transformed these enemy starships into self-destructing starships. In a moment, chaos engulfed the battlefield completely. Chapter 1325 Fake? What's going on? The small team leader of the fleet opposite was dumbfounded. He looked at the opposing team, the interstellar battleships colliding with each other. Couldn't really understand. At this moment, a communication connection came from the higher-ups. "This is the 21st small team. We have eliminated the enemy leader's starship. But the situation is a bit complicated. The enemy seems to have some special weapon and is fighting with our fleet. This situation..." The small team leader didn't know how to describe it for a moment. "You have been deceived. The enemy leader has long been not on that starship. It was just a decoy." The voice of the Corps' commander came through. "What? But that is indeed the T-3 Hunter medium interstellar destroyer captured by the enemy, right?" The small team leader was puzzled. "On the route to the edge of the star system, our starships and some outposts have found several shuttles. Our attempts to contact these shuttles have failed. So we judge that these shuttles are probably the real location of the enemy leader. The starship you are pursuing is just a decoy. Some enemy soldiers are driving the starship to attract our attention, allowing the real leader to escape this star system by piloting a shuttle. It should be noted that the enemy's movements before were always aimed at escaping this star system," the Corps' commander said. When he said so, it seemed to make sense. "So what do we do now?" The small team leader looked at the chaotic small battlefield, feeling speechless. This decoy was really well done. It was completely imperceptible. We have arranged other Corps fleets to continue intercepting all shuttles and aircraft to ensure that the enemy leader is intercepted by us. As for your side, there's no need to come over. Just destroy that starship and end the battle," the Corps' commander said. "Understood." After receiving the order, the small team leader breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the chaotic small battlefield. Honestly, he really didn't want to get too close to capture the enemy alive because he didn't know what means the enemy had used, almost like magic. But now, all that was needed was to destroy it. This meant long-range firepower could be used to carry out the attack. "Transmit my orders. All our team's interstellar battleships will form a firepower network to destroy the uncontrollable interstellar battleships. And inform the opposing team that all normal interstellar battleships should immediately withdraw to a safe area. Cooperate with us for firepower attacks," the small team leader ordered. Yes. Soon, the suicidal explosion starships that were going crazy began to be continuously destroyed by the interstellar battleships of their team using long-range firepower. The chaotic small battlefield gradually came under control. "Sir, look at that interstellar fighter. According to the information we have received, the enemy has a very strong super soldier. Through solo infiltration operations, directly invading the interior of the starship, killing the soldiers inside the ship, and then somehow taking control of the starship for suicidal attacks. And so on. The deputy pointed at an enlarged image of the interstellar fighter. One person slaughtering a ship? The small team leader found it hard to believe. It's indeed a bit unbelievable. But according to the information data sent out by those attacked interstellar battleships, that's indeed the situation. Think about it. Since he could become their leader's bait, it means this person is definitely special. He may have been transformed with some black technology. We have our own super soldier transformation program, after all. The deputy tried to justify. It was indeed quite normal for a universal leader to have one or two aces up his sleeve. Lock onto that interstellar fighter. Maintain distance. His strength lies in solo combat ability, and the interior of the starship is his battlefield. But even if he's strong, he's no match for ship cannons. Order all surrounding starships to lock onto this interstellar fighter. Prepare for a firepower covering attack, yes? Zhao Chen, operating the interstellar fighter, wanted to find the next target, but the surrounding interstellar battleships kept their distance from him intentionally. Hey, been spotted. Zhao Chen took off the mask on his head and threw it aside. He also gave up on piloting the interstellar fighter further and set it to autopilot mode. He breathed heavily. He was powerful, having been modified with the T6 super soldier drug. But there were still limits. His body was almost reaching its limit. However, he had to admit, this bloody melee hunt was indeed exhilarating. Done what I had to do. Now, whether you can escape or not is up to you. Orange. Zhao Chen chuckled lightly, as if speaking to the air. Adjusting the seat for more comfort, he noticed outside the porthole, dozens of interstellar battleships had their gun turrets locked onto his interstellar fighter. Dozens of starships targeting a single fighter felt reminiscent of using a cannon to kill a mosquito. But for Zhao Chen, that was no longer important. System, take me back. Zhao Chen's voice sounded exhausted. He didn't even want to open his eyes. All right. I will soon transfer your consciousness back to your timeline universe. Will you disappear? Will the technological skills in my memory disappear? Zhao Chen suddenly thought. No, those things are already loaded into your brain and are now your possessions. Hearing the system's voice, for some reason, Zhao Chen felt a sense of melancholy departure. Earlier, while in that small room, the system informed him that he had one last chance for a space-time transfer to send Zhao Chen's consciousness back. Before it disappeared. Hearing this, Zhao Chen's hostility towards the system dissipated somewhat. It was good to be able to go home. As for being used by others, well, forget it. He didn't want to think about that. No matter what kind of being you are, at least thank you for being with me these years. Zhao Chen said. The system was silent for a moment. Zhao Chen, you are a talented child. Although I couldn't communicate freely for those years, I witnessed your growth. I know you've worked hard, even without the system. You can still become an outstanding child. Return to your world. Continue your life. Protect everything. Farewell, child. Be safe on your journey. With the last four words, outside the porthole, several dozen interstellar battleships fired together. Zhao Chen closed his eyes, opened his mouth as if to say, goodbye, old friend. Chapter 1326. The vast legendary star system ushered in a rare period of peace in the vast universe. A starship slowly sailed into a dazzling star system. So beautiful! A freckled girl with twin ponytails pressed her head against the porthole, her eyes shining as she gazed at the star system before her. The rumored star system. The Owl Dragon system. The place where the legend began. Dad, was this just a small star system 10 years ago? It didn't even have a stargate. The little girl looked at her father, who was the captain of the ship. This time she had a holiday and knew that her father's interstellar transport ship was heading to the Owl Dragon system for a transport mission. She begged her father to let her come along, and he finally agreed. Of course. Speaking of which, 10 years ago, I was just a bridge officer on a T2 interstellar transport ship. It just so happened that the captain received an order to transport some goods to this star system, but when we found out there was no Stargate, everyone was complaining. The most annoying thing for us in this line of work is going to those remote places with no stargates, which means crossing the margins of the star system, taking a long time and facing certain risks. And the freight was not high. The captain took a pipe and took a puff, looking at the star system before him, which was completely different from 10 years ago. He raised his hand and pointed in several directions. At that time, none of these existed. There were only a few planets and a few spaceports. You know, back then, the population of this star system was probably less than 1 billion. Now look, I heard it's nearly 100 billion. Even the number of habitable planets has increased more than tenfold. And just in stargates alone, at least 5 have been built. A star system with 5 stargates. This is a luxury that I have never seen in any part of the universe that I know. After saying all this, the captain looked at his daughter with an indulgent look in his eyes. But he didn't forget to tap her head gently. Let me remind you. This time, you agreed to listen to me. It's different here than anywhere else. If you cause trouble here, our whole family will be in trouble. The girl obediently nodded, not knowing whether she had listened to her father's words. Then she continued to gaze in wonder at this legendary star system. The Owl Dragon system had always been the ultimate dream in her academy. The great emperor was born here and also left from here. You're lucky this time. I didn't know what was going on before. The Owl Dragon system suddenly declared a blockade, and it lasted for over half a year. It was only lifted in the last month. But even the starships entering the Owl Dragon system are subject to strict requirements. If we weren't under the North Goose Interstellar Group, we wouldn't have been able to get approval to enter the Owl Dragon system. The captain took a puff of smoke and said, "Oh." The girl uttered, not paying attention to this small detail. "Dad, are we going to that space station?" The girl blinked her eyes, looking at a distant huge space station, or should I say, an interstellar city. It was very dazzling, like a diamond embedded in the universe. "We don't have the qualifications to go there. That's the Owl Dragon Imperial City. Not to mention we don't have the qualifications to enter. If we even violate anything, we could end up being destroyed directly." The captain father looked at the magnificent Imperial City, his eyes filled with a hint of longing. "There is the power center of the Owl Dragon Empire. Over there. Over there. What's that over there?" The girl suddenly jumped in excitement, pointing to the scattered lights in the dim universe in the distance. It seemed a bit far from the center of the star system. "That's the first industrial zone of the Owl Dragon system. It's a military-controlled area, and no one is allowed near it. The goods we are transporting this time are supplies for these industrial bases," the captain explained. "The first industrial zone. Is Professor Annie there?" The girl's eyes were full of admiration, because the girl was currently studying in the Starship Engineering Department. In the eyes of these students, besides the great emperor, there were 3 idols: Annie, Nina, and Elise. Those who tended to supervising production lines usually liked Elise more. Those who focused on industrial resource integration and control tended to like Nina a bit more. And among them, Annie was the most loved, because the names of all the top interstellar warships in the Owl Dragon system carried Annie's name. Therefore, Annie was a natural idol in this industry. Also, Annie was now a professor who taught some public classes, and the related video materials for those public classes had become mandatory courses for students in related departments. "Will I see Professor Annie?" the girl said with excitement. She had only seen Professor Annie in the public lectures, but her life goal was to meet this great Annie in reality. The captain father beside her smiled and said, "I don't have the ability to take you to meet Professor Annie, but as long as you study hard, I believe you will meet Professor Annie in the future." The girl felt a bit disappointed but still clenched her fists and said firmly, "Yes. One day, I will proudly meet Professor Annie, join her team, and research starship technology together." The captain father, seeing his daughter like this, felt much relieved. This time bringing her out was not in vain. "Fleet number H76 of the North Goose Group, please follow the prescribed route to the port. Due to temporary regulations, no one on board the ship is allowed to leave during docking. Please cooperate." At this moment, a message came from the industrial loading and unloading port ahead of them. "Understood," the captain replied. Subsequently, he maneuvered the interstellar transport ship and slowly approached the port, parking at the designated location. Due to it being an interstellar transport ship and carrying regulated goods, there were special loading and unloading berths. At the same time, there were pipelines connecting to the completed interstellar transport ship through which the resources loaded inside could be continuously transferred directly to the warehouse in the loading and unloading port. This significantly saved time in the process. Soon, all the goods loaded on the interstellar transport ship were unloaded. Upon receiving permission, the interstellar transport ship began to prepare to depart. The girl stood in front of the porthole, looking at the industrial zone in the distance, the place where she would realize her dreams. She gazed at the brilliantly shining star system, her resolve to work hard growing stronger. "Professor Annie, I will definitely meet you." "Achoo!" Annie sneezed. "Chief Engineer, are you feeling unwell?" A tall angelic lady walked over and brought Annie a meal. "I don't know. My nose feels itchy, as if someone is cursing me behind my back." Annie continued to look at the several electronic screens before her, her expression solemn. "How could someone curse at you behind your back? You're one of the top 3 chief engineers of the Owl Dragon starships. If you were to leave Owl Dragon now, there are numerous large corporations outside willing to hire you at high salaries. There are even rumors that if you agree, without putting a penny, they'll establish a starry consortium with you having 60% stake." The angelic lady joked, but everyone knew it was just a joke. No one really dared to touch the Empire's cornerstone. "Am I someone who loves money?" Annie suddenly uttered. Then she unconsciously added, "There was indeed someone before, who would often curse me behind my back. It made it seem like I owed him something." Annie didn't continue, her gaze somewhat dim, continuing to focus on her work as if only work mattered at the moment. The angelic assistant was at a loss for words. She hadn't paid attention to Annie's final detail. She was just in thought over Annie's first statement. When she first started working here, she heard rumors that Annie was actually a very lazy person, often completing work tasks just before the deadline, unless prompted by Nina. But as her first assistant, she found that reality was completely different. During this time, Annie almost never took a break, canceling all her holidays. Aside from resting, eating, and bathing, she was always working. She was a dedicated workaholic. Apart from work, she couldn't see her involved in any other entertainment or leisure activities most of the time. Many times, she would urge Annie to take a break. The scheduled production plan had long been completed. But each time, Annie would simply answer, "Not enough," before diving back into work. Even contrary to the rumors where Nina was always pushing Annie to work. Whenever Nina came to Annie's office, she would make Annie take a break and bring some food and what she saw as childish toys. All those gifts ended up in the storage room. The food was only eaten when convenient. The assistant took care of the foods that were considered too tedious to eat, ending up in the bellies of Annie's aides. This made her feel like she had put on some weight ever since she came here. This workaholic chief engineer, who was reckless in her pursuit of work, seemed nothing like the rumors described. At this moment, Annie's handheld terminal flickered. Annie took a glance and then said to the angelic assistant, "You go out, yes?" The angelic assistant quickly left the office and closed the door behind her. She knew that this was most likely one of the Owl's several marshals or the highest secretary contacting her. Annie looked up and saw 2 video windows appear. One was Charlotte, and the other was Lilith. A seemingly trifecta meeting, but in reality, it was the 3 most important people in the current Owl Dragon Empire. The latest production tasks have been completed half a month ahead. The production line for the new model interstellar warships has been built, and there should be no problem with the mass production of the new model interstellar warships in the future. However, the demand for raw materials will increase. Annie meticulously explained her daily work tasks. If this had been 6 months ago, Charlotte and Lilith would have thought this to be fake. But now, their expressions were also very serious. They had long grown used to these challenges. Somehow, they had all gone through some changes. The biggest change being in Annie. After discussing the industrial manufacturing aspect of things, Annie couldn't help but interject, "That, any news yet? It's been over half a year. The life information of all the crew members on that starship, has been collected, and the cloning process has been completed." But Lilith, this seductive demon, had no trace of charm on her face at the moment, appearing icy and her gaze somewhat vacant. The meeting atmosphere instantly turned cold. Regardless of how, we will wait for his return. If he doesn't return in half a year, we will wait 1 year for him. If he doesn't return in a year, we will wait for him for 10 years, 20 years, 50 years. I believe he will definitely return," Charlotte firmly stated. "All right, I have finished explaining the contents of the meeting. I have recorded all the things you mentioned just now. I will have them arranged promptly to satisfy these requests. I have some things to deal with here, so I will take my leave," Lilith said before exiting the communication screen. "Annie, I heard you haven't been resting well during this time. I know you work very hard, but you should also take care of your body," Charlotte inquired with concern. "I'm just doing my job." "Charlotte, sister, I'll leave first," Annie said and exited the video communication. Charlotte looked at the 2 dark communication windows. She sighed deeply. Over the past 6 months, she knew the pressures those around her were enduring, especially those privy to certain information. It felt as though she were being suffocated every moment. But they all knew they had to persist. This empire needed them to hold on. They needed to stand guard over everything that man had left behind, waiting for his return. "You will come back, right?" Charlotte turned her head and looked at the pair of children sleeping on the bed next to her. Her gaze softened as she looked at the children, feeling grateful for the spiritual solace they provided. After ending the communication, Annie intended to continue working. However, she felt a sensation in her stomach, indicating hunger. At this moment, she needed to replenish her energy to continue working efficiently. She looked at the meal. If not for Nana forcing her to, she could have entirely used nutrient fluids to replenish her energy. Annie took the meal, picked up the chopsticks, and quickly began eating. She ate quickly, filling her mouth in less than half a minute. But at this moment, drops of water fell into the meal box. This meal didn't taste good. Chapter 1327. Who said he was dead? Report: all undead creatures in the target area have been completely cleared. Please give instructions. The deputy captain looked nervously at the fleet commander in front of him. Have you checked them all? Not even one left behind. Su Lan lifted her head, her eyes cold, making everyone around her feel a chill. Yes, we have. The deputy captain swallowed nervously. Su Lan glanced at the red area on the stellar sand table. She said quietly, then end this mission and move on to the next place. General, our fleet has not rested for a month. And now, there are only 3 areas left occupied by the undead. Can we arrange for our fleet to take a break? The deputy captain reminded. Su Lan furrowed her brows slightly. The deputy captain hurriedly said, actually, we don't need to rest for too long. Just allow the crew to contact their families. The officers are fine. They can use their privileges to contact their families and friends. But the lower-ranking crew members don't have this privilege. So, Su Lan paused, then said, arrange for them to return for a week of rest. Let those who haven't had a vacation rest well. If needed, they can be allowed to temporarily leave the ship to visit their relatives. Yes, the deputy captain said happily. As the deputy captain prepared to leave, he looked at Su Lan and couldn't help but say, General, you should also relax. Your state has been completely different from before in the past 6 months. If you continue like this, your body won't be able to bear it. That's not within your scope of work, is it? Su Lan looked at the deputy captain and said coldly. The deputy captain, unable to do anything, could only leave with a bow. Su Lan sat in the captain's chair and closed her eyes. Later, the deputy captain came to remind her, General, we have arrived at the Foul Dragon No. 3 military base. Su Lan opened her eyes. Leave the matter of rest to you. Don't disturb me during this time. Su Lan walked out of the bridge with a somewhat weary body. When she was boarding the internal elevator, a message popped up on her handheld terminal. She glanced at it, furrowing her brows slightly. But in the end, she changed directions from returning to her room and headed for the hangar. General, this is the shuttle you requested. Shall I arrange a pilot for you? Before the crew member could finish speaking, Su Lan had already jumped into the shuttle and drove it out of the hangar, heading towards a distant interstellar city. This was a military star system where a large number of interstellar warships were stationed for rest and maintenance. There were starports and habitable planets suitable for rest. The starships here could receive excellent care and maintenance, and the crew members could relax to a great extent. Not far away, one could even see the Diamond Eden-class starship anchored here. These Eden-class starships not only provided rest for the crew, they also ensured that the crew members resting here had access to the freshest supplies. Among them, the most magnificent was the interstellar city. The shuttle instantly stopped in the hangar. "General!" The crew member who came down from the shuttle was startled for a moment and quickly stood at attention. "Prepare a hoverbike for me," Sulan said coldly. "Yes." Soon, a hoverbike appeared in front of Sulan. She got on it, bent down, and skillfully operated the bike as it sped out of the hangar. Because of its high technology, the hoverbike could travel at high speed in the air. In an instant, the hoverbike, with Sulan on it, stopped at a beautiful mountaintop where there was a high-end winery. The consumption here was quite high, so basically only the non-commissioned officers from the fleet would come here. "Welcome to the Quangkang Mountain Winery." A mechanical maid walked out and bowed to Sulan. "Park for me," Sulan said without even looking back, and walked into the winery's main entrance. The mechanical maid didn't stop her as it had scanned Sulan's identity information the moment it saw her, knowing her status and the fact that she could afford everything here. Sulan walked to an outdoor booth and heard voices coming from inside with the door half closed. "Chuksuan, stop drinking. It's good. Have a drink with me. Don't come over. Asterisk gulp gulp gulp." Sulan pushed open the door and entered. She saw Chuksuan holding Zhao Xiao against the scenic floor-to-ceiling window, pouring some unknown drink into Zhao Xiao's mouth. Zhao Xiao struggled continuously, but her physical condition was no match for someone like Chuksuan, who came from a military family. She could only let the liquid flow down her mouth. There were still many scattered wine bottles in the whole booth. Sulan walked up with a cold face, pulled Chuksuan away. The wine bottle fell to the floor, spilling the remaining liquid. Asterisk cough cough cough, asterisk. Zhao Xiao gasped for breath heavily, her cheeks slightly flushed. When she saw Sulan appear, it was as if she had seen a savior and immediately moved to hide behind Sulan, watching Chuksuan on the other side warily. "Sulan sister, you finally came. If you hadn't, I feel like I'm going to drown," Zhao Xiao muttered. Chuksuan, on the other side, swayed, and when she saw Sulan, a smile appeared on her face. She then picked up two bottles of wine from the nearby bar cabinet and walked unsteadily towards Sulan. "Sulan, you're here too. Perfect. Zizi can't handle her alcohol. Let's drink," Chuksuan said, then twisted open a bottle of wine and prepared to hand it to Sulan. Sulan took the bottle, but the next moment, the bottle in Sulan's hand smashed over Chuksuan's head. Wine splattered all over Chuksuan's body. Chuksuan was stunned. Zhao Xiao also froze. "Chuksuan, you have disappointed me too much. Aren't you the Chuksuan young miss of your family? Aren't you the highest commander of the Foul Dragon 2nd Legion Fleet, the Foul Dragon Marshal?" Sulan glared at Chuksuan. Chuksuan was at a loss, then she mockingly said, "Chuksuan young miss. Foul Dragon Commander. Foul Dragon Marshal. Are these important? Am I to pursue these things? No, I can do without all of them. I only want him to be alive. That bastard to be alive and well." Chuksuan shouted, then broke into tears. Sulan grabbed Chuksuan by the hair, pushing her against the floor-to-ceiling window. The scene mirrored what Chuksuan had done to Zhao Xiao earlier, but with a different focus now. Why hasn't he returned yet?" Chuksuan's voice began to tremble with tears. "No matter what. As long as he doesn't return for a day, we should guard this place for him. Instead of wallowing in self-destruction like you. If you continue like this, I advise you, directly give up the position of the highest commander of the Foul Dragon 2nd Legion Fleet, go back to your true family, and be your young miss. By then, don't say you're drunk. Even if you drink yourself to death, no one will care about you. But I believe, if he knew about this, he would be very disappointed in you." Sulan stared severely at Chuksuan. Chuksuan's expression froze, then she sat down on the floor, crying uncontrollably. Zhao Xiao watched Chuksuan in distress. Although it had been more than half a year, some people still could not accept this situation. They might throw themselves into continuous work to distract from such thoughts. On the surface, they seemed normal, but when alone, nobody knew how much they suffered inside. Then there were those like Chuksuan, who couldn't suddenly accept it all and found a corner to vent. Sulan's sister, Chuksuan's sister, is usually not like this. She just finished a round of cleaning work on the undead creatures. She brought the fleet here to rest. She just came here to relax. I just didn't expect Chuksuan's sister, after a few drinks, to lose control like this. So when I found out that Sulan's sister was here, I thought to ask you to come and advise Chuksuan's sister. Zhao Xiao explained the situation. Su Lan glanced at the bewildered Chuksuan sitting on the floor. Without saying a word, she walked over, picked up a wine bottle. If you want to drink, I can accompany you today. But only today, she said and drank from the bottle. Seeing this scene, Chuksuan didn't speak, silently went next to Su Lan, picked up a bottle of wine, and began drinking along with Su Lan. Watching this, Zhao Xiao smiled helplessly. Well, now she had to watch over the two of them. As Su Lan drank more, the atmosphere in the booth became lively again. That bastard, he lured me to his fleet by calling me senior sister back then. I came, and now he's missing, leaving this mess to us. I was just working for him, not selling myself to him. That's right. That heartless guy. My family announced our engagement to take care of him. And now that he's rich, he doesn't even mention this. He even had children with Charlotte and Lilith. I don't even know what that feels like. Originally, I thought, forget it. As long as I could watch him from afar. Now, even such a small request, he won't fulfill for me. Lousy man. Big jerk. Zhao Xiao sat in the corner, cautiously not daring to speak. She feared that she might attract the attention of these two women and be made to drink more. She could eat and occasionally enjoy a glass of wine, but the way these two were drinking was not drinking at all, but it was like drinking water. She dared not provoke them. But listening to what they said, Zhao Xiao also felt a bit empty inside. That man was indeed a big swindler. He promised that after the battle with the Order Worms ended, he would provide me with a super starship. It's been over half a year, and I haven't even seen a glimpse of it. Big liar. Zhao Xiao took a fierce bite of the chicken leg in her hand, then prepared to wait for these two women to get drunk, so she could help them clean up the mess. Suddenly, Zhao Xiao's handheld terminal rang. And it even had audio. It immediately drew the attention of the two intoxicated women, their eyes looking at Zhao Xiao, who was sitting in the corner. Damn it! Why is it contacting me now? Zhao Xiao's heart felt like a herd of 10,000 horses galloping. But after seeing the message on her terminal, Zhao Xiao's expression changed. She stood up suddenly, eventually choosing to communicate via voice due to the current environment. It's me, Zhao Xiao. What are your orders? Charlotte's voice came from the communicator on the other end. The latest news we've received is that rebellions have erupted in multiple places in the Empire. And someone has publicly announced the Emperor's disappearance. The Empire is in extreme chaos due to this. So far, nearly 500,000 rebel fleets have appeared, attacking several planets. At the same time, some major families are destabilizing, according to the reports from the Jinyue. Now all Empire fleets, Ace Fleet, must immediately enter a state of readiness. Afterwards, I will discuss the next plan with the Chief Secretary Lily. Your task is to have all fleets ready within half an hour. After half an hour, execute the mission issued to you. Do you understand? Charlotte's voice was calm but carried a faint, ominous demeanor. Understood. In addition, we have not been able to contact neither Su Lan nor Chuksuan. Are they with you? Charlotte asked. Yes, they are with me. I will immediately have them carry out the mission. Zhao Xiao promptly replied. Good. Charlotte did not ask further, probably knowing the situation on the other side. The communication ended there. Zhao Xiao lifted her head, knowing she had to quickly awaken the two women. Suddenly, Zhao Xiao saw Su Lan and Chuksuan standing rigidly, each with a certain potion needle stuck in their arms. The flush on their faces was quickly dispersing, indicating that their intoxication was fading. This was the sobering effect of the medicinal potion. I didn't expect someone to dare to cause trouble at this time. Chuksuan's cold, murderous voice rang out. Su Lan threw away the wake-up potion she had just finished injecting and walked towards the door. These thugs must pay the price. Chuksuan then followed suit. My, who knew those two were truly drunk or just pretending? Zhao Xiao smiled helplessly. It seemed that these two women, no matter when or in what state, had not forgotten their responsibilities. Zhao Xiao straightened her military uniform, then also walked towards the booth's exit, her expression gradually becoming stern. To do this at this time, those thugs really didn't realize how to write the word death. Chapter 1328 Internal Turmoil in the Golden Dragon Empire. Inside the highest command center of the Golden Dragon Empire, several holographic images appeared in the command room. Marshal, what's the situation now? Who are these ignorant fools who have come out? Chizhuan looked at Charlotte sitting in the main seat, her expression grim. Charlotte remained silent. Lily raised her hand and opened a holographic map that contained the entire territory of the Golden Dragon Empire. On the map, various areas were marked out, primarily in two colors, red and yellow. There were fewer red areas and more yellow areas. The red areas indicate rebel forces or interstellar powers declaring independence who have already gathered their interstellar fleets and even attacked our personnel, facilities, and bases in those areas. In total, they have an armed force of 500,000 starships. There are a total of 13 red areas, Lily explained, pointing at the red areas. Chizhuan scanned the map and noticed the red circles in various locations, even within the Starry Kingdom. This heightened her desire to take action. Suddenly, widespread rebellions have erupted. This is definitely not a coincidence, but a long-planned act. Commander Medusa of the 3rd Legion Fleet spoke up. Lily nodded. Regarding this, the Royal Golden Guards have admitted it was their negligent work. Previously, they had heard some rumors about the Emperor's affairs and some desires for independence, but no concrete actions were taken. The Emperor's stance had been to judge by actions rather than intentions. As long as they didn't overstep, he let them be. But now it seems that the Emperor was too lenient on them. Just say it. What are we going to do next? Commander Shen Bing of the 1st Legion Fleet, usually polite and gentle, had a frosty expression on her face. Those who betray the Empire shall be punished mercilessly, Charlotte finally spoke. She raised her hand, and a black list appeared, listing the influential families and their names. All family forces listed here are to be eliminated. Direct lineage to be executed, while collateral lines to be permanently detained. Related personnel are to be dealt with severely. Charlotte's voice carried a hint of murderous intent. Zizi cautiously raised her hand and said, "I'm not sympathizing with them. But at this moment, if we kill so many people, won't it raise concerns among the public? Even though the news about the Emperor has spread, and we try to present a bright image externally, using promotions in place of attending relevant meetings. But once the seed of suspicion is planted," Red Eyes interjected in a cold tone, "in times like this, we must use special means. With the Emperor absent, we cannot show any mercy. These people think they can act recklessly just because the Emperor isn't around. If we show them mercy, more onlookers might be tempted as well. So, such incidents must only occur once, and we must ensure that they do not dare to think of a second time." Charlotte then spoke, "This is the conclusion, Lily, and I have unanimously agreed upon. So, all of you just need to execute it. Lily, and I will take full responsibility, yes?" The commanders echoed in unison. "What about the yellow areas? How should we handle them?" Su Lan inquired. Lily responded, "The yellow areas, as recorded by the Royal Golden Guards, are suspected of harboring independent or other intentions interstellar powers. But so far, there have been no overt actions. Therefore, for these yellow areas, we will increase the deployment of Legion fleets to guard them, but there will be no change in external policies. We will maintain a loose exterior and a tight interior to respond to any emergencies effectively." Lily's eyes showed a hint of coldness. "If they dare to make any move, they shall be punished mercilessly." Everyone nodded in agreement. Lily continued, "Let's now allocate tasks." As they received their assigned duties, they realized that each commander was tasked with cleaning up specific regions. For instance, Chizhuan was responsible for clearing the area within the Starry Kingdom, while Red Eyes was assigned an area within the former demon tribe's habitat. White Snow and other half-beast warriors were mainly in charge of the Hammerstrike Interstellar Federation Kingdom. It was apparent that these assignments were to allow each commander to clean up their own territories. "No problem. Anyone who betrays the Empire, even if they are from the Chu family, must be thoroughly eradicated. We gave them a chance before. If they still don't know their place now, there shall be no mercy." Chizhuan's expression was icy cold. Her reference to the previous chance was an incident at the beginning of the Golden Dragon Empire's establishment during a skirmish with the Order Worm tribe, where a minor incident broke out in the rear. However, the situation back then was nothing compared to the current widespread unrest. The Emperor gave them a chance. If they cannot handle it, don't blame us for being ruthless with our warships, Red Eyes added with a stern expression, displaying a hint of intense hostility. She had discovered members of her own family within the red areas, an insult she could not bear. Causing trouble at this time requires them to understand the price they have to pay. White Snow, the Volf woman, unapologetically declared. Her demeanor suggested that she would not hesitate to unleash a torrent of interstellar missiles if permitted. Since there are no objections, we shall proceed according to this arrangement. Charlotte prepared to issue commands. However, at that moment, both Charlotte and Lily's terminals rang with a piercing alarm. As they checked the information, their expressions changed immediately. "What's wrong?" Zizi instinctively inquired. "The situation has changed. Something big has happened with the Angelic Tribe." Charlotte clenched her fists. "The Angelic Kingdom's War of Angels, the Angelic Star System. Mountain of the Angelic Temple at War Angel Wilf. Have you gone mad?" The Holy Angelic King, Angelica, looked at the sudden descent of the cage, crafted from a special material, as if it were a cage made of light. There was a strange beauty to it, and even beings with strong physical qualities like the Angelic King found it hard to break free. Angelica, the Holy Angelic King, never imagined that the Angelic Kingdom's War of Angels would take such a turn. Inviting her to the mountain of the Angelic Temple to discuss important matters, only to imprison her upon arrival and reveal his plan to once again make the Angelic Tribe independent and glorious. Have I gone mad? How am I wrong? My purpose, as the Angelic King, is to ensure the strength and prosperity of the Angelic Tribe. Angel Wilf, the Angelic King of War, walked slowly up to the throne, sitting atop it. He looked down at the Holy Angelic King, trapped in the cage. "We are now part of the Golden Dragon Empire. Our alliance with them is an act of betrayal if we do such things now. Aren't you worried about the consequences?" Angelica, the Holy Angelic King, glared up at the War Angel King on the throne. "Betrayal? You make it sound like the Golden Dragon Empire is our master. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. As for consequences, if Zhao Chen were still alive, I wouldn't do this. I would have honestly developed our Angelic Tribe, maybe even becoming the bravest warrior under Zhao Chen. But he's gone." The War Angel King spoke coldly. "You." Angelica, the Holy Angelic King, was both angry and flustered. She had indeed heard about Zhao Chen's disappearance during the previous battles and even his sacrifice. She had tried to gather information on several occasions, but was always rebuffed by Charlotte and Lily. They gave the excuse that the Emperor was currently researching new interstellar warships to prepare for possible threats from the Order. If that man were alive! Angelica, the Holy Angelic King's emotions slightly out of control, interjected. The War Angel King paused for a moment and then said quietly, "He cannot be alive. If he were, I have failed, and I am prepared to face all consequences. To bear all consequences. Do you realize what a disaster this decision will bring to the Angelic Tribe?" Angelica, the Holy Angelic King, roared. It was rare to see the Angelic King lose control in such a manner. The War Angel King remained silent, looking at the Holy Angelic King. He then left the temple, leaving Angelica in a state of worrying and agitation. She sensed what might happen outside, but she was powerless to prevent it. All she could do was hope that things wouldn't escalate irreversibly. The Angelic Tribe had been through numerous wars, and they could not endure more turmoil. As a result of the Angelic Kingdom's War Angel King's sudden declaration of Angelic Tribe's independence, unrest erupted within the entire Angelic Tribe's territory. Many were still struggling to grasp the situation, and their planets and space stations were placed under martial law. The War Angel King had made specific arrangements, especially targeting those under the Holy Angelic King, like the Holy Dragon Angel Legion, the elite fleet of the Angelic Tribe. "What do you think you're doing? Have you all lost your minds?" Commander Tilia looked at the bridge where angel warriors had taken over and pointed guns at her head. She couldn't believe her eyes as she gazed at her comrades. Her Angel Dragon Legion had returned to a starport for reorganization. During this period, Some personnel requested to board for inspection, a procedure approved by the Holy Angelic King and the War Angel King, so she didn't think much of it. However, upon arriving at the bridge and being briefed by her squad, they were forcefully taking over the control. "We are executing the orders of the Angel King. Commander, you need to rest. The angelic tribe will rise independently once again. We do not belong to any empire," a golden-scarved angel warrior declared coldly. Hearing his words, Tilia felt a chill run down from her head to her toes. She realized their intentions. Angel King. Impossible. The Angel King would never issue such an order. "You are leading the angelic tribe to disaster," Tilia shouted in disbelief. Red Eyes had raised her terminal with instructions from the War Angel King, and this time, there was no room for negotiation. "We continue with our plan," the angel coldly ordered. Among the angelic tribes, apart from the Angel Dragon Legion, the War Angel King's army outnumbered them in terms of military strength. Coupled with his preparedness in declaring the supposed death of the Golden Dragon Empire's Emperor Zhao Chen, the majority of the angelic tribe was still in bewilderment, but authority had already fallen into the hands of the War Angel King. Not only the angelic tribe, but even the Sacred Radiance Kingdom erupted into turmoil. Report, latest news. Governor Gilbert of the Northern Star Realm claims rebellion, wanting to re-establish the Holy Radiance Empire. Other star realms have also witnessed various rebellions, with the Western Star Realm seeing the most severe unrest. Governor Melissa of the Western Star Realm is missing, unable to establish contact. "Your Highness, what do we do now?" The news of the Emperor's disappearance has already spread outside. The worrying and concern in the subordinates' eyes were evident as they looked towards the throne where the sacred Kara sat. The ministers in the Grand Hall displayed different expressions. If Emperor Zhao Chen was truly dead, the threat posed by the Golden Dragon Empire would be non-existent. Their fear was not for the empire itself, but for the man. Who would willingly accept being subservient to another nation? Moreover, within a few short years, many had been reminiscing about the former Holy Radiance Empire. "Let me think further. Everyone, go calm the crowds and territories first," Sacred Kara, with an unchanged expression, said. Subsequently, ignoring the bewildered gazes of others, she walked out of the Grand Hall. At that moment, her father and the current governor of the Eastern Star Realm, St. George, contacted her. "Kara, with the current situation, how do you plan to handle it?" St. George's tone was heavy with concern. Kara continued, "Externally, I will remain silent for now. Premature declarations will only escalate conflicts. Let's stall for now. But, Father, remember who gave us everything we have now." St. George paused for a moment on the other end before responding, "I understand." Chapter 1329. Clearing the Gates. The highest command of the Owl Dragon, latest news. Over 80% of the military forces within the Angel Clan's territory have been controlled by the War Angel King. Even the Sacred Dragon Angel Legion, which has the closest relationship with us, has been taken over by the enemy. However, it is not a betrayal. It happened during a return to port reorganization, where they were infiltrated and their entire legion fell into enemy hands. The commander of the Sacred Dragon Angel Legion, Tilia, is now being held captive by the enemy. During this process, the officers and soldiers of the Sacred Dragon Angel Legion have engaged in battles with the rebel forces of the War Angel King. It is reported that nearly 37 interstellar warships were lost in the struggle, resulting in over 100,000 casualties. The War Angel King has publicly declared responsibility for this independent action. The staff officer looked somewhat hesitantly at the Chief Secretary Lillis. What did he say? Lillis responded coldly. The War Angel King said that the Emperor of the Owl Dragon Empire is already dead. This empire no longer has a reason to exist. The universe will return to its previous territorial order, with each race being independent. And he, the War Angel King Wells, is willing to cooperate with any independent interstellar race in the universe to overthrow the regime of the Owl Dragon Empire. The staff officer said softly. Lillis's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smile. What about the Angel King Angela? Lillis inquired about another issue. According to the investigation by the Royal Guards, the Angel King Angela has been detained by the War Angel King Wells in the palace of the Mountain Temple in the War Angel domain. The staff officer replied. Lillis remained silent, observing the map that covered the entire territory of the Owl Dragon Empire. It was apparent that the red and yellow areas on the map had expanded significantly compared to before. At that moment, a hologram appeared next to Lilith. It was Grand Marshal Charlotte. "Is the situation very bad?" Charlotte asked straightforwardly. "Worse than we imagined. Or rather, the importance of the Emperor to the Owl Dragon Empire exceeds our expectations." After the news of the Emperor's disappearance spread, it triggered all sorts of thoughts in the minds of those who were already unfamiliar with the world. Presently, the armed forces in the rebellious regions possess a considerable amount of power. The number of interstellar warships has reached nearly 1 million. Although most of them are T3 or T2 class interstellar warships, which are far inferior to our Imperial forces. Strategically, we still hold an absolute advantage. However, if we were to eliminate them all through warfare, the adverse effects it would cause, Lilith had a grim expression. If slaughter could resolve everything, Lilith would not hesitate to give the order. However, the impact of killing one person versus killing 100 people was entirely different. Our empire has been established for too short a time. Those fellows have not truly pledged allegiance to our empire. They are more afraid of our emperor. Now that the sword hanging over their heads has disappeared, it's as if the collar around their necks has been removed. While killing may not necessarily solve everything, at present, it is our only option. Charlotte said coldly. Lilith sighed and rubbed her temples. "Then let's kill. At least instilling fear in them won't give us too much trouble. As for those regions, they will be managed with high-pressure policies in the future." Charlotte nodded. "If only he were here. None of these things would have happened." Lilith sighed heavily. Charlotte remained silent. Charlotte then looked at Lilith's lower abdomen. "Originally, you were supposed to rest during this period. Can your body handle it?" Lilith touched her abdomen and smiled. "It's fine. There is still some time left. And although my physical constitution is not as strong as yours, as a half-beast, I am still a succubus. Giving birth is not a big deal. On the other hand, ever since you had a child, how much time have you spent by their side? I heard that you have the child on the starship. Although the starship can provide a good living environment, it is significantly different from the normal parenting environment. I hope you consider my previous suggestion." Lilith looked worriedly at Charlotte. Both women knew that they had endured a lot of pressure in the past 6 months. They both wished the best for each other because they were each other's few spiritual supports. After a while, the conversation ended, and the military operation to clean up the gates within the Owl Dragon Empire ensued. The operation went the smoothest in the Starshine Kingdom, as this was the birthplace of the Owl Dragon Empire. Therefore, the turmoil and disturbances here were minimal and could be handled the quickest. Queen DRIZZLE, the ruler of the Starshine Kingdom, personally led the expedition. "Have you finished cleaning up everything?" DRIZZLE sat on the captain's chair, staring coldly at the planet engulfed in flames before her. "Report, the rebel base on the planet has been subjected to orbital bombardment. We have tried our best to avoid civilian areas." The subordinate stood respectfully in front of DRIZZLE and replied. "What about the leader of the rebels? Have they been captured?" DRIZZLE asked. "We are still awaiting word from the royal guards." The subordinate answered. "Pass on my command. Within the Starshine Kingdom, anyone who dares to betray the Owl Dragon Empire, whether they are individuals or family forces, will be treated as rebels. The Starshine Kingdom will spare no effort to completely clean them out." DRIZZLE declared coldly, "Yes. Furthermore, issue a public declaration to the other forces within the Empire where rebels are located. If they cannot handle their own territories, the Starshine Kingdom will dispatch Legion fleets unconditionally to clean house for them." DRIZZLE said firmly, "Yes." DRIZZLE was furious. The top echelons of her kingdom had already guessed some clues through the secret messages spreading during this time. She had privately consulted with Charlotte and Lilith and received the reply, the Emperor was simply resting, and one day he would return. Until then, they needed to guard the empire he had built and wait for his return. DRIZZLE agreed with this view. Waiting was the only thing they had to do. But unexpectedly, there were some fools who attempted to covet the empire at this time, something DRIZZLE could not tolerate. Report, the royal guards have captured several prominent figures of the rebel families. DRIZZLE immediately said, "Please have them deliver these individuals to us for handling." Chapter 1330. The terror unfolded quickly. and a dozen or so people were soon escorted to Qin Shaolei's flagship bridge. They were kneeling on the bridge with their hands tied behind their backs. The Fang family, the Chen family. You have truly disappointed me. I used to hold you in high regard. Your families have even become one of the top 10 families in the Starshine Kingdom. Yet, you are still not satisfied. How dare you betray the Empire? Qin Shaolei looked at the two oldest among them, the heads of the Fang and Chen families. In today's Starshine Kingdom, they were both prominent figures. I don't consider myself a rebel. I just want to revive the Starshine Kingdom. Although kneeling, the head of the Chen family remained resolute. Qin Shaolei frowned as she observed him. Revive? Is that with the puppet you are attempting to support? My father's illegitimate child from outside, Qin Shaolei sneered as she looked at a lavishly dressed man among the group kneeling. Despite his luxurious attire, his demeanor was a far cry from Qin Shaolei's or any member of the royal family. Qin Shaolei had already received information about this man. He was her half-brother on her father's side, considered illegitimate. I am innocent. Sister, I had no idea what was going on. It was them. They forced me to come forward. I never wanted to do this. The man knelt on the ground, fear evident in his eyes as he spoke with a trembling voice. Qin Shaolei regarded him coldly. She snapped her fingers, and an image appeared before them all. In the image, a lavish and decadent scene unfolded in a dimly lit cabin. The royal bastard was seen reveling with numerous barely dressed women, indulging in alcohol and debauchery. He uttered despicable words from time to time. Zhao Chen is dead. Do you know that? The Dragon Empire is finished, yet my foolish sister still remains loyal to the Dragon Empire. Now, within our Starshine Empire, many families are willing to support me. Once we overthrow my foolish sister, I will be emperor. Forget about the Dragon Empire. Forget about the Dragon Fleet. They will all be crushed under my feet. I heard Zhao Chen had some beautiful wives. I'll capture all of them. Hey, Your Majesty, I heard Zhao Chen's wives are all pregnant. Pregnant. Even better. More fun that way. Listening to the vulgar language in the video, disdain was visible on the faces of many on the bridge, including the members of the Chen and Fang families who had now fallen from grace. You should not have said those things. Qin Shaolei coldly drew out her laser gun. In her heart, Zhao Chen was an inviolable figure. Her brother had crossed a line. I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. A splatter of fresh blood landed on the kneeling Chen and Fang family members. Qin Shaolei coldly turned to the head of the Chen family. Uncle Chen, are these the people you chose? The head of the Chen family met Qin Shaolei's cold gaze. Your Majesty, in fact, I had wanted to support you. But you are obstinate. You have forgotten the glory of the Qin royal family. I don't know what Zhao Chen has done to you to earn such loyalty. It was my mistake. I am at your disposal. I have also given you a chance. You have continuously tested me in the past. I have clearly expressed my stance. As long as I am here, the Starshine Kingdom will remain part of the Dragon Empire. Without Zhao Chen, without his Dragon Legion, there would be no present Starshine Kingdom. Uncle Chen, I respected you. Have you no independent thoughts at all? The law of the universe states that the strong rule. As long as Zhao Chen is alive, I will not do these things. But in his absence, we must obey the laws of the universe. The head of the Chen family spoke icily. Qin Shaolei knew she could not persuade these stubborn royalist followers. They had long harbored desires to restore the Starshine Empire, but their hands were tied due to Zhao Chen's influence. And now, what was happening was the result. The strong rule. Qin Shaolei sneered coldly, then turned around. In that case, let Uncle Chen and his rebels meet their end together. As she finished speaking, gunshots echoed from behind. Qin Shaolei slowly returned to her captain's chair, looking at the bodies lying in pools of blood. In her heart, she silently resolved, Brother Zhao Chen, I promise you, I will protect everything here as long as I live, awaiting your return. In terms of bloodshed, the situation within the Starshine Kingdom was far from matching the territories of the Demon Clan or the Warhammer Intergalactic Federal Kingdom. Under the massacre led by the Storm Snow Elite Fleet in the Demon Clan territory, any rebel starships were not allowed to surrender and were exterminated without mercy. If a rebel leader was captured, their bodies were hung on the starship's hull to serve as a warning. This scene chilled the rebel fleets attacking them. The Imperial starships that surrounded them displayed a grim sight, with rebel leaders impaled on long spears, their blood staining the starships red. It was hard to discern who the true demons walking out from hell were. The situation in the Warhammer Intergalactic Federal Kingdom was no less severe due to the rebel situation, ranking just after that of the Demon Clan and the Angel Clan. Report: another rebel leader has been executed. The secretary reported to Charlotte. Has the video been sent out? Charlotte said coldly. It has been sent out on all channels, the secretary replied. Charlotte nodded in satisfaction. Also, the secretary hesitated, glancing at Charlotte. What is it? Charlotte looked at the secretary. After pausing for a moment, the secretary finally said, Your father wishes to have a video communication with you. Charlotte remained composed. Patch him through. Yes. A video window opened. On the other side was the leader of the White Tiger clan, Charlotte's father. At that moment, he seemed somewhat anxious, his gaze shifting nervously. Father, I am currently handling rebel matters. If you have nothing urgent, let me deal with this first. Wait, Charlotte that. Father hesitated. Charlotte preempted him with a cold voice. You mean to speak about your son who joined the rebels, correct? Father nodded, opening his mouth to say something. However, Charlotte coldly interrupted. Father, at this time, I hope you do not make foolish decisions. You have many sons, and you do not like this one. Father was left speechless. Due to the nature of the Beastman race, this father actually had numerous offspring, excluding his illegitimate ones. He understood his daughter's message. He sighed heavily. In addition, Father, you are getting old. It's time to rest, Charlotte said coldly. The White Tiger clan leader was stunned, realizing he had crossed boundaries with his daughter. If it had been someone else delivering the message, the consequences might not have been as simple. I was wrong. Handle those matters as you see fit. The storm that swept through the entire Dragon Empire escalated. Though it appeared to be under Dragon Empire control, a sense of fear lingered due to the prevailing panic. Furthermore, on the Angel clan border, the Starshine Empire's elite fleet had arrived. The strongest showdown in this rebellion storm was about to begin. And at this moment, within the Dragon Star system, in a cultivation vessel of a certain starship, an indicator suddenly lit up, and a figure gradually emerged. Chapter 1331. Calculated strategy of the Star Alliance fleet under the protection of a group of soldiers, flagship Song Chen arrived at the bridge. Leader, sir. Upon seeing the newcomer, the captain immediately stood up straight, and then bowed apologetically. We are late in coming. No problem. I am already satisfied that you came. Take care of all the wounded. Then, head to the coordinates of the planet and rescue all our soldiers who are hiding there. After that, evacuate immediately. Song Chen said coldly. Yes, I have dispatched a fleet to rescue them, ensuring that all our crew members are safely brought back. The captain replied. All crew members. Song Chen muttered this sentence, her gaze somewhat dim. She then asked, Besides us, did you find anyone else? No, the captain shook his head. After you rushed here, how is the situation here? Song Chen inquired. It seems like there was a small-scale battle, with wreckage of over 30 enemy interstellar warships, the captain answered. Search for the black boxes of those interstellar warships. I want to see everything that happened here, Song Chen ordered. Yes? Song Chen sat on the captain's chair, massaging her temples. In front of others, she was not Zhao Chengcheng. He was the leader of the Star Alliance. He closed his eyes, recalling the words Zhao Chen had entrusted to her. Hide well. Leave the rest to me. Don't worry about anything outside, don't interfere, and don't come out. Trust me. I will ensure your safe return to your universe. At that time, Zhao Chen's expression was very serious and solemn. Although Zhao Chen was reluctant to reveal his plan, Song Chen still agreed. In the end, Song Chen and all her soldiers were placed in a hold. The hold was narrow, a storage room for ammunition, easily accommodating dozens of people. After that came the waiting, silently waiting. In that dark hold, all connections with the outside world were cut off. According to Zhao Chen's instructions, all communication devices they carried had to be surrendered and not even turned off. Therefore, in this hold, they had no way of knowing what was happening outside, nor did they know the passage of time. After what seemed like a long time, there was a knocking sound outside the hold. Then the door was opened. But the scene that unfolded before them was unbelievable. The corridors they had seen when they entered the hold, the walls inside the ship, were all gone. What appeared before them was a planet's surface covered in sand and meteorite craters. And there were soldiers of the Star Alliance Interstellar Ground Forces. Upon discovering Song Chen and the others in the hold, the soldiers quickly helped them put on simple spacesuits, allowing them to survive in the cosmic environment. Song Chen still remembered the scene when she walked out. She stepped onto the surface of that planet, only to realize it was just the surface of a small asteroid. She looked back at the hold where they had been. Rubble and debris. All that remained was a starship wreckage resembling junk metal. And in the midst of that wreckage, who could have thought that a complete hold was hidden, and inside were the people, including the Star Alliance leader, that everyone wanted to capture. Leader. A faint voice came to her ears. Song Chen opened her eyes and saw the captain. It was the overall commander of this rescue mission, and the commander of this fleet. We have collected information from the black boxes of the enemy interstellar warship wreckage. Please take a look. The captain presented several segments of information from the black boxes to Song Chen. She quickly understood Zhao Chen's plan. A faint smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. It's no wonder. Both being traverses, he came up with such a good plan. At the beginning of Zhao Chen's plan, he deployed over a dozen shuttles that would travel towards the outer edge of the galaxy according to the planned time and route. He himself piloted the T-3 Fox Hunter medium-sized interstellar destroyer in another direction to flee. In the end, he created a kind of ruse for the enemy. He used the T-3 Fox Hunter medium-sized interstellar destroyer as bait to lure the enemy into pursuing him. But the real leader of the Star Alliance had long since boarded those shuttles, fleeing towards the outer edge of the galaxy. And the real situation was that Song Chen had never left the T-3 Fox Hunter medium-sized interstellar destroyer from start to finish. Even the subsequent collision, fragmentation, falling, and explosion of the T-3 Fox Hunter medium-sized interstellar destroyer were all preset by Zhao Chen, as well as the direction and location of the final crash of the hold in the starship wreckage were all calculated by Zhao Chen. The enemy would never have expected that their target, the leader of the Star Alliance, would be hidden in the remaining section of a crashed interstellar warship. Eventually, this allowed Song Chen to survive until the arrival of the Star Alliance reinforcement fleet. In the records of the black box and some image pictures, Song Chen also saw the scene of that battle. The written records were all about the man described as a demon. In the images, there was only a vague image of that man. Song Chen silently recorded all these image pictures. Erase all records related to these, Song Chen said in a deep voice. Understood, the captain replied. By the way, how did you find us? Song Chen suddenly thought of a question. All the communication devices on them were turned off, and they were hidden in a starship wreckage, falling on a small asteroid. How did the reinforcement fleet find them so quickly? The captain replied, after we arrived here, we discovered a small number of enemy interstellar warships. While eliminating these enemy interstellar warships, we detected a faint signal. The frequency of that signal was unique to our Star Alliance. Therefore, we traced the signal and successfully located your position using life detection devices. A faint signal. Song Chen frowned. All the devices on her were turned off. Wait a minute. Song Chen seemed to remember something. She reached into her pocket and indeed found a small object. Taking it out, she saw it was a small USB-like device. She immediately activated it, using the equipment on the starship. Then a familiar voice rang out. A small holographic image appeared before everyone, depicting a cute little girl. Mom, Yaya misses you so much. Yaya suddenly appeared. Chapter 1332. The value of the Emperor seeing Yaya. Song Chen immediately understood. Yaya was an artificial intelligence built by Song Chen and Zhao Chen on the T-3 Fox Hunter medium-sized interstellar destroyer. Originally, when the starship crashed, this artificial intelligence would also disappear. But within a short time, Zhao Chen transferred Yaya to this USB drive and handed it to Song Chen. At the same time, Yaya had been sending out distress signals. You've thought of everything. Song Chen noticed the strange looks around her at this moment. Ahem. It's an advanced artificial intelligence that I created. It likes to call me Mom, Song Chen explained. The reason seemed reasonable enough, and no one paid much attention to it. With just a glance, Song Chen signaled for Yaya to be careful with her words. Clever Yaya noticed Song Chen's glance and covered her mouth. However, she still flew onto Song Chen's shoulder and leaned close to her ear. In a low voice, she asked, "Mom, where's Dad?" Song Chen's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, she also missed this man. Was it because they fought side by side? Or was it because of a sense of shared suffering? But no matter, he was a reliable comrade. "Your dad has gone far, far away. But I believe, one day we will see him again," Song Chen said softly. Yaya blinked, seeming not to understand. Song Chen looked out at the stars beyond the bridge window. "Zhao Chen, I believe you're not dead. You must have returned to your universe. But I believe, one day we will meet again." "Agreed. Let's meet at the peak, Zhao Chen." In a certain star system on the border of the angelic race. At this moment, it appeared very bleak, or more accurately said, silent. The enormous stargates and star harbors indicated the former importance of this system. However, today, this star system that once played a crucial role in trade faced extraordinary times. On a planet where the shimmering star harbor could be seen, an angelic couple held their child, looking up at the sky. There was no trace of arrogance in their eyes, only sadness and worrying. Can this war really be avoided? The female angel looked at her husband. Their identities were not ordinary people. Her husband was the former governor of this planet. But not long ago, a starship had declared control over this planet, and high-ranking individuals like them were detained. Fortunately, there was no harm done. However, the worried look on his face revealed his thoughts. "Lord of the War Angels, why start a war? Wasn't the previous situation good enough? We did business with other interstellar races, traded. Our planet's standard of living was much higher than before. We finally ended the 1,000-year war with the demon race and survived threats from other universes. Yet now, we have to have a civil war." The female angel mourned deeply, holding her child quietly. The child was still innocent, unaware of the current events. "We have experienced many wars. My father and 3 brothers, as well as your parents and siblings, all died in those wars. I thought wars had ended. Yet now, my child will face war." Tears welled up in the female angel's eyes. Only those who had experienced the pain of war knew how terrifying it was. For them, for the civilians, war was a double-edged sword. Even if they won, scars would cover their bodies. Lord of the War Angels, he always believed that our angelic race was the supreme existence. They were willing to join the Dragon Emperor's empire because the empire, at that time, had unbeatable power against the angelic race. The Lord of the War Angels is bellicose and proud, but he is not a fool. He will follow the strong. Yet now, that strong individual is gone. The chains that bound this fierce beast have disappeared. The male angel spoke with deep helplessness. "Can we win?" the female angel asked weakly. The male angel did not answer. At that moment, alarms rang across the entire planet. "Alarm! Alarm! Alarm! This star system may be on the brink of war. Please enter the shelters for emergency evacuation." The strident alarm echoed in every city on the planet. Long-closed underground shelters began to open. Residents from these cities swarmed into these shelters, showing worrying, panic, and anxiety on their faces. Excitement was rarely seen, except for a few angelic residents who shouted victory slogans. But such actions often invited onlookers' cold eyes. Regardless of the interstellar race, the lower-class residents hoped for a peaceful and stable life. During the time of integrating into the Dragon Emperor's empire, they experienced such a life. So, they had no disgust for that life or the empire. Hence, this sudden disruption of their peaceful life made them deeply resentful. Wars spanning millennia had made them weary of conflicts. The male angel held his wife and child, looking up at the stars. They could almost see the distant battlefield, the scene where the interstellar warships faced off. On one side was the mighty Dragon Emperor's fleet, and on the other side was the fleet of the angelic war angels, led by the Lord of the War Angels. Tensions ran high. Once the war began, regardless of the outcome, it would lead to chaos. If only the Emperor were here. With the Emperor present, these events would not occur. At this moment, many hearts were calling out for that man. The one who sat on the throne under everyone's gaze. Perhaps at that time, their definition of that man was only a man standing at the peak of power. But it was different now. They deeply felt the importance of the Emperor's presence in this universe. Lord of the War Angels, are you really going to betray the Dragon Emperor's empire? Appeared Charlotte's holographic image on the bridge of the flagship of the War Angels. The Lord of the War Angels looked coldly at her. The angelic race only recognizes kings. Chapter 1333, Preparing for War. Tens of thousands of interstellar warships are facing off here. It's like a powder keg about to explode, just waiting for a spark to ignite. Charlotte closed the video communication. In the video window that had been present all along, Lilith solemnly said, according to the intelligence from the Royal Imperial Guards, many people across the Empire are paying attention to the battlefield between your side and the rebel angelic forces. The number of angelic rebel forces on your side has exceeded 300,000 ships, the largest among all current rebel forces. And this could very likely trigger instability throughout the entire Phoenix Dragon Empire. Charlotte nodded, understanding the implications, and asked, "What if we win?" Lilith fell silent for a moment, then said, "In the present battlefield on the side of the angelic rebels, for the organizations and factions within the Empire with dissenting opinions, winning or losing is not important. It's more like a lit beacon that will set off a chain reaction. Once the war starts, there will be a second wave of rebel uprisings all across the Phoenix Dragon Empire. So, I've already arranged for our fleet to be deployed as much as possible. But by then, the entire Empire will be in chaos. Most importantly, I'm worried." "You're worried about forces beyond the universe, right?" Charlotte voiced Lilith's thoughts. Lilith nodded, speaking gravely. The emergence of such a large-scale rebel force within half a year is unlikely to be spontaneous. It's very likely that there is some force behind the scenes pushing for this, hoping to see the Phoenix Dragon Empire engulfed in the flames of internal strife. It's very likely to be the force called Order. But according to the Emperor, as mentioned before, we eradicated the Order Worms, and there are mechanoids stationed beyond the universe. Order military forces shouldn't infiltrate again. But where there's a will, there's a way. We need to prepare for the worst. Tell me your plan, Charlotte asked. Lilith's expression darkened, a hint of killing intent in her eyes. If the war with the angelic rebel forces breaks out, no matter the circumstances, we must swiftly eliminate all angelic rebel forces by any means necessary, even resorting to destructive firepower strikes on planets and stations occupied by rebel forces when required. We'll utilize our interstellar missile carriers and artillery ships. I will ensure strategic resource supplies for logistical support. Charlotte, your task is to eliminate the angelic rebel forces in the shortest time with the most aggressive approach. Slaughter, is it? Charlotte mentioned the name, an example to deter others. Lilith nodded, looking at Charlotte, saying, "And this matter requires you to personally handle it. Only you, the 5-star Grand Marshal of the Phoenix Dragon Empire, have such a commanding power. But afterwards, you may carry the title of Butcher. So what if I'm a butcher? In my heart, the only valuable things in this universe are what he protects. You, and the Phoenix Dragon. As for the rest, they can all be annihilated," Charlotte said without a change in expression. Lilith did not say anything more. Charlotte activated the fleet command channel. "All fleets, listen up. Interstellar missile carriers and artillery ships conduct full-scale firepower strikes on all enemy-controlled areas and interstellar warships. Saturation fire for 30 minutes. Then the remaining main combat interstellar warships will engage and eliminate all rebel forces. Remember, we will not accept surrender this time." Charlotte's icy voice resounded through all fleet commanders. Yes, the launch units of the interstellar missile carriers all opened, with Starship missiles poised for launch. The interstellar artillery ships aimed their sharp muzzle flashes at the angelic faction's interstellar warships across from them. At the same time, the interstellar supply ships responsible for logistics were prepared to ensure that the interstellar missile carriers and artillery ships received timely ammunition replenishment, ensuring the smooth progress of the half-hour saturation firepower strikes. On the edge of the battlefield lurked countless interstellar reconnaissance ships, drones, shuttles, and more, transmitting the battle scene back to their employers behind them in real time. It's time. In a certain star region of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, a half-beast stared at the scene on the screen. "My lord, are we really going to act?" The adjutant beside him hesitated. "As long as the Angels and the Phoenix Army fight, we will launch the rebellion at the first opportunity. The Phoenix Empire is getting stronger and stronger now. Only with more chaos can we gain greater benefits. This situation was happening in other places. Greedy eyes focused on the scene like numerous hyenas, stalking a sleeping tiger in the dark, hoping to take advantage when it's vulnerable. On another front, Lilith stared at the interstellar sandbox map before her, observing the circled areas. "Are all fleets ready?" she asked. "Reporting, Chief Secretary. All fleets are in their designated positions. If there's any disturbance within the areas these fleets are responsible for, they will take immediate action to intimidate the organizations." Lilith hesitated for a moment before stating, "Inform them that if they spot any rebel forces, there's no need to report. Just strike, yes." Lilith felt a surge of hostility in her chest, enraged at the interstellar factions attempting to betray the Phoenix Empire in the Emperor's absence. Anger naturally brought with it the scent of bloodshed. She knew that once this war started, even if the Phoenix Dragon Empire quelled this internal turmoil, the Empire's civilians would be tainted with the stench of blood. Even if the civilians knew the Empire wasn't responsible for these events, they would still fear it because everyone fears someone stained with blood, wielding a blade. Lilith closed her eyes. "If only you were here, none of this would happen." Beep beep beep. Lilith's handheld terminal rang. It was a special signal. Frowning in confusion, Lilith clicked it, hearing the excited words from the other side. Lilith's entire being sprang to life. Her breathing quickened, tears welling up in her eyes. Her body trembled continuously. The staff and secretaries around her were astonished by the secretary's extreme emotional display. What kind of news could cause the Empire's highest-ranking secretary to react this way? Contact Marshal Charlotte immediately. Do not engage in warfare unless the other side fires the first shot. Lilith almost shouted in a hoarse voice. Chapter 1334. He's back. At this moment, everywhere that witnessed this scene seemed to fall into a brief silence. Some were shocked, some terrified, some joyful, and others overwhelmed with tears of joy. Nearly all the officers on the starships of the Owl Dragon Legion saw this image. They had naturally heard the rumors about the Emperor's death before, but deep down, they had refused to believe it. However, with the passage of time and the rumors spreading, their inner anxiety kept growing. Now, that anxiety had finally dissipated. Many officers, sergeants, embraced each other and wept. Where there is joy, there is naturally fear. Quick! 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 Order all actions to stop. The ruler of a large family almost frantically shouted. But his subordinates, sweating profusely, said, "Sir, our first wave of attacks started 10 minutes ago." Hearing this, the ruler of this large family instantly felt the world collapse around him. It's over, it's over. Meanwhile, in another important place, the flagship of the War Angel Rebel Army, the War Angel King, looked calmly at the man in the image across from him. And on the bridge, a group of Angel sergeants nervously looked at the War Angel King, waiting for the next command. "Can we confirm that it is Zhao Chen himself?" the War Angel King asked his adjutant. After some operations, the adjutant nodded and said, "Scanned all information. And based on the message from our operatives within the Owl Dragon, we can confirm that this is indeed Zhao Chen himself. He is alive." The War Angel King laughed, shaking his head in self-mockery. "You always show up at critical times." "Sir, what do we do now?" the adjutant asked cautiously. "What do we do? Let me think," the War Angel King said as he stood up and walked slowly towards a small room next to the bridge. Watching the War Angel King's back, the adjutant couldn't help but feel that the War Angel King had changed suddenly. The energy within him seemed to have vanished. The War Angel King entered the temporary captain's restroom next to the bridge and closed the door. The next moment, many people in the bridge started whispering. "What do we do now? Zhao Chen is still alive. Yes, if we confront the Owl Dragon Empire, do we stand a chance? After all, this Zhao Chen led his Owl Dragon Legion to countless victories before." Hearing the discussions on the bridge, the adjutant frowned and shouted, "Shut up, all of you." At the rebuke, everyone fell silent. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the captain's restroom, where the War Angel King had entered a moment ago. The explosion blew open the walls, creating chaos throughout the bridge. Smoke filled the space, accompanied by some sparks. Warning! Detected explosion within the cabin. Cabin fire. Activate firefighting procedures. The firefighting procedures were initiated, quickly bringing the small flames under control. The adjutant looked incredulously at the explosion that had occurred in that small room. The officers and soldiers on the bridge, who had come to their senses, also looked at the wreckage of the explosion. It was clear that the bomb had been detonated from within, with minimal impact, destroying things in the room, but not causing much damage to the bridge. Chapter 1335 Pay Me Overtime. The top-level general manager's office outside the Angel assistant was pacing back and forth anxiously at this moment. What she was anxious about wasn't related to the Angel clan, but rather the general manager. She knew about the Angel clan's rebellion, including all the Angel clans within the Owl Dragon, and even those within the Owl Dragon who were associated with the rebellious races. Lily immediately issued a notice saying that no responsibilities would be pursued due to racial bloodlines or other factors. While others may still be worried, this particular angel was focused solely on interstellar industry. Since the Owl Dragon's top level had spoken, it must be true. So, all she had to do was focus on her work. However, at this moment, she was very anxious about something. Half an hour ago, she had received an urgent command as the Owl Dragon Emperor made a national speech. She was preparing to inform the general manager, Annie, about this matter. Unfortunately, she found that Annie was currently engrossed in a very important research project, locking herself in the office with restricted access. Without her permission, no one could enter the office, and even communication was blocked. This left her spinning in circles at the door. Suddenly, the angel assistant turned and bumped into something. Before she could see what it was, she immediately apologized. I'm sorry. But when she looked up and saw the person in front of her, she was dumbfounded. It was a man. Oh my God. I actually saw a man in the Owl Dragon. No way. How could there be men in the Owl Dragon? Wait, why does this man look so familiar? He looks exactly like the Owl Dragon Emperor. At this moment, the angel assistant's highly intelligent brain seemed to short-circuit. Hello, are you Annie's assistant? Zhao Chen saw the position on the angel engineer's badge. Don't underestimate assistants. Before this, Zhao Chen had already set up a plan to nurture the next generation. He specifically had Annie, Nana, Spider Queen Elise, 3 general managers, and some other excellent engineers to cultivate talented engineers. It would be best if these engineers stayed by his side. And so, these assistant general managers would be the future of the Owl Dragon. Upon hearing the question, the angel assistant finally reacted. She immediately saluted and said, Yes, I am Annie's first assistant, Nicole, from the Angel clan. Pleased. Pleasure to meet the Emperor. Don't be nervous, I'm just here to take a look. Annie should be inside, right? Zhao Chen pointed behind the angel assistant Nicole. Yes, but Annie is conducting research and has set up permissions for the office, so outsiders. While Nicole was speaking, Zhao Chen had already walked around her and went in. The next moment, the previously locked office door opened directly. Nicole widened her eyes in astonishment. But soon, she understood. This was who he was. He was the Owl Dragon Emperor. The person with the highest authority within the Owl Dragon Empire. There was no place he couldn't enter. After Zhao Chen entered the office, he saw a messy and dim environment. Besides numerous holographic displays, there were also many instrument devices, samples of raw materials, and more. Someone unaware might mistake this place for a grocery store. Who is it? Didn't I say no one is allowed in without my permission? Perhaps due to the sudden beam of light in the dim environment, a tiny creature hidden among the piles of objects was startled and stuck its head out. The next moment, the owner of that head froze in shock. Chapter 1336 Hotpot Meeting. We have already built and put into service the second batch of 5 T6 Iron Star cities, including the first batch. In total, there are 8 T6 Iron Star cities in operation. Currently, we are also planning the construction of the third batch of T6 Iron Star cities, with a total of 12 to be built in 5 to 6 months. Additionally, the construction plan for the fourth batch of T6 Iron Star cities is also in the works. After completing the construction plan for the third batch, we will move on to the fourth batch, where we will build 30 T6 Iron Star cities at once, with construction taking place within 6 months. This will ensure that we have a total of 50 T6 Iron Star cities in active service, truly entering the era of T6 technology. It's not just about being able to build things with T6 technology. but also ensuring production capacity, said Chief Engineer Nana. Zhao Chen was eating a pile of fatty beef slices that he picked up with a ladle from across the table, completely ignoring the chopsticks suspended in midair, and looking at his own on knee with a helpless expression. This is indeed necessary. Our current production capability for mass-producing T6 class interstellar battleships is insufficient, not to mention producing T7 class interstellar battleships in the future. Producing T7 class interstellar battleships? Upon hearing the Emperor say this, Chief Engineer Nana felt a shock to her brain. Knowing firsthand the power of T6 technology, she found it hard to imagine what kind of technological advancements would be needed for T7 class interstellar battleships. In addition, our other mid to low-level technology industries ... Chief Engineer Nana was about to introduce some related industries when she was interrupted by Zhao Chen. There's no need to go into detail about those. Just show me the relevant data. Yes, Chief Engineer Nana immediately brought up all the industrial data, not only related to the Falcon Army's industry, but also including companies like the Northern Goose Group that have capabilities in civilian-facing industries. Even the industrial data from various kingdom territories was included. With these detailed industrial data, whenever needed, the Falcon Empire could mobilize production capabilities from various sectors promptly. Very good. Zhao Chen was satisfied to see this. The Falcon Empire had come a long way, building step by step, so there were basically no major issues. Before I leave, those pieces of technology I entrusted to you, have you handled them? Zhao Chen asked Nana. Before the battle with the Order Worm clan happened, Zhao Chen had given them some technological skills to produce and manufacture. In the final explosion, a large number of Falcon interstellar battleships T6 Emerald Dream-class interstellar leap transition ships were saved, and this was one of the technological skills. At that time, it was on the eve of a major war. Zhao Chen couldn't explain to them why he wanted to increase these construction projects, but he still asked them to try to build these T6 Emerald Dream-class interstellar leap transition ships. Perhaps it could be useful on the battlefield. Unexpectedly, it was indeed used. Later, when Zhao Chen encountered that disaster and knew it was unavoidable, he quickly exchanged the last 3 T6 technologies from the system and transmitted them back to Falcon. At that time, Zhao Chen wasn't thinking about what instructions to give, but rather thinking that if there was a possibility, leaving behind some life-saving technologies for Falcon would be a good thing. Chapter 1337, Invade Again. Mentioning those several technological skills, Nana, the chief engineer, immediately lit up at the mention of a few specific technological skills. She first raised her hand and opened a very large electronic window, which appeared on the entire desktop, even covering the bodies of Zhao Chen and others. Dong! This startled On Ni, causing a piece of roast leg of lamb in her hand to fall directly to the ground. She pouted and looked at her younger sister with some complaint, but she could only honestly pick up another leg of lamb herself. This is the T6 Universe Space Dynamic Monitoring Device that you handed over to us before. It has been constructed and put into use. Currently, the main station of this device is located somewhere in our All-Dragon Galaxy, specially guarded by a stationed army as an S-grade military restricted area. In addition to this, 30 reinforced substations have been set up in various locations in space. Although the main station alone can monitor the entire universe, the efficiency is somewhat slow. With these substations that can enhance performance, the efficiency can be greatly increased. Consequently, in any location in this universe where there is spatial anomaly fluctuation, it's all under our watchful eyes. This includes which spatial locations have stargates, where interstellar battleships are conducting spatial jumps or spatial transitions, and so on. We are crystal clear about all of this. Nana introduced this huge blueprint. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. He valued this technology initially because of this aspect. With this technology, he could have the whole universe at his fingertips, of course, not to deal with those forces within the universe. For them, there was no need for these. This was primarily used to deal with enemies outside the universe. This has very high strategic value for us. Although it's non-combat equipment on the battlefield, sometimes being able to arrange in advance can ensure our victory, Zhao Chen commented appreciatively. Nana, the chief engineer, then began to introduce the next technology. The first batch of 5 T6 Divine Palace-class interstellar complexes is about to be completed and is arranged in 5 different locations, she said, as the 5 magnificent fortresses' holographic images appeared on the celestial map. Zhao Chen naturally remembered this technological skill. This technological skill, although in some aspects overlapped with the existing T6 Angel City-class fortress technology, was complementary when he thought about it. T6 Divine Palace-class Interstellar Complex. In fact, this was not a very formal name. In introductions, it had many names, such as T6 Divine Palace-class Super Stargate, Divine Palace-class Super Starport, and so on. Because indeed, it had these capabilities. It was a multifunctional comprehensive starship. It was enormous, surpassing the size of an ordinary planetary unit. It could simultaneously function as a large stellar alliance, a large starport, a large fortress, a large space station, and even be suitable as a habitable planet. Zhao Chen's positioning for this was the future anchor in various locations throughout the universe for the Owl Dragon Empire, which would be the base of the fleets of various empires stationed there. It would be a sharp sword hanging over the heads of local lords and governors. And one of the Divine Palace-class interstellar complexes in the Owl Dragon Galaxy would become the future administrative office of the new Owl Dragon Empire. In addition, Lady Lilith inquired about whether these 5 Divine Palace-class interstellar complexes should be named. After all, they are so vast, just like individual planets. Each one can accommodate several tens of thousands of interstellar battleships and populations exceeding several hundred billion. Nana asked Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen thought for a moment and pointed to the one located in the Owl Dragon Galaxy, saying, "Let's call this one Chang'an City." Chang'an City. In Zhao Chen's recollections, it was a splendid city. Although Zhao Chen knew it was a conjured memory, it had become an indelible part of his mind. Since he could not forget it, he decided not to fret about it. Instead, he would leave a deep mark in this universe for it. The remaining 4 can be named Luoyang City, Jinling City, Kaifeng City, and Yanjing City. As for the future, the Owl Dragon high-level officials can decide through a vote, Zhao Chen said. All right, Nana noted this down. Subsequently, Chang'an City became the most prosperous place in the Owl Dragon Empire. If the Owl Dragon Galaxy was a crown, Chang'an City was the brightest gem on that crown. Moreover, at the most prominent locations in these cities, there were incredibly huge gold signboards that read Chang'an City. These gold signboards also became popular tourist attractions for interstellar travelers in later generations. Even though more and more such interstellar cities emerged later, the first 5 cities were always unique due to the names chosen by the first emperor. In addition, the 3 types of combat class T6 interstellar battleships you provided us with are currently in production, and several batches have already been put into use. Nana raised her hand, and the holographic images of the 3 battleships appeared in front of everyone. The smallest in size was a light cruiser, the T6 Elf of the Wind class light interstellar cruiser. Next was a heavy interstellar strategic missile battleship that could be identified by its appearance, the T6 Holy Blood Hell Angel class heavy interstellar strategic missile battleship. Finally, there was a massive carrier starship, the T6 Queen of the Goddess Wing class super heavy carrier starship. These 3 combat class interstellar battleships were the T6 technological skills that Zhao Chen had instructed them about. The performance and combat capabilities of these 3 interstellar battleships have been highly praised by the generals, especially the T6 Holy Blood Hell Angel class heavy interstellar strategic missile battleship. This vehicle has significantly enhanced the firepower output capability of our All Dragon Legion, fully equipping our All Dragon Legion with T6 level high-intensity firepower output capabilities. However, Nana was about to laugh when she reached this point. Zhao Chen curiously asked, "However what?" But General White Snowwolf received this top-notch battleship and kept muttering. She was saying that such an excellent interstellar battleship was given to her, yet there is currently no opponent in the universe who can make use of it. This time she was fortunate to encounter the brainless rebellion of the Angel clan, so there might have been a chance to shine. But unexpectedly, she backed out in the end. I reckon General White Snowwolf is stomping with anger right now on the first ship of her T6 Holy Blood Hell Angel class heavy interstellar strategic missile battleship, Nana said. Zhao Chen listened and couldn't help but smile. Nana's guess was probably accurate. That lass, General White Snow, might not be eager if she didn't have this equipment. But now that such excellent equipment was placed in front of her, not letting her engage in a satisfying battle would make her feel completely uncomfortable. Don't worry, there will be a time to put them to use, Zhao Chen said with a smile. Nana summed up, saying, "So far, Our All-Dragon Empire's T6 combat class interstellar battleships are almost all in place. The only missing ones are the T6 class interstellar battleship and interstellar escort. The others are minor issues. Because the development and construction of the T6 interstellar battleship have been delayed, General Zuzi has met with me several times, staring at me fiercely. But I can't do anything about it. Nana shrugged helplessly. Just thinking about Zuzi and her love for interstellar battleships, Zhao Chen could imagine the expression on her face. Speaking of which, he had promised her before that he would give her a T6 class interstellar battleship. It was probably time for him to fulfill that promise as well. Zhao Chen took out two USB drives and handed them to Nana, the chief engineer. I have already prepared these. They are the T6 Amethyst Silver Dragon class heavy interstellar battleship and T6 White Jade Yuan Wu class heavy interstellar strategic escort ship, Zhao Chen explained. Ever since the beginning, Elis, the Spider Queen, had been silently listening, occasionally eating something on the side. But now, for the first time, she had a reaction, avidly looking over. Unlike Nana, she loved working, but wasn't fond of reporting such details. So she had been quiet until now. However, with these two new T6 technological skills, Elis' nerve suddenly shook, and she immediately focused on studying the technological skills contained in the USB drives Zhao Chen handed over. Meanwhile, Ni, who had been enjoying her meal, felt her heart sink. Great, she would have to work overtime again after returning. This made Ni glance at Zhao Chen with some resentment. Indeed, he was still that ruthless boss. As soon as he returned, he exposed his nature of exploiting employees. It hadn't been long, yet new construction tasks were being arranged. Remembering the past 6 months when she had to work hard to ensure the rapid mass production of those new technological skills, Ni didn't know how many brain cells had starved to death. Humph! For now, she would eat a bit more while she could. Thinking this, Ni picked up several supersized oysters once again, each as large as a basin, with incredibly delicious meat. Make these two interstellar battleships available in our All-Dragon Legion fleet as soon as possible, filling the gap in our Legion's fleet organization. Zhao Chen looked at Nana, the chief engineer. Planning like this could only be entrusted to Nana. If left to Ni, who knows when it would be completed? Rest assured, we have enough T6 Steel Star cities here now to ensure that the first batch of these T6 interstellar battleships can be produced in the shortest time possible and accelerate the production speed of subsequent batches of these two interstellar battleships. This will fill the gap in our Legion fleet on this point. Nana, the chief engineer, confidently stated. Zhao Chen was now at ease. Just at this moment, the data template in front of Nana began to flash with firelight. Oh my god! Ni dropped a piece of oyster meat from her chopsticks directly to the ground. She felt her heart shattering along with it. Chapter 1338. Current situation of the Imperial Legion fleet. What's going on? Spider Queen Iris looked puzzled as she stared at the glowing points on the map in front of her. Chief Engineer Nana glanced over and immediately put on a serious expression on her face. I am synchronizing the entire universe's spatial dynamics monitoring device here. Although this equipment has been handed over to the military, as a researcher, I have always had the right to access and supervise real-time data. Pausing for a moment, Chief Engineer Nana continued, the current situation indicates a significant disturbance in the universe's space, which is not a space jump within the universe, but rather a space jump from outside the universe. In simple terms, someone is trying to enter this universe. As Chief Engineer Nana was speaking, Zhao Chen received an urgent communication from Lily. The video window opened, and Lily appeared on the other end, looking serious. Your Majesty, we have an emergency situation. We have detected 5 abnormal spatial fluctuations in the universe. It appears that a fleet from outside the universe is attempting spatial teleportation. I have already arranged an advance fleet and reconnaissance fleet to monitor these 5 locations. Any updates will be reported back immediately. Next, we need to determine the response plan for this emergency. Zhao Chen nodded and turned to Chief Engineer Nana beside him. Can we estimate the time it would take for the enemy to perform cross-universe spatial teleportation? Chief Engineer Nana nodded. Based on the spatial abnormal fluctuations on the Universal Space Dynamics monitoring device, we can understand the strength of the equipment the enemy is using. It's like having a bucket of water that can fill a pool, and we just need to see how much water is being poured out to estimate roughly how long it will take to fill the pool. Currently, For monitoring these 5 spatial abnormal points, we estimate that it will take at least half an hour to open a passage for the interstellar fleet to cross. Half an hour. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment. This time frame was enough to prepare a response plan. He then asked, "Can we determine if this spatial jump is a one-time teleport like our interstellar leap ships, or if it's establishing a permanent spatial channel, similar to our stargates?" Chief Engineer Nana replied, "This can be determined by examining the wave patterns at the spatial fluctuation points. If it is a fixed space teleport, like our stargates, the wave patterns will gradually stabilize. If it's a one-time event, it's like throwing a stone into the water. The initial wave is significant, but it will eventually dissipate. Based on the current observations, it seems to be a one-time event, but the scale and duration need further observation to confirm. This type of equipment's benefit is being able to determine victory from miles away. Before the war even begins, useful information can be gathered as much as possible. You guys continue eating. I will handle this matter first." Zhao Chen wiped his mouth, stood up, excused himself, and left. Chief Engineer Nana and Spider Queen Iris both stood up to see him off. Chief Engineer Annie, on the other hand, was all food in her mouth, paying no attention, waving her hand without looking up. It seemed as if Zhao Chen's presence was irrelevant, as long as someone paid the bill. "Enough eating. You act like you've never had a meal before." Chief Engineer Nana sat back down, looking at Annie's undisciplined behavior, scolding her unkindly. "What's the matter? I've been working for that rich landlord for half a year. Whether the first eat well or not, sleep well or not, can't I enjoy myself a little? This is what Annie deserves." Annie retorted, took a 2L bottle of drink, chugged it down, wiped the water stains off her mouth, burped loudly, as if surveying her kingdom, looking at the food in front of her. After Zhao Chen left, a starship hovered outside the starry sky. That was his rightful ship, the T6 Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship. During the war against the Order Insects, this Dragon Emperor had been undergoing a T5 to T6 technological upgrade in the spacecraft. So it had been a while since they last met. Zhao Chen's shuttle landed in the hangar. Crew members immediately came forward to greet him. "Your Majesty," a naval officer saluted in front of Zhao Chen. He nodded, and the officer immediately called for a floating elevator. Zhao Chen stepped up. Though called a floating elevator, it was more like a luxurious minibus with sofas and even a liquor cabinet. Zhao Chen sat on the couch, watching as the different compartments of the upgraded T6 Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship gradually receded. After the upgrade, the T6 Dragon Emperor had become significantly larger than before. Soon, this luxurious floating elevator arrived at the bridge. The huge light doors opened, revealing the largest bridge in the entire All-Dragon Imperial Starfleet to Zhao Chen. Predominantly white with gold accents, it exuded a sense of purity and sacred grandeur. The uniforms of the officers here were also slightly different, mostly white military uniforms. "See the Emperor." With Zhao Chen's arrival, the bridge buzzed with waves of respectful voices. "Continue working," Zhao Chen replied silently. They all respected the Emperor, but their professionalism dictated their actions. Under the lead of a subordinate officer, Zhao Chen arrived at the command room. It was a space surrounded by giant floor-to-ceiling glass, the brain within the mind. In this space, there was a mini golden throne, naturally Zhao Chen's seat. "Your Majesty," Lily, who had been waiting here, immediately saluted Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen glanced at Lily's slightly bulging belly. It had been more than half a year since he left, and Lily seemed to have been pregnant for at least half a year. He cared about Lily's health, the words of concern almost leaving his lips. However, Zhao Chen was not just Zhao Chen at this moment. He was also the Emperor of the Owl Dragon Empire. Sitting on the throne, Zhao Chen looked at the massive interstellar sand table in front of him and spoke. "I am already aware of the current situation. Tell me your thoughts." "We mostly conclude that this should be the enemy's well-coordinated plan. I suspect that the recent rebellion within our empire was influenced by the Order. As for how the Order can affect our world, we do not know. After all, their power is incredibly strong and mysterious. It's possible that everything we've understood so far is just the tip of the iceberg. However, for now, the fact that someone is trying to enter our universe indicates that it's likely the Order's military. We tentatively assume it to be the Order's Dark Legion fleet. Their goal seems to be causing massive chaos within our empire through internal rebellion. If they can completely cripple our empire, that would be the ideal situation for them. Once the Order's military forces enter later, we will have no means of resistance. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement, as that was also what he had been thinking. Lily continued, however, the major heads of the rebellion within the empire have been mostly cleared out. What remains are just smaller fish and shrimps, which shouldn't pose a significant problem. Originally, we were prepared to take care of it ourselves as a show of strength. But now with this new development, our plan is to hand over these minor rebels to the local kingdom fleets, lord fleets, and security fleets for handling. It's also a way to test them. Dealing with these small fish and shrimps shouldn't be a problem for them, allowing us to focus on preparing and gathering our strength to counter any potential enemies at these 5 abnormal spatial fluctuation points. I agree, Zhao Chen directly stated. Marshal Charlotte will report to you on the military planning. She has already begun various war preparations, while I will ensure logistical preparations. Lily added, at the same time, we are preparing to assemble our forces for the possible appearance of enemies at these 5 abnormal spatial fluctuation points. As for the military plans, Marshal Charlotte will report them to you. She has already started relevant war preparations, and I will ensure the logistics are in place, Lily said. As they were talking, a holographic image appeared in front of Zhao Chen. It was a full-body hologram in military uniform, showing the gallant figure of Marshal Charlotte. Greetings, Your Majesty. Marshal Charlotte saluted first. Regarding the situation, Zhao Chen said, all our 4 Legion fleet groups and 5 elite fleet groups are fully prepared and can depart at any time, Marshal Charlotte said. She also pulled up all the data on these fleet groups since Zhao Chen hadn't seen them in half a year. While half a year might not seem long, for these Owl Dragon fleet groups, significant changes had taken place. Firstly, the 4 Legion fleet groups were now all at full strength, composed of 50,000 interstellar warships forming 10 50,000-strong Legion fleets. Each Legion fleet consisted of 15 3,000-strong battle course fleets and 2 logistics course fleets. This was the standard composition of a Legion fleet group. For elite course fleets, as the main force of a Legion fleet group, about 3,000 warships were left. Of these, the number of T5 class interstellar warships had tripled, and T6 class interstellar warships had increased to 3 to 5 ships. Going further up, the flagship course fleets, acting as the flagship corps of a Legion fleet group where the Legion commander was stationed, had an increased size. The number of T5 class interstellar warships had increased to around 600, and T6 class interstellar warships had increased to around 10 to 15. The top tier was the super flagship course fleets, of which there were only a few. The course fleets were primarily composed of the highest commanders of each fleet group, with only T5 class interstellar warships, 3,000 T5 interstellar warships, as well as 60 T6 class interstellar warships. Are the 5 Imperial fleet groups fully staffed? Zhao Chen asked in surprise. Lily intervened, saying, yes, and there are some surplus interstellar warships being used as training ships for various military academies to conduct advanced combat training for new recruits. At the same time, the formation of the Imperial fleet groups is also beginning. With 4 Imperial fleet groups, nearly 2 million starships, the Owl Dragon Empire was not to be underestimated. Considering the future situation, the 4 Imperial Legion fleet groups may not be sufficient. Or rather, there's more than enough for defense, but not enough for offense, Zhao Chen pondered, rubbing his chin. Marshal Charlotte added, according to our future plans, without further institutional reforms, we will need a total of 20 Imperial Legion fleet groups, 10 million starships in total to be prepared to face any potential dangers and threats. 10 million starships. Zhao Chen closed his eyes, imagining that scene. Just the thought of it was enough to stir the blood. In this universe's heyday, all the regular Legion fleet groups combined probably barely reached this number. Moreover, this was what the Owl Dragon Empire was aiming for, quality over quantity. Chapter 1339. The massive Owl Dragon Worm Clan fleet. Zhao Chen could sense the unbridled emotions of the Insect Queen. He knew that she was genuinely anxious about his whereabouts during the past 6 months. Lilith had told him that the Insect Queen had ventured numerous times into the now two-dimensional space universe region in search of Zhao Chen's trails, sacrificing many insect nest motherships in the process. Lilith had also provided psychological counseling to the Insect Queen to prevent her from behaving excessively. Fortunately, Zhao Chen had returned in time. Lilith admitted that, if Zhao Chen had not returned in time, the insect queen would eventually have behaved erratically. Although she was now rational and capable of communication, her genes were still those of the insect race. "I've come to ask for your help and that of your insect clan fleet," Zhao Chen said straightforwardly. "What is it?" The insect queen continued to hang above Zhao Chen's head, showing no signs of descending. "We've monitored extraterrestrial forces attempting to enter our universe. Anomalous spatial fluctuations have been detected at 5 locations. Our Imperial Dragon Empire's military fleet is only sufficient to deploy at 4 of these locations. So, I hope that your insect clan fleet can take charge at one of them," Zhao Chen explained, sharing the idea he had also proposed to Charlotte earlier. Although the Owl Dragon Worm clan fleet was now under the Imperial Dragon Empire, this particular unit could only be mobilized by the Emperor. Even Charlotte would need to consult with the Insect Queen to assign missions to this unique fleet. "Is it the order?" The Insect Queen's eyes lit up. "Most likely, yes," Zhao Chen confirmed. The Insect Queen immediately raised her right hand in a military salute, saying, "The Owl Dragon Worm clan fleet accepts the mission." However, as she was hanging upside down on Zhao Chen's head, the salute was also upside down, adding a touch of humor to the gesture. "How large is the current size of your Owl Dragon Worm clan fleet under your command?" Zhao Chen inquired. Given the insect race's reproductive rate, after half a year of growth and rest, it must have expanded to a terrifying scale. According to Lilith, the Insect Queen had requested additional star system habitats multiple times. Fortunately, Zhao Chen had already considered this and provided the Insect Queen with a vast desert sector as their habitat, where resources were scarce and few people ventured. The inhabitants of these few backward planets were willing to relocate to better habitable planets given proper relocation benefits. Even those who were initially reluctant eventually agreed under coercion and persuasion upon learning that the insect race was about to appear on their planets. This segment constituted only a few million people, and sacrificing their homeland for the greater good was inevitable. The Owl Dragon Worm clan territory had gradually expanded into a vast claimed region, enough for the survival and development of the Owl Dragon Worm clan within it. Tens of trillions, if counting the lower-tier insect units. The Insect Queen gestured with her finger at her mouth, showing a pensive expression. For military combat units above T3 level, Zhao Chen clarified. On one of the insect clan planets, there were already tens of millions of insect units, totaling to an astronomical figure. Individuals varied in size, so the specific count was not a cause for concern. In descending order, we currently possess 3,000 T6 Gluttony-class insect nest motherships, the Insect Queen boasted. In addition, based on the advantage of diverse forces on the battlefield, I have gene-modified the Gluttony-class motherships. According to different battlefield needs, different variants of the T6 Gluttony-class insect nest motherships have been cultivated. These include the massive T6 Leviathan Gluttony-class mothership, the fast T6 Predator Gluttony-class mothership, the long-range T6 Artillery Gluttony-class mothership utilizing dark matter plasma cannons, the defensive T6 Guardian Gluttony-class mothership, and the T6 Infector Gluttony-class mothership specially equipped with T5 biological infection insects, and more. Impressive! Zhao Chen expressed surprise, not shy to commend her accomplishment. The Insect Queen's tail flickered like a small fan behind her, as she narrated proudly of the units she had developed. It appeared that she truly enjoyed cultivating these new insect units. 1 billion T for Leviathan-class insect nest motherships, the Insect Queen continued. How many? Zhao Chen was greatly taken aback by the sheer number. 1 billion. Zhao Chen was astonished at the seemingly simple statement delivered by the innocent-looking Insect Queen. Additionally, there are about 100 billion T3 insect nest motherships. As for T2 and T1, the true count is unknown, she added. This was what one would call a sea of insects, an immense force comprising 100 billion T3 insect nest motherships. Zhao Chen recalled facing a crisis when the insect race had exploded in population, with only a few billion nest motherships, including numerous T2 and T1 insect nest motherships. Now, the fleet that he had nurtured contained an astounding count of 100 billion T3 insect nest motherships, 20,000 T5 Leviathan King-class insect nest motherships, and a varied number of T5 Leviathan Shaman-class insect nest motherships, T5 Starlight Fireflies, and T5 Dimensional Ghost insects, along with some stealth reconnaissance-capable insect units. That many insect nest motherships. Will there be enough food supply? Zhao Chen expressed concern. The general apprehension towards the insect race had always been their insatiable hunting desires. The food issue is not a problem, the insect queen assured Zhao Chen. After genetic modifications, the individual needs of our all-dragon worm clan have been reduced by at least 100-fold compared to the original genes. It is now possible to control their appetite and prevent excessive aggression. Although this affects combat effectiveness, it is significantly lower than the enhanced combat capabilities from genetic modification. Additionally, these nest motherships have an added dormancy function. During non-combat periods, they can enter a low-energy hibernation state, requiring only a fraction of the food needed when they are not in hibernation. This is why I was able to cultivate such a vast insect fleet. Zhao Chen found her explanations to be quite perfect low maintenance costs during downtime, with the readiness to engage in combat upon awakening. This was a remarkable advantage for a warlike species that increased the potential of the owl dragon worm clan in the field of battle. The food constraints were now lifted, allowing for the pursuit of a higher quantity of nest motherships. Unfortunately, I have yet to cultivate T7 class nest motherships, the insect queen lamented. Take your time. T7 technology level is a barrier for many interstellar civilizations. Our Imperial Dragon Empire has not broken through to T7 technology either, Zhao Chen observed, noting the insect queen's eagerness to cultivate T7 nest motherships to combat the order belonging to a T7 technology civilization. Over time, Zhao Chen had established his direction for developing T7 technology, awaiting further research and experimentation. As the insect queen began preparing to deploy the owl dragon worm clan fleet to the designated battlefield to face the potential threat from the order, Zhao Chen witnessed the dormant nest motherships. Their bodies seemed deflated, shrunken down by hundreds of times compared to their normal size, floating amidst a small asteroid belt. When awakened, they would start expanding like inflating balloons and begin reproducing larvae or spores to replenish the insect units on their bodies. Other insect units would also enter the nest mothership's interior to expedite this process. Awakening a nest mothership required some time, but thankfully, the insect queen had already deployed a segment of the owl dragon worm clan fleet on standby, even though its scale of 3 billion was more than sufficient for this impending war. "Lord, where do we go next?" Lilith inquired. "We're heading to the battlefield near the Holy Radiant Kingdom. It's closer to densely populated areas, and my presence there can calm people's hearts," Zhao Chen decided. Understood. Subsequently, the T6 Dragon Emperor class interstellar command ship and the Imperial Emperor Guard fleet set their course for the Holy Radiant Kingdom. After half a year, the Imperial Dragon Empire faced another test. Chapter 1340. As long as you listen, you will always be the Angel King. Chapter 1340. As long as you listen, you will always be the Angel King. The Divine Radiance Kingdom, Central Star Field, Capital Star System. Here lies the largest stargate in the Divine Radiance Kingdom, and it is also a stargate built by the side of the Owl Dragon Empire, managed and controlled by the Owl Dragon Empire. Although completed in less than a year, it has become the stargate with the highest number of starship voyages in the Capital Star System. However, today, this stargate has entered a state of emergency military control. All flight routes are suspended, and all scheduled voyages are postponed. This news naturally alarmed the high levels of the Divine Radiance Kingdom. Subsequently, the arrival of the First Legion fleet of the Owl Dragon Empire here made the Divine Radiance Kingdom feel a sense of unease. Uncontrollable speculations emerged in their minds. Could it be that because of the recent family uprisings in the Divine Radiance Kingdom, the Owl Dragon Empire is preparing to take action against the Divine Radiance Kingdom? If that's the case, will these family forces be affected? While these major families and the high levels of the kingdom were in a panic, Queen Sankana of the Divine Radiance Kingdom issued a decree. From now on, the Central Starfield is in a state of second-level military readiness, and a first-level war readiness zone is designated, where all interstellar warships in the area will be under the control of the Owl Dragon Empire. No starships are allowed to fly without permission. Violators will be severely punished. Upon receiving this decree from the Queen, it actually reassured the high levels of those families to some extent. This meant that the military operation of the Owl Dragon Empire's First Legion fleet was not targeting the Divine Radiance Kingdom. Although the reason was unknown, at least it had nothing to do with them. They dared not provoke the Owl Dragon Empire now, especially since that man had returned. I have issued the relevant orders. Are there any other aspects that we need to coordinate with? San Kana looked at the holographic image in front of her, which was Zhao Chen sitting on the Dragon Emperor's throne. That will be all. Leave the next steps to the Imperial Fleet for handling, Zhao Chen said lightly. San Kana took a deep breath and slightly bowed, saying, regarding the recent family uprisings within the Divine Radiance Kingdom, even though they have been contained, as the Queen, I undoubtedly bear a certain responsibility and cannot shirk it. I request the Emperor to decree a punishment. Zhao Chen fell silent for a moment. He looked at San Kana and slowly said, since you put it that way, I will make a statement later. Queen San Kana of the Divine Radiance Kingdom, for failing to discipline her subjects, leading to family uprisings, will be punished with a week of self-reflection. With that, Zhao Chen's image dissipated. Queen San Kana was stunned, looking at the empty space in front of her, listening to the seemingly playful punishment just given to her. She couldn't help but chuckle. She knew that it was not really a punishment, but a way for the Emperor to show his trust in her and not to pursue her responsibility. As for others, they should continue to follow the leadership of Queen San Kana as before. The seemingly punitive order actually quickly diffused the tension caused by the recent events in the Divine Radiance Kingdom. Soon, this punitive order spread throughout the kingdom, and everyone also saw the Imperial ship of the Owl Dragon Emperor, as well as the trace of the Emperor's Guards fleet. After appearing at that Stargate, they left the star system with the First Legion fleet of the Owl Dragon Empire. On the bridge of the Dragon Emperor Star Command ship report, we are 5 minutes away from the abnormal spatial fluctuation point, and the estimated time for the enemy to appear at the predicted spatial abnormal fluctuation point is 8 minutes, a staff officer reported to Zhao Chen. Very well, continue to keep watch, Zhao Chen replied. Although Zhao Chen had the T-6J Dream-level interstellar leap ship in his hands, which could transport a large number of starships directly to their destination, it also required a lot of resources. In situations where time was sufficient and the Stargate network was convenient, the most cost-effective option was naturally chosen. On Zhao Chen's command ship bridge, each department was busy. Not only for this battlefield, but also for other battlefields, specialized staff departments were set up for remote guidance and assistance, sending all information to Zhao Chen. The Dragon Emperor command ship was like a giant brain that could control any Legion fleet of the Owl Dragon Empire. Your Majesty, we have just received a communication request from the Angel King, Archangel Angela. Secretary Lily reported the message to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen had anticipated this contact with the Angel King. He glanced at the time. The command of the battlefield is fully delegated to Fleet Admiral Shen Bing and the First Legion Fleet. We will primarily play a supervisory and support role, Zhao Chen instructed. Then he said, arrange a meeting between me and her here. It's nothing important anyway. This matter was not important in Zhao Chen's eyes, but in the eyes of the angel race, it concerned the fate of their race. In the dignified angel star system, within the sanctum of the sacred mountain, a holographic image appeared in the sanctuary. Archangel Angela, the Angel King, saw Zhao Chen appear and immediately bowed in respect, using the most noble etiquette of the angel race. Zhao Chen, looking at the Angel King, who was kneeling, said, "Rise." The Angel King replied, "Your Majesty, I dare not." Zhao Chen's lips curled slightly. This seemingly pure and sacred woman was not as innocent as rumored. With just the first sentence, she had positioned herself lowly, not as an angel king, but as a criminal. I said for you to lift your head. Zhao Chen's voice was authoritative. At this moment, Archangel Angela finally raised her head. Although they had met many times before, she still marveled at the breathtaking beauty in front of her. I heard that you wished to see me, Zhao Chen said. Suddenly, Archangel Angela knelt down, and even her pure white holy feathers were pressed tightly to the ground. What are you doing? You are the Angel King, not a criminal, Zhao Chen said coldly, without any intention of letting her rise. Archangel Angela, with her head bowed, said, the gesture just now was to greet the Emperor and show the highest etiquette of the angel race. This gesture is a plea to your Majesty to forgive the angel race's sins. I, Angela, am willing to bear the punishment on behalf of the angel race without regret. Zhao Chen did not speak but stepped slowly towards the steps of the sanctuary. There, the throne of the Angel King was placed, and Zhao Chen turned and sat down slowly. Although it was just a holographic image, it seemed as if there were truly someone sitting there. It was fortunate that this was in the sanctuary, or else such a good effect could not be presented. According to the information I have received, the recent angel race uprising was orchestrated by Archangel Wells, and before that, he even imprisoned you. During this time, you were completely unaware of this matter, or perhaps it was not until the suicide of Archangel Wells that you were rescued by angel warriors. Zhao Chen squinted at the figure that was bowing even lower, Archangel Angela. Yes, Zhao Chen's voice was icy. But why do I feel that Wells was not imprisoning you, but protecting you? Archangel Angela's heart sank. He was leaving an opportunity for the angel race. If his rebellion failed, you could step in and once again be under the Owl Dragon Empire. He couldn't let you die, because if you were to die, and his rebellion failed, the angel race would be hopeless, Zhao Chen said coldly. Criminal. I do not know. Archangel Angela bowed her head, her voice trembling. You probably didn't know. He couldn't tell you these things. In his actions, even those stubborn resistors under your command were killed by him. Those who did not resist stubbornly were simply imprisoned. This indirectly shows that he was protecting your trusted followers. So, you should also be able to guess that. After all, you are an angel king. Am I right, Lady Archangel Angela? Zhao Chen rubbed his chin, staring at the bowed Angela. Or perhaps, you knew from the beginning. You deliberately cooperated with Wells, making preparations for both sides. If the rebellion succeeded, the angel race would be the main force in overthrowing the Owl Dragon Empire. Whether you rose as an independent angel race or in front of your new master, it would be a great achievement. From the start, you put all your eggs into baskets. The sweat beads on Archangel Angela's forehead. She didn't expect the Emperor's character to be this strong. Speak, tell me how much you know. You only have one chance to speak now, Zhao Chen spoke coldly. Archangel Angela fell silent for a moment. She slowly lifted her head and said, in fact, when it comes to Wells' actions, I had heard some things before. At that time, because Your Majesty had been absent for a long time, and due to those rumors, it sparked a resurgence of a lingering ideology within the angel race. The angel race had always had a proud attitude, and joining the Owl Dragon Empire's regime had caused dissatisfaction among many, although there was not a strong protest against this decision, as most had seen the combat effectiveness of the Owl Dragon Legion. However, because of Your Majesty, it led to the emergence of this ideology. This situation was most pronounced in the faction of Archangel Wells. After all, the subordinates of Archangel Wells were mostly warlike people who sought to demonstrate their superiority through war. This has always been the case. Now, ironically, because of the military power of the Owl Dragon Empire, they had to submit. This was a stone that had been weighing on them. Now they finally had a chance to overthrow this stone, and the reaction was naturally very intense. Along with the proliferation of this ideology, there was even the possibility of it getting out of control. It was at this point that Archangel Wells began to actively contact these individuals, forming a faction centered around him. When I went to see him, it was actually because I was worried that he would cross a line and wanted to dissuade him. I did not expect that he had already planned everything. Even I was imprisoned as a result. After that, everything that happened next occurred. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes. He felt there must be an order behind this. Those aggressive members of the angel race were likely influenced by the Order of Chaos. It was known that during the time of the mechanical race, an order could influence a group of mechanical beings to become followers of order. So it was not far-fetched to think that these angels were similarly affected. As for the Archangel Wells, whether his rebellion was truly from the heart, Zhao Chen found it hard to say. Perhaps he was just trying to protect the angel race from internal chaos. If so, then this simmering violence needed to be released, even if it meant facing the Owl Dragon Empire. However, when he realized that it was a dead end, he sacrificed himself and extinguished the fire that should not have been burning. Your Majesty, here I have a list regarding the stubborn individuals who followed Wells in the recent uprising. If you wish, I can clean up these rebellious angels in the shortest time possible. Archangel Angela took out an electronic list. The electronic list appeared in front of Zhao Chen. It contained over 1,000 names. Without exception, they were high-ranking members of the angel race, with 3/4 coming from Archangel Wells' faction. I can forgive the angel race this time, Zhao Chen spoke. Upon hearing this, Archangel Angela was overjoyed. However, from now on, the military armed forces of the angel race will be directly controlled by the Owl Dragon Empire, and the angel race will only be allowed one angel king. As for who becomes this angel king, The Empire will decide, Zhao Chen said in a solemn tone. Archangel Angela was startled, feeling as if an iron chain had fastened around her neck. She knew very well that if things proceeded as Zhao Chen had said, the angel race would be nothing more than a dog on a leash by the Owl Dragon Empire from then on. After all, even the military fleet was now under the control of the Empire, let alone anything else. But now, did she have a choice? Yes, I will comply with your Majesty's command. Archangel Angela lowered her head. Rest assured. Besides those on the list, I will not investigate the responsibility of other members of the angel race. As long as you listen, you will continue to be the Angel King of the angel race, Zhao Chen said lightly. Chapter 1341 Conversation between the Universe Inc. and the Angel King Angela the Purity have ended. Inside the Dragon Emperor-class interstellar command ship, Zhao Chen opened his eyes. All settled? Lilith asked beside him. Yes. From now on, the angel race will only be a subsidiary race of the Owl Dragon Empire, Zhao Chen said faintly. Before this, Zhao Chen did not have a suitable reason to arrange the angel race. But now, they handed him the knife. Zhao Chen naturally wouldn't be polite. He directly cut off the wings of the angel race. From now on, the angel race will only be the canary in the cage of the Owl Dragon Empire. We can recruit more angel races to join the Owl Dragon Empire. Don't have any grudges against the angel race because of this incident. As long as they meet the requirements, pass the assessment, even serving as mid to high-level officers in the Owl Dragon Empire army would be no problem, Zhao Chen said. Lilith nodded. The angel race, as the once most powerful interstellar race in this universe, naturally had very excellent racial talents. But if it were a narrow-minded leader, they would probably be wary of the angel race's existence and impose restrictions in certain aspects. But not with Zhao Chen. As long as you could work for the Owl Dragon Empire, build the Owl Dragon Empire, then regardless of your background, you are all members of the Owl Dragon Empire. Only in this way can the angel race truly integrate into the Owl Dragon Empire. However, for those who violate the rules, they must also be dealt with publicly and fairly to show our attitude to the outside world, Zhao Chen said sternly. Yes, Lilith replied. Under the decree of the Owl Dragon Empire's first emperor, in the subsequent years, the angel race gradually integrated into the Owl Dragon Empire and became one of the major races. Almost all sectors of the Owl Dragon Empire had traces of the angel race. The angel race's people had also set aside their original arrogance and gradually integrated into this big family. And with the addition of the angel race, the initial development of the Owl Dragon Empire was further accelerated. These are stories for later. At the moment, there are important matters waiting for Zhao Chen to handle. Your Majesty, we have arrived, Lilith reminded. At this time, Zhao Chen looked at the scene outside the bridge's viewport. Surrounding them were the interstellar warships of the Owl Dragon Empire's First Legion, already in battle positions, forming a formation encircling a sector of space. In this sector of space, one could visibly detect something amiss. In the middle of this sector of space, a black spot appeared, gradually pulling and tearing the surrounding matter bit by bit. Some small asteroids within this range were gradually crushed by the increasing pulling force and sucked into that black spot. Even the surrounding space showed ripples, as if there were hidden currents flowing beneath the calm lake's surface. Based on our monitoring, the fluctuations in this space are about to reach a peak. The enemy could appear at any time, Lilith said gravely. Zhao Chen crossed his arms, coldly watching everything. At the same time, he looked at the shared command channel of the Owl Dragon Empire's First Legion fleet. He could hear Marshal Shen Bing's continuous battle deployments. The 3rd and 4th Legions are in position for battle. Remember, do not retreat without my orders. Your positions are crucial. The interstellar missile and gunship squadrons of the remaining interstellar legions are ready to fire. Once I give the order, unleash all firepower. The 9th and 10th Legions are on standby as reserve forces, ready to support any troubled areas of the battlefield. Leona, you are in charge of commanding the frontline battles. Inform me immediately of any emergency. Qingman, you are in charge of fleet coordination in the middle of the fleet. Huang Zhaoting, focus on logistics, especially the resupply of interstellar missile ships. Make sure they get resupplied promptly. At this point, the holographic image of Panda Girl Vice Commander appeared in front of Zhao Chen. Your Majesty, should our Imperial Guard fleet deploy to assist in battle? Zhao Chen calmly responded, second level alert. This is the battle of the Owl Dragon 1st Legion Fleet. We should not interfere unless necessary. Yes, Zhao Chen looked at the battle data of the Owl Dragon 1st Legion Fleet. Currently, besides the 50,000 interstellar warships of the Owl Dragon 1st Legion Fleet, there was also a part of the Core's fleet support from the Hell Angel Ace Fleet and the Star Queen Ace Fleet. The other 3 Ace Fleets were currently on standby. After all, they were unsure of the enemy's battle situation this time, so caution was necessary. Finally, under surveillance, the pulling force of that black spot suddenly disappeared, and a huge cosmic hurricane emerged from that point. Fortunately, the interstellar warships of the Owl Dragon Fleet were well prepared and unaffected. And following that, the black spot expanded abruptly, turning into a huge pitch-black spot, as if someone had dropped an ink drop in this sector of space. Subsequently, in this vast ink, one after another incredibly black interstellar warships emerged like bean sprouts. The number was dense, giving a creepy feeling. "It's the Black Legion Fleet," Lila said in a serious tone. Zhao Chen's heart sank. This was indeed the familiar Black Legion Fleet, a way of cross-universe delivering interstellar warships that he had never seen before. But does this also mean that something went wrong with the mechanical race that should have been fighting against order in outer space? Remember, at first, the mechanical leader only promised 10 years. It had been just over a year. What could have happened? Zhao Chen couldn't help but worrying about that side. As for the current battlefield here, Zhao Chen wasn't particularly worried. Since it was the Black Legion Fleet, Zhao Chen had confidence. This first wave of emerging Black Legion Fleet comprised a full 1 million interstellar warships. All were T4 class or above interstellar warships. Among them were several massive black warships, undoubtedly the T6 Black Interstellar warships. However, their number was only 5 ships. "Your Majesty, the Black Legion Fleet has appeared again. This time, 1 million Black Legion Fleet warships have appeared. And we detected energy fluctuations, suspected to be Quasi-T7 class interstellar warships," Lilith's secretary said with a serious expression. Chapter 1342. T6 Holy Blood Hell Angel class Heavy Interstellar Strategic Missile Ship. Chapter 1342. T6 Holy Blood Hell Angel class Heavy Interstellar Strategic Missile Ship. 1 million Black Legion ships. Zhao Chen's heart sank. This scale had expanded tenfold from before. And most importantly, it was uncertain if the interval would still be 10 minutes. If it was indeed 10 minutes, it could significantly increase the pressure on the various battlefield fleets of the Owl Dragon Empire. Notify the 3 Ace fleet groups to be ready to provide support at any time. Zhao Chen looked at Lily beside him. Lily nodded, realizing the seriousness of the current situation. Understood. With the emergence of 1 million Black Interstellar warships, another intense battle began. Luckily, before this, the 1st Legion Fleet group of the Owl Dragon Empire had also taken a break and recovered somewhat. But the key issue now was whether within this ink interval, another batch of Black Legion warships would be supported every 10 minutes. If so, they had to eliminate more Black Legion warship interstellar warships in the shortest amount of time to prevent an increase in the number of enemy interstellar warships. Marshal Shen Bing, the highest commander of the 1st Legion Fleet group of the Owl Dragon Empire, brought out the hidden ace. Holy Blood Hell Angel No S6, prepare for a concentrated firepower strike on the enemy's T6 interstellar warship cluster. Commander Shen Bing drew a circle on the interstellar sandbox, designating the area that would receive the Hell Judgment next. At this moment, Zhao Chen observed the information about the T6 Holy Blood Hell Angel class Heavy Interstellar Strategic Missile Ship that had been pulled up with his arms crossed. Simply put, it was an interstellar missile launcher equipped with T6 technology-grade interstellar missiles, which were more powerful. Moreover, the quantity had increased even further. Zhao Chen turned to look at the supercarrier that had entered launch mode in the distant starry sky. The hidden missile launch ports on the ship's hull were all exposed, and even some extended. The most striking were the side wings on both sides of the ship, extending like the 12 wings of an angel. Numerous missile launch ports covered all over, ensuring that such a large number of interstellar missiles could be launched in the shortest time possible. The sight of the densely packed missile launch ports even made those with trypophobia shudder. Soon, with the 6th Holy Blood Hell Angel class Heavy Interstellar Strategic Missile Ship reporting that all preparations were ready for launch, and under Marshal Shen Bing's command, the ship seemed like a frenzy of angels as one interstellar missile after another was launched. The sheer quantity of missiles, akin to a supermeteor shower, some were intercepted midway by the Black Legion interstellar warships trying everything to intercept them. Some were indeed intercepted and exploded halfway, but there were too many in number. Coupled with the cover from other Dragon interstellar warships, more interstellar missiles hit their targets in the designated area efficiently and accurately. In that target area were thousands of T-5 interstellar warships, 3 to 4 dozen T-6 interstellar warships, and a quasi-T-7 Black interstellar warship. This was why Shen Bing arranged for the T-6 Holy Blood Hell Angel class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship to conduct a firepower cover strike in that area, assuming the enemy's reinforcements would appear every 10 minutes. They had to manage to eliminate these main battle starships of the enemy within those 10 minutes. Explosions adorned the ink battlefield, resembling fireworks blooming on the Black Lake's surface, a unique kind of beauty. Zhao Chen watched this scene attentively, particularly focusing on the Quasi-T-7 Black interstellar warship. As it was their first encounter with a Quasi-T-7 Black interstellar warship on the battlefield, there was limited intelligence on the enemy ship, warranting caution. The interstellar missiles continued to be fired for nearly 10 minutes before ending. It was hard to imagine that millions of interstellar missiles on a single interstellar missile ship would be launched within a few minutes. At this point, the surface of the Holy Blood Hell Angel class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship showed signs of high temperature warnings. If even a soldier in individual powered exoskeleton combat armor got close to the ship's hull, they would likely vaporize instantly due to the extreme heat from the missile launches. Thankfully, the T-6 technology-grade ship armor sustained, as a T-5 ship's armor wouldn't withstand such multiple missile launches. Report: Holy Blood Hell Angel No. 6 ship has emptied the missile warehouse. This was reported by the captain of the 6th ship. Very well. Now immediately withdraw your ship to the rear supply area to accept missile replenishment from the interstellar missile ship and await the next stage of orders, commanded Marshal Shen Bing. Yes. The T-6 Holy Blood Hell Angel No. 6 ship withdrew from the front lines without assessing its achievements, already out of the first-line battlefield. Upon reaching the designated rest area, it was surrounded by a T-4 interstellar escort group and even more T-5 ARC-class heavy interstellar supply ships for missile refueling. With the terrifying missile inventory, it would require several ships to expedite the replenishment process efficiently, covering a time span of at least 3 hours. However, in the future presence of T-6 grade interstellar supply ships, this process's duration could greatly reduce. Zhao Chen gazed at the area tended to and covered by the T-6 Holy Blood Hell Angel class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship. Hundreds of T-5 Black interstellar warships had reduced to gradually dissipating wreckage, and the destroyed T-4 Black interstellar warships were countless. In the area targeted by the firepower coverage strike, there was hardly a surviving T-4 Black interstellar warship left. Over 20 T-6 Black interstellar warships were directly destroyed, with the rest mostly in ruin, looking like they could disappear at any moment. As for the Quasi-T-7 Black interstellar warship, its hull exhibited numerous impact marks, akin to meteor craters. However, as a whole, the Quasi-T-7 Black interstellar warship had not sustained major damage. It looks like this Black interstellar warship is truly a Quasi-T-7 stage, Zhao Chen, rubbing his chin, contemplated. Regarding the Black interstellar warships, Zhao Chen only knew they were a type of psychic body interstellar warship created by life forms integrated with order, mimicking enemy warships. Understanding the principle behind them was beyond Zhao Chen's grasp. Rumor had it that, after the Black interstellar warships were destroyed, they would continually revive at their order mothership. Zhao Chen had been wary of T-7 rated order forces all along, since everyone knew that at T-7 technology level, they possessed formidable might. However, there had not been any sightings yet, hanging like a sword of Damocles over Zhao Chen and the Owl Dragon Empire, conceivably about to descend at any point in time. Just the Quasi-T-7 Black interstellar warship before them displayed such terrifying combat capabilities. Imagining the abilities of an actual T-7 Black interstellar warship was daunting. Suddenly, at that moment, the Quasi-T-7 Black interstellar warship, which had weathered a round of attacks, fired a black pulse beam from the massive cannon on its bow, directly hitting a T-5 Hill King-class heavy interstellar strategic assault ship stationed on the frontline battlefield. With next to no resistance, the T-5 Hill King-class ship was promptly destroyed, with its previously renowned standing star shield depleting in an instant. Zhao Chen witnessed flames erupting, ship after ship being destroyed under the Black Pulse beam, mainly consisting of T-5 Hill King-class heavy interstellar strategic assault ships. Only after destroying over a dozen Owl Dragon interstellar warships did the Black Pulse beam finally dissipate. However, the onslaught was far from over. On the Quasi-T-7 Black interstellar warship's hull, besides the primary cannon on the bow, there were dozens of main guns and hundreds of secondary guns. We must eliminate this guy in the shortest time, a thought rose in Zhao Chen's mind. This Quasi-T-7 Black interstellar warship was a ferocious beast, possessing a crushing effect on the battlefield, potentially inflicting significant losses on the Owl Dragon Empire's 1st Legion Fleet Group if not destroyed swiftly. Commander Shen Bing also realized this. Activate Operation Decapitation. Carrier starships release interstellar warships to clear an airspace. Cover the decapitation fleet for target decapitation operations, decisively commanded Marshal Shen Bing. At this moment, a carrier starship within the support-assigned battalion fleet from the Starry Queen Ace Fleet Group began deploying interstellar fighters and drones. Among them, one carrier starship stood out with its size, being the largest interstellar warship on site, the T-6 Divine Wing Queen-class Super Heavy Carrier Starship. Similar to the T-6 Holy Blood, Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship, it was part of the latest batch of newly deployed interstellar warships. With only 10 ships deployed, all were allocated to Ace Fleet Groups, the interstellar missile ships assigned to the Hell Angel Ace Fleet Group, and the carrier starships to the Starry Queen Ace Fleet Group. The T-6 Divine Wing Queen-class Super Heavy Carrier Starship carried millions of piloted fighters and billions of unmanned drones. Hence, when this carrier starship opened its pathways to release all fighters and drones, akin to blossoming wings of a divine bird, an immense swarm of little birds poured out, resembling a storm. What was more horrifying was, in battle mode, this T-6 Divine Wing Queen-class Super Heavy Carrier Starship could release all piloted fighters and unmanned drones within merely 5 minutes from front to rear. One should not underestimate these 5 minutes. For a carrier starship, the conversion of combat power was in these fighters and drones' numbers and the efficiency of their deployment during combat. When these grouped interstellar fighters and drones began to converge, part of the elite interstellar warships of the Owl Dragon Empire's 1st Legion Fleet Group also gathered. They primarily consisted of T-5 and T-6 level interstellar warships, numbering roughly around 300 interstellar warships. These were the interstellar warships responsible for executing beheading missions under unique circumstances. Among these, the T-5 interstellar warships mainly played a supporting role, while the real attackers were the T-6 interstellar warships. One could see the T-6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer predominantly present, a ship with the highest numbers among T-6 interstellar warships. However, another T-6 interstellar warship was also noticeable, the T-6 Wind Elf-class light interstellar cruiser. This was the latest batch of T-6 interstellar cruisers deployed in significant numbers due to lower construction requirements and cost. Therefore, they were distributed throughout various fleets. Though a light interstellar cruiser, the T-6 Wind Elf-class cruiser still surpassed the currently highest-numbered T-6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer in firepower. Moreover, due to its unique speed, the T-6 Wind Elf-class light interstellar cruiser was exceptionally suited for this Operation Decapitation. Chapter 1343. Godly Wing Empress and Wind Elves. This is the first actual battle of the T-6 Godly Wing Empress-class Super Heavy Carrier Starship. Lily's Secretary General, standing nearby, was also attentively observing the T-6 Godly Wing Empress-class Super Heavy Carrier Starship. It's been about 10 minutes. Is there any abnormal spatial fluctuations in this ink? Zhao Chen inquired with concern. Every time the Black Fleet's reinforcement fleet arrives, there is a disturbance in this space. Zhao Chen's team can predict it half a minute in advance. No, it seems that although the number of interstellar battleships sent into this ink space has increased each time, the interval time has also increased, Lily's Secretary General analyzed from the side. Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This scenario was naturally the best case. Otherwise, if 1 million black interstellar battleships arrived every 10 minutes, the pressure on each battlefield would suddenly increase. It wouldn't just be a tenfold increase in difficulty, but rather several tens of times, possibly even reaching a 100-fold difference over time. That's why Zhao Chen was so worried about it. Notify the research department. During this time, find out what kind of technological ink this is. It can cross the cosmic barrier and transport interstellar battleships to our universe. We must understand this technology. And, is it possible for us to establish our own cosmic space channel using this technology to travel to the extraterrestrial space? Zhao Chen said seriously. Zhao Chen hadn't forgotten that the mechanical race was fighting in the extraterrestrial space. The mechanical race was buying time for them. Naturally, Zhao Chen wouldn't bury his head in the sand. He would find a way to develop his military power to possibly take over from the mechanical race one day, even sounding the cry of counterattack. At this moment, the First Legion fleet group of the Owl Dragon Empire had already outlined a plan for beheading. Under the cover of interstellar fighters and unmanned drones, they tore open a path towards the standard T-7 Black interstellar battleship. First, a large number of interstellar drones opened a hole, and then the more powerful interstellar fighters followed to maintain this path. These interstellar fighters often operated into combat states. One was a highly mobile interstellar fighter state, and the other transformed into a mecha mode with significantly reduced mobility, but increased firepower. Even within a short period, their firepower intensity was comparable to a T-5 class interstellar destroyer, with the only difference being in ammunition capacity, that is, endurance. This T-6 Godly Wing Empress class super heavy carrier starship is really impressive. I'm looking forward to it. What would it be like if Marshal Su Lanyuan commanded an entire Star Queen Ace fleet for interstellar combat? Lily's Secretary General displayed the data of this carrier starship and expressed heartfelt admiration. Zhao Chen glanced at it. The fighter and drone series equipped on this T-6 Godly Wing Empress class super heavy carrier starship were mainly divided into three series: the Fire Empress series, manned interstellar fighters; the Ice Empress series, unmanned interstellar drones; and the Royal Maid series. Data follows. Zhao Chen took a look around. This T-6 Godly Wing Empress class super heavy carrier starship was equipped with fighter and drone series divided into three types, forming its complete combat power. This carrier could be equivalent to a small fleet composed of T-5 class interstellar battleships. Under the cover of the T-6 Godly Wing Empress class super heavy carrier starship, the beheading squadron launched assaults in small formation, one by one. At this moment, the T-6 Thunder Master class heavy interstellar destroyer covered the T-6 Wind Elf class light interstellar cruiser. In addition, the T-6 Sky Fury Goddess class interstellar heavy artillery ship and the T-6 Scorching Angel crossbow class interstellar long-range assault ship provided long-range fire support cover. The Quasi-T-7 Black interstellar battleship naturally detected this threat. It poured more firepower in the direction. One by one, the Owl Dragon interstellar battleships were destroyed in the assault. Zhao Chen personally witnessed the destruction of three T-6 Thunder Master class heavy interstellar destroyers. He frowned slightly. This was the gap in the iteration of interstellar battleships, which gave the Owl Dragon Legion an advantage in facing other interstellar forces before. More advanced and stronger interstellar battleships could often outnumber their opponents, gaining more advantages on the battlefield. However, now, Zhao Chen's enemies possessed a more advanced interstellar battleship, a Quasi-T-7 Black interstellar battleship. Zhao Chen remained silent and continued to watch the scene. Soon, the beheading squadron had approached a certain range. At that moment, the 10 T-6 Wind Elf class light interstellar cruisers immediately activated their engines and charged at the maximum speed. Breaking out of the battle formation formed by the T-6 Thunder Master class heavy interstellar destroyers that had been covering them, shooting out like 10 long spears. Each took a different flight path, surrounding the Quasi-T-7 Black interstellar battleship. The weapons on their ships were also fired at full power. At this point, Zhao Chen's interstellar battleship had been damaged. Two T-6 Wind Elf class light interstellar cruisers and 8 T-6 Thunder Master class heavy interstellar destroyers from the Owl Dragon Empire's First Legion fleet group were destroyed in the effort to eliminate the Quasi-T-7 Black interstellar battleship. Although they also caused casualties to some other T-6 and T-5 Black interstellar battleships, Zhao Chen was not satisfied with the outcome. In his eyes, losing 10 T-6 ships to take down one Quasi-T-7 ship was unsatisfactory. Even though he knew that this was the best result Marshal Shen Bing could achieve. Even if other marshals had commanded this battle, there would have been little room for improvement without the assistance of those T-6 flagship vessels. However, at the moment, The 8 remaining T6 Wind Elf-class light interstellar cruisers had separated from the other T6 Thunder Master-class heavy interstellar destroyers and other supporting starships for cover. It seemed as if they had given up on those T6 Wind Elf-class light interstellar cruisers that were trapped in enemy territory. They had already begun to retreat and were abandoning the originally laid path. But just as the 8 T6 Wind Elf-class light interstellar cruisers were about to be surrounded by tens of thousands of enemy black interstellar battleships, those cruisers transformed into a blue flash and disappeared on the spot. Later, they appeared behind the 1st Legion fleet group of the Owl Dragon Empire. The 8 T6 Wind Elf-class light interstellar cruisers were safely hovering there. This was a feature of the T6 Wind Elf-class light interstellar cruiser. Within a certain period and radius, it could perform a spatial leap, making it like a true elf, light, and agile. Chapter 1344 of the Order, the provision of T7. Notify our staff department to focus on planning against this enemy's Asset-7 Dark Interstellar battleship. Make sure to achieve the destruction of the ship with minimal losses, said Zhao Chen solemnly. Got it, Secretary Lils responded. How are the situations in other battlefields? Are there also Asset-7 Dark Interstellar battleships appearing there? Zhao Chen asked with concern. Secretary Lilith pulled up real-time battle reports from 4 other battlefields. Among the 1 million Dark Interstellar battleships, 1 Asset-7 Dark Interstellar battleship has appeared in each of the 5 battlefields. Target annihilated in battlefields 1, 3, and 5. Battlefields 2 and 4 are still engaging enemy ships. Essentially, there isn't a significant issue, just differences in our own losses. 5 Asset-7 Dark Interstellar battleships. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Now that there are 5 appearing, who knows how many will come next? The absence of Asset-7 level interstellar battleships is undoubtedly the biggest weakness of the Owl Dragon Empire at present. Moreover, facing the Order, a T7 technological civilization. How are the battles going where the Asset-7 Dark Interstellar battleships are being eliminated? Zhao Chen inquired. Lilith provided detailed answers. The fastest elimination of an Asset-7 Dark Interstellar battleship is in Battlefield 5. The Owl Dragon fleet led by the Worm Empress destroyed it within the shortest time. However, it is reported that in doing so, they lost nearly 30 T6 Nest motherships and hundreds of T5 Nest motherships. Zhao Chen could already imagine the scene of that swarm battle. Battlefields 1 and 3, taking similar tactics to ours, have similar losses. Lilith continued. The 3 elite fleet groups have not yet participated. These 3 elite fleet groups are currently the trump card in Zhao Chen's hands, used to cope with any possible scenarios to come. No one knows what other tricks the Order may have up their sleeves. Zhao Chen crossed his arms, watching the real-time battlefield images on the screen. Now, let's see when the next batch of these seemingly endless Dark Legion Armada will appear. Despite the enemy's large numerical advantage in space battleships, thankfully, it's still within our control. Time is ticking away bit by bit. 20 minutes. Half an hour. 50 minutes. Finally, at the hour mark, the previously quiet ink had some movement. Like a calm lake with ripples suddenly appearing, numerous dark interstellar battleships emerged one after another. They're here. Zhao Chen's heart stirred. Lilith immediately checked the time, saying, the time interval between the appearance of the previous 1 million dark interstellar battleships and this one is about an hour. The intensity seems to have increased slightly, but not significantly. They probably still maintain a number around 1 million interstellar battleships. Zhao Chen remained silent. He focused on every move on the battlefield. After a full hour of battle, originally, over 1 million dark interstellar battleships were destroyed in the ongoing conflict, but most battlefields still had 300,000 to 400,000 remaining. Calculating the appearance of 1 million new dark interstellar battleships now, the estimated quantity of dark interstellar battleships in each battlefield was around 1.5 million, reaching an unprecedented peak. However, this was not the most critical issue. What mattered more was when Zhao Chen saw the 3 enormous ships that emerged above Incan Battlefield 1. It was the Asset-7 Dark Interstellar battleship. 3 Asset-7 Dark Interstellar battleships appeared in one go. Are the other battlefields experiencing the same situation? Zhao Chen immediately inquired from Lilith. Lilith checked the other battlefields and found that each one had 3 Asset-7 Dark Interstellar battleships present, intensifying the pressure on the Owl Dragon fleet groups in each of them. Evaluate the situation in each battlefield, Zhao Chen calmly instructed. Yes, Lilith promptly arranged for the staff department to conduct a risk assessment on the situation. The results were quickly obtained. For the Special Owl Dragon Worm Fleet on Battlefield 5, there wasn't much risk, just potentially higher losses. However, losses in this case were not the most critical issue for the Worm Fleet. As for the other four battlefields, they have acquired several operational plans based on the experience responding to these Asset 7 battleships. While they would need to commit more elite interstellar battleships, they could handle the situation without additional reinforcements. Each fleet group would still be able to manage the situation, reported Lilith. Zhao Chen wore a pensive expression. He didn't know if the order would increase the intensity of the attacks or when they might do so. If the reserve elite fleet groups were deployed in all battlefields now, it would reduce their losses, but it would greatly reduce their capacity to handle future risks. It was a decision that needed to be made. Inform the highest commanders of each fleet group that we will not provide additional support temporarily. However, when they subjectively consider the need for support, they can apply to the Dragon Emperor for assistance. We will make the necessary arrangements, Zhao Chen said sternly. Yes. Lilith didn't question Zhao Chen's orders and promptly made the arrangements. Subsequently, a more intense combat ensued for the next hour. As the number of dark interstellar battleships increased, the affected battlefield area gradually expanded. Some interstellar ships passing nearby densely populated star systems, particularly in the case of Battlefield 1, where there were cases of ships violating the no-fly zone order issued by the Owl Dragon Empire. Despite measures in place, some curious shuttles secretly concealed themselves at distant locations, using long-range recording equipment to capture footage of the battles. When they witnessed the dark interstellar battleships, it was a shock. It was their first time seeing such ships, black from top to bottom, giving no sense of being a traditional interstellar battleship, yet unmistakably one. Moreover, when destroyed, they would dissolve, leaving nothing behind. What truly amazed them was the power displayed by the various Owl Dragon Empire fleet groups, the dense firepower, the terrifying interstellar missiles, and the expert battlefield command system. People from across the universe watching the battle found it hard to contain their admiration. When the suspected Asset 7 dark interstellar battleships emerged from the ranks, many were startled, especially those in densely populated star regions near the battlefield. Upon hearing this news, many prominent figures and family leaders in those areas grew apprehensive and began to retreat under the guise of business or tourism. Your Majesty, it is reported that after the Asset 7 dark interstellar battleship was destroyed by the Owl Dragon First Army, 3 more appeared, along with 1 million interstellar battleships. The battle is escalating, an official nervously reported to Queen Saint Kana. They were from the Sacred Radiant Kingdom's royal family and had access to some insider information. What are you trying to say? Queen Saint Kana looked at the official. Your Majesty, it's not wise for me to say this, but the appearance of the enemy this time is too mysterious and powerful. The continuous emergence of dark interstellar battleships from that strange ink, including Asset 7 dark interstellar battleships, poses a significant risk. While we know the Owl Dragon Empire's fleet is strong, we have no idea how many more interstellar battleships the enemy has and how long this will continue. Plus, how many more Asset 7 dark interstellar battleships they will send. This presents a considerable risk, the official hesitated. Stop babbling, Queen Saint Kana furrowed her brows. The official immediately bowed his head and plainly stated, our capital is too close to the battlefield. If a T-5 interstellar warship travels via warp speed without interception, it could reach our capital in 20 minutes. Even at normal travel speed, it would take just 3 hours to get here. This is far too dangerous. I recommend that Her Majesty temporarily leave this place. Evacuate to a safe location and wait for the battle to end. Silence. Queen Saint Kana snapped, cutting the official off without hesitation. She glared coldly at him. She didn't doubt his loyalty, but his courage left much to be desired. I am the Queen of the Holy Radiance Kingdom. My throne is here, and my people are watching me. As she spoke, Queen Saint Kana raised her hand and pointed in the direction of the battlefield. In a cold voice, she said, out there, it's the fleet of the Xiaolong Empire fighting against the enemy. Let me ask you this, without the Xiaolong Empire's fleet, would those mysterious black interstellar warships be directly attacking us? Would that pseudo T-7 black interstellar warship already be standing in front of me? Would its cannons already be aimed at my capital? So, while the Xiaolong Empire's fleet is fighting to protect us, should I, as queen, act like a coward and flee to a safe place? I would not dare. I'm only concerned about your majesty's safety, the official said, dropping to his knees. Queen St. Kana stared at him, her voice heavy. I'll pretend I didn't hear this today. My life is insignificant. The dignity of the Holy Radiance Kingdom is what matters most. If I hear such talk again, don't blame me for disregarding old loyalties. Understood. The official's forehead was drenched with sweat. Queen St. Kana said nothing further. Objectively speaking, the official wasn't wrong. He might have been timid, but his concerns were realistic. However, sitting on the throne sometimes required St. Kana to look beyond practicality. For her, honor outweighed life itself. Besides, what was left of the Holy Radiance Kingdom apart from its old glories? If even that was lost, then truly, nothing would remain. **** T6 Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship, Bridge ****. Report, the last Pseudo-T7 Black Interstellar Warship has been eliminated. Average battle losses were reduced by about 30% compared to the first encounter. We've gained more combat experience, reported Lilith, the secretary officer. Zhao Chen glanced at the clock. It's been over 40 minutes since the second wave of 1,000,000 black interstellar warships appeared. Now, we wait to see if more of those damn Pseudo-T7 warships will show up, Zhao Chen muttered in a low voice. This was a heavy burden weighing on Zhao Chen and all the marshals of the Xiaolong Empire. If these black warships emerging from the dark abyss were truly endless, it would spell the end of the Xiaolong Empire. No matter how strong or elite the Imperial fleet was, even with its top-tier T6 interstellar warships, they stood no chance against an infinite enemy. Lilith stood silently beside him, understanding the gravity of the situation. It felt as though they were waiting for a verdict. Zhao Chen clenched his fists, unable to suppress his frustration. His personal strength was still far from enough, and he despised the feeling of having his fate in someone else's hands. Now that he no longer had the system, everything was up to him, and he could rely on no one else. What's the status of enemy remnants across all battlefields? Zhao Chen asked. Lilith pulled up the detailed battle reports. Battlefield 1, 600,000 black warships remain. Battlefield 2, 750,000 black warships remain. Battlefield 3, 570,000 black warships remain. Battlefield 4, 630,000 black warships remain. Battlefield 5, 300,000 black warships remain. When mentioning the Xiaolong Zerg fleet in charge of Battlefield 5, Lilith added, unlike other battlefields where our Imperial fleet maintains a proportional loss ratio, the Xiaolong Zerg fleet often employs a trade ratio of 3-4-1 or 5-4-1. They use low-tier hive ships in conjunction with mid-tier ones for swarm tactics. So far, the Xiaolong Zerg fleet has lost at least 10 million hive ships. Zhao Chen nodded silently. This was the hallmark of the Xiaolong Zerg fleet's combat style and unavoidable reality. Unless the Zerg fleet transformed into a high-quality, interstellar fleet like the Imperial fleet, such sacrifices were inevitable. However, high-quality warships and high-quantity fleets rarely coexisted. Leave the command of Battlefield 5 entirely to the Bug Queen. Do not interfere with her orders, just supervise. Report any issues directly to me. After all, this is the Xiaolong Zerg fleet. Even Charlotte is out of her depth when it comes to this unique force, Zhao Chen said calmly. Understood, Lilith replied. An hour passed quickly, and this time, 10 Pseudo-T7 black interstellar warships emerged from the dark abyss. Their appearance left all the Xiaolong High Command in silence. So, it really was endless. Chapter 1345 Flagship enters the field. Chapter 1345 Flagship enters the field. A third wave of 1 million dark interstellar battleships has appeared on each battlefield. In addition, there are 10 Quasi-T7 interstellar battleships on each side. According to the results calculated by the Staff Department, the risk level on each battlefield has increased at least 3 times compared to before. Assuming that 1 hour later, another wave of 1 million Dark Legion fleets and over 10 Quasi-T7 dark interstellar battleships will appear. We may not be able to eliminate the enemy's main fleet within that time frame, leading to a situation where the enemy's starship scale undergoes large-scale aggregation, and our own fleet, due to prolonged high-load operations, will reach a limit state of the interstellar battleships. The logistics supply line is already operating at full capacity. It could be overloaded at any time, leading to some logistical problems. Secretary Lily immediately relayed several important messages to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows. How many more dark interstellar battleships does the order want to send over? This is a major issue. So far, the total number of dark interstellar battleships that have appeared on the 5 battlefields together is close to 50 million. If another 5 million dark interstellar battleships appear per hour on each battlefield, it won't take long before the fleets of the Dragon Empire reach their limit state. Contact Charlotte, Zhao Chen said solemnly. Then, a video window popped up. Do you think we should dispatch the elite fleet now? Zhao Chen asked seriously. Right now, we are gambling on how many trump cards the order still has. The appearance of Quasi-IT-7 dark interstellar battleships on various battlefields has indeed caused us significant problems. But we still need to preserve our trump cards as much as possible for future needs, Marshal Charlotte replied seriously. From my perspective, we can deploy a few flagships into the battlefield. 3 elite fleet groups will still be held in reserve. So far, although there are many dark interstellar battleships, the biggest threat is the enemy's Quasi-IT-7 dark interstellar battleships. As long as we can take out these Quasi-IT-7 dark interstellar battleships, we can still control the situation. Zhao Chen nodded in understanding. Then let's do as you say. Deploy the T-6 Rakshasa King-class interstellar dreadnought, the T-6 Devil Emperor-class carrier battleship, and the T-6 Gluttonous Demon King-class starship into battle, Zhao Chen ordered. Charlotte nodded and then turned to Lily, saying, Lily, I know there's a lot of pressure on logistics right now. But with the increasing number of enemy interstellar battleships, we need a large supply of interstellar missiles to ensure our control on the battlefields. So, the supply of interstellar missiles must be guaranteed. Lily spoke seriously. I understand. I will mobilize civilian reserve transport fleet forces to supply the interstellar missiles on the battlefield, ensuring the supply as much as possible. At this moment, Zhao Chen added, we must be careful of the possibility of the order revealing its trump card. Our focus cannot solely be on these 5 battlefields. We must also be cautious in other areas. Lily, convey my orders. All our starports and military ports in the Dragon Empire enter a level 1 state of readiness. All interstellar battleships and fleets enter a level 1 state of readiness, ready for any combat mission at any time. Lily realized what Zhao Chen was worried about. She nodded seriously and began to convey these orders. Subsequently, various flagships began to rush to their respective assigned battlefields. In the process, after consulting with the Dragonworm clan fleet leader, the Worm Princess believed that their 5th battlefield was still under control. Even if they didn't have flagship support, they were confident they could handle 10 Quasi-IT-7 dark interstellar battleships. Therefore, Zhao Chen decided not to temporarily send flagships to support the Dragonworm clan fleet responsible for the 5th battlefield. As for the remaining 4 battlefields, 3 flagships would enter to provide assistance, along with an elite supporting fleet. Specifically, the T-6 Rakshasa King-class interstellar dreadnought would support the 2nd battlefield. The T-6 Devil Emperor-class carrier battleship would support the 3rd battlefield, and the T-6 Gluttonous Demon King-class starship would support the 4th battlefield. For the 1st battlefield without flagship assistance, the Emperor's Guard fleet would be sent to provide direct assistance. This marked the completion of the support plan for this stage. The 3 elite fleet groups remained on standby. Dragon Emperor-class interstellar command ship, Bridge Shang Lulu, performed well. Zhao Chen looked at the vice fleet commander of the Emperor's Guard fleet, the Panda Girl Shang Lulu. Holographic image of Shang Lulu stood up straight, saying firmly, Please rest assured, Your Majesty. The Emperor's Guard fleet will not disgrace its mission. We will ensure the completion of the decapitation plan. Go ahead, Zhao Chen said. Although this Shang Lulu hadn't achieved much in battle, she was considered a future leader to be nurtured. Her identity was also not simple. She had an elder sister who was currently the highest dean of the Dragon Military Academy system, Shang Xiang. She was also the captain of the 1st starship of the Goddess Academy level. It could be said that among the Dragon Legion fleet, 2/3 of the people already address the Dean Shang as their teacher. As the younger sister of Dean Shang, although she was much younger, Shang Lulu, at 18, had shown talent, just needing more time to develop. Shang Lulu also had a look of excitement at this moment. She enjoyed the responsibility of guarding the Emperor, but also longed to demonstrate her own value on the battlefield. At this moment, 3,000 starships of the Emperor's Guard fleet had been dispatched by Shang Lulu. Although Zhao Chen allowed her to move all of them, given the presence of the Dragon Empire's First Legion fleet, the Dragon Emperor-class interstellar command ship wouldn't be in danger. However, Shang Lulu felt that it was her responsibility. She also guaranteed that with just 1,000 starships of the Emperor's Guard fleet, the mission could be completed. Zhao Chen didn't say much more. Have the flagships entered the other 3 battlefields? Zhao Chen looked at the real-time images of the 3 battlefields beside him. 3 very conspicuous interstellar battleships could already be seen in each battlefield. The T-6 Rakshasa King-class interstellar dreadnought, the T-6 Devil Emperor-class carrier battleship, and the T-6 Gluttonous Demon King-class starship. And the captains of these 3 flagships were the marshals of the 3 elite fleet groups. The T-6 Rakshasa King-class interstellar dreadnought was the flagship of the Indignant Scales elite fleet group, the seat ship of Marshal Charlotte. The T-6 Devil Emperor-class carrier battleship naturally belonged to the Starry Queen elite fleet group, the flagship of Marshal Su Lan. The T-6 Gluttonous Demon King-class starship was the flagship of the Blizzard elite fleet group, the seat ship of Marshal Chetong. This seems to be the first time we've seen these 3 flagships in battle, right? Zhao Chen inquired. Aside from the T-6 Rakshasa King-class interstellar dreadnought, the other 2 T-6 flagships were likely completed and put into service after the battle with the Order Worm clan ended. They were not used during the previous internal turmoil and had no combat history. Therefore, this would be their debut. The Rakshasa King-class interstellar dreadnought was very familiar to Zhao Chen. It had been his flagship and had undergone numerous battles together. Originally a T-5 class flagship, it had been returned to the shipyard for upgrades to become the T-6 Rakshasa King-class interstellar dreadnought. However, considering its role on the battlefield and Zhao Chen's future position, he entrusted the T-6 Rakshasa King-class interstellar dreadnought to the High Marshal Charlotte, making it her flagship. Zhao Chen's flagship became the T-6 Dragon Emperor-class interstellar command ship located in the rear to control the overall situation. The T-6 Rakshasa King-class interstellar dreadnought had 3 major weapon systems: the Dreadnought Cannon, Rakshasa type, the Dreadnought Cannon, Demon King type, and the Rakshasa King domain. The first 2 were area attacks, while the last was a high-powered attack on a specific point. Despite its ineffectiveness against the Dark Interstellar battleships due to its function in destroying all electronic equipment inside T5 and subclasses, the Rakshasa King-class interstellar dreadnought nevertheless held a pivotal position on the battlefield. It was also equipped with 900 electromagnetic energy main guns. Chapter 1346, Demon Emperor-class carrier starship Charlotte is about to face 7 Quasi-T7 Dark Interstellar battleships. And judging from her intentions, she doesn't seem prepared to dispatch other interstellar battleships for support. But can a single T-6 Rakshasa Netherlord-class interstellar dreadnought really handle this? Isn't the risk too great? Lily expressed her concerns by Zhao Chen's side. Zhao Chen, however, calmly replied, "Since this is Charlotte's decision, we choose to trust her." With that, Zhao Chen continued to observe the changes on the battlefield, especially the navigation trajectory of the T-6 Rakshasa Netherlord-class interstellar dreadnought. Zhao Chen knew that Charlotte was waiting for an opportunity. As time passed by bit, Zhao Chen's pupils suddenly dilated. It was now. At this moment, the T-6 Rakshasa Netherlord-class interstellar dreadnought that had been entangled in battle with the 7 Quasi-T7 Dark Interstellar battleships suddenly aimed its huge cannon in a certain direction. The long-prepared energy was poured out all at once. A massive black beam of light shot directly in that direction, targeting the Quasi-T7 Dark Interstellar battleship that had been attacking the T-6 Rakshasa Netherlord-class interstellar dreadnought. In the midst of the fierce battle, the target ship had already sustained damage. Facing the T-6 Rakshasa Netherlord-class interstellar dreadnought's last resort, the unyielding cannon, Demon King style, the target ship almost froze at the first moment of the attack. Subsequently, the Quasi-T7 Dark Interstellar battleship was pierced through from bow to stern. However, the massive black beam of light did not dissipate. It penetrated through the Quasi-T7 Dark Interstellar battleship and continued to shoot towards the distance. On that trajectory, Another Quasi-T-7 Dark Interstellar battleship happened to be in its path. Soon after, the side hull of the Quasi-T-7 Dark Interstellar battleship was directly pierced. Despite a brief pause, the terrifying black beam of light continued forward. This time, it hit the stern of another Quasi-T-7 Dark Interstellar battleship positioned along the trajectory. Although it didn't directly destroy the ship, the fractured stern was enough to severely cripple it. Further down the attack trajectory, there was another Quasi-T-7 Dark Interstellar battleship in the farthest distance. Unfortunately, this ship's bow was directly hit and destroyed on the spot. With this attack, 3 Quasi-T-7 Dark Interstellar battleships were directly destroyed and 1 suffered heavy damage. This feat was all part of Charlotte's tactical preparations. Utilizing maneuverability to seem constantly engaging the enemy's interstellar battleships, Charlotte was actually looking for an opportunity when multiple enemy interstellar battleships were lined up. This opportunity not only required the enemy's cooperation, but also Charlotte's careful calculations. Although it seemed like a coincidence that these Quasi-T-7 Dark Interstellar battleships appeared in a specific trajectory, it was all part of Charlotte's calculations. She had already anticipated this scenario and ultimately made it happen. From now on, the situation on the second battlefield turned into the T6 Rakshasa Netherlord-class interstellar dreadnought, facing only 3 remaining Quasi-T-7 Dark Interstellar battleships and 1 heavily damaged Quasi-T-7 Dark Interstellar battleship. While not all enemy ships were eliminated yet, relying on the abilities of the T6 Rakshasa Netherlord-class interstellar dreadnought, wiping out the remaining Quasi-T-7 Dark Interstellar battleships was just a matter of time. Marshal Charlotte is amazing. She had all of this planned in advance. Lily, the secretary officer, marveled beside her. Although she was adept in logistics planning, there was still a considerable gap in understanding battlefield conditions and strategies. The second battlefield should be under control. Dealing with the remaining Quasi-T-7 Dark Interstellar battleships within an hour shouldn't be an issue, Zhao Chen said before shifting his attention to the screen, showing the third battlefield. It was under the command of Marshal Su Lan and manned by the T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship. Marshal Su Lan was currently the sole person on the bridge of this carrier starship. Unlike other Owl-class interstellar battleships, the bridge of the T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship had a unique design. It featured a black style that exuded a dark and solid material composition, unlike the steel walls of traditional starships. The floor was made of a material resembling a shell-like structure. Initially, the crew assigned to this starship found it unfamiliar, but they gradually integrated into the distinctive style of this bio-type starship, the first of its kind within the Owl Empire. Indeed, this starship, the T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship, was classified as a carrier starship Owl flagship-type vessel, boasting exceptional strength in its armor, shield power, cruising speed, hyperspace engines, size, mass, crew capacity, and advanced weaponry systems. In all honesty, every time I review the information about the T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship, it feels out of place compared to our Owl-class interstellar battleships. Lily, the secretary officer, couldn't help but comment. Zhao Chen smiled slightly and said, "Whether it's a white cat or a black cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat." At that moment, the T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship began to show activity. From within its colossal body, numerous dark apertures emerged, revealing the orderly arrangement of various life forms inside. Subsequently, T6 ghoul dragons began to emerge, followed by T6 harpy witches, and the emergence of gigantic demonic stone sculptures completing the formation. These forces unfolded their wings and took to the sky in a coordinated flight pattern, resembling a horde of locusts from afar. This T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship is truly massive. Lily, the secretary officer, sighed nearby. At 3,600 kilometers in length, it's basically the size of a satellite. I suspect only the bio-dreadnought mothership may surpass it in scale, Zhao Chen commented. Such a massive structure enabled the T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship to harbor over 1 billion combat units. However, its primary value lay in its energy reserves and cultivation chambers. As a bio-type vessel, the T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship produced its T6 ghoul dragons, T6 harpy witches, and T6 lich kings. Given sufficient resources, it could continuously grow them and accelerate the process during combat. Despite the battle not being fully engaged, Marshal Su Lan had already ordered Activate all cultivation chambers at full capacity. Do not stop unless commanded otherwise. Produce more combat units for me. Understood. The deputy officer responded promptly to carry out the command. If one were to see the interior of the T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship, they would witness vast cultivation chambers divided into 3 styles catering to the growth of the various combat units. Within these chambers were visible eggs that rapidly matured before being sent to the hangar, which served as the housing space for these units until they hatched and were ready for combat deployment. If the T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship operated efficiently, it could produce over 1 billion combat units within 24 hours and maintain the necessary energy for 7 days of continuous cultivation. This was all part of establishing an ecological chain to make it a supercarrier vessel. Currently, the battalions dispatched by this supercarrier vessel had swarmed toward the 10 Quasi-T7 dark interstellar battleships on the opposing side. Contrasting the battle style of the T6 Rakshasa Netherlord-class interstellar dreadnought, the T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship was not operating solo. It was accompanied by 300 interstellar escort ships tasked with protecting the carrier vessel. Understanding the threat posed by this T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship, the enemy naturally launched the strongest attacks against it, necessitating the protection provided by the escort ships. How confident are we in the battle involving the T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship? Lily inquired with concern. It was the first combat operation for this vessel, and it was facing 10 Quasi-T7 dark interstellar battleships. She couldn't help but worrying. To be honest, the battle involving the T6 Demon Emperor-class carrier starship is the one where I'm least concerned, Zhao Chen remarked nonchalantly. Why is that? Lily, the secretary officer, expressed surprise. It's similar to the logic behind the battle involving the Owl-class insectoid fleet. This side is filled with only T6 grade flying combat units, numbering close to 1 billion. Even though the adversary consists of 10 Quasi-T7 dark interstellar battleships, eliminating them is just a matter of time, Zhao Chen replied, shrugging. It might just be a matter of time. However, eradicating these 10 Quasi-T7 dark interstellar battleships within an hour shouldn't pose significant issues. With his assessment delivered, Zhao Chen shifted his focus to the 4th Legion fleet responsible for the 4th battlefield, the T6 Gluttonous Demon Lord-class starship. This particular flagship possessed a unique design that set it apart from regular interstellar gunships despite its appearance resembling one. The reserved name hinted that it harbored capabilities beyond a traditional starship with heavy artillery, making it exceptional in its weaponry. Witnessing the 12 monumental super-heavy cannons mounted on the T6 Gluttonous Demon Lord-class starship evoked an excited response from Marshal Su Lan, the fleet's commander. Utterly captivated by the cannons, Su Lan was almost salivating, fully engrossed in the vision of this powerful starship. Accompanied by smaller main cannons, though the term smaller was in comparison to the gargantuan super-heavy cannons on the ship, these main cannons rivaled those of the T6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer. Marshal, I should take over the command on this side. The deputy captain observed Su Lan's fixation and commented on her peculiar behavior. While she was acquainted with her superior's penchant for large ships and massive artillery, Su Lan's unwavering admiration for these features was always a sight to behold. Having heard that the Owl Industries were manufacturing the first batch of T6 interstellar battlecruisers, Su Lan was now eyeing that prospect eagerly. Don't worry, you and the staff will handle the command on that side, Su Lan replied after hearing her deputy's remark, her focus still on the T6 Gluttonous Demon Lord-class starship on the screen. The deputy officer, familiar with her superior's inclinations, used the Emperor's words that were passed on to her. Marshal, His Majesty mentioned that, if you don't perform well, the first batch of T6 Gold and Silver Dragon-class heavy interstellar battlecruisers might not be allocated to our fleet, the deputy officer solemnly reminded. This prompted Su Lan to refocus on her tasks, ensuring the smooth operation of the battlefield. Chapter 1347 Gluttony Demon Emperor Starship. Zhao Chen naturally had no idea that Marshal Zhu Zizi had been a bit neglecting official duties. He gazed at the T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor Starship that was making its first appearance. The 12 super-heavy cannons and 360 main cannons, mounted on the hull of the ship, had all been extended, targeting those almost T7 pitch-black interstellar battleships in the distance. Gluttony Demon Emperor Starship Type, Interstellar Heavy Artillery Battleship, Flagship Type Technology Level, T6 Hull Armor Strength, 46 to 48 million units, Star Shield Energy Value. 1 billion units cruising speed, 1200 knots star speed warp engine, 9.9 level warp engine captain, 336 kilometers mass, 412.3 million tons crew, 1.5 million starship weapons, 12 Gluttony Demon Lord class super heavy cannons, 360 Evil Lord class main cannons, space leap engine, capable of space leaping. Gluttony Demon Matrix Module Energy Core System. Gluttony Demon Mode. Establish a folded space based on the ship's position. The Gluttony Demon Emperor will hide within it and construct a black hole. Secretary Lily looked through some basic information about this starship and curiously asked, "Your Majesty, what exactly is this Gluttony Demon Mode? Does it create a black hole, similar to the previous interstellar missiles of the black hole type?" Zhao Chen's mouth quirked up slightly. "Just watch quietly, and you'll see." In the current performances of these flagship models on the battlefield, Zhao Chen was most looking forward to this T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship. Because of the technological advancements it possessed, it could almost be considered at a half-step T7 technology level. Mastering black hole technology. That was undoubtedly true T7 technology. Prior to this, the black hole technology used by the Sparrow Dragon-class interstellar battleships was a castrated version, not even 1,000th as effective as a real black hole. If they could truly possess and control black hole technology, it would provide Zhao Chen with stronger capabilities in dealing with order. Therefore, the first battle of the T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship would accumulate experience for Zhao Chen in this regard. He could no longer rely on the system at all times like before. He had to lead the Sparrow Dragon Empire on his own path. 12 Gluttony Demon Lord class super heavy cannons and 360 Evil Lord class main cannons fired simultaneously. The intense barrage rained down on several almost T7 pitch black interstellar battleships. Because of the long range of the attack, it was even beyond the firepower range of the enemy's almost T7 pitch black interstellar battleships. Therefore, for now, it was a one-sided attack by the T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship. The terrorizing artillery covered the attack area. However, due to the nature of the damage being area of effect, in the first round of attacks, none of the almost T7 pitch black interstellar battleships were destroyed. Some were damaged, but not critically. However, the almost T6 level pitch black interstellar battleships within the firepower range were almost completely cleared out, leaving many open battlefield areas. The almost T7 pitch black interstellar battleships caught wind of the threat posed by this interstellar artillery ship. They began to advance towards the T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship, trying to enter its firing range to eliminate this threatening enemy ship. The first almost T7 pitch black interstellar battleship entered the attack range under the barrage of the Gluttony Demon Emperor starship and then retaliated with its main cannons. The scattered counterattack hit the star shields of the Gluttony Demon Emperor starship, creating a colorful display. As one almost T7 ship moved in, others followed suit. The attacks on the Gluttony Demon Emperor starship's shields gradually increased. However, the Sparrow Dragon Empire's 2nd Legion fleet, stationed behind the T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship, showed no intention of providing support. It was as if they had abandoned the T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship. Gluttony Demon Emperor starship bridge warning. Star shield energy at 60% remaining. Warning! 6 enemy almost T7 pitch black interstellar battleships have entered their attack range and are persistently launching attacks on our ship. The remaining 4 almost T7 pitch black interstellar battleships will enter the attack range in 70 seconds, 120 seconds, 200 seconds, and 300 seconds respectively. According to the calculations, even with our star shield at full capacity, if we simultaneously withstand the firepower of 10 almost T7 pitch black interstellar battleships from the enemy, our shield will only resist for 10 minutes. The first officer looked nervously at the ship's captain's chair, Marshal Chiu with red pupils. Marshal Chiu's expression was very stern as she calmly said, "It's about time. Issue the orders. Activate the space warp engine. Coordinates ****************. Once space warping is complete, immediately activate the Gluttony Demon mode. Concurrently, send a warning to the Sparrow Dragon Empire's 4th Legion fleet, ordering all their interstellar battleships to retreat from the danger zone. Yes." The first officer immediately moved to execute the orders. Marshal Chiu watched the location markers of the 10 almost T7 pitch black interstellar battleships on the interstellar map as if a hunter was observing trapped prey. Report, space warp engine activation in progress, 20-second countdown. With the countdown sounding off, the space around the T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship began to virtualize, as if the space itself was melting. Then, the T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship disappeared into thin air. The T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship has initiated a space warp. Secretary Lily saw the scene and blurted out involuntarily. Zhao Chen chuckled, rubbing his chin, and said, the flaw of previous interstellar battleships in the realm of space warping was due to the instability of the energy system. They couldn't use space warping during battle and often needed to disengage for a period. But now, several of these T6 flagship models have seen significant improvements in this aspect. They can activate space warping while their shields are up and under enemy fire. Excitedly, Zhao Chen continued, this is a technology only a few flagship models possess currently. It's a technical advancement that could be considered a half-step towards T7 technology. The production-level interstellar battleships at the T6 tier do not have this capability yet. Functionally, it may not seem significant, but imagine you're in a battle, chasing enemy ships, and unexpectedly, the enemy ship vanishes into thin air, launching a counterattack against you. Just think about how crucial this strategic technology is. If all Sparrow Dragon Empire interstellar battleships could have this technology, the combat capabilities of the fleet would increase significantly. But back to the point, the T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship's disappearance reappeared in the midst of the pitch-black Legion fleet's formation, in the center among the 10 almost T7 pitch-black interstellar battleships. The surroundings were somewhat sparse, an area previously hit by the Gluttony Demon Emperor's firepower. It seemed that everything had been precisely calculated by the captain of the T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship, Marshal Chiu. At this moment, the almost T7 pitch-black interstellar battleships also noticed the sudden appearance of this target ship in their rear. They began to change course, preparing to focus their firepower on this target. T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship bridge report, initiating Gluttony Demon mode. Gluttony Demon mode initiated, 30-second countdown. At this moment, all weapon modules on the surface of the T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship began to retract into the ship's hull. In just a few seconds, the surface of the almost T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship was smooth, presenting an oval shape. Then, gold-colored strange textures appeared on the surface of the ship like runes shining on the ship's hull armor. The almost T7 pitch-black interstellar battleships in the vicinity continued their relentless barrage, but the T6 flagship Star Shield, even under heavy attack, could not be breached within a short period. Is that the Gluttony Demon mode? Secretary Lily's eyes sparkled as she observed the spectacle through the holographic display. In the dark expanse of space, surrounded by pitch-black interstellar battleships, a golden gem continued to emit light. Then, cracks appeared on the hull of the T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship, seemingly splitting apart instantly. Upon closer inspection, these cracks weren't debris from the interstellar battleship, but rather profound, pitch-black space. This dark space within the cracks gradually expanded, and those almost T7 pitch-black interstellar battleships around the T6 flagship had begun to evacuate the area. But alas, the expanding reach of this golden crack's influence surged at an astonishing rate. It effectively immobilized 5 of the 10 almost T7 pitch-black interstellar battleships. Despite the remaining gated within the area, these almost T7 pitch-black interstellar battleships had stronger hull integrity. While they couldn't escape the region, they could hold out for a period. However, as time passed, the surfaces of these almost T7 pitch-black interstellar battleships showed signs of being drawn into the golden crack. Eventually, the first almost T7 pitch-black interstellar battleship succumbed to the terrifying pull of the golden crack, disintegration into nothingness, as if it had never existed. On another front, the pitch-black interstellar battleships trying to flee the influence of the golden crack of the T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship couldn't escape unchallenged by the Sparrow Dragon Empire's 4th Legion fleet. Seizing the opportunity to strike those in the danger zone, the starships of the 4th Legion fleet commenced their fire support. They successfully trapped these pitch-black interstellar battleships within the hazardous area, preventing them from escaping the enveloping influence of the T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship. The Gluttony Demon Emperor starship is so powerful. Secretary Lily stood there in amazement, witnessing the grand spectacle. It was more splendid than she had imagined, more awe-inspiring. She knew the T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship possessed this capability, but to see it unfold on the battlefield was truly astounding. In fact, these are still just a part of the outstanding features of the T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship. In all the currently active flagship interstellar battleships, the T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship actually harbors great technological potential, Zhao Chen said with a serious tone. What? Lily was astonished. In her mind, while the T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship possessed black hole technology, compared to the T6 Usura King-class interstellar dreadnought and the T6 Emperor of Demons carrier starship, the latter two appeared more formidable, capable of taking on thousands of enemies single-handedly. The T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship seemed to lack in comparison. You probably haven't finished reading all the information about the T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship, Zhao Chen teased Lily. Lily paused for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed. I do read the data on these interstellar battleships, but it's just a brief overview. After all, there's too much work to handle now, Lily explained, to which Zhao Chen nodded in understanding. In the introductions, the unique function of the Gluttony Demon mode was only briefly described. The T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship actually has another small function. When using the Gluttony Demon mode, it appears the interstellar battleships are torn apart and separated into another dimension by the black hole. However, during this process, the Gluttony Demon core will absorb some of the energy, effectively resupplying the interstellar battleships. As for the extent of absorption, it is highly unstable and needs to be estimated based on several combat results. The fluctuations could be significant due to many influencing factors, Zhao Chen explained. Lily's eyes widened. What? It can absorb energy. Does that mean the T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship could theoretically become an interstellar battleship that never needs to return to port? The most important aspect of an interstellar battleship returning to port is what? Energy replenishment. Now with this technology foundation, the T6 Gluttony Demon Emperor starship could overcome this limitation, thus offering immense potential. Chapter 1348. Dominance on the Battlefield. Chapter 1348. Dominance on the Battlefield. Zhao Chen kept switching between the two battlefield screens. The main focus was the third battlefield, commanded by the T6 Devil Emperor class carrier starship, and the fourth battlefield commanded by the T6 Gluttony Demon King class starship. Due to the unique nature of the flagship, the efficiency in target elimination was not the fastest. In the other battlefields, they had already destroyed 10 Quasi-T7 Black Interstellar battleships. Even the Quasi-T7 Black Interstellar battleships in the 5th battlefield were continuously being destroyed by the relentless All-Dragon Worm fleet. The battles on the 3rd and 4th battlefields were still ongoing, each showcasing a completely different style of combat. The black hole of the T6 Gluttony Demon King-class starship had fully deployed, and all the Black Interstellar battleships within its range were trapped like prey in a spider's web, with no chance of escape. They could only watch helplessly as the immense pulling force tore their ship apart, dragging them into the Golden Rift. 5 Quasi-T7 Black Interstellar battleships had already been reduced to nothingness. On the other side of the battlefield, facing the 10 T7 Black Interstellar battleships of the T6 Devil Emperor class carrier starship, they experienced a battle similar to the Owl Dragon Worm fleet facing the Insect Sea Tactics in the adjacent 5th battlefield. The T6 Devil Emperor class carrier starship released millions of flying combat units, resembling swarms of locusts targeting the T7 Black Interstellar battleships. The T6 Ghoul Dragon took on the main attack role with a performance similar to Interstellar Heavy Starfighter, while the T6 Dread Sorceress utilized the mobility and speed of light starships to harass enemies around the T6 Ghoul Dragon. Unfortunately, facing the Black Interstellar battleships, ordinary starships with energy shields, the T6 Dread Sorceress possessed the ability to deal additional damage to energy shields. However, in this situation, it was irrelevant. The entrance of the T6 Lich King stole the spotlight. Its role was that of an interstellar heavy bomber, symbolizing firepower supremacy. However, instead of physical bombs, they deployed a chain energy shell, causing area effect damage by bouncing between enemies. Numerous golden lightning chains could be seen bouncing among the Black Interstellar battleships, with a primary focus on the Quasi-T7 Black Interstellar battleships. Under the fierce attacks of these flying combat units, several Quasi-T7 Black Interstellar battleships began to show signs of crumbling in their hulls. Unable to sustain any longer, they were rendered useless. Meanwhile, the T6 Devil Emperor class carrier starship in the rear was continuously deploying the 3 types of flying combat units bred and nurtured, sending them to the battlefield without interruption. It seems that the T-6 Devil Emperor class carrier starship will be able to finish the battle before the T-6 Gluttony Demon King class starship, Zhao Chen muttered. I didn't expect the T-6 Devil Emperor class carrier starship to exhibit such dominance on its battlefield, commented Lily, the secretary. Although the battle on that battlefield lasted slightly longer than the others, the minimal self-inflicted damage earned the title of dominance. Have you noticed that this T-6 Devil Emperor class carrier starship actually hides another significant combat feature that makes it the top tier of carrier starships? Zhao Chen remarked with a smirk. Lily paused for a moment, then responded, sustained combat capability. Zhao Chen nodded, gazing at the almost destroyed Quasi-IT-7 Black Interstellar battleship on the screen. Other carrier starships equipped with carrier aircraft typically deplete their ammunition and fuel after a period of combat and need to return to the hangar for resupply, following a multi-phase combat pattern. However, biotype interstellar starships like the T-6 Devil Emperor class carrier starship, which carries biotype flying combat units, utilize self-generated energy or their own vitality as their energy for flight. Ideally speaking, combat units like the T-6 Ghoul Dragon can fight for several hours without fatigue. The attacks they launch are powered by their own biological energy sources stored within their bodies. Operating in high-load combat conditions, the T-6 Ghoul Dragon can sustain combat for 15 minutes before requiring a recovery period for further attacks or external refueling within the T-6 Devil Emperor class carrier starship. In regular combat scenarios, the T-6 Ghoul Dragon can maintain combat for at least 2 hours, akin to us jogging at a slower pace to recover stamina gradually before speeding up. As a consumable combat unit in sustained combat, the actual return rate for refueling among the units is well below 10%, Zhao Chen explained. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's assessment, Lily quickly summarized, thus, the T-6 Devil Emperor class carrier starship guarantees maximized combat ability by utilizing its self-sustaining combat units that continuously join the battle without the need for frequent resupply. Zhao Chen agreed. The battle may have been prolonged, but both the T-6 Devil Emperor class carrier starship and the T-6 Gluttony Demon King class starship had successfully completed their missions within an hour, destroying 10 Quasi-IT-7 Black Interstellar battleships. Do we have the battle data for all flagship classes, especially these two? Zhao Chen inquired as the beheading plan concluded. Lily then displayed 3 data panels, recording the battle data of 3 flagship classes. The T-6 Rakshasa class interstellar dreadnought, being the flagship Zhao Chen was most familiar with, was the fastest in completing its mission. The T-6 Rakshasa class interstellar dreadnought successfully destroyed 10 Quasi-IT-7 Black Interstellar battleships in the shortest time, without sustaining any damage to its hull. However, its energy shield value stands at 34%, with 31% remaining in the starship's core energy, Lily reported. Zhao Chen nodded in approval. The T-6 Devil Emperor class carrier starship had a squadron of interstellar escort ships for protection. During the battle, 39 revival interstellar escort ships were destroyed by enemy starships. To eliminate the enemy Quasi-IT-7 Black Interstellar battleships, the T-6 Devil Emperor class carrier starship lost 7 million flying combat units, Lily continued. As for the T-6 Gluttony Demon King class starship, coordinating with the Owl Dragon Empire's 4th Legion fleet, they destroyed 10 Quasi-IT-7 Black Interstellar battleships. The energy shield remains at 26%, with 75% core energy remaining after absorbing energy. Captain Chitong anticipates a 40% energy sacrifice utilizing the Gluttony Demon King mode, Lily explained. Having heard the battle data of the 2 flagship classes, Zhao Chen expressed his satisfaction. Despite the reduced status of all 3 ships, facing 10 Quasi-IT-7 Black Interstellar battleships on different battlefields was quite a feat. A video window suddenly popped up, revealing the Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard Fleet, Shang Lulu. The excited expression in the Panda Girl's eyes hinted at a successful completion of the battle task. Your report. How was the outcome? Zhao Chen inquired. Shang Lulu eagerly reported, the Imperial Guard Fleet, with 2,000 interstellar starships, and in cooperation with the 1st Legion's fleet of the Owl Dragon Empire, fully annihilated 10 Quasi-IT-7 Black Interstellar battleships within 49 minutes. Additionally, several T-6 and below Black Interstellar battleships were eliminated. Our casualties included 6 T-6 interstellar starships lost and 5 partially damaged, but the rest remain battle-ready. Regarding the T5 interstellar battleships, we lost 123 ships, with 73 experiencing varying degrees of damage and withdrawing from the battlefield. Shang Lulu paused momentarily while revealing the loss of T5 interstellar battleships, hinting at her distaste for the high figure. Well done, Zhao Chen complimented straightforwardly. Shang Lulu's eyes lit up as she received the praise from the Emperor. Though you led an elite fleet of 2,000 interstellar starships, the T6 interstellar starships in your command numbered only around 30. Facing 10 quasi-T7 interstellar battleships with such results is commendable, Zhao Chen praised. Thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty. I still have a lot to improve on. Shang Lulu responded eagerly. All right. The battle has concluded, but the campaign is far from over. Immediately lead your Imperial Guard fleet back for rest. There might be tougher battles ahead, and both you and your fleet might face greater challenges, Zhao Chen instructed firmly. Rest assured, Your Majesty. The Imperial Guard fleet is always ready to fight for you. Shang Lulu saluted before commencing with arranging the fleet for recovery. With a sigh of relief, Zhao Chen relaxed. There's a 10-minute interval until the next battle, Lily stated seriously. Based on the previous rounds, every hour brought another million black interstellar battleships, potentially doubling the number of quasi-T7 black interstellar battleships with increased pressure. How many remnants of the Black Legion fleet are left on each battlefield? Zhao Chen asked solemnly. In the first battlefield, an estimated 90,000 black interstellar battleships remain due to the absence of flagships. The second battlefield expects 80,000 remnants, while the third and fourth have 75,000 and 65,000, respectively. Lastly, the fifth battlefield anticipates 55,000 leftover black interstellar battleships, Lily replied. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow, studying the 5 battlefield locations on the interstellar warfare map. So, there are currently 3,600,000 black interstellar battleships battling in our universe, Lily stated. We've already eliminated at least 40 million black interstellar battleships, including 70 quasi-T7 black interstellar battleships, without factoring in the number of interstellar missiles used. If it were another interstellar power, even the Angels at their peak with a fleet of 1 million starships wouldn't be faring much better than us, perhaps even facing territorial losses by this point, Lily noted. Zhao Chen agreed. Without the Owl Dragon Legion fleet and their tremendously potent firepower support, the continuous supply of interstellar missiles, and the firepower coverage from those interstellar gunships, the relentless waves of Black Legion's frightening reinforcements, the situation would have overwhelmed even the Angel Race's interstellar fleet long ago. Even now, with the Owl Dragon Empire fleet reaching its limits, the next round would be a significant test for Zhao Chen, the Owl Dragon Empire, and the fleet. 30 quasi-T7 black interstellar battleships. This black rain seems to be pouring for quite a while. Zhao Chen observed the black interstellar battleships and the massive ink on the screen. No matter how heavy the rain, as long as we hold an umbrella while walking through it, it will eventually lead to sunny skies, Lily assured with a serious expression. Zhao Chen's lips curved slightly upwards. You're right. I refuse to believe that this order of clouds can obscure the sky for the Owl Dragon Empire. Zhao Chen focused on the ink outlining his opponent on the screen. Let's fight. I fear none. Chapter 1349 New Round of Threats. The time on the bridge of the T6 Dragon Emperor-class Star Command ship passed slowly, even though it was only 10 minutes. But here, every minute seemed extremely long. Perhaps the officers on the bridge also knew very well how great the current pressure was. Even the frequency of communication and voices had decreased significantly. Zhao Chen sat on the throne with a stern expression. He was waiting for the next move of the order. Soon, an hour had passed since the appearance of the last 100 black interstellar battleships. Zhao Chen opened his eyes and looked at the ink screens in the 5 battlefields. It was the same as before. Another batch of black interstellar battleships emerged. The quantity should also be in the millions, Secretary Lily said beside Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen asked seriously, what about the quasi-T7 black interstellar battleships? They have not appeared yet, Secretary Lily said with a serious expression, closely monitoring the situation on the battlefield. However, soon there was an answer. They have appeared. Quasi-T7 black interstellar battleships appeared in all 5 battlefields. The quantity ... there are still 10 quasi-T7 black interstellar battleships in each battlefield. Secretary Lily immediately reported. Are there still 10 Quasi-T-7 black interstellar battleships in every battlefield? Zhao Chen was somewhat surprised. He had not expected that the number of enemy Quasi-T-7 black interstellar battleships had not increased. Originally, he had prepared to face a situation where each battlefield would have to deal with 30 Quasi-T-7 black interstellar battleships. Yes, Secretary Lily said. Zhao Chen heaved a sigh of relief and stared at the 5 battlefields. Could it be that the order has already played all its cards? Secretary Lily did not speak. No one could provide an accurate answer to this. But regardless, we cannot let our guard down. We must be prepared for anything that happens. Have Marshal Charlotte finalized the current battle plan, Zhao Chen said. Understood. After Zhao Chen gave these instructions, he looked around the bridge. It was clear that everyone had relaxed somewhat after the appearance of the enemy's Black Legion fleet. Although there were still millions of black interstellar battleships and 10 Quasi-T-7 black interstellar battleships, they were still within manageable limits. However, the tension in Zhao Chen's heart did not ease, because his intuition told him that this was definitely not all of the Order's cards. Since the Order had launched such a fierce attack on the Dragon Emperor Empire, they would definitely use all means possible. They would not want to leave the Dragon Emperor Empire more time to develop. Therefore, this threat was far from over. But as for what would happen next, Zhao Chen could not provide an answer. For now, they could only take it step by step. After a few minutes, the situation in each of the battlefields was still under control, until an alarm message alerted all imprints. Your Majesty, latest news. Our T6 Cosmic Space Dynamic Monitoring Device has detected nearly 100 abnormal spatial fluctuations within our cosmic range. Secretary Lily suddenly looked serious as she reported a very important message to Zhao Chen. Nearly 100 abnormal spatial fluctuations. Zhao Chen's heart trembled, his intuition telling him that this was the Order's true trump card to overturn the Dragon Emperor Empire. However, the spatial fluctuation intensity of these nearly 100 abnormal spatial fluctuations is completely different from the spatial fluctuation intensity before in the 5 battlefields. It's very weak. So even if the enemy is ready to send the Black Legion fleet, the quantity should not be large, Secretary Lily said, delivering some good news. Pinpoint the positions of these small abnormal spatial fluctuations, Zhao Chen ordered. Understood. Secretary Lily quickly marked all the small abnormal spatial fluctuation points on the star map. Zhao Chen looked at the star map and saw numerous small ink spots, with 5 large ink spots and nearly 100 small ink spots. Glancing over, he noticed that these small ink spots appeared to be in irregular locations. Among these small abnormal spatial fluctuation points, 3 are within our important star system range, 37 are around important star systems. The remaining fluctuation points are in regular star systems, Secretary Lily said, adding, one of the small fluctuation points appears right in the heart of the Holy Angel star system, in the outer region of the Sacred Temple Mountain planet. It is currently the most threatening fluctuation point. Are there any Black Legion interstellar battleships appearing in these fluctuation points? Zhao Chen asked solemnly. Not yet. But the appearance of these ink spots has caused some chaos in some star systems, Secretary Lily said. Immediately inform the governors of these star systems and their surrounding areas to declare a Level 1 war alert. Deploy the Dragon Emperor Empire's Imperial Guard Legion fleet and the fleets of the various regional lords to fully support the dangerous areas. No matter what happens, we must control the danger. Zhao Chen decisively deployed the military. Understood. Secretary Lily immediately began issuing these orders. In Zhao Chen's orders, the mention of the Dragon Emperor Empire's Imperial Guard Legion fleet and the fleets of the regional lords pertain to the 3rd and 4th level military forces within the current military system of the Dragon Emperor Empire. The Imperial Guard Legion fleet was often referred to as the Empire's Patrol Fleet or Guard Fleet. They were stationed or rotating fleets in various territories. They mostly used Dragon-class interstellar battleships, with a significant portion being phased out from the Empire's Legion fleet. Currently, they had completely transitioned to T3 technology, as the Empire's Legion fleet had phased out all T3-class interstellar battleships. As for the fleets of the regional lords, they belonged to the 4th level of the Empire's military forces, governed by local lords, marquis, kings, or tribal leaders. This level varied significantly in military strength, with some equaling the Imperial Guard Legion fleet in power. However, the majority were still significantly weaker. These military forces primarily focused on protecting the various territorial star systems and regions. Since the establishment of the Dragon Emperor Empire, there had been few opportunities for them to take action. But now, facing a formidable enemy, Zhao Chen had no choice but to leverage their strength. Holy Angel Star System, outside the sacred Temple Mountain. The King of the Holy Angels stood in the square and saw a patch of darkness in the outer space. This patch could even absorb the light of stars, making it visible even in broad daylight on the planet. Frowning, the King of the Holy Angels had a bad feeling. At that moment, her terminal beeped. A pop-up appeared. It was not a normal communication, but a broadcast message. It described how their universe was under attack by extraterrestrial forces, and the ink spots were a technological means of crossing through the cosmic barriers used by enemies. They would also dispatch some black interstellar battleships. All star systems where the ink spots appeared were immediately placed under war status. After listening to this message, the King of the Holy Angels immediately understood what was happening. She had long known that the Empire's Legion fleet and flagship fleet were engaged in a battle against a powerful interstellar force. The fact that these enemies had now appeared in the Holy Angel star system spelled disaster for the region. Just then, a video window popped up, a communication channel this time. On the other side was a woman in dragon military uniform. She performed a salute to the King of the Holy Angels and said, "Your Highness, by order of the Emperor, I command the Empire's 5th Imperial Guard Legion Fleet to take charge of the threat posed by the Black Legion Fleet in the Holy Angel territory. I will assume full command of all the battles within the Holy Angel territory and take control of the command of the legions under the Holy Angel tribe." The King of the Holy Angels did not seem surprised by this seemingly excessive request. She nodded slightly and softly said, "I will obey His Majesty's orders. But personally, I hope that the General will protect our angelic people. They have experienced too much warfare, and I do not want to see their homeland destroyed again. Please." A King of the Angels, at this moment, addressing a general with only the rank of Lieutenant General, in such a humble manner, indicated that the fate of the Angel tribe was nearly entirely in the hands of the Dragon Emperor Empire. "Please rest assured, Your Highness. Our duty in the Imperial Guard Legion Fleet is to defend every inch of the Dragon Emperor Empire's territory," the female general said before ending the call. The King of the Holy Angels looked up at the dark spot in the sky. At this moment, many angel fleets stationed around the black spot, maintaining vigilance. Soon, the Holy Dragon Angel fleet passed through the Stargate and appeared here. "Your Highness." Commander Taya's video window appeared in front of the King of the Holy Angels. "Your Highness, the Sacred Dragon Angel Legion has arrived to support. Your Highness, please evacuate to a safe location. The Sacred Temple Mountain main star may be affected by this battle. You shouldn't contact me," the King of the Holy Angels said to Commander Taya. Taya hesitated for a moment, then she understood the King of the Holy Angels' intention and didn't say anything. She had, after all, unconsciously contacted the King of the Holy Angels. "Just do your duty. Don't worry about me," the King of the Holy Angels said, then closed the video window. In the past, the King of the Holy Angels might have talked a little more. But now was a sensitive time, as the Angel Tribe's rebellion had just ended, and the Emperor had forgiven the Angel Tribe for their actions, only disposing of some of the former War Angels' immediate aides. Although everyone knew the Emperor was forgiving, the King of the Holy Angels didn't dare to take any risks. Thus, she kept a safe distance from her military fleets. Nevertheless, while she couldn't interfere with battle commands, the King of the Holy Angels still had the right to monitor the situation. She displayed several battlefield screens. Not only was this situation present in her star system, but according to her intelligence, these black spots, referred to as ink by the Dragon Legion, had appeared in 15 different locations. Suddenly, the King of the Holy Angels saw waves appearing within one of those ink spots. It was as if a tranquil lake surface had been stirred up by turbulent waves. But she quickly realized that beneath those turbulent waves were emerging black interstellar battleships. It was no wonder the Dragon Legion called them the Black Legion. They truly fit the name. With the increasing appearance of these black interstellar battleships, the King of the Holy Angels received increasingly worrying reports. The Black Legion fleet's quality was quite high, and its quantity was not to be underestimated, numbering a surprising 100,000 ships. Despite having a fleet of 100,000 interstellar battleships equipped with Dragon-class ships, the Holy Dragon Angel Legion still faced a considerable gap compared to the formidable Black Legion fleet. Even with the presence of the Imperial Guard Legion fleet, the pressure was significant because the relief forces currently numbered only 100,000 interstellar battleships. The Imperial Guard Legion fleet was configured similarly to the Empire's Legion fleet. A fleet consisted of 500,000 interstellar battleships grouped into 10 legions. It was rumored that there were a total of 10 active Imperial Guard Legion fleets, totaling 5 million interstellar battleships. However, their quality was far from the Empire's Legion fleet. Currently, only a portion of the 5th Imperial Guard Legion fleet and the Sacred Dragon Angel Legion, along with some other angel fleets, were present. Even though they had the numerical advantage over the Black Legion fleet, the overall strength still lagged. In a potential conflict, the odds of winning were not high. The King of the Holy Angels grew increasingly worried. And this situation was not limited to her location. Similar occurrences were taking place in the small ink spots throughout the Dragon Emperor Empire. Chapter 1350. Urgency of Importance. Chapter 1350. Urgency of Importance. The Dragon Emperor's interstellar command ship, the Bridge of the Ship report, small ink spots appearing in various locations have gradually given rise to the appearance of the interstellar warships of the Black Legion. The scale of these warships is around 100,000 in number. Currently, no confirmed sightings of the Quasi-T7 level Black interstellar warships have been found. Zhao Chen listened to the reports from his subordinates. There are nearly 10 million Black interstellar warships scattered throughout our all-Dragon Empire, said Lily, the secretary, with a serious expression. 10 million ... including 5 million from the large ink battlefields. It means that we now have a total of 15 million Black interstellar warships invading our universe at the same time. Zhao Chen frowned. Lily nodded. The pressure suddenly soared. Just then, a holographic image appeared in the bridge of the Dragon Emperor, Marshal Charlotte. Your Majesty, Marshal Charlotte's expression was extremely grave. The current situation is very grim. Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte and spoke. Charlotte nodded and said solemnly, I am well aware of the situation. The current situation is indeed very dire. This wave of invasion by the Black Legion has put immense pressure on us, especially on the rear. Some high-value star systems are at risk. If these star systems suffer damage or loss due to the Black Legion's interstellar warships, it would be a disastrous blow to our nascent Owl Dragon Empire. Lily, the secretary, interjected at this point. Yes. Aside from those high-value star systems, there are also some locations where the appearance of the ink spots has disrupted our logistics supply line. If the invasion of these Black Legion fleets is not controlled, it could potentially lead to the interruption of our supply line, thereby affecting the situation on the 5 main ink battlefields at the front. These words made Zhao Chen feel a sense of an impending storm. Charlotte, have you thought of a solution? Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte. Charlotte nodded. Speak. Charlotte raised her hand and displayed a huge star map. It clearly marked the current situation of the Owl Dragon Empire's star map, including the locations of the various ink spots, the number of Black Legion fleet, and the fleet strength mobilized by the Owl Dragon Empire, etc. First and foremost, our main combat mission remains on the 5 major battlefields. After all, the enemy numbers on these main battlefields are significant. Failure to control them would have severe consequences on the surrounding star systems. Secondly, focus on other important star systems where small ink spots have appeared. We can categorize these dangers into 3 levels. For example, those that affect our logistics supply routes, and those that directly threaten the core star system like the Holy Angel Star. These are considered the highest danger level. We must prioritize their security to ensure nothing goes amiss. Lower levels of danger are divided into the 2nd and 3rd levels. Although classified as different levels of danger, it doesn't mean that we will ignore lower levels of threats. It simply indicates a difference in the military forces deployed. We will strive to eliminate the higher threat levels while maintaining control in the lower threat levels. By doing this, we can stabilize the current situation with minimal force. Zhao Chen understood Charlotte's meaning. Essentially, they would secure valuable areas using existing military forces. Do we have enough troops? Zhao Chen asked. Charlotte paused for a moment and said solemnly, it is a bit strained. The main issue is that our Praetorian Legion fleet does not match the quality of the Black Legion fleet. Even though they can complete their mission satisfactorily, the casualties would be significant. Alternatively, we could use the 4th or 5th level Lord fleet to engage the enemy. After speaking, Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen with the knowledge that he had to make a decision. Now that the Empire is newly established and has just emerged from a recent internal conflict, pushing them as cannon fodder would backfire. Utilizing all of our military forces is imperative. We must ensure that we maintain control over both the 5 main battlefields and any emerging threats in the rear. Over the years, we have expended significant resources in training the Praetorian Legion fleet. It is time to showcase their capabilities. Each of these fleet captains and commanders volunteered during the internal strife. Now, I am giving them this opportunity. Let's see what they are capable of. Whether they are a horse or a donkey, they will be put to the test. Zhao Chen said in a serious tone. Understood. Charlotte responded promptly and began explaining the upcoming battle tasks. Inside the Praetorian Legion fleet, those who were screened from the first and second lines of defense were now mobilized. Despite their age and limited room for growth, they possessed a certain level of combat experience, contributing to their inclusion in the Praetorian Legion fleet. Each of them carried a sense of determination and a desire to prove that the Praetorian Legion fleet was not just a display piece of the Owl Dragon Empire, but a formidable force capable of victory in battle. As Marshal Charlotte began issuing a series of battle commands, the Imperial Star Map before Zhao Chen also underwent significant changes. This time, we are throwing all our cards on the table. If there are any further surprises in store, we may not have the means to withstand them, Lily, the secretary, remarked with a grave expression. Zhao Chen, however, remained composed and remarked, we cannot alter what the future holds. We need only focus on what we can control. Subsequently, the Praetorian Legion fleet of the Owl Dragon Empire, along with the Grand Lord fleet, were mobilized. In total, over 10 million interstellar warships were deployed for operations targeting nearly 100 small ink battlefields. At the same time, action was also observed on the 5 major ink battlefields. Instead of flagship warships, elite fleet groups took the lead in battle. On the first battlefield, the Emperor's Guards fleet continued to fight under the leadership of Shang Lulu, confronting a new batch of 10 Quasi-T7 Black Interstellar warships. On the second battlefield, under the command of Charlotte, the Wrathful Scales fleet group of 30,000 interstellar warships stormed out, not only to eliminate the 10 Quasi-T7 Black Interstellar warships, but also to crush the approaching 2 million Black Interstellar warships. The third battlefield was entrusted to the Blizzard Ace fleet of Chitong, while the fourth battlefield was handed over to the Stellar Queen Ace fleet of Allen. The countless interstellar fighters and unmanned drones covered this battlefield. The fifth battlefield was maintained by the Owl Dragon Insect fleet. It was the battlefield that bothered Zhao Chen the least, and it was a testament to his efforts in training the Owl Dragon Insect fleet. In addition, the Shadowhunters Ace fleet remained active. Zhao Warner, your task is both simple and challenging. You are likely aware of the reports about the small ink battlefields that have sprung up in various locations. Although there have been no confirmed sightings of Quasi-T7 level interstellar warships up to this point, their emergence in the future remains uncertain. Currently, there are no mainline fleets available for deployment in the Owl Dragon Empire's primary and secondary fronts. Therefore, if Quasi-T7 level Black Interstellar warships do appear on various battlefields next, the task of annihilating them is yours. Can you accomplish this mission? Marshal Charlotte looked sternly at Zhao Warner through the video window. Zhao Warner's eyes sparkled with confidence. Please rest assured, Marshal. The Shadowhunters Ace fleet guarantees the completion of this mission. Charlotte did not say anything further, as the mission had been assigned. How it would be accomplished no longer needed her input. Zhao Warner, being more familiar with the operational strategy of the Shadowhunters Ace fleet, stayed aboard her flagship, carefully scrutinizing the star map before her with a grave expression. Marshal, the mission that Grand Marshal has just entrusted. It's no small feat. Although the Shadowhunters are an Ace fleet, we do not have any T6 level interstellar warships in service so far. All we have are T5 and T4 level interstellar warships. Yet, we are facing Quasi-T7 Black Interstellar warships this time. The Deputy Commander's expression revealed some concern. If this mission were not challenging, would Marshal Charlotte personally assign it to me? Since I've undertaken this task, We must ensure its completion no matter what. Even if we have to pile up those emerging Quasi-T7 black interstellar warships with our own interstellar warships, Zhao Wanner declared staunchly. Subsequently, Zhao Wanner began deploying the forces for the battle task at hand. She dispatched all 20 infantry fleet units of the Shadowhunters Ace Fleet like a cascade, spreading them throughout the Owl Dragon Empire. Zhao Wanner had the authority to request the use of T6 Dream Emerald-class interstellar leap transition ships and T for Wisdom Light-class interstellar leap transition ships. However, she was well aware of the paramount importance of these interstellar warships at the moment. Overusing them in her domain would reduce their availability in other battlefields. Therefore, she refrained from deploying these crucial interstellar warships until the critical moment. Fortunately, there were no Quasi-T7 black interstellar warships discovered yet. Hence, she decided to withdraw various infantry fleet units early. This way, when the first signs of Quasi-T7 black interstellar warships appeared, the nearest infantry fleet units could rush to the battlefield promptly. Marshal, our staff has conducted a simulated combat based on the battle data provided regarding the Quasi-T7 black interstellar warships. According to our simulation results, in order to eliminate a Quasi-T7 black interstellar warship within a short period, an infantry fleet unit of 3,000 interstellar warships has a 50% chance. If 2 infantry fleet units of 6,000 interstellar warships cooperated, there would be an 80% chance of success. For 3 units, the chance rises to 100%, the Chief of Staff stated. Zhao Wanner furrowed her brows slightly. The deputy commander couldn't help but interject, but we only have a total of 20 infantry fleet units to monitor almost 100 small battlefields. What if more than 10 Quasi-T7 black interstellar warships emerge simultaneously? What then? Zhao Wanner's lips curled slightly. We will stand and confront. Proceed according to the original plan and closely monitor the messages relayed by the Space Surveillance Monitoring Station. This Space Surveillance Monitoring Station was actually constructed based on the T6 Cosmic Space Dynamic Monitoring Instrument. The situation on the 5 major ink battlefields remained under control. Though without the presence of flagships, the various Ace fleet groups relied on their previous combat experience to effectively control the conflicts against the 10 Quasi-T7 black interstellar warships. Currently, the most closely watched were the conditions on the nearly 100 small ink battlefields. This news had spread throughout the Owl Dragon Empire and even turned into hot topics in various regions. I am a journalist from the X3 Interstellar Media in the Little Lobster Star domain. I am currently stationed on planet X3A7723. When I look up, I can see a huge black spot floating in the sky like a stain. In that black spot, you can see numerous strange, completely black interstellar warships emerging. They have an eerie appearance, wholly black all over. Damn it! They seem to be preparing to attack our planet. They have begun attacking the near-orbit space stations. My goodness! Space Station 3 just exploded. Although we received the news that all personnel inside the near-orbit space stations had been evacuated, the destruction of the space station. The scene was truly shocking. A journalist, standing at the top of a tall building with a cameraman, filming the scenes in the sky. The backdrop displayed the black spot, suspended in the air, and the large clusters of peculiar black interstellar warships. Moreover, the recent attack and explosion of a space station transformed into a flaming fireball. Not only that, several satellites under assault were seen turning into meteors and hurtling towards the planet. My goodness, a satellite is falling towards our direction. The journalist witnessed a fiery sphere descending towards the city where he was located, prompting him to panic. However, anti-aircraft artillery emplacements showed up on the city's outskirts promptly. These emplacements unleashed a barrage of fire, directly hitting the falling satellites and even the remnants of the space station in midair. They disintegrated into tiny debris, nearly vanishing as they plummeted. The few remnants that hadn't incinerated were too insignificant to cause substantial damage to the city. Upon the elimination of the satellite threat, the journalist breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone saw the dangerous scene just now. This planet is facing a significant threat. All underground shelters in the city have been activated. Evacuations are ongoing for all personnel. But this place is where they live. The Emperor promised to protect every citizen's homeland in the Owl Dragon Empire. What about our Empire's starships and fleets? The journalist cleverly ignited the controversy, raising the topic to a higher level. Soon after, a battle erupted in the skies above. It was the arrival of the supporting starships from the Owl Dragon Empire. Chapter 1351. Emergency Moment. The journalist immediately stopped in his tracks. The photographer also instinctively adjusted his shooting angle towards the battlefield in the sky. Since the battlefield was very close to this planet, their location could be considered the best viewing angle. They could even hear faint explosions coming from the sky and occasionally see debris falling like shooting stars. It's incredible! At this moment, above our heads, the number of interstellar warships from both sides of the conflict has already exceeded 100,000. According to our sources, the attackers are known as the Black Legion Fleet, an invading fleet from another world. Their interstellar warships are mostly T4 and T5 class, and they even have T6 class interstellar warships. As for our side, although we have the support of the Owl Dragon Empire fleet, but... The journalist paused here, his voice tinged with a hint of worrying as he continued, but most of the Owl Dragon series interstellar warships on our side are still T3 and T4 class. Even T5 class interstellar warships are few and far between, not to mention T6 class interstellar warships. This shouldn't be the main battle fleet of our Owl Dragon Empire. Could it be that the Emperor is abandoning us? It must be said that the journalist's words were aimed at stirring up discussion. His words always carried points that would spark debate. At this point, the journalist walked to the edge of the building, signaling the photographer to capture scenes of the streets below. You can see that the city's residents are still evacuating. After all, the population of this planet was around 20 billion before. Each city has millions of residents. Evacuating to shelters in a short time is very difficult. And now, there is an interstellar war above their heads. I wonder if this disaster will fall on the heads of the planet's residents. Let us pray for them, the journalist said with a touch of sadness in his voice. Under the camera lens, one could see crowded crowds on the streets. Luckily, there was no chaos. Security robots were ensuring order on the streets. These security robots should not be underestimated. If anyone intentionally caused chaos or disturbances among the evacuees, the security robots would immediately stun and detain them. Subsequently, depending on their behavior during the evacuation, they would be sentenced. And according to regulations, creating chaos in such times would be severely punished. So, even though everyone could see the interstellar war unfolding above, and could already see several interstellar warships falling towards the planet, they patiently queued to enter the shelters. How many people have evacuated in each city? The planetary governor asked, tense, while looking at hundreds of live broadcast screens in front of him. At the same time, he was also monitoring the battlefield outside the planet. However, his main responsibility was the situation within the planet. Within the required time, all citizens were to be arranged to enter the shelters. Currently, the evacuation completion rate has reached 76%. All shelters on the planet have been activated, and the entire planet is now in a state of emergency. It is estimated that it will take another 20 minutes to complete the evacuation of 99% of personnel, reported the subordinate to the planetary governor. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, the planetary governor asked, "How are the planet's defense systems?" The star shields in various important areas have all been activated. All defense weapons within the planet have been deployed and are in operation, ready to destroy any debris of starships or even interstellar warships entering the planet's atmosphere. Our land-based interstellar warships are on full alert, ensuring a fleet is patrolling and ready in the air. All armored combat units are in their respective combat positions. The remaining soldier units are all in combat mode to deal with any potential danger. The subordinate reported. Although he already knew this information, hearing it firsthand seemed to reassure the planetary governor somewhat. Now, we can only rely on the Starwing Legion Fleet's interstellar warships, the planetary governor said, looking out the window towards the live broadcast of the interstellar battlefield outside the planet. He knew very well that even though he had organized all emergency plans on the planet perfectly, once the front line above his head collapsed, everything here would be in jeopardy. Everything would be pointless. Warning! 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 Unidentified enemy flying units are entering our planet's atmosphere. At that moment, an alarm sounded inside the command center. The planetary governor frowned. What's going on? Soon, the subordinate retrieved the relevant image data. It could be seen that a group of T-4 Black interstellar warships was attempting to enter the planet's atmosphere, while a group of Vanguard Legion fleet warships was trying to intercept them. In this battle process, the T-4 Black interstellar warships opened their fuselage bellies and released batches of small combat units, resembling black birds. Totally black, but shaped like giant birds. Once these black giant birds left the Black interstellar warships, they dove straight towards the planet's surface. It was clear that their goal was to attack the planet's surface. What are these things? The planetary governor looked at these black creatures descending and felt uneasy. Report: emergency communication from the Vanguard Legion fleet currently fighting outside the planet. The enemy's interstellar warships will deploy flying combat units. They are trying to stop the intercept, but some may still appear on the planet's surface. They hope we can handle it ourselves. If we can't, we'll request support from the fleet, the subordinate reported. With a serious expression, the planetary governor asked, "What level of combat units are these black creatures?" Based on our observations of their energy intensities, these black creatures are all T3 class combat units. A few with larger sizes are T4 class combat units, but their numbers are small, the assistant said. T3. The planetary governor murmured, and then spoke seriously. Immediately inform the commander of the Vanguard Legion fleet. If only enemy T3 combat units appear on the planet's surface, our planetary defense army can handle it. If it exceeds that, we will seek support. Yes, the subordinate responded, immediately starting to convey the message. Later, the planetary governor also contacted the Planet Defense Army. The Planet Defense Army, as the name suggests, is the military force of a planet. It usually consists of a few cruising interstellar warships, terrestrial interstellar warships, or starfighters, along with close-range artillery, armored combat units, ground combat armor units, etc. Essentially, the military force exists to protect the planet. Planet Defense Army, listen. There will be a group of enemy flying combat units that may threaten our surface. All combat units, pay attention. Although we are only the Planet Defense Army, we are also soldiers of the Star Wing Empire. Now is the time to demonstrate our strength. Use your weapons to eliminate all enemies invading our home. For the Empire? In the command channel covering the entire planet, everyone heard the words of the planetary governor. Many people looked up at the sky. The mechs standing on the ground slowly raised their heads. As the black meteorites came closer and closer to the ground, all close-range artillery within their attack range opened fire towards the descending black meteors, unleashing their barrage. These close-range artillery pieces were also T3 class technology weapons. Hence, their effectiveness against the black meteors was quite good. At least, some were intercepted and exploded in mid-air. The rest that broke through the firepower blockade of the close-range artillery, coming within less than 5 kilometers of the ground, prompted a swarm of terrestrial interstellar starfighters and interstellar drones to take to the air, engaging in combat with these black creatures. In this aerial combat, both sides had their victories. However, as more and more black creatures fell into the atmosphere, some inevitably pierced through the second line of defense, diving towards the ground below. At that moment, some black creatures heading towards the cities faced a new round of barrages. Above some high-rise buildings in the cities, machine gun turrets began to emerge. These machine gun turrets might not be underestimated. They were all T3 class technology weapons. Although not as powerful as the close-range artillery, their rapid fire rate, combined with close-range effects, could form a very daunting barrage. Many of these black creatures, under this barrage's attack, were either killed on the spot or quickly cleaned up by the ground combat units after landing. Some of the better-preserved black creatures that successfully landed were preparing to launch an attack on the ground. When that happened, giant figures would appear, battle mechs. These battle mechs were not just ordinary ones. They were T3 Sanctuary Warrior class medium interstellar battle mechs. These were starfighters that had served in the earliest Owl Dragon Legion fleets. Due to the rapid development of the Owl Dragon Legion fleets at the time, plus the rarity of planetary landing battles, this model of battle mech rarely had the opportunity to shine. Soon, it exited the stage of history for the Owl Dragon Legion fleets. However, they found new roles, joining the Planet Defense Army and taking on security patrol duties within the planet, becoming mech cops. As starfighters of the Owl Dragon series, the T3 Sanctuary Warrior class medium interstellar battle mechs easily took on this task. With the appearance of these T-3 Sanctuary Warrior-class medium interstellar battle mechs, they launched a siege against all enemy combat units that landed. It seemed to be an effortless task. Under their protection, the cities remained relatively safe. However, the real danger lay in the interstellar war unfolding above their heads. On the side of the Vanguard Legion fleet, 100,000 interstellar warships were gathered, with the addition of the Lord's fleet and the Master Lord's fleet that had been transferred in, totaling to 100,000 interstellar warships. In total, there were 300,000 interstellar warships surrounding the cool black interstellar warships of this side. Even though the scale seemed 3 times larger than the enemy's, the Vanguard Legion fleet still struggled to support themselves. If not for a certain interstellar warship leading the charge, perhaps the Vanguard Legion fleet wouldn't have had the chance to hold their ground. This particular interstellar warship with the most active duty interstellar warships in the Vanguard Legion fleet is a T for interstellar warship. The T for Star Barrier Guardian class interstellar autonomous guard ship. This is the only T for interstellar warship specially designed for the Vanguard Legion fleet within the current Star Wing Empire. Among the main fleet, no ship served in this role. Its duty was plain and simple: guard. Due to its low construction cost and lack of human crew, its comprehensive construction costs are considerably low. More than half of the active T for interstellar warships within the Vanguard Legion fleet are this type of interstellar warship. And, at this moment, their exceptional performance was quite remarkable. Even though they were interstellar autonomous guard ships, facing the same level of T for black interstellar warships, they weren't lacking in comparison. And, when facing the T5 level black interstellar warships, the T for Star Barrier Guardian class interstellar autonomous guard ships on the scene would work together, forming a combat team and using the least resources to eliminate the target T5 black interstellar warships. Even in the event of having to face the higher-level T6 black interstellar warships, such a scenario was included in the operational plans of these T for Star Barrier Guardian-class interstellar autonomous guard ships. Only that, it would require significant cost in such battle plans. Nevertheless, for now, the appearances of the few T6 black interstellar warships on the battlefield were not numerous. And with the swift execution of the assassination plan led by Marshal Zhao Warner, any discovered and quickly eliminated, the situation had somewhat stabilized. However, the critical aspect lay in these T for Star Barrier Guardian-class interstellar autonomous guard ships on various smaller battlefields. It was estimated that outsiders would not expect this. The nameless T for Star Barrier Guardian-class interstellar autonomous guard ships would become the last line of defense for the Star Wing Empire. I didn't expect our T for Star Barrier Guardian-class interstellar autonomous guard ships to have such strong combat capability. If only we had produced more of this type of starship earlier. Would the situation be somewhat better now? Lily voiced a bit of regret from the side. Naturally, Lily was familiar with this starship. From a resource standpoint, it was undoubtedly the most cost-effective starship. Nevertheless, without any combat performance experience, Lily lacked belief in what combat strength it could display on the battlefield. The T for Star Barrier Guardian-class interstellar autonomous guard ship is indeed excellent. However, there are significant limitations to its combat environment. If we build too many, it would affect the production of our other interstellar warships, Zhao Chen said calmly. He watched this T for Star Barrier Guardian-class interstellar autonomous guard ship. Chapter 1352. Total War. Chapter 1352. Total War. The previous chapter incorrectly listed the ranking of the Starry Guard-level interstellar unmanned guard ship as T5 instead of T4, and it has been corrected. Although the T for Starry Guard-level interstellar unmanned guard ship is an unmanned interstellar warship, it often appears as the main interstellar warship of the Sentinel Legion fleet. Because it is an unmanned interstellar warship, it cannot be used as a flagship. Therefore, other interstellar warships need to be arranged as flagships for the Sentinel Legion fleet. And because the main interstellar warships are all T4 level, they can even challenge T5 level interstellar warships. Your flagship can't be worse than this starship, right? Naturally, only the Zhonglong Series T5 interstellar warship can be assigned. This is also the reason why the Sentinel Legion fleet has a small number of T5 interstellar warships. Among them, the T5 Chaos Knight-class Heavy Assault Interstellar Destroyer and the T5 Thunder Ghost-class Heavy Assault Interstellar Cruiser have the highest probability of being selected as the flagship of the Sentinel Legion fleet. And once these interstellar warships become flagships, the command authority of the T for Starry Guard level interstellar unmanned guard ship belonging to the fleet naturally falls to this flagship. At this moment, a Sentinel Legion fleet engaging in battle with a small Inkling Legion fleet on a certain battlefield is facing this situation. The flagship of the Sentinel Legion fleet, the T-5 Chaos Knight-class heavy assault interstellar destroyer, the fleet commanding officer, is standing in front of the interstellar sandbox, watching the battlefield in front of her. She looks somewhat anxious because unfortunately, this small Inkling Legion battlefield is very close to a habitable planet. Even during the battle, some of the Inkling Legion interstellar warships have deployed unknown ground combat units towards this star. Fortunately, the planet's ground defense forces can still resist for now. But if this trend is not curbed, it will cause huge harm to this planet. Damn! These guys just never stop. If you have the guts, face us head-on. What's the point of staring at a planet? The fleet commander is a bit irritable. In fact, according to her original style of warfare, a planet, even if it has billions of people, is not a big deal. If it falls, then it falls. She used to be a military officer for other interstellar forces and only joined the Zhonglong Empire after its establishment, passing the assessment and becoming an officer in the Sentinel Legion fleet within a short time. In the end, she chose this path. Relying on her years of combat experience, she quickly rose to become a fleet commander and gained the qualifications to command a Legion fleet. After joining the Zhonglong Empire's military, many of her previous views changed. Perhaps she still had some incomprehension in her heart, but in her actions, she would follow the rules. Just like the current situation. Yes, there was no mandatory requirement to protect a planet, just to minimize casualties. She could find a reason to abandon this planet. But she chose not to. She would lose face. Other Sentinel Legion fleets did not give up on a planet or cause heavy casualties to the civilians. It just happened to be her encountering this problem. It felt like a slap in her face. As a veteran, she had pride in this regard. She would not allow such a thing to happen. So, she must ensure the safety of this planet. Perhaps her thoughts were narrow-minded, but at least the outcome was good. However, at this moment, the fleet commander is facing a somewhat tricky situation. Fortunately, she has her helper. Commander, these Starry Guard units are really amazing. Previously, we only saw them as unmanned interstellar warships used for galaxy patrols. I never expected them to be so formidable in battle. The secretary next to her said, amazed. The fleet commander did not deny, looking seriously at the T for Starry Guard level interstellar unmanned guard ship in battle. They have become the backbone and stabilizing factor in the battlefield, with other manned interstellar warships completely cooperating with them in combat. If it weren't for their presence, the battlefield would likely not be in the current stalemate, but a rout. Starry Guard class interstellar unmanned guard ship type, interstellar unmanned guard ship technology level, T for ship armor strength, 20,000 units, minus 23,000 units starshield energy value, 600,000 units cruise speed, 600 knots star speed limit speed, 900 knots warp engine, level 8 warp engine ship length, 9,888 meters mass, 2.11 million tons crew, none ship weapons, 6 4-barrel medium electromagnetic cannons, 20 interstellar missile launchers. Equipped with 1,000 medium-range, Starry Guard-type interstellar missiles, 144 8-barrel medium-energy rapid-fire guns, 356 fully automatic high-density, 16-barrel energy defense guns special abilities, self-destruct program for Starry Guard. The fleet commander checked the data of this interstellar warship and felt emotional. If you were to ask what was special about this interstellar warship, it can be said that it isn't a very powerful interstellar warship. In the Zhonglong series of T for level interstellar warships, there are many interstellar warships that surpass it, such as the T for Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship, T for Gorgon-class heavy interstellar artillery ship, T for Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battle cruiser, and many more. Too many to list. In terms of ranking, perhaps this T for Starry Guard level interstellar unmanned guard ship could only rank in the bottom third. In terms of overall performance, it is just above the interstellar cruisers. It can be considered a combination of an interstellar destroyer and an interstellar cruiser. But now, a saying has spread within the Sentinel Legion fleets on the battlefield. If there is only one T for Starry Guard level interstellar unmanned guard ship, it may not be a match for any T for level interstellar warship. But if it is a small fleet composed of 30 T for Starry Guard level interstellar unmanned guard ships, it can eliminate any regular formation small fleet. If it is a large fleet composed of 300 T for Starry Guard level interstellar unmanned guard ships, it can execute any mission, and even challenge the Legion fleets with flagship T5 level interstellar warships. If it is a Legion fleet composed of 3000 T for Starry Guard level interstellar unmanned guard ships, even if your fleet has more than 10 T5 interstellar warships, you must be prepared for a tough battle. This is the terror of the T for Starry Guard level interstellar unmanned guard ship. Why can this seemingly ordinary interstellar unmanned guard ship have such outstanding battlefield performance? It's simple. It's advanced artificial intelligence. On a battlefield, all T for Starry Guard level interstellar unmanned guard ships can execute any command with 0 errors, because they use an intelligent brain. To be honest, Emperor, using advanced artificial intelligence technology, I don't know if it's right. I've only heard that this technology carries a great risk. It led to all kingdoms and interstellar powers tacitly agreeing to ban research on advanced artificial intelligence technology for all star civilizations. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I understand the horror of it. These interstellar warships are born for war. They can face death without fear, without any doubt. They are more familiar with the battlefield than seasoned veterans. They know where to appear on the battlefield, when to fire, when to charge, when to sacrifice, the fleet commander said solemnly. "Commander, you can't say such things." The secretary immediately looked around and whispered, "You are questioning the Emperor." "What? Is someone going to impeach me for what I said?" "Our Emperor is not thin-skinned," the fleet commander said with a smile. The secretary whispered, "However, be aware that there are those within our empire who have started fanatically worshipping the Emperor, even establishing sects. This situation occurs even within our Zhonglong Legion fleets. No one knows if there are these kinds of fanatical followers around us. In their beliefs, the Emperor's words are divine decrees. If anyone insists, they will face secret retaliation. I heard that in some places, these vicious incidents have already occurred." The fleet commander lightly laughed and did not delve deeper into the matter. "But it seems that our Emperor is also aware of this. The confidentiality level of this T for Starry Guard level interstellar unmanned guard ship even exceeds that of T5 level interstellar warships, even if they are assigned to our various Sentinel Legion fleets. Without permission, not even I, a fleet commander, can board a T for Starry Guard level interstellar unmanned guard ship. During maintenance and resupply, there are dedicated personnel and shipyards handling it. At the same time, our empire openly restricts any star power and research institute from researching projects related to advanced artificial intelligence. The Emperor is well aware that it's a double-edged sword. It can be used, but it must be under his control," the fleet commander muttered to herself. The secretary could only hold his head helplessly, praying that these words of discussion would not fall into the ears of those with malicious intent. "Commander, the situation on our battlefield is very tense. Although there is no threat of T6 Inkling interstellar warships, there are too many Inkling Legion interstellar warships. If this continues, the nearest planet will inevitably be affected." The secretary intentionally changed the topic. The fleet commander also began to ponder this issue. She thought for a moment, frowning. This problem is indeed difficult to handle. Just then, a series of light rings appeared in the distance. A voice came through the communication channel. "Starry Kingdom, Chu Family Legion Fleet, 3rd Legion Fleet has been ordered to come support the battle." On the video window, a military officer in Chu Family uniform appeared, and the true appearance of those light rings revealed, which were a series of interstellar warships with the gold Chu character marking. "It's the Chu Family Legion Fleet," the secretary exclaimed with joy. "There are 30,000 Chu Family Legion warships. That's great. With their support, at least our troubles here will be greatly reduced." The fleet commander also breathed a sigh of relief. While belonging to a 4th-line Big Lord fleet in terms of rank, the Chu Family Legion Fleet, due to its uniqueness, uses pure Zhonglong series interstellar warships. They even have several Zhonglong series T5 interstellar warships. So, their combat power is quite comparable to the Sentinel Legion fleets. Having their support will be quite helpful on the battlefield. This kind of situation is also happening in other battlefields that are not in a good situation. Outside the Sacred Angel Star System's main star, the Saint Dragon Angel Legion Fleet. At a critical Stargate location within the Starlight Kingdom's territory, the Queen's Guard Fleet arrived. Inside the Sacred Glorious Kingdom, the most elite kingdom Legion Fleet, previously adapted from the Saint Angel Legion Fleet. The Holy Angel Kingdom Group Army, all in action, assisting in various small inkling battlefields. In the Hammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom, the Dragon and Tiger Legion Fleet, previously established by Charlotte, and the currently most elite Hammer's Giant Dragon Legion Fleet, have appeared in various battlefields. In a battlefield within the Hammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom. These guys look really disgusting. Dragon Princess Blanche held a white feather fan in her hand, covering half of her face, frowning slightly. Her sense of aesthetics made her dislike the all-black interstellar warships. It's like seeing cilantro in a delicious meal. This was a foreign food she had once tasted, and after trying it, she had a thought of eradicating cilantro from the entire universe. But back to the point. At this moment, Princess Blanche, strictly speaking, the ruler of the Hammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom, is leading the Giant Dragon Legion Fleet in battle on a crucial small inkling battlefield. Together with the Sentinel Legion Fleet that rushed here for support, they are eliminating the Inkling Legion Fleet that appeared here. Princess Blanche appeared here because it is truly important. Not far from the battlefield, it is the Hammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom's largest resource production area. The importance of this place can be imagined. Warning! Warning! We detect extremely high spatial fluctuations. At this moment, the starship's alert system started sounding alarms. Princess Blanche furrowed her brows slightly. This ship is a T-6 Thunder Lord-class heavy interstellar destroyer personally bestowed by the Emperor. Naturally, its alert system was very advanced. Inform all fleets, including the Sentinel Legion fleet over there. Be on high alert, Princess Blanche said calmly. Soon, a massive cilantro. A black interstellar warship appeared in front of Princess Blanche. Almost T-7 Inkling interstellar warship. Princess Blanche read out, her pupils slightly dilated. She knew some data about this interstellar warship, but until now, it had only appeared in 5 main battlegrounds. This should be the first appearing in a small battlefield, an almost T-7 Inkling interstellar warship. Contact Marshal Zhao Warner's Shadow Hunter Ace Fleet. Princess Blanche, knowing her strengths and weaknesses, immediately made the most sensible decision. Chapter 1353 completes the mission entrusted by his brother. The debut of the Quasi-T-7 Black Interstellar Battleship. This directly led to a sudden change in the current battlefield situation, because almost none of the interstellar battleships were a match for this black giant. Fortunately, under Princess Blanche's command, all interstellar battleships evacuated at full speed, maintaining a safe distance from this Quasi-T-7 Black Interstellar Battleship. Any T-5 or below-level interstellar battleship that entered the battle range of this Quasi-T-7 Black Interstellar Battleship would end in only one result. And all they could do was wait. Your Highness, is this Quasi-T-7 Black Interstellar Battleship the enemy that the Owl Dragon Empire fleet will face in those main battlefields? It's too strong. The secretary beside her, gazing at the distant black giant, couldn't help but swallow nervously. They had heard rumors before, but now witnessing it firsthand truly revealed how powerful this Quasi-T-7 Black Interstellar Battleship was. Princess Blanche quietly spoke. During this time, if the Emperor did not personally lead the Imperial fleet in the front lines, our homeland would have long been invaded by these despicable scoundrels. I just wonder whether, under the current circumstances, the Owl Dragon Empire fleet can deploy troops in time to support us. I heard that besides the 5 major battlefields, nearly 100 small battlefields like ours have appeared within the Owl Dragon Empire territory. The worried secretary said. Princess Blanche gazed at the distant Quasi-T-7 Black Interstellar Battleship. I trust His Majesty, she said after nearly 10 minutes. The Quasi-T-7 Black Interstellar Battleship continued to advance, and because of Princess Blanche's fleet avoidance arrangements, it found itself in near isolation. Thankfully, casualties remained within manageable limits. But if the situation escalated, the vital resource-producing region of the Hammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom lay ahead, marking the final line. Once they retreated to that point, Princess Blanche's subordinate fleet could no longer retreat. How has it not arrived yet? The secretary wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling nervous. "How much defense depth do we have left?" Princess Blanky asked. The secretary pointed to the last remaining yellow area on the star map. "Just ... only this much left," the secretary answered. Princess Blanky said solemnly, "Regardless, this crucial resource-producing area must not be destroyed. Pass on my order and contact the Royal Guards fleet. Tell them we will defend our final line to the death against the enemy's attack. We will not retreat a step further. Yes." The secretary, though nervous, relayed the order. Soon, there was a response on the other end. "Our fleet has received your orders." The Royal Guards fleet commander on the other end has replied. Their fleet will launch a counteroffensive at the final line, fighting for our last chance. After hearing this, the secretary murmured, "Initiating a counteroffensive at this time. Isn't that seeking death? It's all about buying time." Princess Blanky turned and looked through the bridge's side window at the Royal Guards fleet in the distance. She couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration, whether it was the first line or second line Owl Dragon main fleet, or the third line Royal Guards fleet they were facing. They all embodied the spirit of the Owl Dragon Empire. Suddenly, at that moment, the Quasi-T7 Black Interstellar battleship in the distance showed signs of fire. "Your Highness, look quickly. That Quasi-T7 Black Interstellar battleship seems to be under attack." The secretary suddenly pointed excitedly at the screen showing the fire. Princess Blanky immediately looked over. Soon, they saw near the Quasi-T7 Black Interstellar battleship, several interstellar stealth bombers bearing the Owl Dragon emblem appeared. Upon closer examination, these were Owl Dragon Empire's interstellar stealth bombers. The majority of the bombers were T5 Spectre of Alf King-class medium-sized interstellar stealth bombers and T for Shadow Demon-class light interstellar stealth bombers. Although lacking T6-class interstellar stealth bombers, they were more than competent to deal with the current situation. Even facing a Quasi-T7 Black Interstellar battleship, under the close-range bombardment of interstellar torpedoes and missiles from these stealth bombers, the battleship was pummeled with projectiles like a large black whale adorned with countless flowers. Princess Blanky watched the scene. The secretary beside her had gripped the seams of his military uniform tightly. If the quality of the uniform wasn't good, it would have torn by now. Finally, a cry rang out, "Report! The energy intensity of that Quasi-T7 class is rapidly decreasing." The bridge officer overseeing the situation shouted in surprise. "Fantastic! We will win!" The secretary jumped 3 meters high, excitedly waving his fist. If one looked carefully at this moment, they would notice that the secretary somewhat resembled a kangaroo. Princess Blanky took a deep breath, controlled her expression, and then said, "Now it's time for us to act. Let's not waste the opportunity she has fought for us. Relay my orders. Adjust the original operational plan immediately. We will launch a counterattack, surround all the Black Interstellar battleships, and provide cover for the withdrawal of the Royal Guards fleet's interstellar stealth bombers from the core battlefield. Yes." The secretary immediately executed the order. With the intimidation of the Quasi-T7 Black Interstellar battleship gone, the remaining battleships posed little threat to them. Most of the stealth bombers had finished their bombing runs and needed to withdraw, requiring friendly support for cover. The Royal Guards fleet on the other side was also cooperating seamlessly in similar operations. At this moment, a video communication window appeared in front of Princess Blanky. On the other side was a military officer dressed in a specially tailored black military uniform. Princess Blanky knew that among the Owl Dragon Empire's first and second line fleet units, only the Royal Guards fleet could have such specialized military uniforms. "Princess Blanky, our fleet is here to support as ordered. We have completed our combat mission and will withdraw from the battlefield." The officer on the other side was somewhat unique, as they did not mention which fleet they belonged to or their designation. This was a privilege unique to the Royal Guards fleet, reserved unless facing Emperor Zhao Chen or Grand Marshal Charlotte, allowing any underling battalion fleet under the Royal Guards fleet, during communications with other fleet units, to not disclose their designation. The cryptic markings were due to the Royal Guards fleet primarily fulfilling secretive missions. With the successful withdrawal of this unit of the Royal Guards fleet, the flagship Old Bridge fleet leader took a deep breath. She pressed the nearby communication button. "Report, this is Shadow Hunter 4. The hunting mission has been accomplished. Awaiting further instructions." Soon, a response came through. Shadow Hunter 4, proceed to the designated star system port from the nearest Stargate, resupply, and await new combat orders half an hour later. Understood. Upon receiving the command, the Shadow Hunter Royal Fleet immediately departed. They left as silently as they came, true to their unique style. At this moment, the Shadow Hunter Royal Fleet's flagship, Marshal Zhao Wanner, stood solemnly on her command platform, studying the Owl Dragon Empire star map before her, detailing the current status of various small and large battlefields within the Empire. This included the appearance of Quasi-T7 black interstellar battleships, as well as the battlefield conditions. So far, Quasi-T7 black interstellar battleships have appeared consecutively. Based on our previous calculations, if our fleet can infiltrate the target silently and attack within the nearest range, we can eliminate the target by consuming around 70% of a battalion fleet's ammunition. Upon completing the mission, the battalion fleet should head to the nearest military starport to replenish supplies and await the next combat orders. The secretary next to Marshal Zhao Wanner said, "Only 4 ships so far." Marshal Zhao Wanner squinted. "So far, only 4. Perhaps it's due to the small volume of that strange ink. It's unlikely that nearly 100 Quasi-T7 black interstellar battleships could emerge with just a small amount of that ink." After the secretary finished speaking, they covered their mouth and muttered 3 times TSK, 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 in a low voice, somewhat in self-reproach. "Your point is valid. We must be prepared for the worst. After the combat mission, let's have the battalion fleet rush to the closest military starport for resupply. Although it's a good choice, it's not the quickest one. Request Lilith's secretary to allocate a batch of interstellar supply ships for me to follow my battalion fleet. After the combat task is completed, we can replenish ammunition directly in the nearest secure area, saving half the time." Marshal Zhao Wanner said decisively. "All right, I'll make the request." The secretary immediately went to handle the matter. Marshal Zhao Wanner stared at the Owl Dragon Empire map filled with battles and fires. She couldn't help but wonder how long this chaos would last this time. It was just like dealing with mosquitoes, never ending. Chapter 1354 gone. Chapter 1354 gone. It was another hour of battle time, and it seemed to be coming to an end. Once again, a sense of gloom surrounded the bridge of the Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship. If the enemy sends another batch of the same number of Dark Legion fleet as before, can we still withstand it? Zhao Chen turned to Lily beside him. Lily paused for a moment, then spoke, assuming that the same situations as before appear in 5 main battlefields and nearly 100 small battlefields. First of all, there shouldn't be a big problem with the 5 main battlefields, but the situation may turn into us being passive and at a disadvantage, requiring a lot of casualties. And those small battlefields, at least half of them, will spiral out of control. And it will be like a dam burst, leading to a series of disastrous consequences. Zhao Chen said solemnly, "After all, at present, all the interstellar battleships we can mobilize have been withdrawn. Yes. Next, it is nothing but deploying our repaired flagship back into the battlefield. But that's just a drop in the bucket. In addition, there is the consumption of our battlefield resources. These are not small problems," Lily continued. Zhao Chen sat on the throne, head down, hands in front of his nose, as if staring at the floor. Now, he had once again exhausted all his cards. All that was left was to wait. Wait for that damn fate. It's that feeling again. Very powerless, very uncomfortable. No matter how he develops, seeking to possess greater power, each time a worse situation is placed before him. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, Lily's voice came from beside him. 1 hour's time is up. Zhao Chen remained silent. The main battlefields, no sign of the Dark Legion fleet's reinforcements. Lily suddenly exclaimed with joy. Zhao Chen raised his head sharply, looking at the 5 huge battlefield windows. In those 5 vast ink pools, there was no emergence of the same scene as before. Not a single dark interstellar battleship appeared. What about the small battlefields? Zhao Chen immediately inquired. Lily replied, no dark interstellar battleships appeared on those small battlefields either. Lily had a hard time concealing her excitement. She looked at Zhao Chen. Perhaps we've already weathered this enemy attack. Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile, but he still suppressed his inner excitement. We can't be complacent. Perhaps the enemy still has some tricks up their sleeves. We must be prepared to face any possibility, Zhao Chen said sternly, staring at the sand table of the Owl Dragon Empire. Then, it was minute by minute of waiting. 3 minutes passed. No new dark interstellar battleships appeared. 5 minutes passed. No relevant news from any of the Ink battlefield. 10 minutes passed. The battles on both large and small Ink battlefields continued, but there was still no news of the arrival of reinforcements from the Dark Interstellar Legion fleet. Not even a single Quasi-T-7 Dark Interstellar battleship appeared. Even though there was a glimmer of hope by this point, Zhao Chen still waited. He dared not make decisions too hastily, fearing this was just a fleeting moment of beauty. He dared not, at this moment, shatter that beauty. Finally, half an hour later, Zhao Chen spoke, looking at Lily beside him. In this half-hour period, not a single Dark Legion fleet has appeared in all the Ink, not even a single interstellar battleship. Zhao Chen's words carried a sense of inquiry, but more like a earnest hope. Hope for the answer he desired. Lily nodded heavily, yes. In the past half an hour, no new Dark Legion fleet appeared in all the Ink. Hearing this, Zhao Chen took a deep breath. After pacing around in circles in front of the Empire map, he stood up again, his smile under control, reverting to his calm demeanor. He spoke, "Immediately convey my orders. Although the Dark Legion fleet's reinforcements have not appeared, we cannot let our guard down. We must prepare for all possible scenarios. Also, transmit my command. Prepare to gather all battlefields and eliminate all these pests. Not a single one should remain in our universe, yes?" Lily immediately began to relay this order. And Zhao Chen stood with his hands behind his back, observing the situation on various battlefields and the remaining Dark Legion fleet. Soon, Lily returned to Zhao Chen's side. She saw what Zhao Chen was focusing on and said, "Currently, most of the large and small battlefields are under our control. The fleet responsible for the 5th battlefield of the Owl Dragon Worm clan is most stable. We don't even need to worry about it. The 1st to the 4th battlefields, due to the accumulation of remnants from the previous Dark Legion fleet, each have about 1 million remaining Dark Interstellar battleships. But thankfully, all Quasi-T-7 Dark Interstellar battleships have been destroyed. Dealing with the remaining Dark Interstellar battleships will just require some time and effort. As for the situation on the small battlefields, most are under control with the cooperation of our Guard Legion fleet and the local Grand Lord fleet. A few small battlefields are still somewhat severe, but considering that enemy reinforcements are no longer appearing, we can arrange for our Shadow Hunter Ace fleet to support these areas. This way, dealing with these minor annoyances won't be a problem." Pausing, Lily, the secretary, continued, "Just now, Marshal Charlotte also reported, if there are no enemy reinforcements under the current circumstances, clearing all the Dark Interstellar battleships within the Owl Dragon Empire's territory with minimal losses can be completed within 30 hours of battle. Please rest assured, Your Majesty." Zhao Chen nodded. The time given by Charlotte naturally reassured Zhao Chen. He sat back on his throne. "Lily, the attack by the Dark Legion fleet under the command of Order this time has caused us a lot of losses, hasn't it?" Zhao Chen couldn't help but clench his fists. Lily replied, "The casualties and losses of interstellar battleships need to be tallied after the battle. And in terms of strategic resource consumption, according to our estimation, by the end of the battle, it would be equivalent to about 3 months of our current production value in the Owl Dragon Empire." 3 months production value of the Owl Dragon Empire didn't seem like much. But you have to remember that this is the figure after Zhao Chen has established the Owl Dragon Empire and upgraded the industrial production system. If it was back in the day, it would probably be the annual production value of this universe. And that's without taking into account the value of the destroyed interstellar battleships. Haha, order, order. Just come looking for trouble with us whenever you want, making us busy and stressed. Zhao Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly, clenched his fists, his gaze filled with anger. Chapter 1355. The End of Paid Bathroom Breaks. The Imperial Military Research Institute of the Dragon Empire is, as the name suggests, a specialized institution dedicated to military research. Among them, this is the most prestigious research institute in the Dragon Star system. It is located right next to the largest industrial park in the Dragon Empire. Here, any ideas or military plans can be put into production immediately. From the office with portholes in the Imperial Military Research Institute, one can see the distant T6 Iron Star City No. 1. At this moment, a shuttle quietly entered the hangar of the Imperial Military Research Institute. Anne, the head of the Research Institute's office, was lounging on the couch with her feet on the desk, sucking on a duck neck and holding a glass of ice-cold cola. The most popular drama was playing on the screen nearby. Chief Engineer, this latest manufacturing plan. At this time, the angel assistant walked in. Seeing and looking so relaxed in the office, her expression was beyond strange. The current and was completely different from before, ever since the Emperor appeared. Since then, Anne never worked overtime, and during break times, she never touched work-related matters. Several times, Chief Engineer Nana had to pull her ear to get her to handle some work tasks. However, it must be said that Anne's technical talent is extremely strong. Even without working overtime, she could still cooperate with other departments and complete the original tasks on time. However, the current appeared even more lethargic. After finishing the duck neck and glanced at the time nearby, there's still 1 minute and 30 seconds before work time. Report to me when the time comes. The angel assistant could only stand there with a helpless look. The 1.5 minutes passed quickly. The angel assistant immediately spoke up. Chief Engineer, wait a moment. I'm going to the restroom. I ate too much just now. Anne rubbed her swollen belly, stretched lazily, and prepared to go to the restroom to take a paid break. But before she could leave, she bumped into a figure. With her head down, Anne, who was watching the drama while walking, held her head in pain and said, Who is it? At that moment, when Anne raised her head, she froze. She saw Zhao Chen in front of her. Greetings, Your Majesty. The angel assistant standing next to her immediately saluted, eyes filled with joy. Zhao Chen nodded slightly at the angel assistant, then turned to Anne. He pointed at the time. It's work time. Where are you going? I was going to check on how the production plans below were progressing. Anne said somewhat nervously. Saying that, Anne was about to turn away. But Zhao Chen grabbed her by the neck, turned her 180 degrees, and sat her back down at her desk. I've checked those production plans, there's no issue, he said. That's good, Anne replied nervously. Anne sat on the chair, feeling guilty. She immediately changed the topic and asked Zhao Chen with a flattering smile, Your Majesty, why did you come here in person? I heard that the frontline battle wasn't just over. There should be many things for you to handle. Zhao Chen sat down on the nearby sofa and said calmly, I've delegated those matters to my subordinates. They are more professional than I am. Indeed, it's wise to leave professional matters to professionals, Anne quickly echoed. She then asked Zhao Chen, So, Your Majesty, what brings you to the Research Institute? If there's anything you need to instruct, you can do it through communication. There is no need for you to come in person. No, this time, I really need to be here in person, Zhao Chen replied. Anne sensed something and immediately said to the angel assistant, Nicole, did you hear that? His Majesty is staying here for a while. Prepare an office for the chief engineer immediately. As far as I remember, there's an office in the south of the institute. The angel assistant Nicole looked at Anne with a strange expression. The place Anne mentioned was indeed an office, but it was on the opposite side of the institute, far away from Anne's office. No need. I saw a vacant office next door just now, so let's use that directly. Zhao Chen pointed to a wall next to them. Anne's face showed a pained expression. However, she managed to force a smile. That's fine. Nicole, go tidy up that office immediately. This time, Zhao Chen didn't stop Nicole, but he made a request. Nicole, Your Majesty. The angel assistant Nicole looked respectfully at the Emperor. Zhao Chen turned and tapped the wall separating his office from the neighboring office. Have this wall knocked down to make the office larger and more open? Yes, the angel assistant Nicole replied. Anne felt her beautiful life slipping away as she realized that removing the wall would connect both offices. She wouldn't have the chance to relax and take paid breaks anymore. Your Majesty, Anne wanted to fight for her future comfortable life, but it seemed that even that glimmer of hope was cut off by a large hand. Stay here. I have other matters to discuss with you. You won't be involved in the production plan for the new type of starships, but later on, I want to independently set up the production of the Quasi T7 or T7 technology level starships. I'll need your cooperation. Zhao Chen looked at Anne. I understand, and felt as if everything she worked for was slipping away. She felt like she was reaching out for a beautiful life, but was being held back. Zhao Chen, with an amused expression, watched as and struggled with the sudden change in her circumstances. The efficient angel assistant, Nicole, quickly got everything set up. In just a few minutes, the wall between the two offices had been removed and the newly expanded office set up with all the necessary equipment. Zhao Chen was pleased with the outcome and praised Nicole's efficiency. He then proceeded to focus on his work. However, as time passed, and couldn't resist her old habits. She pretended to be surprised, dropped a tool on the floor, then jumped off her chair to pick it up. This cycle repeated a few times until Anne was finally caught in the act by her sister, Nana. Nana reprimanded Anne for slacking off while the Emperor was working right next door. Anne was scolded, and her stash of snacks was confiscated. Anne felt guilty, but was astonished to see Zhao Chen indulging in snacks and drinks in full view. The story ends with Anne's failed attempts to bend the rules while being watched closely by Zhao Chen, and the consequences of her actions realized. Chapter 1356. Filling the T6 sequence. Annie looked at Nana in front of her, feeling like a mouse meeting a cat. Ever since her younger sister started working in the same position as her, she had initially been quite obedient and cute. But as time went on, she had now become the most loyal follower of the evil boss. "Your Majesty, why did you summon me?" When Nana looked towards Zhao Chen, her expression completely changed. It was one of respect and admiration. Another data document opened on Zhao Chen's side, showing a holographic image of a T6 class Shadow Phantom medium-sized interstellar stealth bomber. This is the data sheet of the T6 class Shadow Phantom medium-sized interstellar stealth bomber. Take it back and arrange the production plan as soon as possible. There are still many gaps in our T6 class interstellar warships. During this battle, the Shadow Hunter Ace fleet performed well, but due to the lack of T6 class interstellar warships, there were significant losses during the operation. My little sister even sent me a text message, urging me to quickly create a T6 class interstellar stealth bomber. Just the thought of her little sister's threatening text made Zhao Chen chuckle. Yes, Nana immediately put away the data sheet of the interstellar stealth bomber. I will also provide some technical blueprints of T6 class interstellar warships later, such as interstellar supply ships, interstellar transport ships, interstellar reconnaissance ships, and so on. My assistant Nicole will deliver them to you later, so you don't need to come again. Zhao Chen said. Yes, Nana replied. Nicole, the assistant next to her, was a bit surprised. The technology of T6 class interstellar warships was top secret in other places, yet she was entrusted with delivering it. The level of trust shown by the Emperor was overwhelming, leaving Nicole with indescribable emotions. Moreover, the Emperor's words hinted that he had long been planning on these T6 class starship technology. This was truly astonishing. However, there had always been criticism within the Empire as to why the Emperor, who had never stayed long in industrial research areas, continued to produce these starship technology blueprints. Could it be that the Emperor had other secret research teams? But the highest chief engineer Annie and others were all here, which was hard to understand. This had always been a mystery within the Imperial Empire. Feeling the eager and admiring looks from Nana and Nicole's assistant, Zhao Chen did not explain much. The fact was all the technology of T6 class had been entrusted to him before the system disappeared. When he first came back, Zhao Chen only managed to take out a few important combat-type interstellar warship technologies. Later, he had to deal with various matters, including internal chaos in the Empire and the invasion of the Dark Legion fleet. Now that he finally had some time to spare, he could record all the starship technology again. After completing the fill-in work for the T6 class technology, I plan to research and break through the T7 class technology. At that time, I may need the cooperation of Chief Engineer Annie. Therefore, Nana and Elise, you may need to take over some of the supervision work in other areas. Zhao Chen said. Are you going to design the research yourself? Nana, the chief engineer, looked surprised at the Emperor. Yes. From now on, as long as there are no issues within the Empire, I will stay here. You see, I've even connected the offices, making it convenient for Annie and me to work. Zhao Chen pointed to the office that no longer showed any wall marks. Nana then realized that this office was indeed more spacious than a regular one. Chapter 1357 Ink Battle. Post-war order. After the war in the Zhonglong Empire was over, everything seemed to have returned to normal, except for those few remaining ink entities. Thanks to the Empire's strong industrial capability, damaged buildings and planets were swiftly restored. Apart from the casualties, everything was back to how it was before. However, some planets close to the Ink experienced an influx of immigrants. Most people still felt uneasy living under the shadow of a potential time bomb. Who knows if those strange Ink entities will bring back their dark, demon-like interstellar battleships in the future. As a result, most of the star systems where the Ink entities resided welcomed waves of immigrants, except for those of high value. Over 90% of the planetary populations chose to move to neighboring star systems or to star systems where their families and friends resided, seeking refuge. The Empire officially provided substantial compensation for this migration effort, which increased their favorability among the people. The compensation mainly consisted of two categories. Firstly, for immigrants, the cost of interstellar transportation to the new planets was fully reimbursed. Upon arrival at these immigrant planets, local authorities were required to provide the immigrants from the Ink star systems with housing for 3 years and priority in finding jobs. This way, the immigrants could integrate into their new homes quickly, spreading word of the favorable treatment received from the Empire. The second type of compensation pertained to those who had industries in their original homes. They were compensated according to a certain percentage, considering that many of their belongings lost value once they migrated. This was especially true for properties purchased in the original homes, which became nearly worthless. Despite not receiving full compensation, the fact that the Empire offered any compensation at all was seen as a generous policy. Some star systems, due to their unique nature, were not suitable for migration. For example, the small Ink entity appearing in the angelic kingdom of the Holy Angel King system, and the large Ink entity outside the capital of the Sacred Radiance Kingdom. The residents in these star systems naturally did not migrate. Even though their leaders had proposed relocating, both Queen Saint Kana and the Holy Angel King chose to remain in their original places. Thus, the people in these star systems remained content without moving, given the high value of these unique star systems, which would incur significant losses if abandoned. However, the Zhonglong Empire did not remain indifferent to these concerns. They stationed a large number of guard legions in the star systems where the Ink entities resided, and assigned fleets from the Empire's fleet groups to take turns in guarding these star systems. They also constructed dedicated military starport fortresses to counter this threat, enhancing defense measures significantly. Apart from the shelters on planets, they reinforced the defense systems around the planets. For instance, the main star of the Angelic Kingdom had a planetary protection field established, essentially acting as a shield for the planet. This technology belonged to the T6 level and was provided by the Zhonglong Empire free of charge. Chapter 1358 Technological Breakthrough. Annie walked over to Zhao Chen's desk. At this moment, a silhouette of a starship had already been projected here, accompanied by boxes marking various data. When it came to work, Annie maintained a meticulous attitude. She glanced at the updated data model of this starship and slightly furrowed her brows, saying, "The performance parameters of its main weapon are still lacking. If we were to design and produce based on this data, the power would at most be increased by 3.4 times compared to our upcoming T6 Purple Gold and Silver Dragon-class heavy interstellar battleship. Additionally, there are significant limitations in materials unable to withstand such high-intensity long-term energy output, resulting in poor durability." Zhao Chen nodded in response to Annie's evaluation. "I have also taken this into consideration. The main limitation lies in materials. Without a breakthrough in materials, it is difficult to reach the threshold of T7 technology level. With the current technology blueprint, even if it is designed and manufactured, it would at most be a quasi-T7 class starship." Nana, the chief engineer, interjected. "However, in this month of research, we have reviewed all materials and found almost none that meet T7 technology standards. Even though we have a specialized department researching new materials, it is still challenging to incorporate them into starships in the short term." Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. He had known all along that the main limiting factors in scientific development were materials and energy. Only by breaking through these 2 points could there be hope for developing a true T7 technology-level interstellar battleship. Alternatively, it could be like the Order, transforming their civilization entirely into a consciousness entity by means unknown. In fact, there is another issue. Assuming we do develop a T7 class interstellar battleship, with our current industrial base, such as the T6 Steel Star City, would we be able to complete the construction task of producing T-7 class interstellar battleships? Annie added, addressing the concern. Zhao Chen sighed deeply and leaned back in his seat. All the starship technology he had received before was provided by the system. Now that he was truly delving into research and development, he realized how difficult it was. Despite Zhao Chen's brain having undergone modifications far beyond ordinary people, breaking through technological barriers to develop a T-7 class interstellar battleship was indeed very challenging. Raising his hand, Zhao Chen decisively discarded the original plan. Nana, the chief engineer, looked surprised. Our previous direction was wrong. Originally, I planned to design a starship that reached the T-7 class and then gradually improve related performance. This is akin to building a pyramid from its pinnacle. That is simply not feasible. Zhao Chen rejected his original idea. We need to deconstruct the various technology modules of a starship and individually upgrade these modules to the T-7 class. Then, we can assemble them together. Instead of starting with the pinnacle, we should start with the base of a pyramid. Only then can the pyramid stand tall, Zhao Chen explained. Nana, the chief engineer, agreed with a nod. Meanwhile, Annie had already taken action. Several boxes with text appeared in front of the three of them. A starship has hundreds of performance modules, but overall, the most important ones are a few. These include the energy system, propulsion system, weapons system, control system, central control system, armor system, framework system, plug-in system, navigation system, and life support system, Annie emphasized, magnifying some of them. Among these, the most crucial ones are the energy system, propulsion system, framework system, armor system, and weapons system. The energy system needs no further explanation. To have a truly meaningful T-7 class interstellar battleship, one must possess a T-7 class heart, Annie noted, tapping on it. Nana interjected, regarding this point, the most suitable resources we currently have for research are from a few flagship hearts. Although their energy cores are at the T6 level, they have already reached a quasi-T7 level in a certain sense. As long as we conduct in-depth research on the energy cores of these flagship hearts, we can develop a T7 class heart. This not only allows us to develop mass-producible T7 interstellar battleships, but also potentially upgrade several flagship hearts to the T7 level. Zhao Chen agreed, that's correct. Instead of creating from scratch, it's better to enhance based on existing resources. Nana, gather a group of experts in Starship Energy Systems research, preferably those who have worked on T6 class interstellar battleship production projects, scientists, researchers, and engineers. Establish a Dragon Heart research project. Nana took note of this, nodding firmly. Continuing her presentation, Annie highlighted the importance of the propulsion system in transferring energy from the energy system, as well as the significance of the framework and armor systems in ensuring the structural strength and defense of a starship. Emphasizing the interdependence of materials and energy, Annie acknowledged the obstacles they faced. I will find a way to deal with this issue. However, we cannot refrain from research due to a lack of materials and energy. We can initially establish a Dragon-scale project to conduct preliminary research on the framework and armor systems. Once we have successfully developed the materials and energy we need, we can quickly integrate them, thus saving time, Zhao Chen suggested. Nana noted this proposal, understanding the immense challenge they were facing. As the discussion concluded, the focus shifted to the last component, the weapons system. Emphasizing the necessity of a T-7 class weapon system for a starship to be considered truly T-7. Annie pointed out that researching the superweapons of several flagships could serve as a foundation for upgrading to the T-7 level. However, she also stressed that improvements in the weapons system were intertwined with materials and energy. Only stronger materials could withstand the recoil from powerful weapons attacks, and only stronger energy sources could enable weapons to operate at peak performance. The challenge of materials and energy weighed heavily on Zhao Chen, as if two immense mountains loomed over him. Determined to overcome these obstacles, he proclaimed, I will find a solution for materials and energy. Although Annie had made a bet with Zhao Chen, the task ahead seemed daunting. Nevertheless, she recognized the potential benefits of the wager. Summarizing their thoughts, Zhao Chen laid out a plan dividing the research responsibilities among them. Nana and Annie would lead the Dragon Heart and Dragon Scale projects, respectively, while Zhao Chen would personally oversee the efforts to address the challenges of materials and energy. Despite the daunting task ahead, their commitment to technological advancement and diligence in research gave them hope for success. Chapter 1259 New Materials. Zhao Chen and Annie's office is next to a laboratory, making it convenient for them to conduct experiments. However, despite being next door, there is a wall between them comparable to the armor of a starship, with several star shields that can be activated within the wall. After all, some experiments involve risks. During experiments, these star shields will activate. In addition, the laboratory also has multiple layers of protection. At this moment, only Annie is in the office. She looks around sneakily to ensure there is no one else present. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen is conducting experiments in the laboratory. Annie cheerfully retrieves a well-preserved tub of ice cream from her desk drawer compartment. During this time, her younger sister Nana often visits and cleans out any snack she smells, leaving Annie with very little of her own stash. Now that she is alone, Annie can indulge herself in peace. She gazes at the tub of ice cream still emitting a cold mist, the faint fruity scent tempting her. Annie swallows and picks up a spoon, ready to enjoy the treat. However, the next moment, a massive vibration shakes the room, causing Annie to jolt off her chair and onto the floor. The tub of ice cream falls onto her face. Soon after, the voices and footsteps of two people are heard. How could it explode? The materials we added are all stable. Logically, there shouldn't be an explosion. Nana expresses her confusion. Perhaps there was an issue with our theoretical data. But this is normal in experiments. Errors can occur. Besides, we are searching for new materials. Such experiments could take a lifetime for some. Zhao Chen responds calmly, not showing any concerns. Unbeknownst to others, he had made a bet with someone about finding new high-strength materials. In the quest for new materials, there are typically two methods: refining existing materials to synthesize or extract new ones, or discovering new material sources for direct collection. Zhao Chen has chosen to pursue both methods simultaneously, increasing his own pressure and effort, but improving the chances of success. As Zhao Chen and Nana chat, they walk back to the office from the laboratory, only a few steps away. Upon entering the office, Zhao Chen sees Annie standing with her hands behind her back, looking at them with a strange expression and a white substance on her head. "Annie, what's on your head?" Nana notices the white substance on her sister's head and asks in confusion. Feeling guilty, Annie's eyes dart around as she hesitates before explaining, "This is my new hair accessory. I had been using the previous one for a long time and wanted a change to freshen up my mood. Who knows, maybe it will bring some new discoveries in our work." Skeptical, Nana walks toward Annie, who continuously backs away. "Don't come closer. I have important work here. Please don't disturb me," Annie pleads. "My hair accessory is a bit shy. It doesn't want to be seen now." Annie stammers nervously. Unable to retreat any further, Annie finds herself in a corner. Nana reaches out and touches the white substance on Annie's head, which then transfers onto her fingers. She brings her fingers to her lips, tasting the substance, and then stares at Annie with disbelief, asking, "Whose hair accessory tastes like strawberries?" Chapter 1260, the ceremony of the new ship's commissioning ceremony, taking place after 2 months. Zhao Chen left the Imperial Military Research Institute for the first time and appeared in front of everyone. This was mainly because the latest batch of new T6 interstellar battleships of the Owl Dragon had been delivered and put into service, which was different from before. Previously, it was often before a war, let alone a commissioning ceremony, often not even completing a trial voyage before hastily being sent to the battlefield. The new ships at that time were truly born in the midst of war. But now, there is no war. And at the beginning of the newly established empire, a time when prestige is needed, the Imperial Propaganda Department naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. They wanted to arrange a new ship ceremony for the batch of T6 interstellar battleships delivered for use, with the Emperor attending. In this way, the level of this ceremony would be high enough. At that time, it would also be broadcasted throughout the Empire, increasing the Empire's prestige and letting more people know about the Empire's strength. Originally, Zhao Chen wasn't very interested in this, but the Imperial Propaganda Department directly found Lily's chief secretary. After thinking about it, Lily informed Zhao Chen of the proposal and convinced him with several reasons. Zhao Chen ultimately chose to attend. At this moment, Zhao Chen was in the Owl Dragon Empire's Owl Dragon star system, in a domed interstellar city. Here, apart from the opaque floor underfoot, The ceiling was covered with a special transparent material that allowed guests within the dome to see the splendid scenery of the universe outside. At this moment, many people had already gathered here. Without exception, they were all important figures in the Owl Dragon Empire's current power center. And this was just one of the highest-level banquet venues. Within the Owl Dragon star system, there were dozens of banquet venues prepared for this ceremony. It's just that the levels of those banquet venues were not as high as here, because the Emperor would only appear here, personally facing the guests, while the people in other banquet venues could only see the holographic image of the Emperor. Haha, Lao Chen, you're here too. I heard that your business is doing well over there. Governor Zhang, you're joking. You are the governor of the sector. I'm just an interstellar trader. Whether the business is good or not depends on you. Don't say these things here. I'm just serving the Empire, and everything is done according to the Empire's rules. Whether you do business properly or not, I don't care. Haha, I still have to thank Governor Zhang. Lao George, I heard that you received a batch of T3 Wind Hawk class medium-sized interstellar cruisers over there. Look, how about giving me 10,000 ships? I'll offer this price for one. Surname Park. Are you here to play tricks? Do you not know the price of T3 Wind Hawk class medium-sized interstellar cruisers now? Forget about this price. Even if I raise it by another 30%, I still won't sell to you. And 10,000 ships? You're really something. In the banquet hall, everyone gathered in groups of 3 or 2, each with their own circle. Everyone knew their own status. Though everyone present here was at the top of the Owl Dragon Empire and important figures in various industries. But even within this elite group, there were distinctions in status. The lower tier could only stay on the outer circle. Those who could influence and control in some star systems or star clusters were considered middle tier here, and some didn't even have a private box position. And the true core, the top of the top, were in the core area and were assigned curved private booth seats to enjoy the luxury. This was the difference in status. The wine is good. Where is it from? A special product of the Beale Star. Bring a few bottles back. I heard that among the newly commissioned starships this time, there are T6 class interstellar battleships. Darling, get Grandpa a few to play with. Lord Chu Changhe sat on the couch, enjoying the wine, giving a glance to his granddaughter Chuzhuan standing beside him. Chuzhuan rolled her eyes. If you want those few bottles of wine, that's fine. But having me get you a few T6 interstellar battleships? We don't have many of that kind in the Owl Dragon Empire fleet. How can I give them to you at this time? Just a few interstellar battleships. Tell that guy of yours, even if I have to pay for it. Chu Changhe pouted. Pay. Chuzhuan bluntly threw cold water on her grandfather. Although there is no external sales price for the T6 Owl Dragon series interstellar battleship, it's understood from the manufacturing cost I know of, along with the profit margin of the T6 class interstellar battleships. First of all, the estimated manufacturing cost alone is in trillions of star coins. Add the profit margin from sales, it would have to increase by hundreds of times. This class of interstellar battleship can no longer be bought, just by purchase. With that, Chuzhuan picked up a bottle of beverage from the table and took a sip. Queen Qin Shaolei, who had been invited, nodded in agreement. Her current flagship was a T6 Thunder Lord class heavy interstellar destroyer, a gift directly from Zhao Chen. After all, as a queen of a kingdom within the empire, not having a prestigious flagship wouldn't do. So, the T6 Owl Dragon series interstellar battleship was priceless. Even if you had the money, you might not be able to buy it. Let alone each one was a sky-high price. At this point, Chu Changhe didn't hesitate to speak up. In terms of seniority, I'm still his senior. Speaking of which, we agreed before, he's my son-in-law. What's wrong with him being me a T6 interstellar battleship? Has that boy forgotten his commitments now that he's become the emperor? That won't do. I'll have to have a good chat with him when I see him later. Chuzhuan, who had just taken a sip of her drink, almost spat it out, her cheeks blushing as she glared at her grandfather. Looking around, aside from the ambiguous look from Queen Qin Shaolei sitting in the same private booth, no one else paid attention. This made Chuzhuan relax a bit. Grandpa, what are you saying? That was just a temporary measure. Don't bring it up again. Chuzhuan said impatiently. Temporary measure? Using my granddaughter's reputation? That won't do. Chu Changhe adopted a haughty stance, blowing his nose and glaring at Chu Xuan. This made Chu Xuan truly puzzled. Technically, Chu Changhe didn't have the qualifications to be in this inner circle. After all, the Chu family's power was only within a sector of the Starshine Kingdom. But because Chu Xuan was now a marshal of the Owl Dragon Empire, in charge of the 2nd Legion Fleet of the Owl Dragon Empire, that's how Chu Changhe gained the status. Combined with the previous contact between the Emperor and Chu Changhe, others also respected Chu Changhe a lot. At this time, the lights in the dome hall dimmed. Apart from the stars above, only a beam of light shone on an open door. Subsequently, a dignified figure walked out. The first Emperor of the Owl Dragon Empire, Zhao Chen. Dressed in a magnificent imperial outfit, the military boots on his feet striking the floor, indicating that he was an emperor who had emerged from war and fire. Following Zhao Chen were two graceful figures: Chief Marshal Charlotte, Chief Secretary Lily. Charlotte also wore military uniform, elegant and imposing. Lily was wearing a looser dress today, with an upper body covered in a layer of gauze, appearing less charming and more dignified. After Zhao Chen arrived, all the officers within the empire stood straight, saluting towards Zhao Chen. The others greeted the emperor with their respective etiquette, as the empire encompassed multiple kingdoms, multiple races, each with its own traditions, and Zhao Chen allowed for these differences. Long live Emperor! Long live Emperor! Long live Emperor! The Emperor's eternal glory! Calls rang out, echoing through the entire hall. Zhao Chen walked calmly towards the main seat in the hall, where there was a chair resembling a throne. Zhao Chen climbed the steps, turned, and took his seat. There were two chairs beside Zhao Chen, but not as extravagant as the throne, looking simpler. You can skip the formalities and take your seats. Zhao Chen waved his hand. Charlotte and Lily took their seats first, then those in the booths closest to Zhao Chen. As for the others outside, some chose to stand, some sat on high stools placed there. Lily prepared to stand up and speak at this moment, but was stopped by Zhao Chen. Charlotte understood and stood up. Today's banquet is actually quite simple. We just want everyone to come together to celebrate. Celebrate the increase in the Owl Dragon Empire's military strength. Celebrate the commissioning of our two main interstellar battleships. Charlotte raised her hand, pointing to the starry sky above. For some reason, a formation of brand new starships, neat and uniform, had already appeared in the starry sky. Although the quantity was not a lot, a cursory look estimated around 100,000 ships. The majority were a type of interstellar escort ship, while the other was a heavy interstellar battlecruiser with 10 times fewer in number than the former. Let us enjoy their dazzling figures as they embark on their journey through the stars of the Owl Dragon Empire fleet. At this moment, all eyes were on the two T-6 interstellar battleships. Naturally, the most attention was on the T-6 Purple Gold Silver Dragon class heavy interstellar battlecruiser. After all, this was a heavy interstellar battlecruiser, impossible to ignore. Besides, at this moment, this T-6 Purple Gold Silver Dragon class heavy interstellar battlecruiser had all its weapon modules activated, looking like a fierce tiger ready for battle at any moment. Just looking at its appearance gave a chilling feeling. It's huge, Lord Chu Changhe said, looking at the giant ship, unconsciously swallowing some saliva. It's so thick, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. Chu Changhe instinctively looked over. It was a female officer with a ponytail wearing the same Owl Dragon military uniform as his granddaughter. They were acquainted with her as well. Grand Marshal of the Owl Dragon Empire's 4th Legion Fleet, Zhu Xiao. She was a tactical genius, younger than Chu Xuan, known for her command skills. It was rumored that she loved interstellar battleships and had a unique understanding and experience in using them in battles. Right now, Zhu Xiao looked at the giant ship as if it were her goddess. She couldn't wait to get close and touch every piece of armor of the ship with her skin. With her hands, she wanted to feel the giant interstellar cannons. Zhu Xiao's breathing became heavier. This was her dream goddess. She must have it, and no one could take it from her. Luckily, she had received information earlier. The first of these T-6 Purple Gold Silver Dragon class heavy interstellar battlecruisers was going to be assigned to her as a flagship and the flagship of the Owl Dragon Empire's 4th Legion Fleet, but postponed for this banquet. Now, every single second felt unbearable for her. This was her beloved, the one she would never separate from. Her little dragon. The others in the banquet venue also praised this starship, adding a new understanding of the Owl Dragon Empire's terrifying strength. "Don't move, sit here properly." Zhao Chen looked at Lily, who seemed to be preparing to do something, and held Lily's hand. "I'm pregnant, not made of glass," Lily said helplessly. "The due date is approaching in a few days. If you didn't insist on coming, having me and Charlotte attend this banquet would have sufficed." Zhao Chen looked at Lily and said seriously. Lily sighed. Empire affairs are not just about military power. A strong military power is important, but we also need to stabilize the various forces within the Empire. This time, bringing these people here naturally requires meeting and talking to each one. To rally support, Emperor. Zhao Chen knew these things, and he could understand these operations. However, he didn't like to participate in them before. So most of the time, Lily handled them on behalf of Zhao Chen. "This time, I'll come. I'll do as you say. Sit here honestly and don't go anywhere," Zhao Chen reiterated several times to Lily before standing up himself. "Wait," Lily called out to Zhao Chen again. Zhao Chen turned back. Lily handed Zhao Chen a mini earpiece, jokingly saying, "With so many people, do you know them all? Even if you've met them before, do you know what to talk to them about? Put this on, I'll guide you here." Zhao Chen understood and inserted the earpiece into his ear, then brought it close to Lily's ear, saying, "Having you as a steward is great." Then, Zhao Chen left after teasing Lily by playfully brushing his lips against her cheek. Lily, like a succubus, now had a slightly red face, glaring at Zhao Chen who had teased her and then slipped away. Chapter 1261. Lord Chu's wine madness. After Zhao Chen stepped down from the stage, many interested parties naturally had their eyes on him. The guard leopard woman quietly stood by Zhao Chen's side, even though the identities of the people who came here were generally not in question. Prior to entering, their threatening weapons had been scanned to ensure safety. But as the Imperial Guard, the leopard woman continued to adhere to her responsibilities. Zhao Chen first walked through the inner circle's box seats one by one. Basically, he just chatted a few words and moved on to the next position. As for what to say, Lilith would give some guidance and suggestions through the earpiece. This made the communication between Zhao Chen and them basically problem-free, especially considering that Zhao Chen knew most of the people in this core area. At this moment, before Zhao Chen walked to a position on a treasure box seat, a figure emerged. "Can I leave early and accept my seat, ship?" Zhu Zhaoxiao looked at Zhao Chen eagerly. His breath seemed a bit heavy, as if he couldn't wait to hurry to the bridal chamber with his new bride. Looking at Zhu Zhaoxiao's excited eyes directed at him, if he just agreed, this girl would probably leave at lightning speed and throw herself into the arms of her new love. "There's still a bit of time. Just stay here honestly. Let's talk after the banquet ends. Besides, you are now the highest commander of the 4th Legion fleet of the Owl Dragon Empire, with so many people watching you," Zhao Chen said. Zhu Zhaoxiao pouted, and with a touch of grievance returned to her seat, then lifted her head, looking at the figure of the interstellar battleship outside the dome. She seemed like a pet dog, gazing at her goddess adoringly. Occasionally, she would even swallow her saliva. "Son-in-law." Suddenly, a loud voice came, and then a big hand patted Zhao Chen's shoulder directly. "Son-in-law." Zhao Chen looked surprised as he saw Lord Chu Changhe smiling beside him. "Lord Chu, what are you doing here? Why are you calling me Lord?" "Just call me Grandpa," Lord Chu Changhe said, patting Zhao Chen's shoulder. Zhao Chen was at a loss for words for a moment. At this time, Chu Zhuan rushed over, blushing as if blood would drip from her face. "Grandpa, what are you doing here?" Chu Zhuan pulled on Chu Chang's arm, trying to pull him away. But Chu Changhe, being a military man, stood firm. No matter how hard Chu Zhuan tried, Chu Changhe remained unmoved. "What am I doing here? Isn't this about the engagement of my future son-in-law with you? Can I just ignore it? Although times have changed and people are more open-minded now, our Chu family is still traditional. The reputation of our daughters is still very important." Chu Changhe hinted at something, smiling at Zhao Chen. "Your Majesty, ignore my grandpa. He's just drunk and acting crazy here," Chu Zhuan said, blushing and looking at Zhao Chen. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed in front of her soon-to-be royal husband. Zhao Chen now understood what Chu Changhe was implying. It was about the time when his Owl Dragon fleet had just risen, with the help of the Chu family. At that time, in order to secure Zhao Chen's position, a future son-in-law of the Chu family, was specially arranged for Zhao Chen, as well as the identity of Chu Zhuan's fiancé. However, as time passed, almost no one mentioned this matter anymore. Zhao Chen had gradually forgotten about it. Unexpectedly, Chu Changhe brought it up at this moment. "Grandpa, I know about this matter. But now, my situation is different. I not only have a wife, but also a child. If I let Chu Zhuan marry me now, wouldn't she be disadvantaged?" Zhao Chen said. Chu Changhe then patted Zhao Chen's shoulder and said, "I know all about your situation. If it were before, I definitely wouldn't allow my granddaughter to marry you. But now you are different. You are the emperor of the Owl Dragon Empire, a powerful man with several women by your side. This is normal, especially in a monarchy. In the future, the royal family of the Owl Dragon Empire will be surnamed Zhao. To ensure the prosperity of the royal family, this is also acceptable. Look at those kings and emperors, having not just several women, but dozens or even hundreds. But boy, you have to be prudent. A dozen is fine, but not over that. Otherwise, my granddaughter will suffer. If she can't even spend time with you one day out of the week, how can that be?" "Grandpa, please stop." Chu Zhuan, her face red, couldn't bear it anymore, especially in front of His Majesty. She wished she could just find a hole to hide in. Zhao Chen now understood what Chu Changhe was hinting at. When his Owl Dragon fleet was just rising, the Chu family had supported him for a period of time. Back then, to solidify Zhao Chen's position, a future son-in-law of the Chu family had been arranged for him, as well as Chu Zhuan's fiancé identity. However, along with time, almost no one mentioned this matter anymore. Zhao Chen had also gradually forgotten about it. "Lord, I have something to think about. I need some time to myself," Zhao Chen said, holding his daughter Zhao Bayer. "Baby Bayer, Daddy loves you. Daddy kisses you." Zhao Chen kissed her on her tender cheek. Summer Charlotte and Lilith, along with their 2 children, were waiting in the compartment. "Why didn't you say anything just now?" Zhao Chen glared at Lilith, who was suppressing a smile. Lilith chuckled, "That's His Majesty's love life. I can't say anything about it." "What do you mean by love life?" "Those were all things that had to be done at the time," Zhao Chen explained. Summer Charlotte, playing with the 2 children, turned to Zhao Chen and said, "When the Owl Dragon fleet was just established and rising. If it weren't for the Chu family's support and Chu Zhuan's status, we wouldn't have progressed smoothly to where we are now. Regardless of whether it was a temporary measure back then, Chu Zhuan indeed used her reputation to protect you. And her affection for you. You should be well aware of it." Zhao Chen fell silent. He naturally understood Chu Zhuan's feelings towards him. Perhaps, from the moment she leapt onto his starship from the Northern Starship Military Academy, their bond had been formed. However, with Summer Charlotte and Lilith around, Zhao Chen had maintained a certain relationship with Chu Zhuan since then. However, in terms of ability, Zhao Chen had not neglected Chu Zhuan. On the contrary, he had valued and promoted Chu Zhuan, making her now the Marshal of the 4th Legion Fleet of the Owl Dragon Empire. "Do you cultivate your trust in Chu Zhuan? Do you believe that her feelings for you have no ulterior motive? You find it difficult to accept her, so you try to compensate her in this way. But for some, this kind of compensation is entirely different from what they truly desire." Summer Charlotte sullenly spoke. "Is this something you would say?" Zhao Chen looked surprised at the words coming from the big white cat. It didn't seem like something the cat would say. "Maybe it's because of our different statuses," Summer Charlotte, looking at the 2 children, then at Zhao Chen, said, "Because I am the Supreme Marshal, I have more time and opportunities to interact with Chu Zhuan than you do. I see her using her busy work to escape, and I know she's avoiding something. She's different from us. Lilith and I are long-lived interstellar races. We can live for hundreds of years, and even surpassing 500 years won't be a problem with advancing technology. But what about Chu Zhuan? Even with life-prolonging technology, humans can live at most up to 300 years. Those who live beyond that are no longer truly human. Chu Zhuan has been with you for nearly 7 years. How many good youthful years can a human girl have?" Summer Charlotte gazed at Zhao Chen with a pained expression. Zhao Chen hesitated and said, but I already have the 2 of you." Lilith then said, "There's a saying that I actually agree with Lord Chu. You are the Emperor of the Owl Dragon Empire now. You are the foundation of the Imperial family. However, the Imperial family is currently too small in its foundation. count it. How many royal families are there now? You count as one. Your sisters count as one. I and Summer Charlotte count as one. Now with the addition of the 2 young children. Which imperial family has just a few members like ours? That's why when you disappeared before, the empire faced turmoil. It was because the foundation was too shallow. Just with me and Summer Charlotte, no matter how we try, we can't expand the imperial family. I am content with Little Tiger and Little White. It's enough for me, Summer Charlotte declared. She didn't want more children. With 2 already, Summer Charlotte had no idea how she would handle more. I can't have too many children. This recent childbirth has delayed a lot of things. And with just 3 children, the imperial family's foundation is too thin. So in fact, we don't mind the presence of Chujuan, Lilith calmly said. Zhao Chen was taken aback by Lilith's words, then looked at the expressionless Summer Charlotte beside her. At this moment, Zhao Chen was unable to digest the words of the 2 women. I need to calm down. I need to think things through, Zhao Chen said, holding his daughter Zhao Bayer. Baby Bayer, Daddy loves you. Daddy kisses you. Zhao Chen kissed her on her tender cheek. Summer Charlotte and Lilith didn't say anything further. After all, Zhao Chen needed to convince himself about the situation. At least the 2 women had expressed their stance, and now it was up to Zhao Chen himself. Over the next few days, although the banquet only lasted a day, with everyone rare to gather together, discussions on various matters naturally took place, and successful cooperation would be established if all went well. Zhao Chen did not immediately return to the Imperial Military Research Institute. He just provided remote guidance and checked on the work progress from time to time. During this time, Zhao Chen spent quality time with Summer Charlotte, the 2 children, and Lilith, who was due to give birth. This was why Zhao Chen was willing to temporarily set aside work and attend the banquet. Lilith's due date was in the coming days. At least during Summer Charlotte's childbirth, Zhao Chen hadn't been by her side, which made Zhao Chen feel guilty. Now, with Lilith going into labor, Zhao Chen naturally wouldn't let the same thing happen again. So he made a point to be by the side of the 2 women. Under Zhao Chen's supervision, Lilith had only 1 hour each day to listen to work reports. Even that was between several hours of rest. If Lilith worked beyond the allotted time, Zhao Chen would make sure she rested. For any work that couldn't be handled by the secretary department, Zhao Chen would take care of it himself. Only after that, he would consult Lilith. Lilith, watching Zhao Chen running back and forth more anxiously than herself, couldn't help but show a happy smile. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Ah, Summer Charlotte, as an experienced person, immediately shouted, she's going into labor. Chapter 1362. Never say sorry to me, wah 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 wah. The sound of a crying child in his arms. Zhao Chen's face was filled with a silly smile. So, the newborn baby is this small, huh? Your Majesty, the newborn baby is fragile. Let's place her in an incubator first, suggested the medical staff. Okay. Zhao Chen carefully handed the baby to the medical staff. Then he immediately looked at Lilith, whose cheeks were covered in sweat. Lilith. Zhao Chen held Lilith's hand. We have a child now. Lilith looked at Zhao Chen, her eyes filled with love. Yes, our child. You've worked hard, Zhao Chen said, looking at Lilith with affection. Lilith smiled softly and looked at Charlotte by the bed. What hardship am I facing now? When Charlotte's sister gave birth, she fainted. This is nothing. Rest a bit, and you can resume work tomorrow. You've all worked hard, Zhao Chen said repeatedly, holding the hands of both women. His heart felt warm like a little sun. At this moment, Zhao Chen clearly felt what he was guarding. It wasn't complicated. It was just this simple love. Have you thought of a name for Lilith's child? Charlotte asked. It's a girl, so let's call her Zhao Liar. Zhao Chen immediately replied. Liar, liar. Lilith repeated her daughter's name, her face beaming with happiness. Lilith, you need rest now. Rest well. Don't think about work. We'll handle things for you, Charlotte said as she covered Lilith with a blanket. You're tired. Have a good sleep. Zhao Chen kissed Lilith on the forehead. Lilith, feeling exhausted, closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Zhao Chen and Charlotte glanced at each other, deciding not to disturb Lilith. After giving some instructions to the medical staff, Zhao Chen and Charlotte left the room. Outside the room, through the transparent floor-to-ceiling window, Zhao Chen could see their two treasures in the adjacent rooms, big and small. He then grabbed Charlotte's hand, looking guilty. "Charlotte, I'm sorry. Why are you saying this all of a sudden?" Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen puzzled. Feeling guilty, Zhao Chen continued, "During your childbirth, such an important moment, I wasn't by your side. I owe you. I may never be able to repay you in this lifetime. I'm sorry." Before Zhao Chen could say more, Charlotte pressed her finger against his lips. Smiling, she said, "Don't apologize to me. In your lifetime, you may apologize to others, but you will never need to apologize to me. Back when you bought me, I owe you my entire life. Without you, I can't imagine the life and situation my family is in now. It's like something that only happens in dreams. But now, with your help, all these dreams have become reality. So, you never have to apologize to me." Looking into Charlotte's sincere eyes and listening to her words, Zhao Chen felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Unable to contain it, he stepped forward and hugged Charlotte, silencing her with a kiss. Charlotte didn't resist. Only when they heard footsteps approaching did they reluctantly separate. Seeing the delicate thread between them, a faint blush appeared on Charlotte's cheek. "Having both of you is enough for this lifetime," Zhao Chen said happily, looking at Charlotte. Charlotte blinked, looked at Zhao Chen, and softly said, "Have you thought about Chu Zhuan?" At that moment, Zhao Chen almost choked on his own saliva. "Why are you bringing this up now?" Charlotte shrugged, saying, "Isn't this normal? Within our White Tiger tribe, to strengthen our clan, the strong will birth more offspring, like my father and grandfather did. Only through this can the clan have a strong successor. Originally, my father was planning to pass the White Tiger tribe to me. But now, there's no way I can go back. Then, he thought of passing it to my half-sister, Miter. But she's joined the Owl Dragon Legion now, and is less willing to go back. My father is eagerly looking for an heir to retire early, which has become his ardent wish." Listening to Charlotte talk about these matters, Zhao Chen couldn't help containing his laughter. He could already picture the old White Tiger grandfather's troubled expression. This reminded Zhao Chen of the urgent matter of retirement. All those messes. This vast empire needs to be handed over. And for that, it starts from childhood. Zhao Chen looked at the baby in the glass window, then thought of Charlotte's two children. A smile crept upon his lips. "Hey, I'm asking you something," Charlotte said, placing her hands on Zhao Chen's cheeks, making him face her. "If you don't mind, I'll go talk to Chu Zhuan about this." Zhao Chen was almost choked by his own saliva this time. "You want to talk to Chu Zhuan?" "Yes. It's quite normal in our White Tiger tribe. There are even several ants my mother found for my father. Because if they find them themselves, they can be trusted. So my father won't bring back something unsuitable. I know Chu Zhuan well. I've had many interactions with her recently. In our legion, there are many good candidates. Like Shenbing, she's very smart. She used to be the top student at the North Star Battleship Military Academy. Her child must be very intelligent. Although Medusa is from the Snake People tribe, this can increase genetic diversity, and she might give birth to a powerful child. Chitu is also a good choice, being a demon. With her, those demons who fear your retaliation can rest assured. There's Sulin too, quiet but quick-minded, especially when commanding starfighters and drone formations. When we simulate air battles, she beats me 10 times out of 10. Bai Lu, other than her loud voice, not much stands out, but she has a big butt. I've heard werewolf women can give birth to 5 or 6 children at once. Zhu Zhaoxiao. Stop. Zhao Chen immediately covered Charlotte's mouth. If she continued listing, it would be too much. She even mentioned Zhu Zhaoxiao. The thought of that girl crazily obsessed with giant ships and cannons made Zhao Chen's scalp tingle. "Leave it to me," Zhao Chen told Charlotte to calm down. Pouting, Charlotte looked up and down at Zhao Chen. "Give me a moment. Just a moment," Zhao Chen said with a wry smile. "Give me some time, just a little time. In that case, I won't rush you. You have half a year. Just bring one of those I mentioned earlier before me." Charlotte pointed at Zhao Chen with hands on her hips. Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel strange about this scene. "Let's grab something to eat first. Once Lilith wakes up, we'll spend some time with her and the baby. After that, I have to go back to the Imperial Military Research Institute. There are many things waiting for me to handle." Zhao Chen pulled Charlotte towards the dining room. "Oh yeah, Annie, Zhao Chen covered Charlotte's mouth again. He realized Lilith's childbirth had triggered a strange switch in Charlotte. She was suddenly concerned about his affairs. Now, she even brought up Annie. Though many years had passed and Annie was already an adult, Zhao Chen saw her growing up, and it was hard for him to let her go. He hoped it was just a passing thought for Charlotte, and she'd forget it soon. Otherwise, Zhao Chen wouldn't be able to handle it. After spending time with Lilith and the baby, Zhao Chen hurried back to the Imperial Military Research Institute. He wanted to stay longer, but Lilith and Charlotte got into the topic of expanding his lineage. Zhao Chen had to make a quick escape. He entered his office and was startled by Annie sitting in his chair, legs crossed, eating a tub of ice cream. This is my first tub today," Annie immediately explained, but her expression showed some guilt. However, Zhao Chen's mind was preoccupied with Charlotte's words, so he didn't dwell on Annie sitting in his chair. "Why are you sitting in my seat?" Zhao Chen looked at Annie. "Hey, your chair is comfy," Annie chuckled. "Comfy to sit on." Zhao Chen squinted at Annie. Annie suddenly realized, jumping off the chair and patting it with her hand. You sit. Then, holding her ice cream tub, Annie rushed back to her own side of the office. Wait, but Zhao Chen suddenly stopped Annie. Annie paused, looking cautiously at Zhao Chen. "How are those project plans progressing?" Zhao Chen inquired. Hearing Zhao Chen's question, Annie breathed a sigh of relief. It was a relief that Zhao Chen didn't question her sitting in his chair. Those project plans have made some progress, but not much. The plans require T7 level materials and energy for coordination. Without those, it's very difficult to elevate the technology to the T7 level with existing materials and energy. It's like trying to fill a cup of water without spilling it. It will eventually reach its limit. The best way is to make the cup holding the water bigger and sturdier. Annie explained methodically about their work. Zhao Chen nodded, signaling Annie could go back. The results matched Zhao Chen's expectations. It was extraordinarily challenging for the Owl Dragon to enter the T7 technological civilization without new materials and energy. Even with the opportunity, it might take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Just as he thought of the urgent need for improvement, Zhao Chen's terminal beeped. Zhao Chen opened it and found a contact from the gifted young girl, Camille. Zhao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the project had made progress? Zhao Chen stood up without a word, heading towards the office, and opened the communication channel. Camille's figure appeared on the screen. She looked extremely excited. "What's going on?" Zhao Chen asked immediately. The scientist Camille swallowed nervously and said, "We obtained the first prototype based on the blueprint you designed and conducted a test run. Although we didn't have high hopes, to our surprise, even though the prototype only ran for 10 seconds, during that time, it scanned a universe chart, including our surrounding space. There was even a faint signal indicating another universe." Hearing Camille's words, Zhao Chen was astounded and filled with joy. He quickened his pace. "Can the first prototype still run?" Zhao Chen inquired. "The first prototype is already scrapped. Its design only allows it to run for 10 seconds, Camille, the scientist, sighed in frustration. "At the very least, it indicates we're on the right track. I'll head back immediately and start developing the second machine," Zhao Chen said eagerly. Chapter 1363, First Experiment. Very soon, Zhao Chen arrived at the exclusive laboratory for this project. Stepping inside, all the researchers and scientists inside the room looked at Zhao Chen excitedly. After all, most of the scholars and researchers here were engaged in disciplines related to cosmic space, space theory, and extraterrestrial spaces. Prior to this, apart from studying space more extensively, the research was limited to space jumps, the use of stargates, subspace studies, and so on. Research on other aspects of cosmic space could be considered quite niche. There wasn't much funding available for real experiments. And now, they had made real progress. Right before their eyes, they discovered the existence of other universes. "Everyone, keep working." Zhao Chen looked at them earnestly, leaving behind just those words. Then he walked towards the inside. The genius girl, Camille, hurriedly walked over, unable to contain her smile. She took 3 quick steps towards a sealed experimental cabin. "I have checked inside. There are no dangerous elements. You can go in directly," the genius girl Camille said, pushing open the gate and walked in. It was a laboratory of about 100 square meters, with the lights on. Besides a device placed in the middle, there were no other equipment. The device looked somewhat like a pot. However, the surface of this pot was charred black at the moment, with some uneven spots. Zhao Chen sniffed. There was still a lingering smell of smoke in the air. There had been a fire or a similar incident in this room in the past. Camille also noticed Zhao Chen's expression and explained, earlier, this device experienced overheating, causing black smoke to emerge. But it didn't catch fire. The smell might be due to the ventilation system not completely expelling the odor. However, the air here does not contain any harmful substances. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Zhao Chen paid little attention and began to carefully study the device in front of him. Of the device, 90% was designed by Zhao Chen himself. The technology involved some concepts from Zhao Chen's mind and some from the Star Alliance Cosmos. During his time in the Star Alliance Cosmos, Zhao Chen did more than just being a starfighter pilot. He utilized almost all his spare time to learn the technology of the Star Alliance Cosmos, and later, with the help of Zhao Cheng's connections, he gained knowledge of some top technologies of the Star Alliance Cosmos. This included cosmic space technology. Due to constant harassment from the alien species, the Pitch Black Legion creatures over the years, the Star Alliance Cosmos had long begun academic research on cosmic space, especially on alien spaces. With these technological resources and Zhao Chen's intelligence, he quickly designed this first machine. Zhao Chen raised his hand and directly accessed the data related to this machine and some operational information. The circuits have issues, a few lines need modification. The materials at these positions need to be changed. In the structural framework, the best may not always be the most suitable. The energy supply at this section needs to be reduced for stability, and Zhao Chen analyzed step by step, while the genius girl Camille began to make detailed notes, admiring the Emperor. She had heard before that the Owl-class starships were all developed personally by the Emperor. Initially, she had some doubts, but now, she had none. If she had tried to research and figure out these problems herself, perhaps it would have taken her several weeks or even months. But the Emperor, with just a glance and a look at the operating data, could precisely point out everything. How strong a technological and experienced capability was needed for this? After explaining all this, Zhao Chen took a deep breath and then accessed the most important data. This was the operation data from the one and only operation of this machine, the 10-second data result. A sound resonated, somewhat like a water droplet falling onto a surface of water. Subsequently, above the device, a 3D map resembling a star chart appeared and spread outward from the center. Within it, there were faint little dots, scattered everywhere. Some were large, some were small, and some were so tiny they were barely discernible. According to our subsequent comparisons, these little points should be stars and high-energy materials like black holes, the genius girl Camille whispered. Zhao Chen nodded. This device indeed had this function, akin to a radar that explored the universe. In this respect, it shared similar features with the already working T6 Cosmic Space Dynamic Detection device. Soon, the cosmic map of the Owl Empire appeared mostly in this star chart. But the ripple was still expanding, beyond which it veered into void, devoid of any more stars. Zhao Chen waited. Although he knew it would only be a few seconds, these few seconds felt as long as years. Finally, at the outermost point, a light spot appeared, but it disappeared in an instant. It was there for only a split second, undetectable to the naked eye if it wasn't for Zhao Chen's extraordinary vision. In which direction of our universe is this? Zhao Chen immediately inquired. The genius girl Camille had already prepared and took out the current cosmic map of the Owl Empire, which was essentially a map of this universe. Based on the comparison results, this should be in the direction of the Angel clan side. As for the exact distance, it cannot be defined because according to the theory of cosmic space, the distance between two cosmic spaces could be very close or very far. Therefore, it's indeterminable, the genius girl Camille said. Just from this one point, we cannot be certain. Black holes are also a form of energy. What if this point is actually a special black hole? We need to conduct a second measurement to ensure that this place is indeed a universe, Zhao Chen insisted. Such a crucial matter could not afford any mishap. The difficulty should not be great. As long as we upgrade and replace the technology of Machine No. 1, we will undoubtedly have more solid clues then, Camille paused and continued. However, the important question afterward is how to travel across universes. Before this, we had never traveled across universes. The related technology, I will take charge of this. I will establish another project team specifically for this, Zhao Chen stated directly. In fact, this task was not particularly difficult for Zhao Chen because he had previously researched similar things, one of which was the Gate of Gaia used by the Machine Clan at that time. The Gaia Gate was a universal gate that connected different universes through an outer domain space. Since it could connect outer space, it should be possible to connect different universes as well. Combining this with the technology he learned from the Star Alliance Cosmos. Moreover, during the time in the Star Alliance Cosmos, starships could directly travel across universes, raiding strategic enemy bases in different universes. Zhao Chen had ample experience in this area. Camille heard this and immediately looked excited. I understand your idea. Since there is no one else under my command at the moment, you will be in charge of this project planning team. Additionally, the contents of the two project planning teams are complementary. Their offices and labs will be arranged nearby. As for the research personnel, you can choose them within the Empire's territory. If there is no one available, we will have to transfer staff from your current project team. I have only one request: ensure to complete all tasks assigned by me on time, Zhao Chen said firmly. Upon hearing these words, Camille stood up straight, even trying to mimic the posture of an owl military officer as she saluted Zhao Chen, albeit in a slightly comical manner. Please rest assured, I will make sure to complete all tasks assigned by you on time. Zhao Chen nodded. He looked at the now scrapped machine one in front of him. Finally, he had grasped hold of hope. If they could find other universes, it meant they could surely find the initial universe with those resources. This would provide access to new materials, enabling the breakthrough of current obstacles facing the various project teams. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. With overtime work and unconditional support of resources and manpower, Camille's responsibility for Machine No. 2 was finally completed. This time, Zhao Chen was present at the scene. He stood inside a safe observation cabin. Reporting to Your Majesty, all experimental measures are ready. We are prepared to begin the experiment at any time. Camille, trying to contain her excitement, looked towards Zhao Chen. Just as Zhao Chen was about to speak, a commotion erupted outside, with loud arguing voices knocking on the door. What's happening? Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. I'll go check, Camille said, visibly annoyed, and went to inquire about the situation. The door opened, and Zhao Chen saw an old scholar being pressed against the wall by soldiers outside. The old scholar kept yelling, "The machine must not be activated. Under no circumstances should it be activated." Dr. Su, what are you doing? Camille, puzzled, looked at Dr. Su. Dr. Su noticed Zhao Chen inside the room and immediately shouted, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The machine must not be activated. It's Pandora's box. Once used, it will bring disaster upon our empire. It must not be opened." Pandora's box? Disaster? Zhao Chen furrowed his brow but found the old man's words intriguing. Let him in, Zhao Chen instructed. The female guard in charge nodded to the female soldier outside, who brought Dr. Su inside. Release him, Zhao Chen said. The female guard nodded, but she stood by Zhao Chen's side, staring at Dr. Su, ready to deal with any danger. Dr. Su was let go. He tried to approach Zhao Chen, but noticing the warning gaze of the female guard, he retracted his steps, merely nervously looking at Zhao Chen. Your Majesty, the machine cannot be activated. Explain your reason clearly, Zhao Chen said calmly. Dr. Su immediately took out a data disk, which projected a holographic data model. I was also a member of this project planning team, specializing in radars. Whether it's starship radars, reaction radars, or scouting radars, I am proficient in all. I noticed that this device is actually quite similar to a radar. By emitting a type of ripple, targeting specific objectives, then emitting this ripple to confirm the presence of the other party. Zhao Chen did not interrupt, finding the old man's principle essentially sound. Then I remembered a certain ancient book I had read before. It proposed a theory that when you cannot determine if a civilization is good or evil, never reveal your existence, otherwise, only catastrophe will follow. At that time, I began to wonder, could others receive the ripples we send out? So, I used all the radar monitoring devices available to me to conduct simulations. I found that apart from T4 and below radar systems unable to detect these ripples, T5 radar systems show some abnormal reactions. The data model displayed a few lines with slight wave patterns. However, if it were a T6 level radar system, it acted like this. Dr. Su pulled up another data model. In this version, the wave pattern was significantly more pronounced. If T6 already shows that much, what about a T7 technological civilization? Would our approach be like using the best audio equipment next door and playing the loudest music so that even if they closed their eyes, they could detect us? Furthermore, while our current technology cannot calculate the distance for this type of wave pattern, based on my experience, with proper technology, measuring this distance would be entirely feasible. Therefore, if we use this device, it would be akin to revealing our position to those advanced civilizations. It could bring us utter disaster. Dr. Su looked at Zhao Chen urgently. Camille listened to his words, not immediately refuting them. She was a researcher herself and understood the need to ponder over a problem. Honestly, Dr. Zu's reasoning was reasonable, and he had the data models to back it up. Camille hesitated and looked towards Zhao Chen. In truth, she wanted this experiment to proceed, as it was the result of her tireless efforts day and night, all leading up to this moment. Surprisingly, Zhao Chen remained expressionless, his gaze appraising Dr. Su. He nodded appreciatively, saying, "Dr. Su, you are a capable person. What you mentioned does indeed hold true. However, for us at present, we actually have no other choice." This was, in fact, a rather early theory, known as the Dark Forest theory, of which Zhao Chen was well aware, and he knew its rationale. However, Zhao Chen was someone who understood more. He knew of the existence of order. He knew of the suppression that order exerted on other technological civilizations. From this, he surmised that, likely, within the neighboring ranges of the universe where Zhao Chen resided, there probably were no T7 technological civilizations present. At most, there were T6 technological civilizations. If it were a T6 technological civilization, Zhao Chen was confident of a battle. More importantly, the goal of finding new materials must be achieved. Chapter 1364. Exploring alternative universes, initiating machine no. Upon seeing the situation, Dr. Su still wanted to say something. Dr. Su, I understand your concerns. But given the current situation of the Owl Dragon Empire, I understand it even more. We have no other choice. Zhao Chen looked at Dr. Su solemnly. Dr. Su sighed and ultimately retreated to the side in silence. The dangerous nature of this matter had already been informed to the Emperor by him. What would happen next was no longer within his control. Zhao Chen looked towards Dr. Camille, saying, "Continue with the experiment of Machine No. 2. Yes. Experiment of Machine No. 2. Initiated. Dr. Camille immediately announced the start of this second experiment. The first step was to power up the machine. Due to the confidentiality of this project, Zhao Chen had not given it a name from the beginning to the end. It was simply referred to as Machine No. 1 Experiment and Machine No. 2 Experiment. The activation of this device required a tremendous amount of energy, even exceeding the energy reserves needed for a T6 class interstellar battleship. Soon, the energy was successfully activated. Machine No. 2 fully charged. Preparations for subsequent energy ready. Official initiation commencing. Countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, accompanied by Dr. Camille's countdown. The outward appearance of Machine No. 2 was similar to Machine No. 1 but slightly larger in size, with a series of light paths appearing on its outer shell. All these light paths lit up. This Machine No. 2 was officially activated. This time, unlike the previous dripping sound, it was an ethereal voice. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows slightly because he felt that this voice seemed to come not from the imaging recording devices, but to penetrate into his soul. There was this feeling that the voice was within his own mind. However, others seemed not to notice this somewhat different aspect, as everyone was closely watching the operation of Machine No. 2. Machine No. 2 officially initiated. Operating time, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The researcher in charge of supervision on the side was continuously recording and monitoring the time. Previously, Machine No. 1 had only run for 10 seconds, obtaining very important results for them. Now, this Machine No. 2 naturally needed to run for a longer period. 10 seconds passed quickly. Just like last time, a 3D virtual star map appeared in front of everyone. It labeled all the stars, black holes, and some high-energy stellar substance positions, just like the last time, but with more detail. At this point, the scanning search range had reached the border region of the Owl Dragon Empire's universe. Following that was a pitch-black area. The scanning speed seemed slower than Machine No. 1, delaying by about 2 to 3 seconds. However, everyone at this moment was waiting patiently for the final result. The researcher in charge of supervision continued to report the time. 13 seconds. 14 seconds. 15 seconds. Another researcher on the side monitoring the instrument data constantly scanned various data panels. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "A module temperature of Machine No. 2 is starting to rise. There's an unstable situation in the energy transfer channel at 5%. Dr. Camille clasped her hands together, placing them in front of her mouth, as if silently praying for something. Since the initiation of Machine No. 2 marked its first and final work, the experiment would continue even if it were to explode later, and it would not stop midway. Chapter 1365. Pandora's Box. Another universe, a place surrounded by clouds like a fairy land. Goddess, we just sensed an energy scan from another universe. A cool-looking woman knelt down respectfully and said. A light voice came from the mist. Another universe? There's actually a T6 technology civilization around here. I don't know. Arrange for someone to investigate, at least confirm the nature of the interstellar civilization. Yes. Zhao Chen naturally did not know that the second experiment of his No. 2 machine had already had a huge impact. But even if he knew, he would probably continue without hesitation because he had no choice. Zhao Chen had already begun to summarize the experimental process of the No. 2 machine. There is still significant instability in energy transmission. First, we need to define more precise energy properties and make improvements in the transmission method. We need to increase the length of this circuit by 1/3 to enhance transmission efficiency and try to further enhance the materials being used. If that's not feasible, find a way to adopt some cooling equipment to ensure smooth operation of equipment during subsequent overloads. Also, the strength of the materials in this equipment should focus more on the tolerance of high-intensity internal energy. In order to improve this performance, we can increase strength internally without worrying about the external. After all, the activation energy of this thing comes from the inside out, not the outside in. The main reason for this explosion was the internal core drive, which lasted a long time with high-intensity energy input, causing the machine to run and ultimately unable to withstand it, resulting in an explosion. For this internal core drive, further improvements are needed. Dr. Camille listened carefully to the Emperor's suggestions on the side. After working with the Emperor for a while, she discovered that the Emperor's suggestions were often hitting the nail on the head. If the Emperor could stay with their project planning team all the time, it would be a great help to their project planning. But she knew that was impossible. As far as she knew, there were as many as 5 top-secret projects personally overseen by the Emperor within the Imperial Military Research Institute. Ordinary people would never understand this, and it was only because she was a top talent in certain technological fields that some exchange was inevitable between various projects, allowing her to learn about these things. Therefore, Dr. Camille cherished every opportunity to communicate with the Emperor and did not miss any important points mentioned by the Emperor. Next is to build the No. 3 machine. Based on the current situation of our experiment, the performance of No. 3 machine can be increased by at least 3 to 10 times. Zhao Chen looked at Dr. Camille and asked, "How long do I have to wait this time, Dr. Camille?" 2 months, Dr. Camille replied firmly. In 2 months, the No. 3 machine will be built. Zhao Chen nodded appreciatively at Dr. Camille, saying, "Good, then I will wait for your machine after 2 months. During this period, I will also help you with the upgrade of relevant technical data. If you are unsure about anything or have any questions, you can contact me. Our cooperation has been perfect during this time. Your Majesty's knowledge is profound, which we cannot imagine. With your help, our project planning is on the verge of success." Dr. Camille dared to guarantee that what she said was not flattery, but from the heart. Almost all the doctors, scholars, and researchers working here admired the Emperor's academic ability, technical skills, and incredible wisdom from the bottom of their hearts. It was imminent. He also hoped it was really imminent. Zhao Chen made a few last instructions to Dr. Camille before leaving. He still had more work to do on his end. Although each project had its own team, many of the core technical research required Zhao Chen's responsibility, at least theoretically. With Annie, Nana, and assistants like Dr. Camille, they could only handle the practical part of the follow-up. Zhao Chen returned to his office. This time, Annie was sitting diligently at his desk, although it would be better if her mouth wasn't covered with white ice cream. Zhao Chen didn't pursue it and sat back in his chair, rubbing his temples. "Your Majesty, this is a plant from the planet Balif, belonging to the Angel clan. It's somewhat similar to the tea leaves of the human clan. After drinking it, it can relieve mental fatigue, that is, refresh your mind." Nicole, the Angel assistant, held a cup of tea and placed it on Zhao Chen's desk. Smelling the light fragrance, Zhao Chen picked it up, drank it at the right temperature, and found the taste really good. Seeing the Emperor's satisfied expression, Nicole, the Angel assistant, also breathed a sigh of relief. This thing was also extremely rare in the Angel clan. The planet was specifically designated by the Angel clan to grow this plant, but even then, the yield was very low. Moreover, this batch was top quality and previously only available to the Angel King. "Your Majesty, there are some things I need to report to you," Nicole, the Angel assistant, asked softly on the side. "Do you want to rest first or just tell me?" Zhao Chen waved his hand. Nicole, the Angel assistant, immediately began to report. She first talked about a few project plans that Nana was in charge of, which had made progress, but not any breakthrough progress. The main issue was the raw materials and energy supply. In addition, there was the industrial production plan of the Owl Dragon Empire, aiming to make up for the losses of various fleets during the previous war, and also to construct new fleet groups. Lastly, Nicole, the Angel assistant, presented holographic images of several new interstellar warships. "These are the several new interstellar warships under your command for production by the Starship Production Department. Some of the technologies have been mastered and put into production. Within 1 to 2 weeks, the first batch of these interstellar warships will be launched and enter the testing phase before formal delivery." This last report by Nicole, the Angel assistant, piqued Zhao Chen's interest. Because these were selected from all the plans that the system had provided, suitable for the current technological capabilities of the Owl Dragon Empire. When Nana, the chief engineer, received these technologies, she couldn't help but marvel. With these technologies in hand, the Owl Dragon Empire would completely enter an era where T5 was the conventional technology and T6 was the cutting edge. This was Zhao Chen's positioning for the Owl Dragon Empire in the near future. With the bug in the system no longer existing, the development of the Owl Dragon Empire in the future would slow down, possibly returning to the standard pace of development for a normal interstellar civilization. Therefore, Zhao Chen needed to establish a fixed technological order for the Owl Dragon Empire, focusing on T5 and below technologies in the civilian sector, while the military and certain high-value areas would use primarily T6 level technologies. This would create a technological ecosystem for the Empire. It could be said that this was the first major technological revolution since the establishment of the Owl Dragon Empire, because Zhao Chen had introduced so many technologies. One might wonder, with the more advanced T6 technologies available, why continue to use the lower-level T5 technologies? It was because, if every place and location in the Owl Dragon Empire used T6 level, there might be wasteful situations. For example, in some remote star systems, it was necessary to construct infrastructure for them, or risk isolating them from the Empire. Therefore, the complementary relationship between T5 and T6 technologies was the optimal solution in Zhao Chen's view. Zhao Chen looked at the holographic projections in front of him. With the technologies the system could provide, he had brought them all out. What the Owl Dragon Empire would face next, and the difficulties it would encounter, would really depend on their own efforts. Zhao Chen tightened his fist. This was an unprecedented pressure from enemies, from the future, and from his own inner concerns and responsibilities. The Owl Dragon Empire was sailing against the current. To not advance was to fall back. Chapter 1366, New Imperial Fleet Group, Enlistment. Chapter 1366, New Imperial Fleet Group, Enlistment. The experimental operation of the machine on September 3, 3038, in the Galaxy Star Calendar, began. The total operation time of the Machine 3 is 1 minute and 30 seconds, and the scanning range of cosmic space is 5 times larger than that of Machine 2. Results: a complete scan of Universe 1. Universe 1 is half the size of the Owl Dragon Empire universe, and the estimated age of the universe is slightly older than that of the Owl Dragon universe. Scanning part of Universe 2. The current scanning range is half of the Owl Dragon Empire universe region. In this experiment, no other universes were found. In October 3038 of the Galaxy Star Calendar, the Owl Dragon Empire issued a series of civilian technology and technology, gradually beginning to be put into practical use. It is expected to cover the main galaxy range by the end of the year. In the same month, a series of all-dragon interstellar battleships appeared one after another, without any major handover ceremony. But when these never-before-seen Owl Dragon series interstellar battleships appeared for the first time before the public, especially in front of all Dragon military fans, it almost spread throughout the entire All Dragon Empire's interstellar network in the first time. On various Imperial forums, there were clear and detailed pictures of various models of interstellar battleships. Annie Chief Engineer, our new starships have gained quite a bit of popularity outside. Nicole the Angel Assistant excitedly watched Annie, who was working like a salted fish. Of course. It's not unexpected since I'm in charge. Annie's lips curved up slightly. But the news is spreading too fast, right? Some even captured high-definition images of the starships. Some even know the names of our starships. Isn't this considered a leak? Could there be a spy for this kind of leak? If there's a spy, wouldn't that Emperor be the biggest spy? Annie, the Angel Assistant, said worriedly. If this kind of leak, even if it's a spy, then that Emperor is the biggest spy, Annie Chief Engineer said with a light laugh. Nicole the Angel Assistant was momentarily puzzled and didn't understand the meaning at first. As Annie Chief Engineer looked at her assistant, who was very diligent at work, she was also a bit too naive when it came to thinking. For example, when selecting food at a buffet, when faced with 2 chicken legs, one big and one small, she would very straightforwardly choose the smaller one in front. She didn't know to choose the bigger one in the back. At present, this universe is all under the name of Zhao. Who would dare to seek death at this time? A spy. Heh, the Royal Guard has long since infiltrated everywhere. If it wasn't permitted by him, do you think these photos, this information would spread? Some of them might even be made by the Royal Guard, Annie Chief Engineer said lightly. Hearing Annie Chief Engineer's words, Nicole the Angel Assistant exclaimed, "So, all of this is actually approved by His Majesty the Emperor." Annie remained silent and continued working. Nicole the Angel Assistant muttered admiringly, "His Majesty the Emperor is unintentionally showcasing our empire's industrial capabilities, making it clear how powerful the Owl Dragon Empire is now. Don't harbor any small ideas." Seemingly casual showcases actually have just as much impact as those public displays, if not more of an impression. This is akin to a naked beauty standing there, creating more allure than a veiled one. It's a biological instinct trend. How has the experiment on Camille's side been? Is it effective? Our various project plans all require new materials and new energy sources to make significant progress, Annie yawned and inquired. As the highest-ranking chief of all Dragon Industrial, Annie naturally knew many things. Nicole, the Angel Assistant, as Zhao Chen's assistant, now helps Zhao Chen handle some of these affairs and is also aware. The third experiment was completed not long ago, but His Majesty seems to not be very satisfied. It is estimated that the fourth experiment will be conducted before the end of the year, Nicole, the Angel Assistant, replied. What about the research on the equipment for transcending the universe? Annie Chief Engineer asked. There seems to be significant progress in this area. It's said to be related to that ink. His Majesty has provided important relevant data in this regard. The scientists in that project department have basically stayed in the laboratory during this time, very excited. When I went before, I even saw a researcher holding a theoretical data, shouting excitedly that it is cutting-edge technology of the era, Nicole the Angel Assistant said. Annie Chief Engineer pouted and muttered. Could it really lead to developing technology that allows travel to other universes? Annie Chief Engineer has basically seen Zhao Chen's intentions during this time. It's about studying how to enter other universes. Presumably, it's to seek new materials and energy sources from other universes to overcome the current challenges in Owl Dragon military-industrial development. But doesn't this also mean that other universes have new materials and energy sources? Annie chief engineer raised an eyebrow. Although she had a bet with Zhao Chen, in all honesty, deep down she hoped that Zhao Chen, that guy, could succeed. After all, it was for the future of the Empire. It's just that due to her small temper, she couldn't resist making that bet with Zhao Chen. But thinking about it, even if she loses the bet, she'd just have to work extra hours. She has had overtime before, so what was there to fear? It's almost the new year again. Last year, due to his absence, we didn't properly celebrate the new year. I wonder if this year, we can take a break. Annie stretched lazily. She began to look forward to the year-end holidays. During this time, they were busy with project plans, and although Zhao Chen had said that all researchers' vacations were normal, practically all the researchers had given up on holidays. If it wasn't for mandatory rest times, some extreme researchers could stay in the lab for 3 days and nights without closing their eyes. And Annie had relatively more rest time, but of course working overtime was inevitable. It wasn't that Annie wanted to work overtime. It was because she was being roped into it. Previously, her younger sister, Nana, was the one doing it. Now Zhao Chen's office was right in front of her, with a wall. When it was time to leave work, and Zhao Chen was still working there, this workaday couldn't just leave nor stay. If she were to leave, Zhao Chen wouldn't say anything. But whenever Chief Engineer Nana came over at this time to chat, Annie would inevitably be scolded by her younger sister. Even now, Nana had learned to tattle. Previously, during a communication session with her family, seemingly without realizing it, Nana exposed the scene where His Majesty was still working while Annie had already left work. This directly led Annie's parents to scold her via a video call. They said stuff like, "The Emperor is still working, yet you shamelessly leave early. Do you know that our lives are entirely due to the Emperor? You have this job and should be grateful to the Emperor." And so on. Annie could only obediently listen and silently in her contact list change her younger sister Nana's note to Tattletale Sister. Then, accidentally revealing this note, naturally, didn't escape Nana's punch. These are all side stories. This time there should be a holiday. After all, this marks the 2nd anniversary of our All-Dragon Empire being established. Last year during the 1st anniversary, all ceremonies were cancelled due to special reasons. This time we should celebrate in a big way, Nicole the angel assistant murmured. I hope so, Annie shrugged helplessly. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the time has come to the last week of the Galaxy Star Calendar 3039, the last week of the Owl Dragon Star Calendar's 2nd year. In this week, there were quite a few things happening. For example, at this moment, Zhao Chen is awarding the titles of newly appointed Owl Dragon Marshals, representing the emergence of 2 new fully armed fleet groups of the Owl Dragon Empire. I confer the title of Marshal Leanna to you, serving as the Commander-in-Chief of the 5th Legion Fleet Group of the Owl Dragon Empire. Zhao Chen looked at the Dragon Clan princess in front of him, her tail behind her excitedly thumping the ground, and one could hear a drum-like sound. Perhaps Leanna herself noticed this movement, and she looked at Zhao Chen apologetically. Your Majesty, I am disrespectful. No problem, I've heard of it. In the Dragon Clan, during important occasions, you drum with your tail, Zhao Chen said as he awarded Leanna the 5-star Marshal Badge. Afterwards, he adorned her with the emblem of the 5th Legion Fleet Group of the Owl Dragon Empire. Marshal Leanna, I believe you will lead the 5th Legion Fleet Group of the Empire to establish your glory in our empire. Marshal Leanna's chest continued to rise and fall, even though she had once been a Dragon Clan princess and experienced ups and downs. From resolutely joining the Owl Dragon Corps, from starting as a cadet, graduating, enlisting, advancing, captain, fleet commander, Legion Fleet Commander, Corps Commander, later becoming the Deputy Commander of the Fleet Group, she's come a long way. She genuinely felt that she had integrated into the Owl Dragon Corps. Here, there were no interstellar races, no conflicts between races. Everyone was comrades in arms. On the battlefield, she could entrust her life to her comrades. In their leisure time, they could gather together to drink and boast. Compared to before, during her time in the Dragon Clan, she found that this was the life she longed for. At some point, she began to think that protecting the Owl Dragon Empire had become a mission she was proud of. Suddenly, Marshal Leanna knelt down on one knee, placing her hand on her chest. What is this? Zhao Chen was a bit surprised. There is no such kneeling etiquette within the Empire. Perhaps initially I had doubts, reluctance. But now, I am convinced. Your becoming the Emperor is the luckiest thing for this universe. I, Lyanna, am willing to be forever loyal to you. I will fight for you, for the Empire. Seeing the emotional display of Marshal Lyanna, Zhao Chen smiled and patted her on the shoulder. Meanwhile, in the viewing stand far away, since this was an internal enlisting ceremony and apart from external announcements, there was no live broadcast. Therefore, those being enlisted were allowed to invite some family and friends to attend. Lyanna naturally invited her sister, Branqui, and her former good friend at the Goddess Academy, Midra. As for Zhao Ruyu, there was no need for an invitation since she was already present. Branqui watched her sister with a contented smile. She may have thought her sister was too idealistic, but at least this outcome wasn't a bad thing. As a Dragon Clan princess, her sister was now a 5-star marshal in the Owl Dragon Empire and was now leading one of the 6 legions within the Empire. This ensured the status of the Dragon Clan within the hammer-shaped Interstellar Federation Kingdom. As for Midra beside her, she cast an envious glance at her sister, but at the same time admired Lyanna. They graduated from the Goddess Academy in the same year. They had both successively become deputy commanders of various fleet groups. Although she hadn't become the newly established Empire's highest-ranking fleet commander, she had no regrets because she knew it was Lyanna's hard-earned position. She genuinely felt happy for her sister. Next, Zhao Chen stood before another officer being enkindled today. Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Zhao Ruyu, the siblings glanced at each other and smiled. I confer the title of Marshal to Zhao Ruyu. Serving as the Commander-in-Chief of the 6th Legion Fleet Group of the Owl Dragon Empire, Zhao Chen said, adorning his elder sister with the 5-star Marshal badge and the 6th Legion Fleet Group's fleet emblem. Sister, sister! From afar, Zhao Wana shouted excitedly, ecstatic for her eldest sister, not caring that she herself was a top commander of a flagship fleet group, also holding the title of Marshal. Congratulations! We've all seen your efforts during this time. This honor is well-deserved. I'm proud of you, Zhao Chen said, looking at his elder sister. Zhao Ruyu gazed at her little brother, her gentle eyes flashing with affection as she softly said, now I can truly stand by your side, right? In the future, I can serve as a sword in your hand, clearing obstacles and paths for you. My Majesty! Zhao Ruyu placed her hand over her chest, solemnly saluting. Thus, the Owl Dragon Empire had 2 newly established Imperial fleet groups. The number of interstellar battleships in the Empire increased by 1 million. This added to the military might of the current Owl Dragon Empire. Meanwhile, in future military production plans, at least 3 more Imperial fleet groups will be born. However, in Zhao Chen's mind, 10 Imperial fleet groups might be far from enough. Chapter 1367. To New Rising Marshals. Chapter 1367. To New Rising Marshals. Congratulations! Midra stepped forward joyfully to congratulate her classmates, Leona and Zhao Ruyu, who were promoted to marshals at the same time. Although they served in different Imperial fleet groups, they had always maintained contact and communication, considering themselves as best friends. Sister, I knew you could do it. Zhao Wana hurried over and embraced her sister's arm. Others also came forward to offer their congratulations. Later, a simple banquet would be held here to celebrate the establishment of the 2 marshals and the 2 Imperial fleet groups. At that moment, Zhao Chen and 2 others stood in a corner. Currently, our Imperial fleet groups have expanded to 6. The total force exceeds 3 million interstellar warships, Zhao Chen said, looking at Marshal Charlotte beside him. Marshal Charlotte nodded. In addition, several T-6 combat and support interstellar warships have joined. The combat capabilities of various Imperial fleet groups have been greatly enhanced. What are the plans for the next year? Zhao Chen asked Lilysis. Lilysis was mainly responsible for devising development plans for the upcoming year, including the expansion of the Legion fleet. Marshal Charlotte also needed to propose a request plan, but whether it could be implemented ultimately depended on Lilysis, the stewardess. The basic construction plan for the next year includes the improvement of infrastructure, industrial facilities, Stargate networks, trade networks, etc. across the Empire. At least for Imperial fleet groups will be expanded. If there is excess production capacity at that time, we can expand more, but it will depend on the situation. At least one clearly defined target is 10 Imperial fleet groups, which will definitely be completed by the end of next year, Lilisus confidently assured. Need to have at least 20 or 30 Imperial fleet groups with the current capabilities of our empire. During peacetime, maintaining 20 million interstellar warships is more than enough, Marshal Charlotte said confidently. Regarding the New Year's banquet, you must attend. Moreover, due to the cancellation of last year's Empire New Year's one-year banquet, this year's event needs to be grand, Lilisus said solemnly, looking at Zhao Chen. When she made this expression, Zhao Chen knew it was something he couldn't refuse. As short as possible. You know, I have a lot of work to handle here, Zhao Chen smiled bitterly. No matter how much work there is, shouldn't you spend New Year's with your wife and children? Charlotte grumbled beside Zhao Chen. Hearing this, Zhao Chen immediately wilted. He looked helplessly at Lilisus. All right, I'll follow your arrangements. Just for one day, don't worry. The rest of the ceremonies will be pre-recorded using holographic images made by you. You don't need to be present in person. Lilisus rolled her eyes at Zhao Chen, but she still thoughtfully arranged everything for Zhao Chen. Hearing this, Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He took a step forward and kissed Lilisus on the cheek. You truly are my stewardess. I love you. Lilisus blushed and pushed Zhao Chen away. What are you doing? In public? Seeing this shy stewardess, Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile. Lilisus was becoming more and more shy, especially when Zhao Chen made intimate gestures in public, contrasting greatly with her behavior in private. Zhao Chen found it amusing. I just hope you pay more attention to the majesty of the Emperor, Lilisus said, looking away. Since becoming the highest stewardess of the Owl Dragon, some of the seductive traits of the succubus had indeed been hidden. This racial ability existed primarily to help weak succubus survive. And now, this element was not a challenge for Lilisus, so this ability naturally regressed somewhat. Yes, the current Lilisus is getting cuter, Charlotte quipped from the side, not missing the opportunity to tease Lilisus. But Lilisus immediately counterattacked, lightly brushing her finger across Charlotte's tail. Charlotte reacted as if struck by lightning, stepping back, and all her fur standing on end. Lilisus grinned mischievously, and Charlotte looked warily at Lilisus. Seeing the two women in this state, Zhao Chen felt happy. How have the children been lately? Lilisus, you have to juggle work and taking care of the children. Are you managing? Zhao Chen asked with concern. When it came to the children, a loving smile lit up Lilisus's face. They're doing all right. At first, there was some adjustment, but Charlotte taught me a lot. Now, they are used to it. Although I'm busy with work most of the time, I still make time to spend with my children. Thankfully, I've hired a nanny to take care of the children while they are still in their cribs. I've also arranged my office and resting room together so that I can be with the children while working. Listening to Lilisus, Zhao Chen felt both relieved and a sense of guilt. Other people's wives might already be peacefully taking care of their children at home, but Lilisus continued to work hard for the Empire. Zhao Chen wondered if he was being a proper husband. Tiger and Belle are very well behaved. They even started calling me Mom. Charlotte shared happily about her parenting life. The sparkle in her eyes intensified when she mentioned the children. After chatting about the children for a while, Lilisus's expression turned serious again. Regarding inter-universe travel and exploring other universes, is there really no danger? I heard of a Dr. Su who proposed a theory about potential dangers before. There's no such thing as no danger. That would be false. It can even be said that we might stumble upon landmines at any time. For us, the outer universe is unknown. The interstellar civilizations we detect are likely to be T6 technology civilizations, but definitely not T7. So, even if there is danger, it is within our capability to endure. I understand the risks involved, but the existence of order requires us to do so. Otherwise, when order threatens us next time, we may not even have the ability to resist. This time, it presented quasi T7 dark interstellar warships, which could mean the next time it presents real T7 interstellar warships, Zhao Chen said solemnly. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, Lilisus fell into a brief silence. Charlotte, on the other hand, looked spiritedly at Zhao Chen. Regardless, we unconditionally support you. Do what you want to do. Lilisus also nodded in agreement with Zhao Chen. Then, Lilisus continued, the New Year banquet at the end of this year will be held in the newly built Chang'an City. Here is the list of invitees for your review. Chang'an City. Can Chang'an City be completed before the end of the year? Wasn't it said that it would be completed by March of the following year? Zhao Chen asked in surprise, looking at the invitation list, which had no major issues. Lilysis replied, "It's progressing faster than expected. In consideration of the New Year's banquet, I specifically instructed to expedite the process. So, it can be completed and delivered for operation by the end of the year. It will also be presented to the public as Chang'an City." "That's a good arrangement," Zhao Chen nodded. After the promotion banquet ended, Zhao Chen rushed back to the Imperial Arsenal Research Institute before the end of the year to conduct the experiment on the number for machine. "Your Majesty," Dr. Camille greeted as she saw the Emperor walk in. "How is the preparation for the experiment going?" Zhao Chen inquired. "It will be ready soon. In less than 10 minutes, the experiment will commence," Dr. Camille said. Zhao Chen entered the observation room, where the holographic image of the laboratory's interior was displayed, captured from many cameras. Every minute detail was clear for the research staff to see. Zhao Chen stared at the number for machine. It was much larger than any previous machine, so the entire laboratory was the largest one selected to accommodate the experiment. Zhao Chen watched the number for machine. Though he didn't have high expectations that he would find the just-born prototype universe he was seeking this time, any progress meant he was getting closer to his goal. Soon, the 10-minute mark passed, and the experiment began. The universe map was gradually forming before Zhao Chen's eyes. Under the operation of the machine, the entire universe's map began unfolding. "How much are you expecting from this experiment?" Zhao Chen asked the nervous Dr. Camille directly. According to prior circumstances, this number for machine had to run for at least 3 minutes. However, there was nothing that required immediate attention at this moment. The first universe had already been explored. I believe that this number for machine's experiment should thoroughly explore the size of the second universe. It will discover new universes as well. The new exploration range should be at least 10 times the previous one, Dr. Camille confidently stated. Zhao Chen smiled faintly, not giving an immediate evaluation. He continued to look calmly at the scene in the laboratory. By this time, the regularly operated machine had already transformed into something akin to a sun, emitting blinding light all over the machine's body. Reporting, the number for machine has been running for 3 minutes. All modules are running normally. The energy system is normal. Energy transmission is normal. Zhao Chen listened to the somewhat noisy voices, then watched the star map in front of him. At this moment, the explored area already included the first universe and began the exploration of the bounds of the second universe. However, Zhao Chen had lost interest in the second universe. Its current size already implied that it couldn't possibly be a prototype universe. Since it wasn't the prototype universe he was searching for, Zhao Chen hoped to find another universe during the upcoming exploration. As time passed, the experiment with the number for machine eventually stopped at 6 minutes and 27 seconds. Chapter 1378. Another bottleneck. Zhao Chen looked at the final scan of the cosmic map in front of him. Besides the Xiaolong Empire universe at the center and the 2 surrounding universes, the rest of the areas were still pitch black. However, the map of Universe 2 was scanned in more detail and comprehensively. The size of Universe 2 was basically similar to Universe 1. It was estimated to be a universe of similar age. This made the researchers present both happy and disappointed. They were happy that the results of the 4th machine experiment had improved by at least 10 times compared to the previous 3rd machine in overall performance. This was a significant improvement for the machine itself. The disappointment was that no other new universes were found. This result is still acceptable. It at least shows that our research is advancing. As long as we continue in this direction, we will be able to see further places in the future, Zhao Chen said, looking at Dr. Camille beside him. Dr. Camille nodded in agreement, but quickly expressed her concerns. However, according to our research findings, with the current machines and technology, even though we can continue upgrading them several times, as we increase the number of upgrades, our development of this machine will soon reach a bottleneck. Unless there are other disruptive design theories that emerge, or there are significant improvements in raw materials and energy, it will be difficult for us to make significant progress in this area. Hearing Dr. Camille's words, Zhao Chen nodded slightly. He naturally knew about this issue. Most of the theoretical technologies presented were his accomplishments. Dr. Camille and others were only responsible for overseeing the manufacturing and learning processes. Zhao Chen understood the machine better than them. I know. For now, let's focus on the current tasks and leave the future to the future, Zhao Chen said. Yes, Dr. Camille replied, seeing that His Majesty the Emperor did not dwell further on this issue. She did not say much more. Zhao Chen looked at Dr. Camille and continued, the end of the year is approaching soon. This year, our empire will host a grand New Year's banquet. All the researchers involved in our project plans have worked hard during this time, without much rest or time spent with their families. This time, all the researchers at the Imperial Military Research Institute will have a week-long holiday. Each person will receive a holiday consumption card, which can be used for outings with family during the holiday. A week. Dr. Camille frowned slightly, seeming not to be very fond of this holiday. She said, but our project plans are so serious. I know the project plans are very serious. But sometimes, even a tense string needs to be loosened, or it might break. Everyone has their families. Dr. Camille, your parents miss you a lot. I heard that you only talk to them for a few minutes on the phone usually. It's time to go back and visit them, Zhao Chen said firmly. I will arrange tickets for each of you, and those with a long journey can use the fastest special transport plane to travel. I will ensure that your journey is well arranged, providing you with a relaxing and comfortable holiday. These researchers were like treasures in his hands. Apart from the arrangements made in the open, Zhao Chen also had the royal guard secretly monitor and protect them when they were out. After all, they were the wealth of the empire. Seeing Dr. Camille still hesitating, probably worried about the impact on research experiments, Zhao Chen added, if you have any concerns, there is another option. I can arrange for your family to come to the Xiulong Galaxy for a holiday. That way, you can be together. Dr. Camille's expression relaxed upon hearing this suggestion. In the following days leading to the end of the year, most people in the Xiulong Empire were preparing for New Year's. At the same time, numerous invited interstellar battleships were arriving at the Xiulong Galaxy. Due to the special nature of the Xiulong Galaxy now, there were controls on the entry and exit of interstellar battleships. Each Stargate had specific arrangements for use. For example, there was a dedicated Stargate for transporting raw materials and components to the industrial zone.